Chapter 1. He lacks a championship ring. Chen Ji was reborn. There were no electric shocks, no lightning strikes, no cliff dives, no drowning, no car accidents, and no sudden deaths. He simply transformed into another person. After half a day of acclimatization, he accepted this new reality. The life of the original owner was strikingly simple: eating, sleeping, watching cartoons, and playing basketball. Yet, there was one individual of utmost significance: this girl beside him. Her surname was Xiao, and her full name was Xiao Baozhu. She was the original owner's sister and also his guardian. Typically, only children require guardians, and the original owner, due to a traumatic head injury in his youth, suffered from severely impaired learning abilities. He had remained stunted in growth, necessitating the presence of a guardian. However, upon glancing at his own hands, he questioned this notion of being stunted. Simply placing his hand upon his knee, he spread his 5 fingers, which were remarkably large, resembling a fan. He then took Xiao Baozhu's hand and placed it in his palm. The contrast was stark. Her hand was fair, delicate, and petite, while his was exceptionally large. McGrady is about to take the court, Chen Ji suddenly recalled, realizing that today was the day he came to see McGrady. The original owner likely spiraled into despair due to overwhelming excitement. Today marked the 2013 NBA Legends Tour event in Chengdu, China. The venue was the Sichuan Provincial Sports Center, where the teams competing were the Bai team and the 2013 NBA Legends team. Though dubbed the NBA Legends team, it essentially consisted of just McGrady. Certainly, such a statement may be deemed disrespectful towards Peyton. However, during an era when mobile networks were yet to become ubiquitous, McGrady stood as a supernova alongside Kobe. In contrast, Peyton, relatively successful player in the annals of NBA history, appeared to the Chinese fans present as merely an ordinary bystander. Were it not for the enthusiastic DJ vociferously announcing his identity, Chen Ji might have mistaken him for just another anonymous figure. Forgive the ignorance of the so-called casual fan. Chen Ji epitomizes the archetype of a superficial enthusiast. He follows the NBA and plays basketball, yet he never goes to the airport to greet players and would not weep at the sight of LeBron or Curry. Moreover, his attention is fleeting. One moment he adores McGrady, the next he is enamored with Garnett, then he lauds Kobe, only to extol Curry moments later. To encapsulate it succinctly, poverty constrains his indulgence in high-end experiences. Even his live game viewings are sourced from free resources. Tonight's basketball match prominently features McGrady. In 2013, his popularity in China was on par with Kobe, not solely because the Yao McGrady era had only recently concluded, reserving those cherished memories, but also due to McGrady's stint in Qingdao, Shandong in 2013, that although he did not lead the Qingdao team to historical triumph, his playing style was characterized by an ethereal elegance, reminiscent of a gallant youth with a silver lance. As for the team's record, what significance does that hold? His omission from the NBA's 75th anniversary team, while somewhat unexpected, is entirely understandable. After all, his career was marked by first-round leadership capabilities, which, to a certain extent, are indeed difficult to regard with utmost faith. Interestingly, among the 4 prominent guards of that era, his cousin Vince Carter also faced exclusion, that a perfect embodiment of camaraderie in misfortune. Initially, he intended merely to observe the spectacle. Yet, the exhibition match proved to be a mere fad. McGrady sported a forced smile on the court, appearing drowsy and disinterested, rendering the event rather lackluster. A decade later, after the sweeping changes brought by the internet, Chen Ji found himself drowsily disengaged from the proceedings. Shall we return home? Xiao Baozhu sensed something amiss in his demeanor today, concerned that the long journey, coupled with the crowd's clamor, had unsettled Chen Ji. All right, Chen Ji replied, rising to his feet. It dawned on him that everyone else seemed somewhat shorter. He had been so immersed in the memories of the original owner that he had overlooked this detail. However, it was Xiao Baozhu who appeared more astonished. The two had never been apart. Even sleeping bound together, she was acutely aware of his condition. It was utterly improbable for him to simply stand up with an all right. Indeed, Xiao Bao was Chen Ji's nickname. They both froze for a moment, and Chen Ji realized he must have erred in some way. Meanwhile, Xiao Baozhu tightened her small fists. At that moment, the Xiao Bao before him felt foreign, particularly with the current expression in his eyes, not the innocent, naive gaze she was accustomed to. Yet, the underlying affection remained, an intrinsic bond that Chen Ji could not alter. Xiao Baozhu exhaled in relief. Just then, the spotlight unexpectedly illuminated Chen Ji. "That's the one, lad." The DJ's exuberant shout almost sent Chen Ji into a whirlwind of surprise. However, this is the sinister nature of Trump. The term lads actually refers to little brother. It turns out that we have now reached the segment where star athletes interact with their fans. Just then, Chen Ji stood up, and with his imposing physique, it was impossible for the spotlight to overlook him. "Come down, kid." The host waved his hand, and McGrady was also waiting below. The fans in attendance began to cheer. Chen Ji felt a bit innocent. He did not wish to partake in any interaction, but was rather inclined to leave. However, how could he explain his departure to Xiaobizu? For instance, saying that your little treasure is gone? It was evident that Xiaobizu had already grasped the situation. Although she might not fully comprehend what was happening, the two individuals who spent every day together could hardly be oblivious. "Are you scared, Xiaobao?" Xiaobizu momentarily set aside her doubts, deciding to address any issues after the event concluded. Chen Ji shook his head. What was there to fear? "Then let's go down and have some fun." Xiaobizu took his hand and let him down. It felt peculiar, yet entirely natural. A little girl guiding a towering figure. In reality, Xiaobizu was already 20 years old, a woman of adulthood, yet standing beside Chen Ji, her height of 165 centimeters made her appear delicate and gentle. Chen Ji felt as though he were 2 meters tall, and only when he reached the ground and stood across from McGrady did he realize he might even exceed that height. McGrady's official height is around 203 centimeters, which suggests that Chen Ji's stature is at least 203 centimeters as well. What a fine young lad. Clearly a promising talent for basketball. "Where are you from, and what is your name?" the host inquired. Chen Ji instinctively glanced at Xiao Baozhu, who nodded, prompting him to respond. "My name is Xiao Bao." What an embarrassing name. The original name was Chen Ji, but in public he typically referred to himself as Xiao Bao. "Very well, Xiao Bao." The host chuckled heartily. He continued, "Do you enjoy playing basketball?" Chen Yi nodded. "Is this your girlfriend?" The host directed his question towards Xiao Baozhu. The two, holding hands, certainly invited misunderstanding, yet there was a subtle difference in their demeanor. "This is my sister, Xiao Baozhu." "Is Xiao Bao your real name then?" A Xiao Bao and a Xiao Baozhu is indeed a rare occurrence. "Yes," Chen Ji replied succinctly. "May I ask when you first became a fan of McGrady?" "Probably since 2008. What left the deepest impression on you about McGrady?" "His lack of a championship ring." That single remark abruptly stifled the conversation. Fortunately, Chen Ji spoke in a dialect. If McGrady had comprehended even a word, it could have been quite mortifying. The audience erupted in laughter. Unaware of the commotion, McGrady continued to smile and wave. Chapter 2. The opportunity to duel with McGrady. There exists a plethora of memories associated with McGrady, one of the 4 great shooting guards, a 2-time scoring champion. Renowned for his graceful style, his signature step-back three-pointers, and his acrobatic dunks, including the self-alley-oop. The legendary moment of 35 points in 35 seconds during the Yao McGrady era remains etched in history. These moments are indeed iconic. However, Chen Ji did not mention any of them, instead opting to highlight the championship ring. This serves as a stark reminder of reality. To be fair, McGrady does possess a tendency for misfortune. During the 2012 to 2013 season, the Spurs led the Heat 3-2 in the finals, and in the pivotal Game 6. They held a 3-point lead with just 5 seconds remaining, a seemingly secure margin for victory. Yet, in a twist of fate, the Spurs relinquished a crucial rebound, allowing Ray Allen to sink a game-tying three-pointer, which propelled the match into overtime. Ultimately, they lost in overtime and subsequently fell in Game 7, suffering a heartbreaking reversal in the best-of-7 series. It is rather ironic that Tim Duncan, known as the Big Fundamental, reached the finals 6 times in his career and secured 5 championships, with his sole defeat occurring during the season McGrady joined the team. Such is the nature of destiny. Gazing at the banner proclaiming the 2013 American NBA basketball legend team's tour in China, Chen Ji realized that this event had not transpired long ago. At that time, LeBron was still part of the Heat alongside Dwayne Wade. Curry was merely a budding talent, and Durant was still forging a bond with Westbrook in Oklahoma City. If history and the future were to remain unchanged, the Heatless would soon become a relic of the past. Curry would revolutionize the NBA with his three-point shooting, and Durant would ultimately align with the Warriors, evolving into the formidable Slim Reaper. These narratives are on the cusp of unfolding and are presently in motion. However, it seems that this has little to do with Chen Ji. He is merely an ordinary basketball enthusiast, and it was a rare stroke of luck for him to find himself standing before McGrady, only to utter the rather undignified remark about his lack of a championship ring. It was a slip of the tongue, a moment of unguarded honesty. At that moment, McGrady remained oblivious to the unfolding situation, responding to the joyful atmosphere with a professional smile and applause, typical of interactions between stars and fans. Aside from the usual autographs and photographs, there was, of course, the opportunity for a one-on-one challenge. The host, wary of Chen Ji's potential for further blunt remarks, refrained from engaging him directly and instead handed him a basketball, urging, "Come on, let us witness the prowess of our young talent." Chen Ji released the small orb from his grip and took hold of the ball. He felt an odd sensation, for it was his first time grasping a basketball with one hand. It was both effortless and unfamiliar, yet oddly reminiscent. It had been a long time since he last played. As he gazed up at the hoop, he recalled that he had not visited a basketball court since the onset of the pandemic. Meanwhile, McGrady was putting on a show, raising his arms and waving them in an exaggerated manner, though his knees remained unbent, a playful jest, merely entertaining the bystanders. Chen Ji cradled the basketball in his hands, and that familiar feeling returned. He felt an impulse to throw, but he restrained himself. It had been ages since he last handled the ball, and he knew that his shot could easily fall short. This opportunity to share the same frame with McGrady might only come once in a lifetime. How wonderful it would be to make a basket in his presence. Indeed, just one would suffice. Chen Ji dribbled the ball and took a step back, carefully assessing McGrady's defensive stance. In an instant, a launch occurred, as both parties were on the verge of physical contact. A feint with the right hand suggested a breakthrough to the left. However, it was merely a ruse, as he swiftly maneuvered past on the right side, lifting the ball effortlessly. With two quick strides, he approached the basket and leaped. This was the offensive style that Chen Ji cherished the most. Just as he was about to place the ball into the hoop, he realized the rim appeared astonishingly low, almost causing him to graze his head against it. The resounding thud of the basketball striking the net echoed through the air. Even as it landed, Chen Ji could scarcely believe it. He had actually dunked. He glanced down at his hands, undeniably large, effortlessly cradling the ball with one hand in a display of ease and delight. Testing his leap once more, he sprang up, his eyes now level with the rim. Such height. Could it be real? Not only Chen Ji, but everyone present was left in a state of bewilderment. Suddenly, a bystander emerged, a towering figure, robust and seemingly capable of impressive jumps. Judging by his physical dimensions, he was not unlike Tracy McGrady, an extraordinary sight indeed. Among the crowd, only Xiao Baozhu appeared unfazed, for in her eyes, Chen Ji had always been a physical marvel, capable of dunking even at the age of 14. Yet, due to his struggles with academics, no institution was willing to accept him. The path of basketball was fraught with challenges, and fearing he might be bullied, the topic was never broached again. "You're quite impressive." Tracy McGrady suddenly opened his eyes. Truth be told, they had appeared perpetually drowsy, making it difficult to discern whether he had been lost in thought. "Continue, brother." McGrady passed the ball to Chen Ji, then bent his knees, lowered his torso, and spread his arms, an unmistakable posture of a defender. It was evident that he had begun to take things seriously. The crowd erupted with excitement, despite the fact that McGrady, born in 1979, was already 34 years old and had suffered a significant decline in athletic ability due to injury. Nevertheless, effortlessly overpowering an average player seemed to pose no challenge. Chen Ji shared this sentiment. The outcome was inconsequential. Once he had the ball, he would simply act. With a nearly identical motion, devoid of crossovers or behind-the-back dribbles, he relied solely on speed and explosive power to drive to the right. A subtle feint allowed him to gain a slight advantage and push past. McGrady managed to keep up, using one hand to fend off and raising the other high in an attempt to block. The only issue was that his deteriorating physique could no longer support such an endeavor. When Chen Ji leaped, McGrady barely left the ground, as he had no opportunity to jump following the contact. This was an unexpected sight, almost as if it were deliberately staged. Yet, only McGrady understood that it was not intentional. With a resounding thud, Chen Ji executed a textbook dunk over McGrady. As he landed, he was overwhelmed with exhilaration, unable to restrain himself from unleashing a furious roar directed at McGrady. The audacity of it, dunking over McGrady and then taunting him, left the audience in disbelief, especially since he had derided McGrady for lacking a championship ring prior to the game. Was he a fan of Kobe? During the era of the four great shooting guards, the tactics were not as intricate, and the memories of Yao and McGrady during their time with the Rockets were cherished by all. Kobe, however, was the man at the pinnacle. McGrady was momentarily stunned, caught in a daze, as if facing the man who had just claimed the Finals MVP. Yes, indeed. It was the prime of LeBron James. However, upon closer inspection, it appeared otherwise, whether it was the hue of the skin or the style of play. Is the organizer intentionally attempting to embarrass? From where did they procure such a beast? Caught in the dilemma of continuing or halting, even the host was at a loss for words. Again, Chen Ji bellowed, instantly stirring the crowd into a frenzy. Although the majority were devoted fans of McGrady, and it seemed he was at a disadvantage, basketball has always spoken through the ball itself. Thus, the arena resounded with calls for another attempt. It was imperative that the game continued today. McGrady said nothing. Although he could not comprehend the chance, Chen Ji's provocation was unmistakable. He tossed the ball directly to Chen Ji, stepped forward, and spread his arms to defend closely. He intended to make this ungrateful individual understand that basketball is not a sport for just anyone to engage in. Chapter 3. Invisible Wings. Does McGrady possess defensive skills? This is indeed a question worthy of contemplation. Undoubtedly, he does. As a superlative offensive player, if he so chooses, his defense can certainly be formidable. However, he typically refrains from showcasing it unless provoked. Such is the case now. Do you know how LeBron James recorded the lowest score of his career? Indeed, it was against McGrady during his tenure with the Rockets. This occurred in the 2004 to 2005 season, when LeBron was still in his formative years. Facing the two-time scoring champion McGrady and the newly minted All-Star vote leader Yao Ming, he finished the game with 0 field goals, managing only 3 points from free throws. Of course, that was a tale from long ago. The McGrady of today no longer merits presence before LeBron James. In the recently concluded finals, McGrady played a mere 8 minutes during garbage time in the second game, contributing 2 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 block, yet failing to score. This may very well mark the final chapter of his illustrious career. If memory serves me right, he is poised to announce his retirement soon. Another prominent figure who will also retire this year is Allen Iverson, a basketball virtuoso often referred to as the answer. It is indeed a lamentable reality that among the 4 great shooting guards of their era, only Kobe Bryant has been adorned with championship rings, 5 in total, thanks to both Shaquille O'Neal's prowess and his own indomitable spirit. The others, particularly McGrady, have struggled for years, departing the stage empty-handed. In an era when social media was not as pervasive and the phenomenon of superstars uniting in pursuit of glory had yet to emerge, lacking a championship was not deemed a grave concern. After all, many superstars contemporaneous with the legendary Michael Jordan, such as Reggie Miller, Karl Malone, John Stockton, and Charles Barkley, also left without a championship ring, yet their legacies remained intact in the hearts of fans. However, times have changed. Fans have become more astute and pragmatic. How does one prove that their career has been successful? Is it through grace and artistry? The former pertains to McGrady, while the latter refers to Kobe. Ironically, the artistically gifted Kobe possesses 5 championship titles, earning him a place among the top 10 NBA superstars, whereas the graceful McGrady has not even made it into the 75 greatest players list. Later, McGrady remarked that Kobe's career surpassed his own, not due to Kobe's superior prowess, but because he had Shaquille O'Neal by his side, while he only had Yao Ming, who, in truth, was not a superstar. Without him, Yao would struggle to score even 20 points. It is difficult to fathom that such words came from McGrady, yet he did not contest this assertion, indicating his sincerity. Presently, Chen Ji also holds a serious belief that NBA superstars are untouchable, particularly figures like McGrady, who have been mythologized. However, upon facing him directly, Chen Ji discovered that the later stages of McGrady's career exhibited a lack of defensive prowess. The closer one pressed, the swifter one could pass by. A mere shift of the body allowed one to slip past. Perhaps when confronting ordinary fans, especially those incapable of dunking. McGrady could still pivot and block their aspirations with a resounding rejection. Yet, against Chen Ji, who could effortlessly maneuver past him and dominate the rim, McGrady found himself utterly helpless. It seems unfathomable that this was once the invincible T-Mac. With another successful dunk, Chen Ji finally recognized his evolution. He was no longer the diminutive figure who couldn't even touch the rim. He possessed enormous hands, rendering the basketball in his grip akin to a mere potato in the hands of an average person. It felt remarkably effortless and fluid. Our time is nearly up. Please, let this fan take a break. The host intervened to save face, for today's exhibition match had been nothing short of a disaster. If it continued, one could imagine McGrady would never return to China. Yet, Chen Ji was already content with his experience. Confronting McGrady, he executed 3 consecutive dunks, an occurrence he had never fathomed. He even overlooked a matter of great significance. Today, Xiaobao was different. As the two exited the arena, when Xiaobao stopped and turned to glance back, Chen Ji found himself utterly at a loss for words. In his memories, Chen Ji and Xiaobao were 2 souls intricately intertwined. To be precise, Xiaobao was both a sister and a child bride. In this 21st century, the term child bride may evoke a sense of strangeness. However, when Chen Ji's mother fell ill, she feared for her son's future well-being and thus adopted Xiaobao from an orphanage. Years later, Chen Ji's mother passed away, and Xiaobao immediately transitioned into the role of Mama Xiaobao. This was swiftly followed by her leaving school to return home, thus commencing a premature retirement life 50 years ahead of time. What should have been a tragic situation seemed, in reality, rather unremarkable. Their family owned 2 residences. One larger property was converted into partitioned rooms to rent to nearby graduate students, while the smaller one served as their own abode. With a monthly rental income of approximately 3,000 yuan, their lives, while not affluent, were certainly manageable. Suddenly, a realization washed over him. Although this explanation felt somewhat inadequate, Chen Ji pondered that perhaps it wasn't a matter of reincarnation, but rather a profound awakening from a past life. For in the presence of Xiaobao, he could sense an innate trust and reliance emanating from her. Let me see. Xiaobao extended her hand. Chen Ji lowered his gaze, feeling as naturally at ease as ever. The cool touch of her small hand brushed against his forehead, checking his temperature, and she deemed it satisfactory. Does that little one know who I am? You are Zaibeazu, and I am Chen Ji. Moreover, I have matured and can no longer be addressed as Xiaobao, for it invites ridicule. Just moments ago, as I introduced myself in the gym, the spontaneous laughter that erupted from the crowd was disheartening. Very well, Xiaobao. However, I shall return to inform my mother. Zaibeazu accepted this declaration, for she could sense the essence of Xiaobao within, and the notion of awakening was what she longed for. The two boarded a bus, making their way home with intermittent stops along the route. Upon their arrival, they bowed to their mother, sharing the news with her. Then, they prepared dinner together. Washed the dishes, wiped the tables, and mopped the floor, tasks Chen Ji had never engaged in before. It was not due to a lack of desire, but rather his towering stature made him clumsy, often resulting in more hindrance than help. You have truly changed, Zaibeazu remarked, solidifying her belief in Chen Ji's transformation. After their meal, the night beckoned for activities. As was their custom, Zaibeazu led Chen Ji, who cradled a basketball, to the outdoor court adjacent to their community. Though referred to as a basketball court, it was more akin to their secret haven. The uneven, cracked concrete surface supported a crooked basketball hoop. Initially, other children attempted to join, but after a few unsuccessful encounters, they ceased to return. On this court, Chen Ji chased the basketball, occasionally leaping to sink it through the hoop. When fatigue set in, he would recline on the ground, gazing at the stars and the moon. There were no objectives, no constraints, purely indulgence and simplicity. Little Baozhu sat on the long bench beside her, her small bare feet basking in the gentle night breeze, softly humming her favorite tune in sync with the rhythm emanating from her MP3 player. Each time, she found strength amidst her solitude. Each time, even when deeply hurt, she refrained from shedding tears. I know that I have always possessed a pair of invisible wings, lifting me above despair. Chapter 4. An invitation from the Spurs. Little Bao has returned home. Baozhu waved her hand. He came. Chen Ji agreed, stowing away the basketball and placing Baozhu on his back. The tips of the girl's hair brushed past her ears in the wind, leaving a faint, delightful fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose. It was pleasant and comforting. tranquil days often pass swiftly until the wind stirs. That day, a reporter arrived. Besides the customary interview, there was an invitation from across the shore. It was a rather peculiar occurrence. However, Chen Ji remained oblivious to the significance of what he had done. In 2013, McGrady's popularity in the country was indisputable. Yet a stranger child brazenly remarked that McGrady had no championship ring. This was a blatant affront. News and photographs spread rapidly within the nation and beyond. In contrast, McGrady stood at 203 centimeters and weighed 101 kilograms, while the child opposite him appeared taller and more robust. Of course, that was not the most crucial aspect. There were many in this world who surpassed McGrady in height and strength. Not everyone can capture the attention of professional scouts. Yet the most striking feature of Chen Ji lies in his sufficiently large hands, long arms, impressive vertical leap, and remarkably swift first step. This invitation comes from the San Antonio Spurs, the first team to notice McGrady's tour in China, although their collaboration did not yield the desired results. The agony of losing the championship has been clearly articulated by Kobe. Furthermore, one could be considered the world's greatest loser. However, one must always look forward. As the Spurs enter the off-season, they must diligently prepare for this year's draft. Due to the inverse correlation between a team's performance and their draft position, the Spurs seldom find prospects within the United States. Those promising players with noteworthy names have long been chosen by preceding teams, rendering envy futile. Hence, their consistent strategy involves focusing on overseas talents. The Spurs core trio, famously known as GDP, Duncan, Jin Billy, and Parker, includes two gems acquired from abroad. Jin Billy was selected as the 57th pick in the second round in 1999, hailing from Argentina, while Parker, a Frenchman, was chosen 28th in the first round in 2001. This time, due to McGrady, they have also taken notice of Chen Ji. They even inquired specifically about him from McGrady, who replied with gritted teeth, declaring, "He is exceptional." Consequently, Chen Ji received a training invitation from San Antonio, an entirely unexpected turn of events. He had never envisioned himself having any connection to the NBA, not because the league lacks prestige, but simply because the world of basketball is not one that is easily accessible to the average person. However, gazing at his own large hands, he felt a peculiar sense of intrigue. What kind of person could thrive in the realm of basketball? Height must surely be a prerequisite, right? To be precise, one should ideally stand at least 180 centimeters tall. He summoned Xiao Baozhu to fetch a ruler and, standing atop a chair, measured himself. Barefoot, he stood at approximately 205 centimeters, a height that certainly met the requirements. Next, he assessed his wingspan, which was nothing short of astonishing. With his large hands stretched out, the tape measure extended to its limit. After a second measurement, he discovered it to be around 218 centimeters. This was an exceptionally favorable figure. He then located an electronic scale at a nearby market and stepped on it, revealing a weight of 108 kilograms. No wonder he had dominated in the past against players like McGrady without a sound. With such height and weight, it was indeed remarkable. What had he consumed to grow to this size? In response to Chen Ji's skepticism, Xiao Baozhu produced a pack of military-grade compressed biscuits, peanut-flavored. The taste was indescribable, yet they were quite filling. Aside from rice, meat, and vegetables, this compressed biscuit was the snack he consumed most frequently. Is this really all? Chen Ji found it absurd. Determined, he leaped onto the vegetable vendor's counter, only to be promptly knocked down by the vendor's swift maneuver. The counter was at least 1 meter high, yet he had jumped up effortlessly. With such height, weight, and leaping ability, if that were insufficient, he also possessed a commendable skill in shooting three-pointers from open positions. Based on future experiences, being a tall shooter, standing for 3 to 5 minutes to shoot from the corners would undoubtedly pose no problem. Should he give it a try? Chen Ji found himself hesitating. In truth, he was reluctant to alter his current way of life. After all, indulging in a life of daily meals and slumber, accompanied by a charming young lady, one can live in blissful ignorance. There seems to be little need to endure hardship outside. But what of a decade hence? With the advent of the digital age, each individual must confront a profound internal trial. What can one achieve with a monthly rent of 3,000 yuan? Even if little Baozhu remains unchanged and avoids comparison, what if one day they succumb to the desire for a child? The expenses for infant formula, schooling, and tutoring, as per expert estimates, average around 538,000 yuan to raise a child to adulthood. Even without children, their home, aged over a decade, bears cracked walls. And the refrigerator and washing machine are antiquated. Undertaking repairs will not come cheaply. A lack of foresight invites imminent worries. Thus, it is imperative to contemplate the future. This encapsulates the plight of adulthood. Chen Ji despises such feelings, yet they are inescapable. After discussing with little Baozhu, they proceeded to obtain passports and visas, exchanging a modest amount of cash. Curiously, upon revealing his intention to attend an NBA trial, the passport process was expedited, and the visa was swiftly approved. It seemed that the visa officer was a Spurs fan who incessantly lamented LeBron's audacity in forming a super team while stamping the documents, insisting that Chen Ji must seek revenge, as if his selection was a foregone conclusion. In truth, Chen Ji felt an overwhelming humility, believing this trip was merely a leisurely excursion for him and little Baozhu. Nevertheless, the significance of being chosen weighed heavily on his mind. However, not being selected is of little consequence. A journey abroad may reveal his potential to the domestic basketball scene, and perhaps he could eventually secure a position in the CBA. This is indeed a viable path, characterized by ample financial reward, minimal obligations, and proximity to home. In summary, embarking on this journey guarantees no loss. Almost the moment he boarded the plane, his story ascended to the front page of sports news. At that time, Tencent Sports was still a fledgling player. Leading the charge were Sina Sports and Sohu Sports, not to mention the boisterous community of Hupu Sports. Almost every basketball enthusiast was aware of a young man named Chen Ji who had dared to challenge McGrady. While some criticized his naivety, he remained one of their own, and an NBA opportunity would undoubtedly be commendable. Alongside the media coverage was an invitation letter from the San Antonio Spurs. Speaking of which, the Spurs have a notable history with Chinese players. Precisely a decade ago, in 2003, the player known as Big Bader was a Spurs player who, while warming the bench, managed to claim a championship ring. A decade later, McGrady could only catch a whiff of the glory that came with such accolades. The importance of timing cannot be overstated. During those years, the NBA's interest in China was considerable. After all, who wouldn't want a piece of such a vast basketball market? Seizing this opportunity, they brought in that audacious young man who had the audacity to point out McGrady's lack of a championship ring. After all, every team has its share of underperformers, and casting a wide net is a fundamental strategy. Chapter 5. A fashion faux pas is not dreadful. Chen Ji arrived in San Antonio and encountered the elderly man with the white beard. Regarding the trial, upon witnessing Chen Ji darting across the court with remarkable agility and effortlessly sinking three-pointers, the evaluation was promptly concluded. Although prior to Stephen Curry's emergence, the three-point shot did not command much attention, its ability to create space has been recognized by numerous teams, particularly the seasoned San Antonio Spurs. A player standing at 208 centimeters and weighing 110 kilograms, who does not appear cumbersome yet possesses an exceptional three-point shooting ability, is indeed a delightful surprise. In 2013, towering sharpshooters were a rarity, yet Chen Ji has astutely identified his niche. Curiously, he possesses a commendable three-point shooting skill in both realms of his life, one honed through the gradual experience of seasoned players on the court, and the other cultivated through pure play, devoid of formal education. Subsequently, the Spurs conducted a bone age test on Chen Ji, revealing that he was merely 19 years old. Although he did not misrepresent his age, those in the know are aware of the common practice of age manipulation in the sports world. That evening, Coach Popovich graciously invited Chen Ji to dinner, during which he even encountered the legendary Tim Duncan, a seemingly stoic figure who surprisingly possesses a humorous side. Upon seeing him, Chen Ji couldn't help but smile, reminded of Duncan's iconic windmill dunk. It was reminiscent of the playful antics of the Golden State's own Zach LaVine. Interestingly, during their dinner conversation, one spoke in American English while the other communicated in Sichuan-accented Mandarin, yet their dialogue flowed seamlessly. Chen Ji, not particularly fluent in English, managed only a few phrases: "Don't tiger me and don't intimidate me. Observe the sister and cousin. You and I, we are alike." However, Chen Ji possesses an exceptional ability to comprehend American English, particularly the wit of Popovich and Duncan. The reason is not attributed to any inherent linguistic talent, but rather to the extensive exposure to pirated live broadcasts. He has indulged in numerous NBA games, all narrated in English. His understanding of basketball terminology, as well as his grasp of his teammates' names and styles, is remarkably intuitive. This proficiency pleases the venerable Popovich, who has but one requirement when selecting players: a sense of humor. One might wonder what humor has to do with playing basketball. In truth, the disparity in skill among players associated with the NBA is akin to the differences observed among ordinary individuals. They all appear quite similar. At this juncture, intellect becomes paramount. Do basketball players require intelligence? This is indeed a pertinent question. Conversely, what endeavor does not necessitate mental acuity? A young, talented player with intellect is how Coach Popovich appraises Chen Ji. Regarding the team's outlook for the upcoming season, this inquiry is perhaps inappropriate for a mere 19-year-old. Yet, Chen Ji's maturity piques Coach Popovich's curiosity, prompting him to ask further. What are his thoughts on the 2013 to 2014 NBA season? Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Ji confidently declares, "We will secure the championship ring." The use of "we" feels entirely natural, for Popovich has already extended a promise regarding the draft. This year, they possess 2 second-round picks, the 52nd and the 57th. It is anticipated that one of these selections will be used to draft Chen Ji. Regarding the issue of championship aspirations, Duncan, having recently faced defeat in the finals, felt a tinge of regret. However, the confidence exhibited by Chen Ji left both Popovich and Duncan momentarily speechless. "We will claim the championship." Such unwavering self-assurance from this young man is indeed remarkable. Undoubtedly, this is a hallmark of a supreme sharpshooter. What they were unaware of is that Chen Ji's confidence stemmed from an omniscient understanding of the future. The communication between the two parties was quite pleasant. Having received a draft commitment, Chen Ji did not linger in San Antonio, for his financial situation was less than prosperous. The expenses for this trip nearly consumed a year's worth of living costs for him and his partner, Zayabizu. Yet, one must sometimes invest to reap rewards. Upon returning home, Chen Ji embarked on an intensive training journey. One of the most intriguing aspects of basketball lies in the fact that many skills demand innate talent. For instance, Michael Jordan's signature fadeaway jumper, Durant's adept isolation play, Harden's step-back three-pointer, and Curry's remarkable long-range shooting. Each individual's physical condition is distinct. The same technique may be either unattainable or poorly executed. In a certain sense, basketball skills are akin to higher mathematics. Sometimes, even when presented with the answer, comprehension eludes you. In the intertwining realms of these two worlds, Chen Ji recognized his fortune. The skills he had previously mastered remained intact. Not only did they persist, but they were also enhanced by his current physicality. In professional basketball, physicality is paramount. Regardless of the finesse of one's techniques, if one's body falters under physical duress, even the most exquisite skills become utterly ineffective. Additionally, his defensive capabilities cannot be overlooked. Defense is an aspect that defies quantification. Rather, it predominantly embodies an attitude. Chen Ji is an individual who possesses an immense passion for defense. This inclination can be perplexing, as many individuals revel in scoring goals. Yet Chen Ji finds greater satisfaction in thwarting opponents. Whether it be a successful steal, a block, or creating pressure that leads to a rival's error. These are the endeavors that Chen Ji cherishes. Reflecting upon the disparity between ordinary individuals and professional athletes, Chen Ji is now capable of elucidating the answer. It lies in a small gem. With leisure time on his hands, he would carry his little treasure, a small baoju, for ventures such as hiking, enjoying the breeze, or grocery shopping. Upon returning, he would be seen with the small baoju, clutching celery and pork belly. The 2013 draft conference was swiftly approaching, and visitors began to arrive at Chen Ji's home. A few sports journalists lingered, albeit not the prominent figures one might expect, such as Yang Yi and Su Kun. Was the small baoju anxious? This was an indication of concern regarding Chen Ji's potential selection. The Spurs had maintained a low profile, and upon Chen Ji's return, he had been rather discreet, leaving no one aware of the verbal agreement he had reached with Coach Popovich. Although the seasoned coach is quite astute, he would not engage in frivolous antics regarding such matters. Moreover, the reference to the small baoju was not well received, as the journalist named Lin Zi, an obscure figure, was not widely recognized. By 2024, his name would likely fade into obscurity. Nevertheless, Chen Ji graciously acknowledged him, admitting to a slight nervousness, which immediately elicited laughter from those present, as his anxiety was hardly perceptible. What is the small Baoju's perspective on this year's draft? Chen Ji felt a strong urge to express his discontent with being called Little Bao, yet he knew it was futile, as the news columns and comment sections were inundated with that very name. A single misstep could lead to an everlasting regret. Even more astonishing, the true Little Bao would soon emerge in 4 years. Indeed, I refer to Li Yuru, the future cornerstone of women's basketball. At merely 16, she joined a professional team. At 17, she was selected for the national team. At 18, she claimed a gold medal at the Asian Games. And at 19, she was named the most valuable player of the WCBA Finals. A prodigious talent, indeed. As the saying goes, it is not terrifying to share a wardrobe. Rather, it is the one who lacks grace who should feel embarrassed. Chen Ji, the Little Bao, faces the daunting prospect of being overshadowed, nay, entirely eclipsed, by the authentic Little Bao. The thought alone is quite chilling. Yet, there is no turning back. When he took the court that fateful day, he unwittingly adopted that diminutive moniker. Alas, it is all the fault of Little Bao Zhu. When he travels abroad again, he must ensure to bring her along. Otherwise, he fears the loneliness of isolation. Chapter 6. The direction of the national team's gateway in 2013. The NBA was still under the stewardship of David Stern, marking his final year at the helm. This year's first overall pick was Anthony Bennett. Should you have begun following basketball in 2024, you would likely be oblivious to his name, for he faded into obscurity. If one were to compile a list of the most disappointing first overall picks in NBA history, Bennett would boldly claim the second position, while no one would dare to bestow upon him the first. This illustrates the lack of quality in this year's draft class. As Chen Ji lamented the subpar caliber of the draft, he suddenly heard the name Giannis Antetokounmpo. It struck a familiar chord, and his visage seemed reminiscent of someone he had encountered before. Upon further examination of the Bucks in their 15th overall pick, he began to ponder deeply. Suddenly, he couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief, "Isn't that Giannis?" Xiao Bao recognized him. Lindsay, the reporter, inquired with great curiosity. This was the first instance they had witnessed a look of astonishment on Chen Ji's face. Previously, he had appeared indifferent to which players other teams selected. It was only when the Bucks chose this unusually long-named, letter-laden Greek player that Chen Ji faltered. "I don't know him," he admitted, suppressing a sense of innocence. In truth, he yearned to declare that this individual would eventually ascend to the ranks of champion and MVP. Yet, Chen Ji was not inclined to divulge any insights he possessed regarding the future. Aside from Giannis, Chen Ji also overheard names like Oladipo, Gobert, McCollum, Hardaway, and Schroeder. These were all players who would later gain prominence, but that was where their significance ended. In the context of the 2013 NBA draft, absent Giannis, it could easily be contended as one of the worst draft years in NBA history. Here come the Spurs. Lindsay appeared quite anxious. In recent years, it has become somewhat challenging for basketball reporters, as Yao Ming had retired, Yi Jianlian had returned to the CBA, and the NBA's popularity in China relied heavily on the Lakers and Kobe. Of course, we must not overlook LeBron, with the Heat securing back-to-back championships. The controversial brotherhood of basketball had achieved a significant milestone. LeBron had successfully attracted a larger following of young fans. Finally, during the second round of the 2013 NBA draft, at the 52nd pick, the San Antonio Spurs selected Chen Ji from China. As these words were intermittently spoken by the league's vice president, Adam Silver, Chen Ji's household erupted in sheer excitement. In the realm of basketball journalism, including reporters like Lindsay, an air of exhilaration enveloped everyone. As a new Chinese player graced the NBA for the first time since Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian returned home in 2011. Although drafted lower than expected, there lingered a hint of disdain among fans and media alike, who remained somewhat aloof. After all, Yao Ming was the first overall pick, while Yi Jianlian was selected 6th in the first round. The precedents set by these esteemed figures cast a long shadow, leaving the younger generation, represented by Chen Ji, feeling somewhat apprehensive. The illustrious achievements of the past raised the stakes. Failure to excel in the NBA could lead to harsh criticism upon his return. Indeed, even Yi Jianlian had not escaped the clutches of public disapproval. Nonetheless, Chen Ji consoled himself with the notion that as long as he played in the NBA, every dollar earned came with a price of ridicule. Soon, the news that Chen Ji had been selected by the San Antonio Spurs spread like wildfire. It was an unexpected turn of events, almost absurd in its nature. Considering Chen Ji's background, his lack of intellectual prowess and minimal formal education, such circumstances seemed improbable, especially given that he had never undergone any systematic basketball training. Yet, the Spurs, enamored by his audacity in dunking over Tracy McGrady, welcomed him into the NBA. This situation undoubtedly posed a dilemma for the diligent professional players who toiled relentlessly in pursuit of excellence. However, the deed was done. It was futile to debate the validity of what had transpired. Now, a pressing question loomed before the journalists. Should Chen Ji be included in the national team to represent China in the 2013 Manila Asian Cup? This topic emerged abruptly, catching everyone off guard. There were no signs beforehand. If one could trace the selection of Chen Ji by the NBA, then his inclusion in the national team appeared utterly inexplicable. The Basketball Association had consistently failed to provide a definitive answer. Each time a journalist reached out, the response remained unchanged. We are currently evaluating the feasibility of this matter. Meanwhile, the fans were fervently eager, wholeheartedly wishing to see Chen Ji join the national team, generating a flurry of speculation. However, only Chen Ji was acutely aware that all this enthusiasm would come to naught. Throughout the entire process, no one had reached out to him. More astonishingly, Chen Ji, who aspired to serve his country, found himself unable to discover the way in. Indeed, he did not even know which direction the door to the national team opened. This, well, is perhaps better left unsaid. Thus, it remained so. It wasn't until a month later, just before the men's team was set to depart, that whispers of internal discussions began to surface. The word was that time was too tight, and suddenly adding Chen Ji would not align with the principles of player selection for the national team, as well as pose a challenge in terms of team cohesion. Consequently, the matter of Chen Ji and the national team faded into obscurity. On August 1, 2013, the Manila Asian Cup for men's basketball officially commenced. China faced South Korea, losing narrowly by 4 points with a score of 59-63. Chen Ji watched this match on television, feeling a surge of frustration akin to a cerebral hemorrhage, tempted to lash out. Yet, he seemed to recall that even more exasperating stories lay ahead, and thus he restrained himself. On August 2nd, the Chinese team triumphed over Malaysia with a staggering score of 113-22. A resounding victory by 91 points, a margin more substantial than the largest differential in NBA playoff history by 33 points. It felt as though the Chinese men's basketball team still possessed the prowess of a dominant force in Asia. Although Yao Ming has retired, most of the key players from the 2008 Olympics remain active. On August 3rd, the Chinese team secured a commanding victory against Iran with a score of 51-70. But after the triumph, they relaxed slightly and were caught off guard by the Iranian team. Not knowing what to say, let us skip that part. On August 5th, the Chinese team triumphed over Kazakhstan with a score of 73-67. The following day, they achieved another victory, defeating the Indian team 79-45, and on August 7th, they bested Bahrain with a score of 88-66. A splendid 3 consecutive victories, showcasing a sense of national pride, albeit against relatively weaker opponents. Winning was to be expected, while losing would have been unacceptable. As the knockout stage commenced, the overall sentiment prior to the matches was quite relaxed. After all, the goal of this Asian Cup was to secure a top 3 finish and obtain a berth for the 2014 FIBA Basketball World Cup in Spain. For the Chinese men's basketball team, this was not an insurmountable challenge. Being the dominant force in Asia is not merely a claim. However, tragedy often strikes when least expected. Chen Ji hardly recalls the events of this year, as he tends to selectively forget unpleasant memories. Otherwise, life would be too burdensome. Yet, reality dealt him a harsh blow. On August 9th, in the quarterfinals of the Asian Cup, the Chinese team faced off against Chinese Taipei. This was a match that was deemed a certainty for victory, partly due to the unique nature of the opponent, and partly because the Chinese men's basketball team had not lost to a provincial team in decades. From both a psychological and a competitive standpoint, it seemed an unwinnable match. However, when the game concluded, Chen Ji silently cut off the power. Let us not dwell on the outcome. Ultimately, the men's basketball team finished in 5th place, tragically missing the opportunity to qualify for the World Cup. However, Chen Ji is acutely aware that this is not the ultimate limit for the men's basketball team. There are still numerous boundaries yet to be transcended in the future. Therefore, He resolves to calm his emotions and take the little treasure to the secret base for some shooting practice. Chapter 7. Running with the little treasure, the men's basketball team falters against Chinese Taipei, missing the chance to reach the semifinals. The Chinese men's basketball team has recorded its worst performance in 38 years. It marks one of the darkest days in basketball history. They have lost. The men's basketball team is performing even worse than the men's football team. One must ask, Chinese men's basketball, with such a cowardly display, do you have any shame? In 2013, fans and media still had a sense of dignity, with headlines directly branding the men's basketball team as a disgrace. When the city gates are engulfed in flames, innocent fish in the moat suffer. Chen Ji initially believed that the defeat of the men's basketball team in Manila had nothing to do with him. After all, he had done nothing, not even deserving the title of a critic. Having experienced an era where merit prevailed, he understood that once the wheels of history begin to turn, no one can alter their course. What he had forgotten is that he is no longer merely a fan. He is now the only active NBA player in the country. The next morning, when he opened the door, he was greeted by a throng of reporters, microphones thrust in his face. What are your thoughts on the men's basketball team's loss? Do you believe your presence could lead to victory? Are you disappointed about not being selected for the national team? A barrage of questions ensued, and Chen Ji, clad in his oversized shorts and slippers, felt a wave of despair wash over him. It seemed that his disheveled appearance was about to trend on social media. What could he possibly say in such a situation? He decided to flee. Please wait while I change my clothes. With a calm demeanor, Chen Ji closed the door, went inside to gather a few garments, and then dressed the little treasure. Are we to relocate? Little Baozhu, in a daze, felt as though the sky was perpetually spinning. Indeed, let us depart at once. Ever since being drafted by the Spurs, the tranquility of daily life has been shattered. Although one is aware that fame comes at a price, and that many such days lie ahead, it is prudent to seek refuge. Regarding the loss of the men's basketball team, Chen Ji dared not utter a word. It was fortuitous that he was about to sign a player contract with the Spurs. Thus, he made a hasty escape abroad, cradling the sleepy little Baozhu as he leaped through the window. After hailing a taxi just outside the alley, they sped to the airport in a flurry. Fortunately, the residence of the venerable Coach Popovich was sufficiently spacious, allowing the unabashed Chen Ji to intrude without hesitation. In response to such shamelessness, Coach Popovich expressed his discontent. However, when Chen Ji personally prepared a pot of chicken stewed with mushrooms, the old gentleman relented. How vital it is to master a craft. Nonetheless, this did not alter the nature of Chen Ji's contract. As a second-round pick, his agreement bore no guarantees. The terms of pay and duration were entirely at the discretion of the team, and given the Spurs' limited salary cap, they could offer little. Fortunately, Chen Ji's demands were modest. The two parties reached a temporary agreement for a one-year contract worth $520,000. Upon receiving this contract, Chen Ji experienced a surreal blend of joy and anguish. Both were seasoned individuals, particularly the soul hailing from 2024, who had witnessed Jaylen Brown's 5-year, $300 million deal and Jason Tatum's 5-year, $315 million contract. In contrast, Chen Ji's contract of $520,000 over a year is akin to a mere trifle in the grand scheme of professional sports. However, he quickly found solace in his teammate Danny Green, who, despite being a second-round pick, was drafted a few years earlier, in 2009, as the 46th overall selection by the Cavaliers. His tenure there was short-lived, leading to his departure from the NBA, until the Spurs offered him a chance the following year. Yet, he only played 8 games, earning a modest $90,000. Nevertheless, having endured those tumultuous times, he now stands as a testament to success. Last year, Danny Green signed his first substantial contract with the Spurs, a 3-year deal worth $28 million. Greater contracts await him in the future. When Chen Ji uttered this sentiment, Danny Green appeared bewildered, uncertain of the source of his confidence. Yet, he found it refreshing, thus forging a brotherly bond with Chen Ji. Do not question his naivete. After all, this talent from the ancient Eastern nation had quickly ingratiated himself with Coach Popovich. Any astute individual would contemplate the implications of such an association, and fortuitously, Danny Green is indeed astute. In the years to come, he is destined to acquire 3 championship rings, and Chen Ji foresees a long-lasting partnership between them. Chen Ji even recalls his nickname, Iron Forest. attributed to his precision in three-point shooting and reliable defense. This moniker evolved into Emperor, inspired by the shared name with Zhang Tailan, who portrayed the Emperor in the classic series My Fair Princess. Naturally, Chen Ji intends to keep the origins of this title to himself. After all, in Manchu translates to father, which is rather amusing. Chen Ji is, after all, quite a normal individual. He believes that it is acceptable for others to refer to him as, but he finds it inappropriate to call others by that title. Thus, playful banter among fans is permissible, but earnestness is not. Initially, the practice court was only occupied by Danny Green, who accompanied Chen Ji in his training. However, at some unknown point, an additional figure emerged, a taciturn individual resembling a humanoid titan. At first, Chen Ji was focused on his own training, oblivious to the presence of this person. It was only when he turned abruptly that he caught a glimpse of him, prompting a second glance. Ah, Kawhi Leonard. Due to translation discrepancies, his name, Kawhi, is sometimes rendered as, although he occasionally appears somewhat endearing, referring to him as seems unnecessary, suffices. This is indeed a true. Having just graduated from the second grade, and as the new season commences, he is already advancing to the third, a quietly formidable character. To say he is unnoticed might be a tad unfair, yet compared to a prodigy like LeBron James, Kawhi in 2013 was scarcely known outside of Spurs fans. Following a session of strength training, Chen Ji suddenly felt empowered. He boldly approached with the ball, signaling for a one-on-one challenge. Paused momentarily, then obliged his request. However, Chen Ji soon learned the cost of his arrogance. His dribbling and shooting seemed utterly futile against prowess. This revelation was quite disheartening. As the game progressed, Chen Ji began to exhibit signs of frustration. Upon observing S long arms approaching, he was met with a sweeping arm movement that left him reeling. The lengthy journey circled back to the fact that little Kawhi hesitated to engage in close defensive play, which ultimately afforded him a sliver of opportunity. Leveraging his height and weight, he managed to score a couple of points. What Chen Ji was unaware of was that, in his introversion, little Kawhi was even more withdrawn. He was aware of the newcomers in the team and had heard that Coach Popovich held them in high regard, even welcoming them into his home. This naturally instilled a sense of unease within him. The current little Kawhi is not the same as the one who will emerge next year. His sense of crisis is palpable. In this league, falling out of favor invariably leads to diminished playing time and declining statistics. A reduction in playing time and stats signifies a potential halving of one's contract, or worse, the peril of fading from the league altogether. Little Kawhi has keenly felt this reality, having experienced it firsthand upon entering the league. In fact, he was not even selected by the Spurs in 2011. He was picked by the Indiana Pacers as the 15th overall choice in the first round, yet they did not hold out much hope for him. Perhaps it was due to the awkwardness in his technical movements that led the Spurs to acquire him merely in exchange for George Hill, not a one-for-one trade, but rather a three-for-one, bringing back little Kawhi, Bertans, and Loa Cabarrot. At that time, the trade seemed sound. However, time would reveal that one side would emerge as the fool, with the Pacers assuming that unfortunate role. Chapter 8. The young Kawhi and Green. The one-on-one matchup between Chen Ji and little Kawhi astonished Danny Green, who observed from the sidelines. To speak candidly, within the entire Spurs roster, there exists no player capable of matching little Kawhi in a one-on-one contest. This is indeed a remarkable truth, yet it is an undeniable reality. Among the venerable trio of the old GDP, Duncan, born in '76, is now 37 years of age. Although he has managed to maintain his form remarkably well, his defensive prowess relies heavily on experience, while his offensive contributions have dwindled to mere survival. The other two members, the French speedster Parker at 31 and the crafty gin Billy at 36, are both struggling to keep pace. In comparison to the robust young Leonard, it is evident that the youth of today often eschew the principles of fair play. Chen Ji, too, embodies this disregard for sportsmanship, resorting to any means necessary to secure victory. Undoubtedly, he cannot match Leonard, who, at this juncture, boasts intact knees and formidable athleticism. One vigorous confrontation would likely cause Chen Ji's movements to falter, a scenario that is simply unavoidable. The only recourse available to him is to deliberately provoke physical contact and audaciously shout for fouls without a shred of shame. Such behavior hardly epitomizes a legitimate basketball player. Not only Leonard, but even Danny Green is left bewildered. They have never encountered anyone who intentionally leans into others in such a manner. To clarify, leaning into an opponent is a common and often employed technique. For instance, executing a pump fake to draw the defender in, followed by a slight nudge to earn 2 free throws. However, Chen Ji has reduced this maneuver to its simplest form. He forgoes the pretense of deception and simply barges in. Even if one stands motionless, he can latch onto an opponent's forearm, hand, or even a stray hair, instantly drawing a foul. Such instances of contact between a shooter and a defender undeniably constitute a foul under current regulations. But one must ponder, does this truly represent the essence of basketball? Once again, Chen Ji's playful antics left little Card at a loss, unsure of where to place his hands. His eyes widened in bewilderment, brimming with questions. What had just transpired? He took a step back, instinctively placing his hands behind his back, nearly wishing to sever them altogether. Yet, Chen Ji advanced with a swift step, and as their bodies were on the verge of contact, he executed a deft maneuver. Retrieving the ball from the ground and effortlessly tossing it skyward, brushing against little Card's side. A foul. At the moment the offensive player released the ball, he had indeed made contact with his arm, disrupting his shooting motion. It was undoubtedly a foul, with little room for debate. However, were they truly playing the same version of basketball? Little Card and Danny Green, inexperienced in such encounters, found themselves bewildered by the audacious style of play. Even Chen Ji could hardly contain his amusement, astonished that his most proficient skill had inadvertently mirrored James Harden's notorious knack for drawing fouls. In the year 2013, the fearsome Rockets had yet to fully materialize, and such deliberate attempts to provoke fouls were unfamiliar to most players. Typically, in moments of desperation, one might resort to a hasty sidestep or a reckless shot. Despite feeling frustrated, it was peculiar that Little Card did not retaliate nor concede defeat. He simply focused on defense, seemingly intent on discovering Chen Ji's limits. The ball remained firmly in Chen Ji's possession, compelling him to attack. Observing Little Card, who stood just a step away with his hands behind his back, Chen Ji seized the moment, launching a shot while straddling the three-point line. It was a near-miss three-pointer. Swish. Perfectly executed and delightfully crisp. Kawhi turned around and scratched his head, feeling a bit perplexed. He remained a grounded individual, fully aware that Chen Ji's technical maneuvers lacked integrity. However, after being struck, he found himself at a loss for words. Competitive sports transcend morality, focusing solely on victory and defeat. If he could not devise a method to thwart Chen Ji's relentless advances, he would have no choice but to allow him to attempt a shot. Let me give it a try. Danny Green suddenly felt compelled. Both players, rooted in defensive prowess, found themselves intrigued by an opponent with distinctive offensive skills. Kawhi, non-committal, stepped aside yet remained close, crouching on a basketball as he observed the one-on-one between Chen Ji and Danny Green. The offensive sequence unfolded as before. Danny retrieved a basketball, bounced it into Chen Ji's hands, then positioned his body against him with both hands behind his back. This was the only tactic he could conceive. Yet, Chen Ji effortlessly sidestepped him with a single stride, and once past, he executed a quick leap. Watching Chen Ji soar into the air, Danny found himself scratching his head in disbelief. To be frank, Chen Ji's style of play was markedly polarizing, and the disparity was pronounced. Given his adeptness at drawing fouls, it was evident he was a seasoned player. His seemingly lethargic movements, with feet scarcely leaving the ground, often masked his remarkable leaping ability and explosive power. However, once he launched into action, his astonishing height and strength left onlookers in awe. It was no wonder the coach permitted him to reside at his home. He was indeed a hidden gem. Danny Green conceded defeat. Let's engage in an American-style one-on-one, without the foul play. The essence of this American-style duel was to limit the offensive player's dribbles, mandating that a shot be taken before the third dribble occurred. Simultaneously, one must not casually call fouls. Even genuine infractions are deemed unacceptable, Chen Ji has come to realize. It appears they seek vengeance, with Kawhi taking the lead. Should the rules disallow incidental fouls, Chen Ji would once again find himself in the predicament of struggling offensively. Even if his initial step secures position during his advance, he may be forcibly displaced by Kawhi's physicality. Moreover, the number of dribbles is limited. A mere stumble renders further dribbling impossible, leaving him to awkwardly contend against his defender. Consequently, he would be left to miss shots with a resounding clang. The trio engaged in a series of American one-on-one matchups, providing Chen Ji with a rough assessment of his own capabilities. In 2013, Kawhi was not yet the refined version of the legendary Joe within the team. He occupied a role akin to that of a commendable starting player. He remained a distance away from all-star status, perhaps requiring the prowess of a Danny Green to bridge that gap. Indeed, the combined statistics of the two could nearly qualify as all-star reserves. Chen Ji perceived his own abilities to lie somewhere between Danny Green and Kawhi, slightly surpassing the shorter Green. However, without the allowance of fouls, he found himself unable to contend with Kawhi's robust physique. To be frank, if he struggled this year, next year would prove even more formidable. Once Kawhi secures his position, that is the future, which must remain undisclosed. It is anticipated that from the upcoming season onward, Kawhi will be nurtured as a focal point of the team. In assuming the mantle from DGP, both his statistics and performance are expected to soar. Chen Ji felt quite optimistic about his genuine abilities. While he dared not yet envision being a starting player, he held aspirations for a brief rotation. The goal for the new season is to earn playing time and achieve a few standout performances. Does it hurt? Little Baozhu observed quietly from the side, her small hands clasped, refraining from uttering a sound until Chen Ji concluded his work. Not bad, Chen Ji chuckled through gritted teeth, acknowledging the intensity of the competition. Particularly during the American-style one-on-one matches, the physical confrontations were relentless. Just moments ago, he had exploited a foul to gain the upper hand against his opponents. Little Card and Danny Green, who retaliated without holding back, delivering a thorough thrashing to Chen Ji. His shirt had ridden up, revealing a patchwork of bruises. Fortunately, his dignity remained intact, as they were teammates, and tempers did not flare. It's all right, don't cry. Many people yearn for this opportunity, but cannot attain it. Once we earn some money, we shall return home. As was customary, Chen Ji hoisted little Baozhu onto his back. We'll wash up, enjoy a hearty meal, and return tomorrow. Chapter 9. This child is no ordinary one. The following day, the trio continued their vigorous training. Little Baozhu extended a special invitation for everyone to join her for dinner. She personally took to the kitchen, preparing several dishes palatable to foreigners, which included stir-fried tomatoes with eggs, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, kung pao chicken, and sweet and sour pork. To be candid, a gathering devoid of hot pot and spice felt somewhat lacking. However, Little Card and Danny Green, experiencing authentic Chinese cuisine for the first time, were gracious enough to indulge. Although they claimed they wouldn't eat, their bodies betrayed them, and they ultimately devoured every morsel. On the third day, as they trained together again, the atmosphere had transformed into one of harmony, with far fewer elbows flying about. This development brought a sense of relief to little Baozhu, her face adorned with a smile. However, when it came to food, Chen Ji harbored some doubts. It is often said that Chinese cuisine lacks scientific merit, and that professional athletes must meticulously regulate their diets. He found this assertion to hold considerable weight. However, each time Zaibazu brought him a steaming bowl of spicy chicken cubes, irresistibly fiery and appetizing, he found himself unable to resist devouring 3 bowls of rice. Initially, he felt a tinge of guilt, but suddenly it all made sense. Before the advent of science, Zaibazu had nurtured him to be tall and robust, a clear indication that many phenomena elude scientific explanation. With the arrival of the Golden Autumn in October, an increasing number of Spurs players returned to San Antonio. Chen Ji also reunited with the other 2 members of the famed GDP trio, the French speedster Tony Parker and the Argentine wizard Manu Ginobili. With everyone present, the practice sessions commenced. Chen Ji was assigned to the hydration squad, the rookie position responsible for waving towels and cheering on teammates. The current starting lineup of the Spurs included Duncan, Splitter, Kawhi Leonard, Danny Green, and Parker. The bench players featured Diaw, Ginobili, Mills, Bonner, and Bellinelli. These were all names of repute within the NBA. From a roster perspective, the disparity in skill between starters and substitutes was minimal. This season, the Spurs adopted a long rotation strategy, with scarcely any player averaging over 30 minutes of playtime. This signified that more players would have opportunities to take the court. Chen Ji felt he had a chance, yet after several consecutive team practices, he found himself sitting on the bench without even a minute of playing time. The reason for this remained a mystery, and Coach Popovich offered no explanation. Chen Ji refrained from inquiring further. Instead, he resolved to intensify his personal training regimen. pushing himself to the limits each day. He certainly did not want to find himself in a situation akin to that of Zhou Qi, who, after finally earning some playing time, failed to deliver a commendable performance. In the end, all that remained was a whispered admission of unpreparedness before departing quietly. The wait is invariably prolonged, yet Chen Ji possesses remarkable patience. Whenever he feels overwhelmed, he takes out the contract to remind himself. An annual salary of $520,000 may seem meager compared to his teammates, yet it translates to a substantial 3.5 million yuan. Even if he merely waved a towel as a cheerleader for an entire year, he would still witness the games and receive his pay. What more could he desire? Contemplating in this manner brings him a sense of reassurance. He takes the time to observe the positioning and shooting habits of each teammate. Just as he presumed that this would be his routine for the foreseeable future, one day Coach Popovich unexpectedly called his name. "Xiao Bao, it's your turn, replace Splitter." Coach Popovich's voice was not particularly loud. Had Chen Ji not maintained his focus, he might have missed it entirely. Upon hearing his name, Chen Ji rose instantly. Curiously, Coach Popovich did not assign him to the bench unit, but placed him directly in the starting lineup, partnering with Duncan in the post, while Leonard, Danny Green, and Parker occupied the perimeter. "Xiao Bao, do you want me to pass you the ball?" Danny Green's laughter was somewhat ambiguous, yet his intentions were sincere. Chen Ji could only nod in response. The frequent calls of Xiao Bao from his teammates, who spent their days together, had become commonplace, leading to an unspoken awkwardness for Chen Ji. Meanwhile, Xiao Baozhu cheered him on from the sidelines, raising her little fist in encouragement. Chen Ji acknowledged her with a nod. As long as Xiao Baozhu was pleased, he would embrace the title of Xiao Bao. On his inaugural appearance, Chen felt a tinge of anxiety coursing through him, accompanied by a palpable warmth enveloping his body. With a heart akin to a fierce tiger, he took a moment to savor the delicate fragrance of roses. "Steady yourself." Chen raised his gaze to his opponent, the equally towering shooter, Bonner. He had meticulously reviewed Bonner's statistics from the previous season, noting his average of 13.4 minutes per game, with 1.8 attempts from beyond the arc, successfully sinking 0.8 of those. Although his attempts were modest, his three-point shooting percentage exceeded 40, a statistic that significantly enhanced the spatial attributes of this formidable shooter. As Chen took to the court, he positioned himself alongside Bonner at the corner, awaiting an opportunity. The bench unit initiated the offense. Ginobili, with the ball in hand, received a screen from Dia, drawing Duncan away from the paint. The interior was now vulnerable. Ginobili executed a serpentine drive, weaving through defenders. Chen found himself in a precarious dilemma: relinquish Bonner or allow Ginobili an unobstructed layup. Both choices were akin to consuming poison, each capable of dire consequences. "Green, cover me." In that moment, he could only rely on his teammate for assistance. Chen shouted, pivoting toward the basket just in time to intercept as Ginobili gathered the ball. It was a commendable defensive effort, yet Ginobili, with the ball clasped between both hands, employed his signature serpentine maneuver, entangling Chen and preparing for a layup. Those who orchestrate the rhythm of the game often prove most vexing, and Ginobili was a maestro in that regard, particularly with his elusive drives and layups that concealed his release point, rendering any attempt at a block futile. Nevertheless, Chen was well versed in the fundamental principles of defensive positioning. He anchored his left hand against Bonner's waist while raising his right hand high, refraining from jumping prematurely. Patience was key. He awaited Ginobili's ascent. He felt it. Chen Ji's impressive wingspan of 218 centimeters proved invaluable, as he managed to slightly graze the ball without even jumping when Ginobili took his shot. That was close. The basketball grazed the rim and fell into the net. Chen Ji swiftly positioned himself against Ginobili, securing the rebound with ease. Glancing back, he noticed Parker and Danny Green sprinting down the court. This was an opportunity. Chen Ji hurled the ball forward, leading Danny Green perfectly, allowing it to land seamlessly before him. Without needing to adjust, Green seized the ball and made a layup. What a splendid play. Coach Popovich clapped enthusiastically from the sidelines. Unaware of Chen Ji's remarkable long passing ability, he instructed assistant coach Max to jot this down on a notepad, simultaneously expressing his admiration for Chen Ji's defensive choices. "Well done, young talent." Danny Green approached Chen Ji for a high five, and Chen Ji playfully raised his hand high, prompting Green to leap to reach it. Everything was understood without words. Their camaraderie was delightful. Popovich signaled for Max to take note of this. In just a brief possession, so many qualities were showcased. This young man is extraordinary. However, recalling that he had the audacity to visit his home shortly after arriving in America, Coach Popovich realized he had always been remarkable. Chapter 10. Time cannot catch the white horse. It was merely an ordinary intra-squad scrimmage. Assistant Coach Max was astonished to find his notebook filled with observations about the rookie wearing number 52. Coach Popovich, unable to restrain himself, allowed Chen Ji to play the full 20 minutes, pairing him with Duncan, Dia, and even Splitter in the paint. When it concluded, he simply remarked, "We have struck gold." In the realm of professional basketball, there exists a subtle, yet crucial skill known as basketball IQ. Prior to the emergence of Nikola Jokic, although many acknowledged its significance, it did not seem to hold paramount importance. Ultimately, physical prowess reigned supreme. However, today, Chen Ji refrained from hastily showcasing his scoring abilities, opting instead to demonstrate his basketball intellect. What exactly is basketball IQ? To put it plainly, it is the ability to play the game well. Take Xiao Bao, for instance. Why does everyone affectionately refer to Chen Ji as Xiao Bao? Despite his lack of endearing qualities and somewhat mischievous demeanor, it is hard to believe that in just 20 minutes, he had never played professional basketball before. He possesses an uncanny awareness of his teammates' positions. As if he had perused a detailed map, the ball in his hands consistently finds its way to the right place at the right time. Furthermore, he rarely falters defensively. Whether contesting a three-pointer against Parker or holding his ground against Duncan in the paint, his performance transcends that of a typical rookie. Assistant coaches Max and Udoka exchanged glances, having previously assumed that Chen Ji was selected by the team due to his skin color and nationality. They were pleasantly surprised to discover that this young man possesses genuine talent. An adept defender, a skilled passer, and a level-headed individual. He embodies the essence of the San Antonio Spurs team culture. A standing ovation from the scouts is well-deserved. As the intra-squad scrimmage concluded, Duncan led the applause, joined by Ginobili, while several veteran players expressed their approval of Chen Ji's presence, a testament to his skill level. In the 2013 to 2014 Spurs season, if one were to overlook the outcome, they might perceive the team as rather unremarkable. In hindsight, a term known as star quality emerges. What, then, constitutes star quality? Like James, Antetokounmpo, Jokic, Curry, Durant, and Doncic, these are the hallmarks of a true superstar. Prior to their championship pursuit in 2024, the Celtics were derided for lacking star power. Yet their dynamic duo still averaged around 25 points per game. In stark contrast, the 2013 Spurs boasted not a single player averaging over 20 points. In fact, they fell short even of 17 or 18. This was a quintessentially team-oriented squad, eschewing personal heroics, not out of unwillingness, but rather due to the absence of such individuals within their ranks. The veteran trio was nearing the end of their primes, and their remarkable success had deprived them of opportunities to select promising young talents in the draft. The few young players on the roster, such as Kawhi and Danny Green, were acquired through astute maneuvering. In terms of physical prowess, the Spurs were nearly at the bottom of the league. However, they compensated with an intellectual approach to the game. Every player understood their role and what was required of them on the court, functioning like a flawlessly calibrated machine. This is also why Coach Popovich, despite having a decent rapport with Chen Ji, had not yet integrated him into the lineup. As the regular season approached and practice sessions were drawing to a close, they finally considered allowing a newcomer to gain some experience, only to be pleasantly surprised by the emergence of another capable player. This is indeed a fortunate dilemma. Today, Little Pearl prepared 2 exquisite dishes. Although Chen Ji abstains from alcohol, he indulged in an extra 2 bowls of rice. Having satisfied his hunger, he poured himself 2 bowls of rich meat broth. With an abundance of energy seeking an outlet, he placed the little jewel upon his back and began to chase his own shadow in the garden of the venerable Mr. Popovich, under the gentle caress of the moonlight. At this hour each day, the little jewel found her utmost joy. She spread her arms wide, attempting to grasp the breeze that danced past her. In a moment of sheer delight and freedom, she began to sing that familiar melody. The wind transforms the rain into blossoms. Time cannot catch the white steed. Do you still hold tightly to the dreams whispered in your youthful palms? The clouds billow into summer, while tears are evaporated by the passage of time. On this path, have any of us lost our way? Chen Ji, fatigued from running, paused, and the two nestled together upon the grass. In this world that felt both familiar and foreign. As long as they were close, there was nothing insurmountable. Time flew swiftly, and the regular season was about to commence. The opening game bore no significance for the Spurs, which left Chen Ji feeling a sense of estrangement. Magic versus Pacers. What was this? Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the year 2013, a time not long after the departure of the formidable Dwight Howard from the Magic, his presence still lingering. Meanwhile, the Pacers boasted Paul George, a supernova who had been making waves against the Heat's Big Three in the Eastern playoffs, with a future brimming with promise. This was the season's inaugural match, occurring at an early hour, likely attracting only a handful of devoted fans. However, the subsequent game promised excitement. Bulls versus Heat. The trio of the Heat, James, Wade, and Bosh, required no introduction. They epitomized peak teamwork and the essence of brotherhood in basketball. The Bulls, undeterred, boasted the youngest regular season MVP, Derrick Rose, the formidable Jimmy Butler, and the Defensive Player of the Year candidate, Joakim Noah. It was anticipated that the Heat would emerge victorious. The Heat, riding high on the momentum of back-to-back championships, held the best odds for the title in the league this season, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, the prospect of a three-peat appeared promising. The final match featured the Clippers versus the Lakers, though the star power was somewhat diminished due to the absence of the iconic Kobe Bryant, who, in the twilight of his career, was unable to withstand the ravages of injury. Nevertheless, the Lakers triumphed. This marked the inaugural day of the season's games. The entire coaching staff of the Spurs, along with players and their families, gathered at the grand estate of the venerable Greg Popovich to indulge in fine wine, exquisite cuisine, and a leisurely pre-game ambience. It was here that Chen Ji unexpectedly encountered Kawhi Leonard's girlfriend. This was not due to her beauty, but rather the surprise of her presence. He had assumed Kawhi was rather clueless in such matters. Unsurprisingly, both Chen Ji and his companion, Baoju, attracted heightened curiosity and attention due to their East Asian features. Chen Ji fared better, but Baoju was swiftly whisked away by Kawhi's girlfriend, prompting Chen Ji to feel a pang of concern. Baoju's proficiency in foreign languages was indeed limited. Although she managed to memorize a few words daily, her ability to engage in meaningful conversation was restricted to the simplest exchanges. "You need friends," Kawhi succinctly pointed out. Chen Ji paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. While the women engaged in private conversation, the men congregated to watch the Heat's match, recognizing their enhanced strength compared to the previous year. Observing the Miami Heat's victory over the formidable Chicago Bulls, the assistant coach, Max, let out a slight sigh. It would be disingenuous to claim that last season's defeat to the Heat did not affect him. This season, everyone is holding their breath. Yet the prowess of the Heat is indisputable. Meanwhile, the seasoned trio has aged another year. Can the younger generation shoulder the future? His gaze fell upon Little K, and then to Chen Ji beside him, feeling that the fate of the future rested upon these two individuals. Chapter 11. Monkeys in Combat. Little Baiju appeared to have indulged in a bit of wine. The banquet had yet to conclude, yet she nestled against Chen Ji, remaining motionless. "I shall take my leave now. You all enjoy yourselves." Chen Ji bid farewell to his teammates, cradling Little Baiju as he returned to his room. Transitioning from the lively atmosphere to a tranquil space, he undressed Little Baiju and prepared a warm bath for her. What initially felt like an ordinary task suddenly sparked a reaction within him. Unable to resist, he playfully pinched her soft form, eliciting a soft grunt from her, prompting him to quickly retract his mischievous hand. Momentarily taken aback, he soon realized that there was a slight abnormality in their interaction. However, it seemed that nothing was truly amiss. Having spent every day together for over a decade, they had never shied away from each other. Having shared everything from childhood play to the trials of adolescence, nothing seemed extraordinary about it. The intricacies of a girl's hair could be troublesome after washing it. He wrapped it in a cloth, carefully blow-drying and letting it air out. The fragrant scent was quite delightful. Once tidied up, he lay down, using Little Baiju as a blanket, placing her gently against his chest and abdomen. She was still warm. Another playful pinch elicited another soft grunt, reminiscent of a little pink pig, which was quite amusing. He soon drifted into a drowsy slumber. When he next opened his eyes, dawn had arrived. Today marks the second day of the competition, and the teams that did not take the court yesterday have made their appearance. The San Antonio Spurs are no exception. hosting their first opponent of the season, the Memphis Grizzlies. Chen Ji waves a towel from the bench, although he has been included in the 12-man roster. Whether he will take to the court depends on the coaching staff's decisions. In this inaugural game of the season, he finds himself hoping for an early lead. Chen Ji feels a twinge of mischief. Whether the Grizzlies are overwhelmed or his own team faces defeat seems inconsequential. As a substitute among substitutes, his chances of stepping onto the court hinge on the game's progression. While his thoughts are well-intentioned, the Grizzlies are not making it easy. Observing Marc Gasol and Zach Randolph on the court, Chen Ji is reminded that the Grizzlies are still in the era of the grit and grind. A mere title reveals much. They are not easily intimidated, yet they do not possess elite prowess. Consequently, the game unfolds in a sluggish manner. At the end of the first quarter, the towel in Chen Ji's hand has begun to shed fibers, with the score standing at a mere 20-18. The combined points of both teams have yet to reach 40, leaving Chen Ji, accustomed to the barrage of three-pointers, feeling somewhat disoriented. He also harbors a sense of regret. If this trend continues, he fears there may be little opportunity for him throughout the game. As he contemplates this, the second quarter begins. What should have been a contest of alternating lineups devolving into a battle of mediocrity does not materialize. On the Grizzlies side, there are Pondexter, Mike Miller, Kufos, and Bayless, names that feel foreign to Chen Ji, who struggles to recall any of them. Meanwhile, the Spurs boast the presence of Jin Billy. Under the leadership of Jin Billy, the team executed a remarkable 10-2 run, compelling the Grizzlies to call a timeout. Following the break, they elegantly surged again with a 9-3 streak, extending their lead to a formidable 12 points. With this margin, victory seemed plausible. Chen Ji sat on the sidelines, eager to contribute. However, Coach Popovich's gaze never fell upon him. By the end of the first half, the Spurs led the Grizzlies 48-27, boasting a 21-point advantage. The second quarter was nothing short of spectacular, with a staggering score of 30-7. This lead, in this era, signified a near-certain victory, especially against a team like the Grizzlies, who relied heavily on laboriously pounding the ball inside, often without success. During halftime, Coach Popovich summoned Danny Green and admonished him for several careless mistakes made in the first half. Despite the significant lead, Popovich insisted that any form of elementary error must be avoided. The current Spurs lacked a superstar, and their path to victory lay solely in minimizing mistakes and fostering teamwork. To claim that the Spurs had no superstar would be a disservice to Duncan, who is undeniably the greatest power forward in the annals of the league. Chen Ji couldn't help but glance at Duncan, who resembled a stoic statue, both on and off the court, his thoughts inscrutable. Yet, he had relinquished control. Unlike Kobe and LeBron, who continued to dominate in the twilight of their careers, Duncan had gracefully passed on the reins at the appropriate moment. Consequently, his statistics appeared rather lackluster. A player averaging merely 10 attempts and 10 points per game is utterly inconceivable for a team leader. Yet, the Spurs have persevered in their victories over the years, for winning resolves all troubles. The halftime intermission swiftly came to a close. The second half unfolded in a tranquil manner, with both teams exchanging blows, as time unknowingly progressed towards its conclusion. The Spurs managed to maintain their lead until the final whistle, securing a steady victory in their season opener. Meanwhile, Chen Ji found himself without a single second on the court. The most arduous aspect for a newcomer is the agonizing wait. However, not stepping onto the floor means evading criticism. Coach Popovich was berating the players. Despite the triumph, those who faltered still faced his ire, particularly Parker. With the team enjoying a substantial lead in the first half, Parker began to manage the tempo in the second half, occasionally prolonging the play to such an extent that his final decisions appeared rushed. This was also a consequence of the Grizzlies' sluggish transition between offense and defense. Had the opponent been the Heat, the outcome might have been decidedly different. Ultimately, the score stood at 94-101, with the Spurs triumphing by a narrow margin of 7 points. It was a significant day for basketball, featuring a total of 14 games with 28 teams in action. Chen Ji, nestled in bed with his cherished little gem, perused the statistics. He first sought out the Spurs and found his name on the roster. Yet, it was disheartening to see no minutes logged beside his name, merely a series of dashes. A tinge of regret washed over him. But it was merely the first game. There was no need for haste. As he continued to scroll, a sudden exclamation broke the silence. A pack of beasts. To which the little gem nodded in agreement. As they perused the current player statistics leaderboard, Durant scored 42 points, Thompson 38, George 32, Lillard 32, and Love 31. A genuine sense of envy washed over me. I do not aspire to score over 30 points. I would be content if I could simply play for 30 minutes. Please do not hold it against me. Chen Ji felt a twinge of embarrassment, as Little Pearl's hand had suddenly ventured into inappropriate territory, even giving it a little squeeze. However, Little Pearl was unyielding. She had never perceived this as anything of significance before, yet suddenly, her latent talents seemed to awaken. Perhaps it was merely an influence from Kawhi's girlfriend, as both the knowledgeable and the uninformed experienced a modicum of enlightenment. Though I am uncertain of the purpose of this, the sheer enjoyment of the experience is undeniable. Strangely enough, my breathing became slightly erratic, as if something within me yearned to break free. I sensed impending trouble if I continued. Chen Ji issued a final warning, yet Little Pearl, with her big, sparkling eyes, suddenly lowered her head and gave a lick. This was simply intolerable. The monkey has gone off to fight. Chapter 12. The first professional basket. Something felt amiss. Little Pearl appeared uncomfortable. Chen Ji immediately halted, instinctively believing her monthly cycle had commenced, as she had seen blood. Forgive Chen Ji for his naivety. He had been a recluse in his past life, and this was his first experience in this life, leaving him somewhat flustered and at a loss. He momentarily forgot everything else. However, Little Pearl soon regained her composure. Noticing his hesitation, she took the initiative, albeit slightly. This peculiar first encounter was completed. The next day arrived, and there were no games scheduled, only a team training session. Coach Popovich has once again placed Chen Ji in the starting lineup, partnering him with Duncan, Kawhi, Parker, and Green. He has usurped Splitter's position. Yet it is rather peculiar that when it comes to official games, Chen Ji finds himself sidelined with a DNP designation. DNP, an abbreviation for did not play, signifies his absence from the court. Chen Ji feels an unjust parallel to Tatum, as both are included in the roster but are relegated to the sidelines during actual matches. On November 2nd, the Spurs faced off against the Lakers, ending with a score of 91-85. Chen Ji did not take to the court, nor did he catch a glimpse of Kobe. Initially, he contemplated lamenting the decline of the purple and gold dynasty. But upon realizing he hadn't even stepped onto the court for a minute, a pang of sorrow struck his heart, rendering him indifferent to the plight of others. The following day, November 3rd, the Spurs suffered a back-to-back defeat against the Pacers, with a score of 105-115. Chen Ji continued to be marked as DNP, though he had grown accustomed to it. The sole silver lining was that the team had disbursed salaries. This marked Chen Ji's first paycheck from the team, which was considerably less than he had anticipated. Upon thorough examination, he discovered that taxes had been deducted. With money now in his pocket, he set out with his little gem to find an apartment. Eventually, through the introduction of Danny Green, he secured a modest studio near the home arena. Although the space was somewhat cramped, the convenience of transportation was undeniable. He could simply walk to the arena each day, taking a day off. He also purchased a small gift for the venerable Coach Popovich as a token of gratitude, though his playing time had been non-existent. He had certainly enjoyed the hospitality provided during his stay. He was preparing for potential play the next day when, unexpectedly, Coach Popovich spoke up. Chen Ji initially believed he had misheard, but upon turning to see Popovich nodding, he confirmed the reality of the situation. What a surprise. It turned out they had been waiting right there. A peculiar feeling washed over him. Would this old man not allow him to play if he didn't step forward? With a bag in his left hand and another in his right, he was also adorned with a small bauble. To be fair, the bauble was no mere accessory. It too bore a load, carrying a bag and holding a storage box. Yet, at that moment, the symptoms of his koala syndrome had intensified. For no apparent reason. The bauble loved to cling to Chen Ji. He didn't resist. His strength had no other outlet, so having a little bauble hanging on him was quite pleasant. In their modest abode, a simple unpacking would suffice, followed by preparing a couple of dishes and simmering a soup. They would share bites, enjoying each other's company, until they were satiated and could roll around. And just like that, a day would pass. On November 6th, the Spurs faced the Nuggets on their home turf. Chen Ji was aware he would be taking to the court today, yet he had never anticipated starting. When assistant coach Marks called out Chen Ji's name, he sprang to his feet in surprise. Following Splitter, he stepped onto the court, discovering that Duncan was resting due to some tightness in his hip. Chen Ji was stepping in for Duncan directly. What a privilege. As he entered the game, his instincts drove him to seek out Jokic, fearing that encountering the hefty figure could spell disaster for him today. Fortunately, he found neither Jokic on the court nor on the bench. It suddenly dawned on him that it was still early. The esteemed Mr. Jokic had yet to enter the NBA. Observing the current starting lineup for the Nuggets, he noted the guards Lawson and Foy, forwards Farid and Hamilton, and the center McGee. Chen Ji's counterpart was Farid, a formidable figure with braided hair, exuding an air of intimidation. At that moment, Farid also took note of Chen Ji. Their eyes met, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. His expression hinted at eagerness, as if he believed that with Duncan absent and facing a less skilled opponent, the game would be more favorable today. Greg, is this too sudden? Greg, the name of Coach Popovich, was commonly referred to as Pop or Greg within the team. The one questioning was assistant coach Marks, who harbored concerns. Despite Chen Ji's impressive performance during practice, the team's big men were either aging or lacking in capability, primarily serving functional roles. Suddenly encountering a raw power forward like Farid could potentially shake the confidence of the younger players if things went awry. This is a trial they must face sooner or later. I can hardly wait, Coach Popovich implied. The astute Marks immediately grasped the underlying message. The team required its youth to step up, not merely for the future, but for the present, as Duncan's time was limited. The game commenced with Splitter and McGee jumping for the tip-off. McGee managed to touch the ball, but it landed in Chen Ji's hands. Feeling the heat of the moment, Chen Ji swiftly passed the ball to Parker behind him and took off running. It was his first game and first touch of the ball. To claim he wasn't nervous would be disingenuous. Following the routine from practice, Chen Ji dashed to the right corner to await Parker's arrival, ready to set a screen for him. With both hands clutching the ball, Lawson was momentarily ensnared, while Parker deftly maneuvered to the right, only to encounter Farid. The opportunity seemed bleak, prompting him to pivot and pass the ball behind him. Chen Ji, positioned beyond the three-point line, seized the moment. Before him stood Lawson, a guard standing at 180 centimeters, with a distance of merely a step separating them. Should he take the shot? Indeed. Chen Ji raised his hand to launch the ball. Yet it was merely a pass directed towards the waiting little Ka at the free-throw line. Prior to Curry's audacious three-point shots that transformed the league's dynamics, one was advised against taking a shot unless presented with a clear opening. Regardless of the outcome, criticism was inevitable, unless, of course, one was Kobe. Splitter stepped up to provide a screen, creating a barrier for Chen Ji. With a swift internal cut, he advanced 2 large strides into the paint. Little Ka raised his hand, delivering the ball with precision. This tactical maneuver was typically reserved for Duncan, who today remained on the sidelines, inadvertently benefiting Chen Ji. As Chen Ji received the ball, he glanced up to see the familiar visage of McGee. With a single hand, he lofted the ball skyward, prompting McGee to leap into action, his imposing figure striking a daunting pose. Chen Ji, unfazed and firmly planted on the ground, timed his shot perfectly, brushing against McGee before executing a delicate bank shot. Beep. 2 points secured. Exhilarated, Chen Ji couldn't help but applaud his own achievement. Little Ka and Green joined in the celebration, congratulating him on scoring his first career point. Yet, there was still a free throw to take. Standing at the line, Chen Ji nervously rubbed his hands together while cautiously glancing towards the coaching bench. Coach Popovich was applauding. Excellent. The adorable little Pearl, with her tiny hands cradling her cherubic face, tilted her head in a display of pure joy. Steady now. This was the moment for his inaugural free throw. The referee raised a finger, signaling a free throw. Once everyone was positioned correctly, he handed the ball to Chen Ji. At this moment, Chen Ji's mindset steadied. Calmly, he secured the ball, found his rhythm, and then lifted his hand to take the shot. Success. A three-pointer. His inaugural step in his professional career was remarkably steady. Chapter 13. First control the midsection, then push the lungs. While reveling in this moment, he couldn't help but recall LeBron's 411 project. Human nature often fears comparison. In light of LeBron's career achievements, over 40,000 points, more than 10,000 rebounds, and upwards of 10,000 assists, Chen Ji felt a profound sense of inadequacy. However, his aspirations needed to be more realistic. As a Chinese player, simply matching Yi Jianlian's NBA career would be commendable. To be frank, it is a pity for Yi Jianlian. His reserved personality often rendered him unable to express himself fully. After being selected by the NBA, his rapport with teammates was rather average. Over 5 years, he played for 4 different teams, averaging around 8 points and 5 rebounds. Based on these statistics, he could undoubtedly start for a weaker team. Yet, his lack of communication on the court and his elusive presence off it, where he seldom smiled when the cameras turned toward him, hindered his connection with fans. Many speculated that he had altered his age, but he enjoyed a lengthy career spanning 21 years, with 19 of those dedicated to serving his country, a testament to his extreme discipline and introverted nature. He epitomized the pinnacle of physical talent for individuals of Asian descent. To this day, he remains unrivaled. Chen Ji had previously held disdain for him, yet upon Ijilian's retirement, he realized that his elder brother had become the final visage of the national team. The Denver Nuggets launched an offense. Lawson directly attacked Parker, leveraging his youth and robust physique to slip past him effortlessly. However, the Spurs' defense extends far beyond a mere outer layer. Danny Green and Kawhi Leonard swiftly converge from the flanks, effectively trapping the opponent in the center. Lawson, obscured by Leonard, finds himself in a predicament, attempting a bounce pass to the inside for Farid. Upon receiving the ball, Farid spins to unleash a dunk, a display of sheer dominance. Chen Ji is lurking behind him, seemingly intent on contesting the shot. This cannot be allowed. First, he must be checked, and then the pressure applied. Farid roars as he elevates, the ball soaring alongside him. Chen Ji, with an innocent expression, inadvertently recovers the ball, uncertain whether to classify it as a steal, a block, or simply a turnover by the opponent. Referee, did you not see that? He elbowed me. Farid has always epitomized a ferocious playing style, known for his tenacity and aggression. And though he would rather not complain to the officials, being thwarted by a rookie is quite humiliating. Given that Chen Ji's actions were subtle and physical contact in the paint is commonplace, the referee chose to ignore the incident. Chen Ji notices Leonard sprinting down the court. With a lofty overhead pass, he sends the ball sailing over Leonard's head. Leonard receives it, hesitating momentarily, perhaps due to excessive force or a lapse in technique, just enough to momentarily mislead the defender. With a second burst of speed, he powers through for a layup, effortlessly securing 2 points. Chen Ji is certain he has achieved his first career assist. In such transitional plays, as long as the pass is precise. For a formidable forward like Leonard, whether it's a 1-on-0 or 1-on-1 situation, it is an assured opportunity. Accumulating assists is, indeed, quite straightforward. Coach Popovich raised his thumb from the sidelines, appreciating Chen Ji's style of play. As an interior player, he refrained from jumping unnecessarily, displaying excellent timing and control in his passing. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Once Duncan retired, this young man might just step up to fill the void. Moreover, with his floor-based playing approach, he could potentially sustain his performance for another 2 decades. Just as he felt a moment of elation, his mood soured upon witnessing the Nuggets executing a fast break. Hamilton launched a long pass, delivering the ball from the baseline to Farid at midcourt, who accelerated without hesitation upon reaching the center line. Upon encountering Chen Ji, Farid showed no sign of slowing down. He barreled through with force, heading straight for the basket. Splitter rushed over to provide assistance, forming a double team, but just as they did, Farid tossed the ball high into the air. This was a troubling moment for Chen Ji. He quickly turned around to see JaVale McGee soaring, snatching the ball at its apex for a thunderous 2-handed dunk. The Nuggets' play had a hint of the air aesthetic, and McGee, despite his mental shortcomings, was physically imposing. After the dunk, he let out a roar towards the sky. Farid, taking it a step further, shoved his body against Chen Ji's waist, screaming in his face. They were serious about bullying the rookie. Chen Ji felt a surge of agitation, tempted to retaliate. However, as a man in 2024, he understood that physical aggression would lead to fines, and unfortunately, he was in dire need of money. They say money is a man's courage, and that sentiment rang true. With resolve, Chen Ji picked up the ball and prepared for the baseline inbounds. As Parker approached, he gave him a pat on the back, a gesture of encouragement from the veteran, signaling that they would fight back. The Spurs were on the offensive, utilizing nearly identical tactics. Chen Ji served as a decoy, skillfully transitioning the ball before leveraging splitter screen to cut inside. Upon receiving the ball beneath the rim, he faced McGee's impending block, yet remained steadfast, launching the ball skyward before swiftly pivoting and sprinting away. Behind him, the agile Kawhi Leonard, having made his cut, soared into the air, and emphatically slammed the ball through the hoop. Assist number 1. As Chen Ji retreated on defense, he gave Kawhi a thumbs up, which was reciprocated. Their collaboration flowed seamlessly, eliciting a tinge of envy from Danny Green, who remarked, "I was open too. Why didn't you pass to me? You need to call for it." Suddenly, I can barely notice the robot. Chen Ji responded with an understanding glance, referring to Kawhi as the robot. Such ineffective communication between teammates occasionally serves to alleviate mounting tension. After exchanging a few words with Danny Green, Chen Ji felt considerably uplifted. Now, the Nuggets were on the offensive. Farid approached, demanding the ball in the low post. Today, he had his sights firmly set on Chen Ji. Preying on newcomers is a time-honored NBA tradition. Those who withstand the pressure can thrive in this league, while those who falter are quickly forgotten. This was a concern that Max harbored, especially considering that Chen Ji was merely 19 years old and had never played professional basketball before. Rumors even suggested he lacked mental acuity. Farid's strength was undeniable, and as Chen Ji engaged in the contest, he remained acutely aware of the ball's location. Sensing a pass was imminent, he summoned additional strength, executing a vigorous counter before swiftly retreating. Farid stumbled, failing to secure the ball. Is this kid a rookie? In a moment of bewilderment, Chen Ji lunged forward. Although he failed to seize the ball, he managed to force Farid beyond the three-point line. The somewhat flustered Farid signaled for his teammates to clear the way, indicating his intent to drive. However, his lack of three-point shooting ability was evident. Chen Ji took a step back, providing him with the necessary space to initiate his move. Just as their bodies were about to collide, Chen Ji deliberately positioned himself inward, effectively nudging Farid in front of Kawhi. As Farid was about to exert more force, he suddenly felt the ball slip from his grasp. A jolt of realization struck him. The ball had been intercepted by Kawhi, who capitalized on the opportunity. Observing the success of his strategy, Chen Ji swiftly took off. Yet, someone was even more zealous, Danny Green. However, this fast break ultimately failed to materialize. Upon losing the ball, Farid instinctively clung to Kawhi, preventing him from looking up. By the time Kawhi regained control of the ball, the opportunity for a fast break had already evaporated, leading them back into a half-court offense. Chapter 14, Steady Now? No recklessness. After a solid 8 minutes of play in the first quarter, Chen Ji felt a sense of satisfaction as he left the court. Although his scoring was modest, having only made a three-pointer at the outset, he contributed 3 assists and 4 rebounds, along with a block courtesy of Lawson. This player attempted to drive aggressively, but was simply too diminutive. He hung in the air for what seemed an eternity, while Chen Ji remained firmly grounded. Just as Lawson released the ball, Chen Ji lightly touched it, securing a well-deserved block. His performance was commendable. Coach Popovich was also pleased. In the Spurs system, statistics hold less significance than the mental aspect of the game. Executing the right plays and playing the correct brand of basketball is paramount. It's hard to believe that Chen Ji is merely 19 years old. Typically, boys his age are eager to shatter the rim. However, Chen Ji remained grounded for an astonishing 8 minutes. Such a phenomenon is rare. Could it be that he is unable to jump? Coach Popovich was momentarily taken aback, as it seemed unlikely. Although Chen Ji rarely jumps during routine training sessions, Coach Popovich distinctly recalled the young man's impressive leaping ability. Could he have been mistaken? Indeed, Coach Popovich was not mistaken. During his initial fitness assessment upon joining the team, Chen Ji's vertical leap measured 84 centimeters from a standstill and 98 centimeters with a running start. Coupled with his height of 208 centimeters and a wingspan of 218 centimeters, dunking should have been a mere trifling task. Yet, Chen Ji chose not to leap. His soul had transcended the age of competition and aggression. To put it more delicately, he had reached a point where jumping was no longer feasible for him. Even if he were to suddenly regain his youth and leaping ability, he had long since adapted to playing on the ground. Well done, Xiaobao. You're remarkable, cheered the 2 young assistant coaches, Max and Udoka, as they applauded Chen Ji from the sidelines. Upon returning to the bench, a group of teammates gathered around to congratulate him. The camaraderie within the Spurs team is truly commendable. Soon, the first quarter concluded with a score of 27-24, the Spurs leading by 3 points, both teams exhibiting commendable performances. The Nuggets' Hamilton made a notable impression, going 3 for 3 from beyond the arc in the first quarter, keeping his team closely competitive. Hamilton is indeed a well-known basketball player. often referred to as the Prince of Mid-Range and the Masked Man, known for giving Kobe Bryant considerable trouble whenever they faced off. He has a relentless energy, often running ceaselessly up and down the court. Once, in a moment of exuberance, he even exhausted his own dog. What a character he is. As the second half of the game approached its zenith, Chen Ji re-entered the court. Playing for the Spurs evoked a dual sensation of immense pressure and an almost liberating lightness. The weight of expectation stemmed largely from the reality that any misstep could elicit a sharp reprimand from Coach Popovich. For instance, Danny Green and Kawhi Leonard, due to their relative inexperience, occasionally found themselves entangled in crowded situations or faltering in their understanding of teammates' movements, leading to errant passes that fell into the void. Such lapses are utterly unforgivable. Thus, playing basketball demands a cerebral approach. One must maintain a keen awareness of teammates' positions while on the court. Whether it involves switching defenses or executing passes, foresight is paramount. Hastiness often breeds errors. Conversely, the alleviation of pressure arises from the remarkable chemistry within the team. Teammates invariably position themselves to offer support at opportune moments. Therefore, Chen Ji's mantra is one of steadiness. As a newcomer, there is no rush to showcase prowess. Merely avoiding mistakes is in itself a favorable contribution. Fortuitously, given the scarcity of formidable interior players and the rarity of reckless three-point shooters, the burden of interior defense is relatively light. Typically, one can simply traverse the vicinity of the paint. When confronted by an opponent penetrating the lane, maintaining composure is crucial. If one can contain them, do so. If not, one should converge towards a teammate, where the collective presence can yield unexpected outcomes. Indeed, as Farid barreled in with a fierce drive, just as he was about to launch, Chen Ji deftly maneuvered the ball into Kawhi's vicinity. The two players swiftly contended for possession, and the basketball slipped through the crowd of bodies. Such fortuitous moments. Chen Ji promptly seized the ball and embarked on a fast break. He dribbled behind, with two teammates sprinting ahead, Parker to the left and Green to the right. However, both were closely shadowed by defenders, making the opportunity less than ideal. As Chen Ji dribbled the ball, he keenly observed the positioning of his teammates. When he passed by Lawson, the latter suddenly attempted to snatch the ball away. The man's speed was astonishing, startling Chen Ji momentarily. However, he quickly regained his composure, pivoting to assert his presence and push Lawson aside with a firm maneuver. Lawson, having taken the hit, promptly subdued his aggression and pursued Parker instead, leaving Chen Ji momentarily unguarded. It was a curious occurrence that every time he entered the game, he found himself inexplicably isolated. Perhaps it was due to the multitude of renowned players on the Spurs roster. As a mere newcomer, he likely attracted little attention. Chen Ji halted at the top of the three-point arc, a position undeniably enticing. His teammates were facing challenges, while he stood entirely unmarked. According to standards set a decade hence, or even 2 years from now, failing to take a shot would likely provoke the coach to leap from his seat in exasperation. Yet, it was still 2013, and Curry had not yet become the phenomenon he would later be. The transformative impact of the three-point shot on the league had yet to unfold. With only a handful of star players, such as T-Mac and Kobe in previous years, utilizing this technique with finesse, if he attempted a shot now, it might be perceived as reckless. Considering his hesitation, he resolved not to take the shot. Opportunities would present themselves in due course. There was no need for haste. Chen Ji steadied the ball, awaiting the return of Kawhi and Splitter, before passing it to Parker and positioning himself in the corner to create space. The teams engaged in a battle of strategy, a realm in which the Spurs excelled. Time on the court seemed to slip away swiftly, and before he realized it, the final whistle blew, signaling the end of the match. Chen Ji was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly relaxed. This was his inaugural NBA game, and he had been in a state of tension throughout. It wasn't until the referee blew the final whistle that he could finally breathe. Glancing up at the scoreboard, he saw the Spurs leading the Nuggets 102-94, securing a narrow victory by 8 points. Excellent, they had won. Although it was merely a nondescript regular season match, the significance of a first experience is undeniable. Chen Ji hesitated to check his statistics, a peculiar habit akin to wanting to compare answers after an exam. Resisting the urge, he decided to wait until he returned home to review them. However, upon entering the locker room, he was unexpectedly bombarded with a flurry of foam and drinks. This rowdy group, they surrounded him, bouncing with exuberance, particularly Danny Green and Kawhi Leonard, the latter even sporting a rare smile. "Congratulations on a successful debut, little buddy." Danny Green took charge of the celebratory atmosphere. The team's leaders, Jin, Billy, and Parker, also offered their support, each playfully patting Chen Ji on the back. They say one should never touch a tiger's butt, but it seemed they couldn't resist. After a raucous celebration that lasted a while, assistant coach Max suddenly called for Chen Ji to attend the post-game press conference. This came as quite a surprise to him. He momentarily froze. Attending such a conference was typically reserved for the team's stars, as ordinary role players rarely garnered the attention of fans and journalists. Chapter 15. A perfect debut in ordinary regular season game, featuring two lesser-known teams, the Spurs and the Nuggets. The San Antonio Spurs have always been a team that garners acclaim but lacks commercial success, primarily due to their status as a small-market franchise. Just compare them to the likes of Los Angeles and New York, and the disparity becomes evident. Meanwhile, the Denver Nuggets have been floundering since the departure of Carmelo Anthony. It was only after selecting Jokic and his subsequent evolution into a formidable player that they began to regain their footing. Their visibility remains a significant concern. Post-game press conferences for both teams often feel routine and lack the excitement one might hope for, particularly in the case of the Spurs. For 2 decades, their performance on the court has been consistent, and the same can be said off the court. The most noteworthy events often involve Duncan receiving a technical foul or Parker engaging in lighthearted banter with Eva's friend, Aaron. As for statistics, even with the legendary forward Duncan in their ranks, the Spurs seldom produce eye-popping numbers. In stark contrast, we have Kobe Bryant's exhilarating 81-point game, Tracy McGrady's astonishing 13 points in 35 seconds that turned the tide, and Anthony's electrifying 33-point quarter. Yet the Spurs remain, well, just as they are. Chen Ji has inherited this ethos as well. During his first press conference, he was as unassuming as a blade of grass in a field, adhering strictly to a standard response template. When reporters posed questions, his replies were limited to either a simple yes or no. As a newcomer, he failed to captivate the journalists' interest. Just as the conference seemed poised to conclude, a familiar face emerged. "I am Lindsay from Cena Sports. First, congratulations on your debut, and for achieving commendable statistics." "Thank you," Chen Ji replied, somewhat taken aback upon recognizing Lindsay. "Everyone is eager to see you excel further. Keep it up." "Thank you." Chen Ji nodded in acknowledgement. The official post-match press conference often carries a certain formality, with those possessing a thicker skin readily reciting pre-prepared answers. On the other hand, Chen Ji adopted an exceedingly minimalist approach, concluding this unexpected conference with merely 3 words: yes, no, and thank you. This aligns seamlessly with the Spurs ethos. Having returned to San Antonio late at night, Chen Ji promptly reviewed his statistics. During the press conference, the journalist spoke at a rapid pace, causing him to miss some key terms. He faintly caught the phrase triple-double, which seems to signify a triple-double performance. His heart raced, and his hands trembled with excitement. In just 30 minutes, he achieved 4 out of 7 field goals, successfully sank all 3 free throws, refrained from attempting any 3-pointers, culminating in a commendable tally of 11 points, 11 rebounds, 11 assists, 2 blocks, and 1 steal, with no turnovers, a splendid economic triple-double. The statistics were striking, and his playing time exceeded all expectations. He had previously contemplated the possibility of merely 3 minutes on the court, even if it were just to touch the ball. To his astonishment, he played for a full 30 minutes, and as a starter no less. What a surprise! He expressed gratitude towards the Spurs, Coach Popovich, the table, the chairs, and even water. Chen Ji offered thanks for everything that came to mind, and then twirled around with his little treasure. Noticing that it was already past midnight, he remembered that there was another back-to-back game the following day, uncertain of whether he would have the opportunity to play. Nevertheless, it was not yet the time for grand celebrations. Little Baoju prepared a simple meal, which Chen Ji consumed before tidying up and using her as a makeshift blanket, resting her on his stomach. As he drifted into a tranquil slumber, he remained oblivious to the turmoil engulfing domestic basketball forums, whether on Sina or Hupu. Following the disheartening defeat of the national men's basketball team in Manila last August, the grim reality of Chinese basketball plunged many fans, particularly those connected to the sport, into deep discussions about its future. In the post-Yao Ming era, It has become evident that Yi Jianlian alone cannot bear the weight of the national team. He requires support. The golden generation of 2008, now aging, can no longer compete at a high level. Fresh blood is imperative for the national squad. Fortunately, several promising players have emerged from the youth ranks, such as Zhou Qi and Zhao Jiwei, complemented by Wang Zhilin and Guo Ailuan, who were already selected for the national team last year. It is clear to discerning observers that the future of the Chinese men's basketball team rests upon their shoulders for the next decade. As for Chen Ji, the young prodigy drafted by the Spurs, after a whirlwind month, he seemingly vanished from the headlines until today, an ordinary day. When the matchup between the Spurs and the Nuggets commenced, it was morning back home when a sensational headline broke. Chen Ji was starting. This news came from Lindsay. Although Chen Ji had fled through a window, reporters thrive on such stories, whether domestically or abroad. Lindsay, gritting his teeth, requested an assignment overseas. He was determined to go to San Antonio to cover the story. Being a foreign correspondent is a challenging task, yet Lindsay, still youthful, yearned for a chance to make his mark. Before the regular season commenced, he finally secured a visa and arrived in San Antonio, only to be met with disappointment as Chen Ji did not even get the opportunity to step onto the court. He could only capture a few distant photographs of Chen Ji's training or snapshots of him waving a towel from the bench. However, these images lacked allure and were susceptible to mockery. After all, Chen Ji hailed from humble beginnings, a self-taught, while basketball player devoid of systematic training, entirely detached from any youth development programs. Despite possessing remarkable physical gifts, the ability to dunk does not guarantee a career in professional basketball or the NBA. Such skepticism quickly proliferated under the influence of discerning minds, leaving fans to lament the squandered potential of a prodigious talent who might have graced the NBA without formal training. This set the tone. Yet, on November 6th, a headline from Sina Sports ignited a frenzy among fans. Xiao Bao was named a starter. At first glance, it felt as though a classmate was playing a prank on me. Nevertheless, I couldn't resist clicking to investigate further. A large image taken from the sidelines clearly underscored the gravity of the headline. There was indeed an Asian face donning the number 52 jersey on the court. In 2013, during the era of a picture speaks 1,000 words, a single image could elucidate numerous issues. As Peng Gang, who was busy mixing chili with noodles in his dormitory, opened the article on his computer, he was inwardly cursing. How could they treat people as fools? The news nowadays has become increasingly shameless. To his astonishment, Xiao Bao truly was starting. A shriek escaped him, startled by the outburst from his roommate in the adjacent bed. Dude, keep it down. There are others in the dorm. As Peng Gang scoffed at his neighbor, Wang, he lowered his head to peruse the news. Upon seeing Chen Ji donning the number 52 jersey of the Spurs while standing on the court, he couldn't help but slam his hand on the table. Incredible. A grassroots prodigy, who had never played basketball before, was making his NBA debut as a starter. Indeed, reflecting on Chen Ji's basketball journey, it is astonishing for any rational individual. Rumor has it that he had suffered a head injury from a car accident in his youth. One might wonder if it would still be too late to arrange a similar encounter now. In Peng Gang's dormitory, his classmates were all fervent basketball enthusiasts, predominantly fans of the Lakers and Rockets, typical of the 2013 basketball scene. Other fan bases were scarce, remnants of a bygone era, unable to ignite any meaningful debates. However, whenever a Chinese player emerged, regardless of their allegiance to the Lakers or the Rockets, they would seamlessly transform into supporters of the Chinese athlete. Chen Ji's appearance was perfectly timed. Chapter 16. Spiraling beyond control. 11 points, 11 rebounds, 11 assists, 2 blocks, and 1 steal. Xiao Bao's NBA debut approached perfection. This was the headline on Sina Sports after the conclusion of the match between the Spurs and the Nuggets. On this day, numerous fans were rejuvenated. With the retirements of Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady. Indeed, McGrady had also announced his retirement before the season commenced, alongside Kobe's ongoing injuries. Domestic basketball forums had not experienced such fervor in quite some time. Fortunately, with the recent release of the Huawei Mate and the arrival of Xiaomi 3, coupled with the just-issued 4G network, the screen was not overwhelmed with incessant praises for Xiao Bao, which might have rendered Chen Ji quite uncomfortable. Meanwhile, the Spurs coaching staff were also contemplating this matter. With Chen Ji's successful debut, his commercial value had immediately surged. Consider Yao Ming and the Houston Rockets. A single Chinese player nearly embodies the hopes and aspirations of an entire nation of basketball fans. Presently, within the vast realm of the NBA, there exists but one Chinese individual, and as long as he proves his mettle on the court, contributing positively to the team's rotation, he ought to be granted playing time. This is the essence of Peter's perspective. Peter Holt, an American businessman and the influential figure behind the San Antonio Spurs, is a steadfast supporter of Coach Greg Popovich. Absolutely. I will make arrangements, he affirms. Coach Popovich is more than willing to heed the desires of his employer, and indeed, he is already contemplating such a course of action. On November 7th, the Suns faced off against the Spurs. Prior to the game, Chen Ji received the exhilarating news of his starting position. Elation coursed through him, yet he maintained a facade of composure, for with one player elevated to the starting lineup, another must inevitably assume the role of a substitute. If all goes as anticipated, the player he supplants will be Splitter, a diligent and reliable big man, whose only shortcoming lies in his unwavering obedience. Chen Ji felt a pang of guilt regarding this situation. However, this opportunity was one he had seized for himself. Regardless of his remorse, humility was not an option, nor could he relinquish his chance. Instead, he must strive to excel, earning the full trust of the coaching staff. And so it begins. The game commences. The Suns' starting lineup includes Plumlee, Bledsoe, Gerald, Tucker, and Fry. The Spurs' starting lineup features Parker, Green, Kawhi Leonard, Duncan, and Chen Ji. Today, Chen Ji's matchup is with Fry, a tall sharpshooter known for his slender frame and lack of physicality, relying instead on his cunning basketball skills. His shooting range extends somewhat beyond the arc, thus positioning Chen Ji a bit further out as well. Should the opportunity present itself, he is permitted to attempt a three-point shot. Before Chen Ji took the court, Coach Popovich suddenly pulled him aside, bestowing upon him a modest privilege. In truth, it was Chen Ji's remarkable three-point shooting ability that initially captured Coach Popovich's attention, and he noted Chen Ji's hesitation during last night's game. This young man exhibited an astonishing level of maturity, embodying the essence of steadiness. Frankly, he succeeded beyond expectations. Coach Popovich's original intention was merely to have him play a faux starting role, temporarily filling in for Duncan for a few minutes to experience the feel of an official game before being substituted out. However, Chen Ji's performance caused Popovich to reconsider. His composure was not typical of a newcomer, nor did it resemble the dynamics of practice. Yet when Chen Ji stepped onto the court, it was as if he were in a training session. The coach found it difficult to take him out. With every possession and defensive maneuver, he executed flawlessly. Remarkably, this 19-year-old exhibited the same stability as the 37-year-old Duncan. Such an occurrence is truly astonishing, yet it unfolded vividly before everyone's eyes. The game commenced. The Suns secured the first offensive possession. Chen Ji located his assigned opponent. Unlike the beastly forward Farid he faced previously, tonight's matchup against Fry was distinct. Fry was a pure shooting center, unable to establish his presence under the basket. Thus, the Suns deployed a twin tower strategy, with another towering figure, Plumlee, alongside Duncan to share the load. Duncan dominated the interior, while Chen Ji took charge from the perimeter. Each claimed their territory. As the basketball found its way to Fry, he faced Chen Ji, seemingly sensing an unfamiliar challenge. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that this was a newcomer, inevitably leading to a surge of thoughts. A tentative step was taken, but he promptly passed the ball. This individual, I had expected him to force his way through. Chen Ji was fully prepared, only for the confrontation to end abruptly. It turns out that the NBA, in addition to formidable beasts like Farid, also harbors technical players like Fry. Recognizing the unfavorable situation, he immediately relinquished his approach, deftly maneuvering around Chen Ji. Such centers are a rarity, even in 2024. Chen Ji remained composed. If he felt overwhelmed or outpaced, he would signal for Green or Kawhi to provide assistance. The greatest fear on the basketball court is silence. Without communication, no one knows what thoughts linger in the mind, and a careless moment could result in a misplay. This is something Coach Popovich categorically forbids. A mistake leads to immediate removal and a tongue lashing. This old gentleman may be advanced in years, but his temper is fierce, starkly contrasting with his jovial demeanor in everyday life. The Suns executed several plays, but upon realizing there were no opportunities, the ball eventually found its way to Bledsoe. He is a player the Suns have heavily invested in, a remarkably sturdy guard. often referred to as the James of guards. With a low stance, he barreled past Parker. Chen Ji attempted to intercept, but grasped nothing, deciding instead to keep a close watch on his fry, preventing unnecessary movements. Duncan was inside. There was no need for alarm. As Bledsoe surged toward the basket and spotted Duncan closing in, he quickly passed to the side. Plumlee received the ball, but before he could secure it, Parker, who had rotated over, poked it away. This exemplifies the Spurs' defensive rotation. Do not be deceived by Parker's seemingly fragile appearance. Enduring 12 years of reprimand from the venerable Popovich is, in itself, a unique honor. As Parker intercepted the ball, Chen Ji seized the opportunity, swiftly distancing himself from Fry. This fast break technique, inspired by none other than LeBron James, prompted him to sprint without hesitation as soon as he saw a teammate secure the rebound. The swifter, the better. Just like Chen Ji at this moment, with the wind rushing past his ears, he focused solely on running. As Parker gained control of the ball and prepared to dribble, Popovich's commanding voice pierced through the air, pass. Startled, Parker instinctively looked up to see Chen Ji already racing down the court. Realizing the situation, he lifted his hand and executed a long pass. Chen Ji, glancing back to assess the incoming ball, positioned himself perfectly. The moment he caught it, he feigned a shot, causing Fry behind him to leap, before executing a graceful turn and gently laying the ball into the hoop. Once he confirmed the ball had gone in, he immediately turned to Parker, giving him 3 enthusiastic thumbs up, as if to say, "Well done, my friend." Parker, slightly apprehensive, clapped his hands, exclaiming, "You ran so fast. You nearly got me in trouble with the coach." In this jubilant atmosphere, the game swiftly drew to a close. The reason for such elation was the Spurs' victory once again. The final score was 96-103. Despite the back-to-back games leaving the Spurs somewhat fatigued, they managed to overcome the Suns. Meanwhile, Chen Ji quietly accumulated impressive statistics. 5 successful shots out of 7 attempts, including 3 out of 4 from beyond the arc, without any free throws. With remarkable efficiency, he recorded 13 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block, all without a single turnover. In just 26 minutes of play, he achieved an impressive plus-minus of 13, showcasing the caliber expected of a starting player. Chen Ji secretly commended himself, ensuring no one noticed. Chapter 17. First encounter with the Warriors. Was Xiao Bao obedient in her childhood? After a moment of contemplation, she nodded. She was currently participating in a press interview. In truth, these events should have transpired when Chen Ji was first selected by the Spurs. However, both Chen Ji and Xiao Bao rarely ventured outside, shunning interviews and often fleeing from reporters. Sensing something amiss, they even relocated abroad. Has Xiao Bao always had a fondness for basketball? The individual conducting the interview today was Lindsay, a columnist for Sina Sports. With just a headline featuring Xiao Bao as a starter and some on-site photographs, he secured a promotion and a raise. He was the first reporter to pursue the story from the domestic front, while others lingered in uncertainty. The proximity to the action promised him great success. Indeed, this was Xiao Bao's inaugural interview, and she approached it with caution, glancing at Chen Ji with each response. Chen Ji sat beside her. Today's interview appeared somewhat improvised, as Chen Ji's appearance was rather sudden, and the circumstances felt rushed yet orderly. "Are you accustomed to life here?" "Yes." Xiao Bao exhibited a touch of shyness and evasiveness before the camera, providing succinct answers to the questions posed. Overall, the quality of today's interview was rather subpar. However, Lindsay was quite satisfied, for it represented primary source material. Are you aware of how notable figures such as Su Kun and Yang Yi ascended to prominence? They simply benefited from the fortuitous timing of their early careers, coinciding with Yu Ming's illustrious tenure with the Rockets. By translating articles from foreign commentators and providing first-hand accounts, they swiftly ascended to the esteemed status of basketball experts. In today's landscape, as long as Chen Ji establishes himself with the Spurs, Lindsay can carve out a significant path within the realm of basketball journalism. This special interview was arranged by the team. The Spurs' public relations department had no grounds to decline the request from reporters hailing from China. The very next day after their match against the Suns, Lindsay appeared at the arena, camera in hand. The interview was promptly featured on the homepage of Sina Sports and garnered considerable attention from many peers. Xiao Bao, in his youth, was well-behaved and had a fondness for basketball, enjoying a relatively good life there. Although the questions were straightforward and the dialogue minimal, It primarily spotlighted Xiaobezu, a girl who, at the tender age of 13, left school to support her younger brother, has not only nurtured him into a tall and robust young man, but has also blossomed into a striking individual herself. In front of the camera, Xiaobezu sat with poise, speaking softly and gently. Despite her simple attire, the genuine clarity and purity that emanated from her captivated many at first glance. The world's most wonderful sister, the world's happiest brother. University student Peng Gang contributed 2 pieces, each merely titled Without Content, though, in truth, there was content, as one featured a striking profile photograph of Xiaobezu. A snapshot of Chen Ji delivering a decisive elbow to Farid on the court has garnered an impressive 800 likes and attention from fans. The lives of Xiao Bao and Xiao Baozhu resemble a film that premieres without prior promotion, igniting fervor unexpectedly. The foundation of this excitement lies in Chen Ji's performance on the court, which fills him with a sense of trepidation, compelling him to train with even greater diligence and focus. On November 9th, according to the domestic calendar, since Xiao Baozhu brought along a calendar during her visit, she has the habit of flipping a page with each passing day, leading to Chen Ji's days being slightly ahead of the local timekeepers, Xiao Ka and Green. In reality, it is the 8th of November. The Warriors face the Spurs. Having missed Kobe in the previous game against the Lakers was quite disappointing, but today they encounter the visiting Warriors. Chen Ji immediately spots Curry amidst the crowd. Regrettably, Curry is clad in a suit on the sidelines, embodying a grown-up demeanor. No, not regrettable at all. Chen Ji is overwhelmed with emotion, not merely at the sight of Curry, but at the realization that Curry is not on the court. This marks Chen Ji's 3rd time starting in a game. Upon hearing that the opponent was the Warriors, his outward composure was merely a facade. The illustrious name of the Warriors resonates with fans far and wide. As a fan, one can simply enjoy their performances from the comfort of a screen. However, as a player, particularly as an opposing player, the fear of being outshone by the legendary Curry is palpable. The likelihood of such an occurrence is substantial, even if Curry has yet to fully embody his celebrated persona. Yet, it is only a matter of time. Behold, over there stands another member of the Splash Brothers, a player revered by Chinese fans as Klay and Buddha, Klay Thompson. Chen Ji felt a twinge of embarrassment for finding Thompson rather dashing. He quickly glanced at the bench, where a petite figure named Xiao Baozhu was handing out towels and water, and his aesthetic sensibilities returned to their usual state. The crowd outside was dense, and though Xiao Baozhu seemed eager for a hug, she did not dare approach. Chen Ji extended his hand, and they exchanged a high five. It was time to prepare for the game. The starting lineup for the Warriors included David Lee, Bogut, Thompson, Iguodala, and Barnes. But wait, where was Green? I do not refer to Chen Ji's good friend Danny Green, but rather to the pivotal figure of the peak Warriors, the sword-bearing guardian of Curry Tian, the one who confronts the heavens, the earth, and even the air. Upon closer inspection, it turned out he was still on the bench. The Spurs starting lineup consisted of Parker, Green, Kawhi, Chen Ji, and Duncan. This marked the 2nd time this season that this lineup had taken to the court together. Standing confidently behind Duncan, Chen Ji felt reassured. However, the interior defensive pressure was considerable. The Warriors' frontcourt players were quite tall, with Bogut being the number 1 pick in 2005. Although his performance had waned somewhat, the advantages of height and bulk remained undeniable. Even if he had diminished, his stature and weight were sufficient to challenge most standard interior players. Today, Duncan would bear the brunt of the burden once more, and Chen Ji felt a hint of guilt. If he were to start, Duncan would have to play the center position, directly contending with the formidable opposing big men. This was undoubtedly a daunting task for the 37-year-old veteran. Nonetheless, Chen Ji had identified his own matchup, David Lee, a stretch four who appeared rather easy to exploit. However, Chen Ji was acutely aware of this individual's remarkable proficiency in mid-range shots, coupled with an exceptional instinct for rebounding, often appearing in unexpected positions to snatch the ball from opponents. Caution was warranted. The match commenced, with the Warriors seizing the initial offensive possession. Iguodala brought the ball up, and the Warriors' lineup appeared rather peculiar, lacking a traditional guard. In Curry's absence, their spatial dynamics seemed somewhat inadequate. Chen Ji positioned himself near the free throw line alongside David Lee. While beneath the basket, a fray ensued between Duncan and Green from the Spurs and Bogut and Barnes from the opposing team. Kawhi Leonard stood outside, fixated on Iguodala. while Parker faced Thompson. This was not an advantageous matchup, as Thompson's height and weight were quintessential for a small forward. Yet, the guardless Warriors offered Parker no opportunity to maneuver. As the game began, Thompson shoved Parker inward and then abruptly retreated, and Iguodala's ball swiftly followed. A three-point shot was launched. Chen Ji felt a jolt of anxiety, but steadfastly held on to David Lee, regardless of whether the shot succeeded. Entering the paint was out of the question. Chapter 18. The hoop is slightly crooked. Bang. A missed shot. Chen Ji felt a surge of joy, not solely because Thompson had failed to score, but also because the rebound ricocheted directly towards him. It was akin to a windfall from the heavens. He first ensnared the unruly David Lee, then seized control of the ball, immediately seeking out a teammate. Parker found himself in a precarious position, entangled with Thompson, while Danny Green remained ensnared in a struggle with Barnes. If there is no opportunity to accelerate, then one must slow down and wait for the right moment. He raises his gaze to Coach Popovich on the sidelines, who nods in acknowledgement. This signifies his approval for him to advance the ball past half-court. It feels as though each game unveils a new skill. Beyond the stringent coaching of Popovich, which instills a sense of caution, there lies Chen Ji's lack of confidence stemming from the absence of a systematic approach. Typically, whether one traverses time, experiences rebirth, or awakens from a past life, it is almost a given to possess a system. However, Chen Ji has been certain for 4 months that he is merely experiencing the awakening of a previous life. Though he possesses an athletic physique and decades of innate basketball instinct, the prospect of playing in the NBA had never crossed his mind. Is basketball difficult? Not particularly. Anyone, even a 3-year-old child, can dribble a ball on the ground. Yet, the challenge of playing professional basketball is daunting. In the current domestic environment, one must have connections and a measure of talent. As for making it to the NBA in the next decade, only Zhou Qi has managed that, benefiting from Yao Ming's influence, and even then, it was brief. He left after a single season, claiming he was not yet prepared. Chen Ji now feels the weight of that pressure, especially following the exclusive interview with the media. Even without a phone in hand or knowledge of the domestic fans' reactions, he understands that he is no longer playing solely for himself. He is no longer merely a fan. If he feels frustrated, he cannot simply withdraw. If the game does not meet expectations, he cannot just abandon it. He might as well watch table tennis or diving, or become a fair-weather fan, supporting whoever wins. He now bears the responsibility of representing the face of Chinese basketball fans. This is a most peculiar situation for Chen Ji. He has never accomplished anything of great significance. He is merely an ordinary individual, adopting a laid-back, Buddhist approach to life, embracing the philosophy of let's deal with it tomorrow and believing that if the sky were to fall, someone tall would surely hold it up. But unexpectedly, he finds himself to be that tall person. It is indeed strange, yet inescapable. Chen Ji takes a deep breath. Having been a fan in the past, he understands the feelings of disappointment and frustration, wishing to take matters into his own hands. Now, the opportunity has presented itself. He lifts his head, steeling his resolve, and passes the ball to Parker. Today's match poses considerable challenges. The Warriors are showing signs of resurgence, evident even in their lineup. Even without Curry, Thompson is poised to evolve into the great splash brother. Iguodala, nearing the zenith of his career, once the heir to Iverson, now dedicates himself to supporting roles. Then there is Barnes, a North Carolina prodigy renowned across the nation during his college days. In the paint, the towering Australian Bogut, complemented by the all-star caliber power forward David Lee, adds to the formidable presence. Not to mention, the bench boasts the true essence of Green, Draymond Green, the engine propelling the Warriors' ascent. Even in translation, his name resonates with beauty. However, the roughness of Green's playing style, much like his temperament, belies such a fine name. Chen Ji moves in to provide cover for Parker. Utilizing the screen, Parker deftly weaves through the defenders, executing a smooth half-turn while cleanly bypassing Bogut's attempt to assist. Under the basket, he executes a crisp layup, securing the first 2 points. The seamless pivot and the fluidity of the shot from the basket were truly a delight to behold. Chen Ji had no time to applaud, swiftly following David Lee. The fellow seemed intent on a sneaky maneuver. Noticing Chen Ji keeping pace, he deliberately slowed his stride. The Warriors' lineup today was utterly peculiar. The starting quintet comprised exemplary pieces of a championship puzzle, merely lacking the revelation of a lethal dagger. With Curry absent, Thompson bore the brunt of the responsibility. Once again, he attempted a crisp 45-degree three-pointer, devoid of any rationale. However, today, Thompson's shooting touch faltered, resulting in yet another miss. By the conclusion of the match, the home hoop had been distorted from relentless assaults. The final score stood at 74-76, a hard truth to digest as an NBA contest. The Spurs emerged victorious in this exceedingly unattractive game, narrowly defeating the Curry-less Warriors by a mere 2 points. Yet a win is a win, and 2 points still count. Chen Ji could hardly bear to glance at his statistics. His focus had been entirely on defense today. It seemed that the affliction of missing shots was contagious, particularly when both teams struggled in unison. With a shooting record of 2 for 5, along with 2 free throws, he concluded with a dismal 6 points, 9 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 blocks, and 1 steal, each figure confined to single digits, none reaching double figures. A rather pitiable display, yet 3 blocks remained commendable. It seemed the Warriors had underestimated him, perceiving a rookie as an easy target, leading to frequent incursions from his side. He had faced aggressive plays and retaliated, ultimately maintaining a respectable performance for the day. In contrast, Duncan recorded 8 points, 4 rebounds, and 5 assists with a shooting percentage of 3 out of 11, albeit with a hint of guile. However, if the performance of the Stone Buddha were to be placed a decade later, in an era where basketball is scrutinized under a microscope, it could very well be subjected to relentless criticism. Chen Ji promptly admonished himself to cease these fanciful musings. The future is the future, and the present is the present. Speaking of what is to come is nothing short of a deceptive game. As thoughts of the future traversed his mind, Chen Ji found himself momentarily lost in reverie. His initial ambition was to ride the coattails of the NBA, and should that endeavor falter, to return and explore the possibility of becoming a CBA player. As it stands, he has firmly established his footing. Perhaps he could linger in the NBA indefinitely? Yet, he mused, it is premature to speculate, for the uncertainties are vast, and a mere sprained ankle could herald his departure from the league. His singular desire is to savor each moment spent in the NBA, dedicating himself earnestly to nourishing his body, training diligently, and playing with unwavering commitment. He must showcase his capabilities. Yes, that is the way. Ah, Little Bao. Little Baozhu prepared soup before the game, and now, having returned, it is just the right moment to indulge. He pondered whether other players partake in evening meals. Perhaps his indulgence is excessive? As he accepted Little Baozhu's offerings, a twinge of guilt surfaced. Yet, thoughts of Doncic and Jokic arose. Basketballs are spherical, and so are they. This has not impeded their extraordinary performances. What matters most is that he has become accustomed to Little Baozhu's nurturing. With his physical capabilities in peak condition, there is no necessity to alter his dietary habits. Should broccoli paired with chicken breast prove unpalatable, it may lead to culinary disaster. Ah, what a delightful sip. Alas, this life is gratifying. After a satisfying meal, he will wash up, soak his feet, and recline on the bed, drawing Little Baozhu close for warmth. Fragrant and soft. The irreplaceable little gem. I wonder if my performance today, akin to a pile of ash, has disappointed the domestic fans. Why not the overseas fans? Because there are none. Chen Ji lost in thought, eventually drifting into a hazy slumber. Chapter 19. Can this be compared to LeBron's 411 project? Unlike Chen Ji, domestic fans are unfamiliar with the Warriors. The current Warriors, alongside Curry and Thompson, are not yet the Splash Brothers who would later astonish the world. Curry, who entered the league in 2009, has been in the league for 4 years and has yet to be selected for an All-Star game. Consequently, the post-game atmosphere between the Spurs and the Warriors remained rather subdued. Chen Ji's statistics: 2 of 5 shooting, 6 points, 9 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 blocks, and 1 steal were equally modest. Relying solely on scoring certainly would not suffice for a highlight reel. Thus, astute reporters and editors, such as Lindsay, would compile all instances of Chen Ji's involvement, encompassing points, rebounds, assists, steals, and blocks, resulting in a 6-minute highlight video. It is rumored that in the past, the little gem had auditioned for the provincial youth team, only to be overlooked by the coach who claimed he lacked the intellect for basketball. Meanwhile, sophomore Peng Gang and his roommate Wang Jian were hosting a seminar in their dormitory, having upgraded themselves to fans of the little gem. They began to critique the provincial youth training coaches, declaring that it was not the little gem's intellect that was lacking, but rather theirs. I completely concur. Observing Xiaobao's performance on the court, whether it be his defensive positioning or his transitional passes in offense, one can truly appreciate his innate talent for basketball. It is quite remarkable. Previously, I had heard discussions about basketball IQ, but it never resonated until I witnessed Xiaobao play. There is an undeniable intelligence in his game. He seems to possess a mastery of every aspect. The timing of his blocks and the precision in controlling the rebound locations are utterly delightful to behold. Two individuals even watched a 6-minute highlight reel twice, still yearning for more. They decided to retrieve a basketball from the cabinet, invigorating themselves with some shots, and invited a few close friends to join them at the hoop for some leisurely fun. If Chen Ji were to learn of this, it might evoke memories. Perhaps even a hint of embarrassment. After all, a mere 6 points does seem rather meager, placing a burden on the editor and his peers. In stark contrast, Irving dazzled with a staggering 39 points. Durant effortlessly secured 37. Cousins unleashed an impressive 35, while Love and Davis each contributed 32 points. On the same day, these statistical prodigies left one in awe. Yet, among them, two figures stand out, Irving and Love. It seems that next year, James will return to the Cavaliers, and the trio will unite successfully on that team. Future fans may come to deem Love inadequate, but those who followed in 2013 recognized his exceptional prowess, a true statistical marvel. Speaking of forming teams, Chen Ji suddenly had an epiphany. He possesses foresight regarding the trajectory of the NBA over the coming decade. While this insight may seem of little use, it appears that the application has been misguided. There must be some error in his approach. As he shot hoops, he pondered deeply. Today is a day of respite, devoid of competitions. However, routine training remains indispensable, beyond physical conditioning and strength training. Chen Ji primarily focuses on perfecting his three-point shot, which has become increasingly accurate, with his release speed escalating as well. What could possibly be amiss? The knowledge of the future surely cannot be devoid of purpose. LeBron James, the assembly of the Cavaliers triumvirate, pondering the connections therein. Suddenly, an epiphany strikes. Why does LeBron favor the formation of alliances? It is undoubtedly in pursuit of the championship, the elevation of his historical standing, the ambition to surpass Jordan, to ascend as the preeminent figure in NBA history, referred to as the GOAT, the greatest of all time. This matter appears to bear little relevance to Chen Ji. After all, he has only just begun to establish his footing within the team. Concepts such as historical significance, surpassing Jordan, or the notion of being the GOAT seem far too distant. However, wait, consider this. Chen Ji stands still with the ball, gently tapping it against his temple. Little Baozhu, nearby, retrieving the ball, gazes at him with concern, wrapping her arms around his waist and looking up at him. I see it now. Chen Ji is filled with exuberance. He has suddenly uncovered a pathway to greatness. The knowledge of the future might very well be his most formidable advantage. At first glance, it appears inconsequential. For the alliances formed by others and their championship victories seem to have little bearing on him. Yet, taking shortcuts and leveraging connections is not solely the prerogative of LeBron. Chen Ji can do so as well. This year, the Spurs are the champions, but who will claim the title next year? Calculating with a flick of his fingers, Chen Ji realized that the 2014 to 2015 season marked the dawn of Curry's era, while the 2015 to 2016 season was dominated by LeBron's relentless pursuit. The 2016 to 2018 seasons, on the other hand, were characterized by the cosmic prowess of the Warriors. Without altering the course of history, he might just manage to acquire several championship rings. If fortune favored him, he could suddenly spot Kawhi training silently in the distance. A sudden surge of audacity washed over him. Perhaps this year, he could stealthily claim a championship ring, along with the coveted Finals MVP. Yes, the FMVP, the trophy awarded to the most valuable player of the Finals. Was this a feasible endeavor? Chen Ji took a moment to collect himself, embracing his little treasure and gently stroking her head, signaling her not to worry, as he contemplated various possibilities. It might indeed be plausible. A surge of wild ambition ignited within him. While the future remained uncertain, it was reasonable to predict that he could secure his first NBA championship ring this season. However, that alone would not suffice. For both Sun Yu and Bader had previously laid claim to NBA championship rings as well. To secure a long-term ticket to success, something more extraordinary was required, perhaps the FMVP trophy in addition to the championship ring. With Duncan relinquishing control, The old GDP trio's collaborative style of play maximized the randomness associated with the finals MVP award. Had Chen Ji not emerged, Kawhi would have undoubtedly claimed this honor. Swiftly maturing into the ranks of superstars. Steady now, do not panic. Chen Ji closed his eyes. The path to greatness was fraught with challenges. Should his thoughts stray, and should he falter, he risked inadvertently altering history, such as if the Spurs advanced to the finals but failed to seize the championship. That would indeed spell disaster. All of history would be forever altered. The future, however, remains an enigma. Thus, one must seize the opportunity for the finals MVP when it arises. If it does not, so be it. The paramount pursuit remains the championship ring. Securing one is mere fortune. But what of acquiring 2, 3, or even 4, 5, or 6? Chen Ji is stirred by the thought. The horizon of the future suddenly brightens. Should he achieve this, in his later years, he could adorn both hands with championship rings, jingling them with every encounter. Even in the event of financial ruin, he could sell 1 or 2, securing a long-term source of income. Yes, that is the plan. A 1-year contract with the Spurs, performing admirably this year. Then next year, as a champion, dashing to the Warriors. He would seek out Curry, Thompson, and Green for support. By the following year, with 2 championship rings in hand, he could jest with LeBron. How do you like my luck? Care for a little loan? Mustering the audacity to pursue the illustrious LeBron. Without altering the future of the NBA, it seems he could continue this pursuit until 2024. Chen Ji couldn't help but nod in agreement. This endeavor appears quite substantial. If successful, how would it compare to LeBron's 411 project? Chapter 20. The Precious Gem, Little Baoju. Chen Ji even contemplated the feasibility of this venture. Theoretically, it is entirely possible. The only uncertainty lies within himself as a variable, should he falter in his quest. For instance, if the Spurs unexpectedly fail to secure the championship this year, all would be rendered moot. Thus, ideals are splendid, yet reality must be navigated step by step. This brings to mind a classic line. I am determined to ascend gradually, one step at a time, to reach the pinnacle. I aspire to be Zhao Gao. What an inexplicable sense of humor this evokes. After a long day of training, the evening serves as a time for relaxation. Little Baoju twirls ahead, while Chen Ji, with hands tucked into his pockets, follows closely to ensure her safety. This is an affluent district, where security is robust. Yet the foreign night always brings a tinge of anxiety. Consequently, they do not stray far, choosing instead to gaze at the stars and the moon upon the lawn outside the gymnasium. I miss home, Baoju confesses, although their homes are modest and aged. That particular ambience is everlasting. So do I, Chen Ji replies. Then let us dance. Baoju proposes. Chen Ji feels a sudden inspiration, crouching down and placing one hand on the ground. Meanwhile, Baoju slips off her shoes, stepping onto his palm with her delicate, fair feet. Up. Chen Ji effortlessly lifts her, with Baoju resting in the center of his hand. This is an extraordinary occurrence. Nevertheless, Chen Ji feels an uncanny familiarity, as if Baoju had been able to frolic in his palm since time immemorial. The Tang Dynasty poet Su Ning wrote in Han Palace Melody, before the jade frost flows with the sound of the flute, Zhao's flying swallow serves in Zhaoyang. When the dance concludes, the flute's melody fades. The autumn nights in the 36 palaces stretch long. This speaks of Zhao Fian, who could dance upon a palm. Yet she remains an ancient legend, seldom witnessed by contemporary eyes. Yet here stands little Baoju, gracefully poised atop Chen Ji's hand, swaying like a delicate willow in the breeze. The tacit understanding between the two individuals seemed almost innate. Wherever little Pearl ventured, Chen Ji's hand followed suit. There was no need for verbal communication or even a glance. One danced gracefully in the heavens, while the other remained steadfast on the ground, until their garments were soaked with perspiration. At that moment, Chen Ji finally comprehended the origin of his raw strength. It is said that a person can stand upon a fist and gallop upon an arm. Chen Ji felt that he wasn't quite so exaggerated, yet he was not far from it. I'm exhausted and rather odorous. Let us return and bathe. Little Pearl, undeterred, nestled herself upon Chen Ji's back as he retrieved her shoes, ambling back leisurely. This brought to mind fond memories of yesteryears, back when Chen Ji's mother was still around, and little Pearl was still a student. She would sometimes bring her small treasure along to class. Whenever disputes arose, typical of children who often lacked understanding, little Pearl would be called foolish, leading to inevitable conflicts. After the skirmishes, they would face the wrath of their teacher. Yet, each time the teacher brandished the ruler, Little Pearl would dash forth, hoisting Little Pearl away and fleeing until the teacher could no longer pursue them. It had been many years since those days, and a sense of nostalgia washed over him for those times. Upon returning to their temporary abode, Little Pearl thoroughly cleaned both the inside and outside of her small treasure, yet he was anything but compliant. In the midst of washing, he rolled onto the sheets without a second thought. It was yet another night when the moon dared not show its face. In the blink of an eye, November 11th arrived, a day of significance, indeed, as several major e-commerce platforms in the country simultaneously launched promotional activities. However, Chen Ji was spared the urge to indulge today, for he was abroad. Today's match commenced rather early, with the opponents being the New York Knicks. This marks Chen Ji's inaugural visit to such a grand metropolis as New York, and the scenery along the way can only be described as unremarkable, eliciting little more than a fleeting glance from Xiaobeizhu. The long journey has rendered her somewhat drowsy. She occasionally lifts her head to gaze out the window, only to find it lacking in interest, retreating once more into Chen Ji's embrace. This is Chen Ji's fourth consecutive start in his professional career, and the prospects ahead appear bright. Curiously, today, Kawhi is coming off the bench, a seemingly unimaginable occurrence. However, the Spurs are known for their unpredictability, and Coach Popovich continues to experiment with various strategies and lineups. The starting five for the Spurs includes Parker, Green, Bellinelli, Chen Ji, and Duncan, while the Knicks starters are Anthony, Bargnani, Felton, Shumpert, and Prigioni. Upon seeing the starting lineup, Chen Ji felt as though Coach Popovich had lost his mind. With Anthony on the opposing team, it seemed illogical not to have Kawhi on the floor, opting instead for the pure shooter Bellinelli. Did this not complicate the match? Yet, a moment's reflection unveiled the coach's rationale. Last game against the Warriors had been painfully inelegant. Duncan, who rarely attempts three-pointers, and Chen Ji, struggling with his own outside shooting, combined with Kawhi's struggles against the Warriors' formidable front line, created a claustrophobic sense of space on the court. Although they emerged victorious, the overwhelming presence of defenders was stifling. Now, adding another shooter to the perimeter makes the intention clear: to create space. The effectiveness of this strategy, however, remains to be seen. Even more astonishingly, Chen Ji discovers that his direct matchup is none other than Anthony. He had always assumed that Anthony played the small forward position. Upon closer examination, one realizes that he is indeed an exceptional forward. Anthony appears to be slightly shorter, yet his presence is undeniably formidable. This marks Chen Ji's inaugural encounter with a historic superstar, leaving him feeling somewhat apprehensive. Consequently, he commenced the game with an assertive move. Many may have heard expressions like "I'll take you down," yet few have experienced it firsthand. Fortuitously, Chen Ji possesses this innate skill. Without needing grand gestures, a mere nudge of the elbow can momentarily disrupt one's cognitive functions. Anthony was the unfortunate recipient of this maneuver, and as he raised the ball, he found himself momentarily incapacitated. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ji executed a magnificent block smack. The ball descended, and with a swift stride, he retrieved it, glancing forward to launch a pass. The New York Knicks, as a major franchise in the NBA, boasted an audience filled with celebrities and affluent patrons. Yet their performance has been persistently lackluster. There must be a reason for this, particularly regarding their defense. Chen Ji made a long pass. With a line of Spurs players ahead, the French speedster surged forward, flanked by Green on either side, taking the lead in the fast break. Excellent. An assist and a block, two statistics right off the bat, thanks to Anthony. However, Anthony was quick to respond, his pride ignited. Like a washing machine in a spin cycle, he retaliated with forceful movements, thrusting Chen Ji beneath the basket. For a defender, the greatest challenge lies in refraining from physical contact. Chen Ji raised his arms high to shield himself from Anthony, but it proved futile. The current Anthony remains the same formidable mellow, a representative of the illustrious 2003 draft class, standing alongside LeBron as a paragon of superstars. The prowess of the sweet melon is beyond question. As he approached the basket, he forcefully shoved Chen Ji aside, followed by a leap to execute a bank shot, which was momentarily disrupted by the incoming Duncan. A furious clang resonated. Chen Ji, quick-witted and agile, seized the opportunity as the rebound materialized, extending his long arms to capture the ball. With a glance upward, He sprinted forward once more. Another over-the-top pass ensued. This time, it was Green who received the ball, effortlessly hanging on the rim to score. The Spurs tallied 2 points, with Chen Ji contributing 1 assist and 1 rebound. Such statistics surged forth with great fanfare. Chapter 21. On the path to victory, many seasoned fans reminisce about the iconic one-on-one moments of yesteryear. So does Chen Ji. However, when confronted by Anthony today, he was utterly overwhelmed. The cyclical nature of cause and effect seemed relentless. After being outmaneuvered, absorbing blows, and missing shots, Anthony was consumed by fury. As a representative of traditional superstars, being outmatched by a rookie was an unforgivable affront. Losing a game is one thing. Allowing a newcomer to prevail is another. Consequently, Anthony relentlessly targeted Chen Ji throughout the game. By the time regulation concluded, Chen Ji felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Little Baozhu dared not even touch him. For every inch of Chen Ji's body ached. The intensity of the competition had taken its toll today. Turning to observe Anthony, he saw the sweet melon shielding his head with a towel, sweat cascading down like raindrops. Unbeknownst to all, this was not merely sweat, it was mingled with tears. The pain was excruciating. He never wished to encounter that rookie again. As the final whistle blew, the scoreboard read 120-89, with the Spurs triumphantly defeating the Knicks by a resounding 31 points. It appears that Coach Popovich's decision to substitute Bellinelli for Kawhi in the starting lineup has yielded remarkable results. Of course, one must also consider the Knicks' complete lack of defense. Different opponents render comparisons rather arbitrary. Although Chen Ji faced considerable challenges today, in a certain sense, he was overwhelmed by Carmelo. However, upon reviewing the statistics post-game, one finds their numbers surprisingly similar. How curious indeed. Anthony recorded 5 successful shots out of 10 attempts, along with 6 out of 8 from the free throw line, amassing a total of 16 points and 8 rebounds, an output that surely falls short of his standards. Conversely, when Chen Ji noticed his own 6 successful shots out of 8 attempts, stealthily accumulating 13 points, 8 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 blocks, and 1 steal, he was filled with astonishment. Visually, he was singularly dismantled by Anthony on several occasions. Yet, the strength of his teammates cannot be overlooked. Thanks to their unselfish play and the strategic distractions they provided, he frequently found himself with open opportunities beneath the basket. Indeed, having a clear shot at the rim is a luxury. As long as he remained composed, aimed carefully, and executed a gentle flick of his wrist, a high bank shot would effortlessly secure 2 points. Such is the privilege of being part of a formidable team. Although it may lack the fervor of individual heroics, scoring comes easily, victories are secured, and one cannot help but ponder whom to address such matters with. Additionally, the substitute, Kawhi, who had previously been stifled by the Warriors' formidable front line, was able to express his frustrations in this game. With an impressive 7 of 10 shooting performance, he efficiently tallied 18 points. This, indeed, encapsulates the current state of the Spurs, in a decisive victory by 31 points over their opponents. Finding a player to score 20 points seems rather challenging. After concluding their game against the New York Knicks, the team promptly boarded a flight to Philadelphia, where their next adversary awaited, the Philadelphia 76ers. This opponent, akin to the Knicks, was deemed a weaker Eastern Conference team, requiring little strategy. Merely playing their game without errors would suffice for victory. Consequently, the coaching staff imposed minimal directives, opting to rest Duncan while the trio of young talents, Danny Green, Kawhi Leonard, and Chen Ji, once again took to the starting lineup, accompanied by Parker and Splitter. The starting lineup for Philadelphia consisted of Turner, Hodges, McCaw, Young, and Anderson. Chen Ji anticipated encountering the younger version of a certain player, often referred to by domestic fans as the sweeping monk or the Embiid of the process. However, to his surprise, there was no sign of him even on the bench. Perhaps he had yet to integrate into the NBA or had suffered an injury shortly after his debut. The specifics eluded Chen Ji's memory. Nevertheless, the game proceeded as planned. The 76ers roster bore a resemblance to that of the Warriors, featuring 5 towering players, devoid of any small guards. Yet, they lacked the defensive tenacity exhibited by Golden State. Chen Ji's direct opponent was Young, a player with a refined name and playing style, yet a distinctly darker-skinned African-American athlete. The competition unfolded in a harmonious manner, contrasting sharply with the fiery exchanges witnessed in the previous match against the Knicks. Ultimately, the game concluded with a score of 109-85, marking a victory for the Spurs and bringing the 76ers one step closer to the coveted top draft pick. In summary, the match could be encapsulated in a single phrase: mutual satisfaction, culminating in a friendly departure. In this match, which lacked significant intensity, Chen Ji made 4 out of 8 three-point attempts, accumulating 12 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists. There were no blocks or steals to his name. The lingering soreness from his previous matchup against Anthony had not yet subsided, leading him to play rather conservatively, merely waiting for opportunities from the perimeter, taking a shot when open and otherwise dutifully setting screens for his teammates. This represents the quintessential approach of a tall shooter, perfectly suited for a more relaxed style of play. After a series of away games, the Spurs returned to San Antonio, enjoying a day of rest. Coach Popovich granted the team a break, foregoing any scheduled practice. Chen Ji adhered to his routine personal training before leisurely strolling outside the arena with Xiao Baozhu. It seemed to have become their second home, as many cherished memories gradually formed. Xiao Bao, hey, Xiao Bao, hey, Xiao Bao, hey. The calls and responses, devoid of real meaning, were nonetheless a source of joy for both Chen Ji and Xiao Baozhu. At times, the two would engage in seemingly pointless activities. Yet these trivial moments appeared to encapsulate the essence of life, as they invariably fostered inexplicable feelings of happiness. Catch me if you can. Xiao Baozhu darted ahead like a butterfly, with Chen Ji trailing behind, playfully mimicking a great beast. Their laughter echoed in every corner until Xiao Baozhu, exhausted from running, transformed into a koala plush, climbing onto Chen Ji's back and remaining still. Xiao Bao, shall I sing for you? I'm listening, go ahead. Then I shall sing. Yay. A small ear scoop bore a tooth mark. The little jewel was not about to sing, but instead playfully bit Chen Ji's large ear. I am a little tiger, specializing in devouring little treasures, taking big bites until my belly is full. This was the new song of the little jewel, which made Chen Ji unable to refrain from giving a light smack. He, I won't do it again, I won't do it again. Please spare me. Chen Ji, being obedient, could not bring himself to bully the little jewel and promptly ceased his antics. Little treasure, I wish to hear you sing. Will you sing for me, please? After pondering for a moment, Chen Ji nodded, contemplating what to sing. Soon, he began to hum softly, sitting back to back on the carpet, listening to music and sharing our dreams. You hope for my growing gentleness, while I wish for a place in your heart. This was a very old song, which the little jewel also knew, prompting her to softly join in. The most romantic thing I can think of is to grow old with you slowly, until we become so old that we can go nowhere. You still regard me as the treasure in your palm. This song seemed to depict love. But what is love? Perhaps love is wanting to grow old together, right? Chapter 22. Standing by my brothers on November 14th, the Spurs faced the Wizards who had come to challenge them. In Chen Ji's memory, the Wizards had always been a perennial underdog in the Eastern Conference. However, upon reviewing the team roster, it was clear that this was not the case anymore. Furthermore, Coach Popovich placed great emphasis on this match, directly arranging the strongest starting lineup, showing no intention of resting any players. Opposing Chen Ji is the Polish powerhouse, Gortat, whose moniker alone reflects his playing style. It was yet another evening filled with exhilarating intensity. Gortat relentlessly exploited his footwork and height to trouble Chen Ji in the paint. However, this traditional two-point strategy proved to be rather inefficient. Moreover, the Wizards boasted two prominent stars on the perimeter, known as the dynamic duo of Wall and Beal. By the end of the match, Gortat had managed to score only 9 points on 4 of 10 shooting. In contrast, Chen Ji, with the same number of attempts, efficiently amassed 19 points, 5 of 8 from beyond the arc, complemented by a flawless 2 of 2 from under the basket. The disparity in efficiency was striking. The Spurs triumphed over the Wizards with a commanding score of 99-79, leaving Chen Ji with an inexplicable sense of awkwardness upon witnessing such a scoreline. The pace of the game felt sluggish in this era. Even though the Spurs, under the guidance of Coach Popovich, are at the forefront of the game's evolution, they have yet to embrace a fully liberated style. However, change is on the horizon, anticipated within the next couple of years. The Splash Brothers of the Warriors are poised to showcase the potency of the three-point shot, heralding a new era of basketball characterized by frenetic, free-spirited play. Just a single point shy of 20, what a pity. Chen Ji harbors aspirations for statistical excellence. Nevertheless, the Spurs epitomize team basketball. And achieving 19 points with merely 10 attempts is a remarkable feat within such a collective. It seems he may be drifting into complacency. Chen Ji patted his conscience, feeling a twinge of guilt. It is essential to recognize that the current Spurs roster features Hall of Fame legends such as Duncan, Jin Billy, and Parker. Their presence undoubtedly dilutes ball control, yet it simultaneously draws the defensive attention of opponents. Moreover, they exhibit a greater willingness to share the ball, thereby affording the younger members of the team easier opportunities to score. It is an undeniable fact that Chen Ji, Kawhi, and Danny Green have all benefited from this dynamic. When presented with the prospect of becoming the leader of the team, Chen Ji momentarily felt a surge of excitement, only to have that feeling shatter almost instantly. Despite a fleeting sense of ambition, he is acutely aware that he is no match for LeBron James. Such a comparison risks appearing presumptuous. After all, James is oblivious to his existence, having been inadvertently associated with him. Let us speak of the Warriors instead. After this year, the dawn of the Warriors dynasty is imminent. Before the Splash Brothers, only the formidable LeBron managed to evade disaster, which inadvertently led to the emergence of the Tsunami Brothers. Indeed, the Warriors are bolstered by both Curry and Thompson, and with the addition of Durant, the Splash Brothers have evolved into the Tsunami Brothers. Who can withstand such a force? Chen Ji possesses a keen self-awareness. If even the Rockets' Harden has become collateral damage, he has little cause to boast. The notion of being the team leader is best left as a distant dream. Those familiar with gaming understand that in times of adversity, one must embrace a strategy of cautious development. At the post-game press conference, Chen Ji arrived once again. "Hello, Xiaobao, I am Chu Xue from Tencent Sports. It is a pleasure to meet you." The competition amongst reporters had intensified with the arrival of Chu Xue, a charming and captivating figure reminiscent of a magazine cover. Her name, Chu Xue, is also quite memorable. "I bring greetings from domestic fans who are delighted by your performance and deeply appreciate the efforts you have made, bringing us so much inspiration. Keep up the great work." "Thank you, everyone, I will." Chen Ji nodded sincerely. However, unfortunately, he failed to fulfill his promise. The following day, during the match against the Jazz, Chen Ji's shooting was subpar. He managed to score only 7 points, hitting 3 out of 8 attempts, with a commendable 2 out of 3 under the basket, yet a dismal 1 out of 5 from beyond the arc. Nevertheless, the team emerged victorious. In November, the Spurs seemed oblivious to the taste of defeat, triumphing over the Jazz and subsequently overcoming the Celtics, the Grizzlies, and the Cavaliers, until they encountered the Thunder at the end of the month. Prior to the game, Coach Popovich devised a targeted strategy against the Thunder, particularly focusing on Durant and Westbrook, bestowing upon them the treatment befitting superstars, with immediate double-teaming upon receiving the ball. Chen Ji envied them, as he had never experienced such defensive pressure himself. At present, he was collaborating with Kawhi to contain Durant, whose height, long arms, speed, and youth rendered him a challenging opponent. Often, he would boldly confront their extended reach, managing to score with a decent shooting percentage. In this grueling, almost muddy contest, Durant amassed a game-high 24 points. Despite a rather disappointing shooting accuracy of 10 out of 23. Yes, the expectations for Durant were indeed lofty. Anything below a 50 shooting rate was deemed unsatisfactory. In stark contrast, his counterpart from the Thunder, known as Westbrook, found himself utterly ensnared, shooting a mere 2 out of 16, and failing to convert any of his 5 three-point attempts, completely lost amidst the Spurs' formidable defense throughout the match. This also serves to demonstrate, from one perspective, the remarkable success of the Spurs' defense. The only issue lies in their offense lagging behind. The ever-reliable Kawhi Leonard, rarely taking 18 shots, managed to contribute a mere 14 points, with a lamentable shooting percentage of 6 out of 18. Of course, this predicament is not solely attributed to Leonard, as both Parker and Duncan also faltered, with one shooting 6 out of 16 and the other 5 out of 14. As for Chen Ji and Green, those two underperformers were not worthy of mention today. The Spurs fell to the Thunder with a score of 88-94. In a losing effort, no one can claim innocence. After the game, Chen Ji could hardly bear to look at his statistics, but ultimately succumbed to the temptation of stealing a glance. 3 out of 8, with 6 points, 9 rebounds, and 1 assist. Although he was aware of the poor performance, seeing it in black and white underscored just how dismal it truly was. Even worse, A sporting goods company had recently approached him, and they were in the preliminary stages of discussing a potential collaboration. To suddenly suffer a defeat, and such a disheartening one at that, would significantly impact the contract's value. Thus, Chen Ji wisely opted to postpone discussions. In the final game of November, facing the Magic, Chen Ji prepared thoroughly. Competing against strong teams is challenging, but one must strike decisively against weaker opponents. Throughout the match, Chen Ji showcased his prowess with an impressive 6 out of 8 shooting performance, including 4 out of 4 from beyond the arc and 3 out of 3 from the free throw line, amassing a total of 19 points. He once again tied his career-high scoring record. Each time he reflects on this record, a sense of embarrassment washes over him. 19 points seem rather inconspicuous. Additionally, having been in the league for a month, it was time for him to seek his place within it. Looking at the statistics, an average playing time of 26 for minutes per game, with 8 for attempts resulting in 4, 6 successful shots, averaging 12, 1 points, 8 for rebounds, 3, 6 assists, 1, 5 blocks, and 0, 8 steals per game. Undoubtedly, this reflects the caliber of a competent starting player. In comparison, Kawhi Leonard averages 12, 8 points. Thus, Chen Ji pondered the possibility, if the Spurs indeed advanced to the finals, could they snatch the coveted finals MVP trophy from Kawhi's grasp? One can surmise that Kawhi is blissfully unaware, while his devoted training partner contemplates the prospect of aiding him in a fierce battle. Chapter 23. Overwhelmed by Harden, the calendar turned to December, and the Spurs faced the Rockets in a back-to-back match. At this juncture, Harden was on the brink of achieving legendary status with the Rockets. Meanwhile, Chen Ji found himself paralyzed with trepidation. Why, you may ask? Because the art of drawing fouls had yet to become commonplace, and he feared he would falter in the presence of Harden. It was not out of moral high ground, nor a concern for the integrity of the league. Rather, it stemmed from a simple fear of inadequacy. Furthermore, he harbored a clandestine secret. Such shameless tactics were unnecessary in the regular season. He planned to reserve them for pivotal moments. What constitutes a pivotal moment, you ask? Oh, a mischievous glee danced within Chen Ji's heart. Harden's prowess was not solely attributed to his unparalleled ability to draw fouls during his prime. To emerge as an outlier among superstars, one must possess remarkable skills. His step-back three-pointer has become a formidable threat, and with his robust physique and adept ball-handling skills, he can effortlessly maneuver into the paint to execute a formidable assault on the rim. The game has commenced. Chen Ji, under the impression that there was only one Harden, was taken aback to see a familiar face, Howard. The once renowned Superman Howard, hailed as the premier center in the league during his prime. It suddenly dawned on him that Harden and Howard had previously collaborated on the Rockets. The starting lineup for the Rockets included Harden, Parsons, Beverly, Jones, and Howard. Chen Ji's adversary is Jones, while the stoic Duncan stands expressionless beside Howard. The tip-off ensued, and Howard claimed possession. Harden advanced past half-court, with Danny Green tasked with frontline defense. As Chen Ji surveyed the unfolding dynamics on the court, Jones and Howard abruptly exchanged positions, placing the still dominant Howard directly in front of Chen Ji. What were they intending? Almost as soon as Howard established his stance, Harden lobbed the ball towards him. The moment Howard caught the ball, he spun and unleashed an elbow. It was uncertain whether it made contact, but Chen Ji fell to the ground with an audible gasp. Confronting such a beast head-on was a futile endeavor. Before the era of small ball arrived, Chen Ji was acutely aware that his height of 208 centimeters and weight of 110 kilograms rendered him somewhat inadequate in the paint. Therefore, there was no shame in succumbing. When the moment called for it, lying flat on the ground was the prudent course of action. A sharp whistle pierced the air. The referee had called the foul. Howard's maneuver of spinning and throwing his elbow was indeed too conspicuous. Typically, towering athletes with remarkable leaping ability are not as stable on their feet, and Howard was no exception. Moreover, his offensive arsenal is severely lacking. There are no three-point shots, no mid-range attempts, and even as a center, he lacks the footwork beneath the basket. In light of such rudimentary skills, how could the peak version of the Dwight Howard ascend to become a two-time All-Star voting champion? The answer lies in two fundamental maneuvers. One involves the guards penetrating and lofting the ball towards the heavens, with him soaring above 1, 2, or even 3 defenders to slam it down. The other is a forceful approach from the low post. Despite an unstable base, he resorts to using his elbows. Larger players, like Yao Ming, can simply hold their ground and prevent him from rising. However, Chen Ji does not possess that same stature to elude the fate of being posterized. He cleverly opts to brace for impact with his elbows. Upon witnessing the impending arrival of the elbow, he wisely chooses to take a dive. In the quest for survival in this league, he truly casts aside all notions of dignity. Rising from the floor, Chen Ji feels a sense of grievance, on the verge of tears. Yet, even more aggrieved is Howard, who can assert with absolute certainty that he hadn't touched him at all. However, with the referee's whistle blown, what recourse does he have? He curses under his breath, lamenting the arrival of such a rookie. The Spurs commence their offense. Chen Ji inbounds the ball, and Parker brings it across half court. Within moments, an opportunity arises. Danny Green finds himself wide open and takes a three-point shot. Clang. Clang. He hits nothing but iron. Just as Chen Ji believes he has a chance at the rebound, before he can even move, Jones has him completely boxed out. Howard secures the rebound and immediately dishes it to Harden. As Harden dribbles in, he executes a smooth behind-the-back maneuver, leaving Green in the dust. As a former fan, watching Harden's behind-the-back dribble on screen felt swift and decisive, particularly that initial move. However, witnessing it live is akin to the crispness of a perfectly fried spring roll. At this moment, as Harden skillfully maneuvered past his opponent, Chen Ji surprisingly found himself momentarily flustered. Caught in indecision, he hesitated, and just as he shifted his foot, the ball in Harden's possession was released, not towards the basket, but directed towards the unguarded Howard. Green rushed forward, yet Howard had already seized the ball midair, showing no intention of descending. With a half-turn in the air, he emphatically slammed it down, denying any opportunity for a foul. The defensive rotation was executed flawlessly. The sole issue lay in Harden's effortless dribbling, his swift passing, and Howard's formidable finishing ability in flight. Coach Popovich rose momentarily from the sidelines, only to take his seat once more. Indeed, the greatest challenge for a team-oriented strategy is facing off against squads boasting superstars. To put it plainly, while one may not fear intricate plays, the sheer audacity of players like Durant and Harden is daunting. Today, Harden dismantled the Spurs' pride in their team defense with alarming ease, and Chen Ji found himself awkwardly among the wreckage. However, he was not alone, for Green and Kawhi were there alongside him. All three players performed uniformly dismally, each shooting an abysmal 3 for 8, collectively sinking merely 2 three-pointers and failing to surpass 20 points combined. In stark contrast, Harden alone amassed 36 points and 12 assists, rendering the trio utterly insignificant. Observing Kawhi's dazed expression, it was hard for Chen Ji to envision that he would later evolve into a version of MJ in his prime. Indeed, one should never underestimate the potential of youth. The match concluded with a score of 106-112, leaving the San Antonio Spurs with a narrow defeat of merely 6 points despite the underwhelming performance of the three young players. It was Parker who rose to the occasion, deftly maneuvering through the Rockets' defense to deliver a commendable 27-point display, affirming that he still has much to offer. Additionally, the venerable Duncan, with a commendable shooting record of 8 out of 13, managed to secure 20 points and 8 rebounds against the formidable Howard, a feat not easily achieved. The current Spurs, lacking the support of their seasoned veterans, are struggling. Had any one of the young players performed to expectations today, victory would have been theirs. Yet, youth often brings inconsistency. The veterans, too, grapple with their own forms of unpredictability. One suffers from inexperience, while the other faces the limitations of stamina. The path to redemption for the Spurs appears daunting after losses to both the Thunder and the Rockets. Indeed, overcoming the Thunder and the Rockets seems a formidable challenge before even contemplating revenge against the Heat in the finals. The locker room was steeped in a somber atmosphere following the defeat. Coach Popovich concluded with a rather lighthearted remark. "We played exceptionally well today. Tomorrow, you are all invited to my home. Bring your families along, and no excuses for not coming." Admittedly, this post-game summary bore a touch of levity. However, the gathering is indeed forthcoming. Coach Popovich seems particularly generous in this regard. Tomorrow is not a day of significance, yet he has declared a team gathering, complete with family members, which could easily transform into a larger affair rather than just a gathering of a few individuals. I recall the first gathering of the season, attended by the entire team, taking place at Popovich's estate. Chen sensed that the lavish feast hosted by the venerable Popovich likely cost more gold coins than his monthly salary. One could only say the old gentleman was indeed extravagant. Chapter 24. The ambitions of youth allow me to give you a massage. Recently, little Baozhu had begun exploring instructional videos on massage techniques, even seeking advice from the team doctor. Just lie still, do not move, and certainly do not play tricks. She had stipulated before commencing her gentle ministrations. However, her fingers lacked the requisite strength, merely grazing over his skin like a tickle, causing Chen to stifle his laughter. Is it not effective? Indeed, your hands lack power. The pressure is rather light, yet it remains quite soothing. Fortunately, Chen was quick to adapt, turning just in time. Otherwise, little Baozhu's earnest efforts would have been in vain. Let us go shopping later. Why? Little Baozhu inquired, perplexed. Typically, young ladies enjoy shopping, and she was no exception, though she had grown accustomed to being with little Bao. If little Bao did not fancy shopping, neither did she. Coach Popovich is treating us again. We ought to prepare a small gift, and we must also select suitable attire. In truth, Chen should have anticipated this during their previous gathering. With so many guests at the banquet, especially the multitude of women, it was likely that little Baozhu would stand out, her hands bereft of rings, her neck devoid of necklaces. Even her hairstyle was exceedingly simple, adorned only with a cartoonish hair tie purchased from a local discount store, tied back into a basic high ponytail. Very well, I shall wash my hair. I will assist you. Chen Ji placed the little treasure's Zhu on his lap, allowing her hair to cascade into the basin. He applied shampoo and gently massaged it in. At the tender age of 20, the fair and youthful Zhu, with her delicate, arched eyelashes and petite nose, was irresistibly captivating. Chen Ji could not resist planting a few kisses on her. Embarrassed, the bashful Zhu dared not open her eyes in broad daylight. After washing, he rinsed her hair thoroughly with clean water, then carefully dried it with a towel before using a hairdryer. A fragrant little Zhu emerged, fresh and radiant. After applying a touch of conditioner to enhance her hair's luster, she was ready to go. To avoid being taken advantage of in unfamiliar surroundings, Chen Ji invited Danny Green and Little Ka along. However, Little Ka declined, as he was not fond of shopping. Danny Green graciously accompanied Chen Ji and Zhu to explore the local marketplace, providing detailed recommendations on where to find affordable and quality items. It seemed Danny was aware of Chen Ji's current financial constraints, perhaps having experienced similar hardships himself. He understood a man's struggles well. As they dressed Zhu beautifully, Chen Ji also prepared a small gift for the esteemed Coach Popovich. This action astonished Danny Green. You, my friend, it's no wonder you can start right away. I had no idea you were preparing a gift for the old man. You used to be unable to start not because of gifts, but simply due to lack of skill. Don't blame the gift, all right? Even if you know, it shouldn't be spoken aloud. Do I not care about my pride? Pride is earned through one's own efforts. Chen Ji originally intended to bring him down to earth, yet today, the mere act of spending time together for a shopping excursion already demonstrated considerable goodwill. Among good friends, it is essential to maintain a certain decorum. Your reputation has already grown substantial. From a fallen two-round draft pick to a starting player on a formidable team, now, who wouldn't he address you as Mr. Green upon meeting? Indeed, Green felt a surge of satisfaction, recognizing that this young man was perceptive. However, today's dose of dog food had been ample. He felt somewhat foolish. Just look at Kawhi, who displayed remarkable wisdom. Upon hearing Chen Ji's invitation for a shopping trip, he promptly declined without a second thought. Nevertheless, among the trio, two were already committed to their partners, leaving him solitary and vulnerable. It was no wonder he found himself amidst the romantic exchanges. In the evening, everyone, including the team staff, gathered in groups of 3 to 5 at the expansive 16-acre estate of the venerable Coach Popovich, relishing the delightful dinner prepared by the chef. Little Baizhu was once again whisked away by Kawhi's wife, causing Chen Ji a tinge of concern, yet he hesitated to follow. He could only cast occasional glances in that direction, fearing that his precious Baizhu might be led astray. Do not fret. Shipley would not lead your little gem astray. Kawhi could no longer contain himself and made a rare jest that was not entirely in jest. Shipley, his girlfriend, was a woman who seldom appeared in public. Not from the entertainment industry nor a supermodel, yet she complemented the understated Kawhi perfectly. They had both matured with grace. Suddenly, Kawhi uttered an enigmatic remark. Chen Ji paused momentarily, And only upon following Kawhi's gaze did he realize they were likely referring to Coach Popovich or the trio of the GDP standing nearby. It is a trite assertion that no one escapes the passage of time. Such sentiments are challenging to engage with and are often dismissed. Each Dynasty's team reaches a similar conclusion in its twilight years. Consider, for instance, the Warriors a decade hence, characterized as a legacy of commendable basketball. This so-called commendable basketball reflects the aspirations of the youth striving for prominence, while the seasoned players demand respect. Presently, the Spurs exhibit this very quality. Typically, a prodigious talent like Kawhi Leonard should draw comparisons to Kevin Durant during his tenure with the Thunder, where the team eschewed intricate tactics in favor of simply allowing him to dominate the game until he could no longer do so. Durant's exceptional isolation skills were honed in such an environment. In contrast, within the Spurs framework, Kawhi finds himself in the position of the dutiful player, with no guaranteed starting role and occasionally relegated to the bench for a breath of fresh air. An exceptionally gifted athlete must possess pride. He cannot endure such constraints. Though Kawhi speaks little, his silence does not imply a lack of opinion. This was the first instance Chen Ji observed his feelings surfacing. There is no need for haste. A time will surely come for his ascendance. This is a certainty. In his prime, Kawhi could rival any superstar in history. Had it not been for injuries, his accomplishments would likely have soared even higher. Yet, fate often unfolds in unpredictable ways, does it not? The overarching atmosphere of the team and Coach Popovich's style may occasionally instill doubt within an individual. Now a third-year player, Kawhi remains at a crossroads. Chen Ji smiled, refraining from further commentary. Everyone shares this sentiment. It is not solely Kawhi who feels deprived of the ball. Chen Ji also yearned for more. Yet the team was steadily progressing along the right path. At such a juncture, who would dare to disrupt this harmonious environment? Such a person would be deemed a traitor to the team. Therefore, it was prudent to remain discreet. Any thoughts harbored within should be reserved for discussion until the conclusion of the season. Come, let us feast. Chen Ji offered no consolation to Shao Ka, but added, if you have energy to spare, let us engage in one-on-one matches starting tomorrow. Challenging Shao Ka was not something Chen Ji particularly relished, as he did not enjoy seeking out hardship. However, given the current circumstances, the only outlet for their frustrations was to spar with one another off the court. As opportunities on the court were scarce, Shao Ka's response was succinct. During routine personal training sessions, he indeed found it challenging to locate a suitable opponent. The veteran trio need not be mentioned, as the others, including Danny Green, were primarily functional players with little offensive initiative. Chen Ji, however, was an exception. He possessed both height and weight. Although his skills were not wholly refined, he was versatile, capable of shooting threes, executing breakthroughs, and maintaining a unique rhythm. Had he known that Shao Ka regarded his technical abilities as lacking, Chen Ji would undoubtedly concur. One is most aware of their own shortcomings. Emerging from an unconventional background, he played purely by instinct. Even his shooting mechanics were rather erratic. As for play beneath the basket, it was simply a matter of remaining calm. Most of the time, it involved timing, lifting the ball first, observing the defender's reaction, waiting for them to leap before allowing the ball to fall, or casually tossing it if they remained grounded. His form was exceedingly unorthodox, and his movements far from standard, presenting a stark contrast to that of a professional player. Chapter 25. The league's premier sharpshooter, Chen Xiaobao. In addition to this, there was also his lifeline, the three-point shot. When Chen Ji's three-point shooting touches on, it swishes with ease. When it falters, it clangs against the rim. This is a common plight among many sharpshooters. However, what sets Chen Ji apart is the ever-changing nature of his shooting form. In truth, he has already toned it down considerably, as he refrains from utilizing his most proficient shooting techniques. His approach resembles a carefree dance, as he exuberantly tosses the basketball toward the hoop, a style that is innately his own, devoid of strict form, driven solely by joy. Remarkably, he doesn't even need to face the basket. Shooting with his back turned can yield surprising success, characterized by an element of spontaneity. Yet, while such improvisation may be acceptable in private practice, executing it in a game would likely draw the ire of Coach Popovich, even if the shot were to go in. This reaction is predictable. One can draw parallels to Stephen Curry, whose audacious three-point attempts sometimes provoke Coach Kerr to exclaim in alarm, "No." Such a sentiment resonates deeply, as even successful shots can evoke an absurdity. Chen Ji has come to recognize this unique trait within himself. Yet in the Spurs organization, each player has a designated role, and unrestrained creativity is utterly frowned upon. Thus, he must contain his impulses. If he harbors ideas, he ought not to complain, but rather channel his energy into competing vigorously against Kawhi Leonard. Following that fateful dinner, Chen Ji and Kawhi became almost frenzied in their pursuit of excellence. After each team practice, they would linger behind to engage in one-on-one battles until one declared the other as daddy. In his quest for victory, Chen Ji disregarded any taboos, showcasing a variety of unconventional techniques seldom seen in formal competitions. As Xiao Ka found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions, teetering on the brink of ecstasy, he couldn't help but ponder why Chen Ji, despite possessing extraordinary skills, consistently refrained from showcasing them during the matches, opting instead for a conventional approach. However, being part of the same team, some matters need not be articulated explicitly. The understanding is mutual. Thus, Xiao Ka chose to remain silent, devoting himself to honing his mid-range shooting. His one-on-one plays were executed with a deliberate cadence, lacking any semblance of fluidity. Chen Ji, with his advantageous height and weight, coupled with swift footwork, frequently disrupted his rhythm, leading to a stalemate where neither could prevail over the other. It was a classic case of mutual resistance. Neither could vanquish the other. In contrast, Chen Ji possessed several unconventional maneuvers at his disposal. For instance, when Xiao Ka managed to corner him during an offensive play, resulting in a dead ball scenario, he would, in a moment of desperation, rely solely on his instinct for the basket and casually toss the ball, often resulting in a surprising score. Such capricious attempts would frequently catch Xiao Ka off guard until Green joined the fray. Thus, both found an outlet for their frustrations, leveraging their physical advantages to relentlessly challenge Green. The poor lad Danny, too, found himself overwhelmed by the prowess of these two beasts. Lamentably, with neither height, weight, nor speed on his side, he could only concede defeat. Perhaps they had trained excessively in private. During the match against the Hawks, the trio collectively faltered. Nonetheless, the Spurs emerged victorious, bolstered by the commendable performances of the veterans, while the Hawks appeared to be dismantling their team, suffering significantly at the hands of LeBron in the Eastern Conference, especially when it was evident they could not compete against the Heat. In recent years, Eastern teams have predominantly been in a state of disarray, with many traditional powerhouses beginning to falter. This serves as a silent protest against the league's disregard for the basketball prowess of the James brothers. However, this protest appears feeble and pitiable, for since Kobe's departure, the league yearns for a new prodigy. Ironically, LeBron stands as the prime candidate. His discipline off the court and his performance on the court are more than sufficient to bear this weighty responsibility. Of course, if his playing style were a tad more aesthetically pleasing and his abilities even more formidable, allowing him to become the Thanos of basketball without the need for a super team, it would be nothing short of perfection. In a narrow victory, the Spurs managed to triumph by a mere 2 points, ending the game at 102-100. Post-match, Coach Popovich refrained from comment. Despite the lackluster performance of the Big Three, their private efforts have not gone unnoticed. Their capabilities are evident, and while today's performance may falter, tomorrow may bring a different outcome. As December dawns, the Spurs, who had previously claimed the league's top record last month, are now beginning to show signs of fatigue. With veterans aging and youth fluctuating, such inconsistencies are inevitable. In the clash for supremacy between the Eastern and Western conferences, it is rather peculiar that the team currently leading the East is not the Heat, but the Pacers, a team that has faded from the spotlight in recent discussions. Yet, the Pacers' leader, Paul George, famously dubbed Playoff P, has risen to prominence in the past 2 years through his confrontations with the Heat. At just 23 years of age, a mere year older than Kawhi Leonard, he has already established himself as a formidable presence. This is undoubtedly enviable. In their ultimate showdown, Paul George delivered an impressive performance, scoring 28 points with a shooting accuracy of 9 out of 14, decisively overcoming Leonard. In contrast, while Xiao Ka also performed reasonably well with 8 out of 13 shots for 18 points, his tactical role and the team's characteristics were insufficient. Today, it was Green, Mills, and Diaw who faltered. Green, who had been remarkably accurate recently, suddenly lost his touch. His performance in November was notable, often achieving 6 out of 9 from beyond the arc, but now he seems to be repaying debts. Mills and Dia exhibited similar inconsistencies. When they were on point, everyone rejoiced. When they faltered, they merely sought solace in their own performances. As for Chen Ji, he remained the epitome of reliability. Upon noticing his poor three-point shooting today, he refrained from lingering at the perimeter, leveraging his position as a power forward to seek opportunities beneath the basket. His statistics of 4 out of 8 from the field, with 1 out of 4 from three-point range, along with 2 free throws, barely culminated in a double-double, 11 points, 10 rebounds, 3 assists, and 1 block. The Spurs have struggled this year, consistently losing against formidable opponents. Chen Ji began to question whether his presence had altered the dynamics of the game, but upon reflection, he realized he might have been overly anxious. Typically, the league's top teams seem to lose around 10 to 20 games each season. After all, they had only lost a few thus far. There was no need for panic. When they faced the Raptors after a significant interval, Chen Ji finally indulged in a feast of dumplings. He seized the opportunity against the Raptors' formidable interior duo, Johnson and Valanciunas, whose slow-footedness offered him openings. He unleashed a barrage of long-range shots, achieving an impressive 7 out of 9 from three-point territory, which significantly elevated his shooting percentage back to approximately 40. Moreover, he shattered his career single-game scoring record, soaring from a previous high of 19 points to an impressive 21 points. Well, this is sheer audacity, boldly boasting. However, achieving a score of 2 points is already commendable, and breaking the 20-point barrier would be exceptional. Following the conclusion of this match, several prominent sports websites in the country, such as Sina, Sohu, Tencent, and Hoopu, seemed to be celebrating as if it were a festival. The atmosphere was truly vibrant. Amidst this exuberance, Chen Ji discreetly blended in. He observed the fans extolling him, referring to him as the league's top scorer, Chen Xiaobao. This title was quite pleasing to hear, even though Chen Ji was aware he did not truly deserve it. Nevertheless, within the country, his scoring prowess arguably surpassed even that of Curry. At this moment, Curry was on the verge of transforming into a legendary figure, yet his recognition domestically was probably akin to that of his team, the Warriors. People were aware of his existence, but little more. The attention of fans and media alike was firmly fixed on the illustrious LeBron James and the Miami Heat, as everyone eagerly anticipated their quest for a third consecutive championship. Chapter 26, an 18-minute, 0-point performance? December 12th, a day that seemed rather ordinary. The Spurs were set to face the Bucks today. From the bench, Chen Ji caught sight of Giannis, a tall and slender figure who appeared as if a gust of wind could easily carry him away. His appearance was rather peculiar, prompting Chen Ji to steal a few more glances. Unfortunately, their eyes met, leading to an awkward moment as Chen Ji quickly looked away. Unbeknownst to him, Giannis felt a twinge of envy upon seeing him. It is worth noting that among the 2013 rookie class, Chen Ji was the only player starting for a strong team, while most of his first-year peers were struggling to make a significant impact. For instance, the highly touted Bennett often presents a rather unremarkable performance, typically characterized by a mere 12 minutes of playtime, accompanied by a modest tally of 3 rebounds and 4 points. It is noteworthy that he is indeed a first-round draft pick. With Bennett leading the charge, his teammates can afford to take a breather. Underwhelming performances do not carry much weight. Take Giannis Antetokounmpo, for example. Currently, he manages to play for 23 minutes in a game, yet scores only in single digits. His slender physique hardly merits mention. Were it not for the Milwaukee Bucks' current lack of ambition, had they been under coach Greg Popovich of the Spurs, he would certainly not receive even a minute of playtime. As for the pregame rituals, a gentle fist bump with the Little Gym precedes the match against Middleton. The composition of the Bucks roster leaves Chun perplexed, as it consists of a cadre of tall and slender young players. Prior to Giannis's emergence, the Bucks were quite susceptible to defeat. In today's match, the Spurs hardly exerted themselves, yet they succumbed effortlessly. The starting lineup for the Bucks featured Knight with 8 points, John with 4, Mayo with 3, Udo with 2, and Middleton with 2. Such harmony amongst them, none reached double digits, and collectively they failed to surpass 20 points. Before the end of the third quarter, the Bucks conceded defeat, and their starters exited the game. Correspondingly, Chen also departed. Over the course of 18 minutes on the court, the number of touches on the ball is uncertain, but the dismal stats of 0 points, 7 rebounds, and 5 assists are truly disheartening. Indeed, a goose egg. In such a one-sided contest, Chen inadvertently ended up with a scoreless outing. It was his first realization that the outcome remained the same whether the opponent was too weak or too strong. While secretly looking down upon the Bucks, Chen Ji began to comprehend that he too had met with a tragic fate. At the onset of the game, he felt little urgency, missing his first three-point attempt and choosing not to rush his shots thereafter. When the ball came his way, he merely facilitated the play and set screens for his teammates. Upon the conclusion of the match, he glanced at the statistics and was left in shock. The league's top shooter, Chen Xiaobao, had taken only one shot against the Bucks, failing to score. Experiencing his first scoreless game in his career, Chen Ji felt a profound sense of melancholy. It was indeed a reflection of his inexperience in the professional arena. In the post-game locker room, Danny Green mercilessly mocked Chen Ji. As a starting player, to play 18 minutes without scoring was a predicament that could lead to expulsion from the team. However, in a surprising turn of events, Coach Popovich showed no inclination to dismiss Chen Ji. Instead, he praised his performance, stating, "You all should learn from Chen Ji. Do not place too much emphasis on statistics." Feeling a bit bewildered, Chen Ji suddenly realized that Coach Popovich was quite serious. "We are a team, and some individuals focus solely on scoring, which is unacceptable. We must understand the importance of sharing the ball and working in unison." The old coach was indeed earnest. Kawhi's eyes widened, and he pondered who that individual fixated on personal scoring could be, only to lock eyes with Chen Ji. Chen Ji couldn't suppress his laughter. It was rather absurd that someone who had not scored was facing off against someone who was diligently seeking to draw fouls. Indeed, Kawhi was being rather intentional today. Sometimes when the ball lands in his hands, even in unfavorable circumstances, he presses on with determination, achieving 3 out of 8 attempts, yet securing 8 free throws, with 7 successfully converted. In the span of 23 minutes on the court, Little Ka amassed 13 points. Chen Ji, once smiling, found his grin fading. While one secured 13 points, he was left with nothing. Upon returning from Milwaukee to San Antonio, the two engaged in a one-on-one duel off the court. Such boundless energy, after all, would be wasted if left unused. Today, Little Ka displayed a notable agitation, relentlessly challenging Chen Ji. Unfazed, Chen Ji retorted with biting sarcasm, suggesting that he should refrain from claiming that Jordan is his idol. Observing his dribbling, which was painfully awkward, he quipped that if others played like him, Jordan might mistakenly think they were emulating Barkley. Their rapid-fire exchange, laced with urgency, only served to infuriate Little Ka, yet he found himself outmatched in verbal sparring, his frustration evident in his fiery gaze. The two engaged in a vigorous physical contest for an hour, and as time drew near, Chen Ji raised his hand in surrender, suggesting they continue another day. Little Ka, momentarily calming his fervor, walked shoulder to shoulder with him as they exited the gym. The December breeze was brisk, causing one to stumble slightly. "You will undoubtedly become an all-star player," Little Ka unexpectedly remarked, his words lacking context. Chen Ji paused, suddenly grasping Little Ka's sentiment, an expression of envy intertwined with uncertainty about the future. This inexplicable state of mind stemmed from Coach Popovich's influence. Due to the frequent accolades received by Chen Ji, he has been a paragon of exemplary students since his very first day in the team. In stark contrast, Xiao Ka is the one often chastised, perceived as someone with a rather bleak future. "Quite astonishing, isn't it?" Chen Ji gently patted his shoulder. "I cannot predict whether I will become an all-star, but I am certain that you will." His heartfelt words conveyed a confidence in Xiao Ka that far surpassed his own, for he recognized himself as an unpredictable variable, uncertain of what the future might hold. Yet, he had witnessed the potential that lay within Xiao Ka, a player who had endured a future marred by injuries, yet still effortlessly secured a place among the 75 greatest superstars in the history of the league. This speaks volumes of his resplendent peak. "Trust me," Chen Ji asserted earnestly, before waving goodbye and parting ways with Xiao Ka. Xiao Ka remained rooted in place for quite some time, only snapping back to reality when Chen Ji had distanced himself. No one could fathom the thoughts swirling within his mind. Upon returning home, as Chen Ji opened the door, something tumbled down. Peering closer, he discovered it to be little Pearl, who had been dozing at the threshold, now sitting on the ground with her innocent, wide eyes blinking in confusion, unsure of what had just transpired. "You silly little thing, why are you sitting at the door?" It was likely that she had bumped her little head when he opened the door. "I was waiting for you," little Pearl replied, her expression a mix of grievance, her tiny mouth pouting adorably. Chen Ji felt his heart melt, and he hurriedly soothed her, gently patting and blowing on her. Suddenly, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. How delightful! Is that codfish soup? Xiao Baozhu nodded. The two of them had purchased cod together today, having never tasted this delicacy before. They had heard of its nutritional benefits. Thus, they sought guidance online. While simmering the soup at home, she began to feel drowsy and decided to wait for Chen Ji behind the door. Chapter 27. A face full of love from love. Turning to the next page of the calendar, she noted that today was December 14th. The opponent for the evening was the Timberwolves. The mere mention of the Timberwolves conjured images of the legendary Kevin Garnett and the audacious Anthony Edwards. However, the current leader of the Timberwolves bears no relation to them. The new king of the Wolves is Kevin Love, a strikingly handsome Caucasian gentleman who, during a photo shoot for ESPN, displayed his full frontal prowess, undoubtedly captivating countless female fans. In 2013, Love resembled the emerging Luka Doncic in some ways. Both were dashing statistical juggernauts. Yet, Doncic exhibited superior court control, capable of securing not only statistics but also victories. In contrast, Love's performance was more straightforward. He amassed numbers while victories came at random. This might seem disrespectful to the Timberwolves, but they warranted such disdain, for their defense was nearly non-existent. Their perimeter was manned by the Spanish prodigy Ricky Rubio, while the forwards were Martin and Brewer, with Love and Pekovi anchoring the paint. Upon seeing Rubio, Chen Ji was reminded of how popular and handsome this guy had once been, as evidenced by his nickname, the Spanish prodigy. The only dilemma was that this fellow remained just as formidable at 25 as he had been at 15, with little distinction between then and now. Before the commencement of the match, Chen Ji believed it would be a delightful and effortless contest. As it turned out, his assumption was entirely accurate. Yet the error lay in the fact that he faced off against Love. The two teams were locked in a close score of 110 to 117, with the Spurs trailing. Each time the score tightened, his teammates would rally to widen the gap, persisting until the final whistle. Up to this point, everything seemed fine, especially since they emerged victorious. However, Chen Ji realized that while the team triumphed, he personally did not. This predicament was quite awkward, particularly when he reviewed the statistics post-match, inadvertently sinking into deep self-doubt. As the primary defender against Love, he allowed him to amass an astonishing 42 points and secure 12 rebounds. How could this happen? He felt that his defense was adequate, successfully contesting Love's shots. Nevertheless, Love's prolific shooting today was undeniable, hitting an extraordinary 8 out of 9 from beyond the arc. Who could withstand such an onslaught? Ever since being affectionately dubbed the league's top shooter by adoring domestic fans, his days had suddenly become arduous. Had this title reached the ears of foreign players? Following his previous game, where he went 0 for 1 and managed to score only a solitary point, Chen Ji once again showcased his skills in this match, achieving 1 out of 3 attempts for a total of 2 points. Was he encountering the notorious rookie wall? This term refers to the phenomenon where newcomers, having garnered some attention, become the focus of strategic defenses. If they cannot surmount this challenge, they risk fading into mediocrity and gradually disappearing from the league. Chen Ji remained uncertain if he was indeed facing such a rookie wall. In the midst of existential doubt, one suddenly realizes there is another soul nearby, equally devoid of spirit. Upon closer inspection, it is none other than Green, the very individual who mocked him for his poor performance in the last match. In this game, however, Green has inexplicably aligned himself with Chen Ji, achieving a dismal 0 for 2, with no free throws, a glaring O. Truly, a testament to their camaraderie, even in failure. They are inseparable. To exacerbate matters, Green not only failed to score, but he also recorded no rebounds or assists, finishing the match with just 2 turnovers and a single foul. Having played for less than 10 minutes, he was scolded by Coach Popovich and subsequently benched for the remainder of the game. In that moment, Chen Ji felt a glimmer of hope. Despite his own lackluster performance and dismal mood, the sight of someone faring even worse inexplicably lifted his spirits. His complete statistics for the day stood at 2 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, and 1 block, somewhat disheartening and rather meager. How did the Spurs emerge victorious today? Parker with 29 points, Jin Billy with 20, and Duncan contributing 14. Beyond the illustrious trio of GDP, Kawhi Leonard scored 19 points, showcasing an impressive 8 for 11 performance, thereby distancing himself from the dismal duo of Chen Ji and Green. casting them against the wall with palpable disdain. This time, it was Green who joined Chen Ji for extra practice after the game. Yet, this lad was merely a three-point shooter, lacking any semblance of offensive prowess. His footwork was sluggish, rendering him completely overwhelmed by Chen Ji's prowess. Even his prideful defense faltered, as Chen Ji exploited the significant disparity in height and weight, turning the tables on him. Until, quite unexpectedly, Kawhi Leonard made his entrance. Well then, the boss has arrived. Today, Little Card has undergone a remarkable transformation, as if the bewildered soul, resembling a lost lamb from yesterday, is no longer present. He immediately asserted dominance over Chen Ji, executing a series of half-turns and mid-range shots with astounding precision, one after another. It is utterly exasperating to be bullied by Love on the court, while simultaneously enduring torment from Little Card off the court. However, Love is on the verge of departure. After leaving the Timberwolves for the Cavaliers, he has plummeted from a top-tier statistician to a scapegoat of a big shooter, often relegated to the perimeter to create space for James, a role not unlike Chen Ji's. We shall see how you manage the 4,212 then. At that moment, a call from Little Pearl interrupted. Little Bao was dining. The soup simmered at Little Pearl's home was ready, prompting her to call for everyone. I must take my leave. My wife is calling me home, Chen Ji announced as he gathered his belongings, followed suit by Green and Little Card. Upon exiting the arena, they pondered. What is this all about, brothers? Did you not proclaim that Little Pearl's beef bone soup was exquisite and invited us to savor it? Did I say that? You certainly did. Well, during the day, I often speak too much. I genuinely cannot recall, but I must have boasted about Little Pearl's culinary prowess. For instance, her delectable cod soup from last night was so delightful that a single pot was insufficient for my appetite. Let us go, let us go? However, mine is rather modest. I hope you won't mind. Not at all. I used to sleep on the sofa quite frequently. Green reminisced about the days when he first entered the NBA, crashing on his teammates' sofas. Realizing that they were indeed coming over, Chen Ji promptly messaged Xiao Baozhu to indicate that some teammates would be joining them for dinner. This was rather sudden, and he worried that Xiao Baozhu might not have been prepared. At this hour, if they were in their homeland, there would be roadside barbecues and snack stalls, but here, there was absolutely nothing. No matter, they were not esteemed guests, and whatever was available at home would suffice. If there was tea enough to eat, they could always manage on their own later. This marked the first visit from guests to the temporary residence of Chen Ji and Xiao Baozhu, which felt a bit rushed. However, neither Green nor Little K appeared to have high expectations. Xiao Baozhu served up beef bone soup, with each of the two guests receiving a generous bowl, promptly finishing off Chen Ji's portion as well. Fortunately, Xiao Baozhu was quite resourceful, having prepared a few fruit platters and sought Ed some side dishes on the fly, which enabled them to send the two esteemed guests on their way. Chapter 28. The season's second triple-double that evening, Chen Ji was deeply reflective. He was not merely contemplating the unexpected arrival of guests without prior preparation, but rather the dismal performance he had exhibited in the past two games. The previous match against the Bucks had been an anomaly, as his teammates had played exceptionally well, focusing on passing while the Bucks capitulated far too swiftly. In a moment of distraction, the game had concluded before he even realized it. However, the match against the Timberwolves was no mere fluke, it was a calamity. He had encountered a rampaging Kevin Love, who demanded too much attention on the defensive end. Yet, this should not serve as an excuse for his lackluster performance. So where did the true problem lie? Was it due to insufficient playing time and a lack of experience? Chen Ji scratched his head, while Xiao Baozhu did the same. Everyone remarked that he played the game with excessive selflessness. This is an analysis derived from the perspective of a fan with the username I am your just father, which resonates with the praise bestowed by Coach Popovich. A fundamental reason for this is Chen Ji's remarkably low desire for personal offensive play. He seldom attempts a shot unless the opportunity arises. However, once one gains a modicum of fame, who will grant them the luxury of open looks? Particularly following his impressive performance against the Raptors, where he made 7 out of 9 three-point attempts, any coach with a modicum of intelligence would assign someone to shadow him. Consequently, in the subsequent 2 games, Chen Ji found it nearly impossible to secure open opportunities. When faced with a defender, he promptly passes the ball, with scarcely a moment's hesitation. This explains why Coach Popovich lauded him despite his scoring a mere 0 and 2 points in those matches. At such a young age, His disinterest in personal statistics demonstrates his commitment to the team's victory, sacrificing individual accolades for the greater good. This sentiment holds true. His role is inherently designed to create space for the team. As long as he occupies the perimeter, the opposing team must allocate a defender to him. Therefore, even in the absence of points, his contributions to the team are undeniably significant. However, should this trend persist, it could prove detrimental to his personal development, especially concerning his next contract, which may not fetch a desirable price. Speaking of contracts, one cannot overlook the recent shoe endorsement offers he received. Not only did they fail to increase the compensation, but they also had the audacity to lower the price. How can one endure such a slight? Nevertheless, his current salary suffices, and he feels no urgency to sign any endorsement deals. He prefers to bide his time. Before the game against the Jazz commenced, Chen Ji resolved to refrain from engaging with the internet, as the prevailing sentiments there were decidedly unfavorable towards him. Many media personnel believe that he may soon fade away, much like Yi Jianlian or even Sun Yu, once the season concludes. Some anxious fans have even exclaimed, if things truly don't pan out, Xiao Bao should return to the CBA. We, Liaoning Bengang, welcome you. Upon reading this, Chen Ji felt a mix of comfort and concern, his fingers hovering over the keyboard. Yet ultimately, he chose to remain silent. On December 15th, the Spurs arrived in Salt Lake City. Their opponent for the day was the Jazz, and Chen Ji was set to face off against Hayward. When Chen Ji saw Hayward standing beside him, he was somewhat taken aback. After all, Hayward is not a power forward, but upon examining the Jazz's roster, it quickly became clear. Their tallest player, Marvin Williams, stands only at 206 centimeters. With four forwards, just over 2 meters tall paired with a 180 centimeters guard. This is the current state of the Jazz, a team that cannot even arrange a coherent starting lineup, despite being a former #1 draft team. However, they may be in for disappointment, as Chen Ji recalls that the later iterations of the Jazz seemingly never secured a #1 pick. The game commenced. The Spurs seized the first offensive possession. Chen Ji approached the play with great assertiveness, leveraging his height and weight to drive Hayward back toward the basket. This took Hayward by surprise. Unbeknownst to Chen Ji, the Jazz's decision to have Hayward guard him was merely due to the latter's relative inexperience and ease of defense. This arrangement allowed the team's star to conserve energy on defense while maximizing offensive opportunities. However, Chen Ji's immediate confrontation with Hayward raised questions. Wasn't he supposed to be a shooter? Hayward found himself somewhat bewildered. As he bore the weight of the game, he unexpectedly found himself beneath the basket, unable to withstand the presence of Chen Ji. Wasn't he just a rookie? Gazing at Chen Ji's muscular physique, Hayward was suddenly at a loss for words. They were both young. So how could he possess such an impressive build? Chen Ji himself was unaware. He simply consumed whatever little Baozhu offered, never one to be picky. As he pushed into the fray, his hand reached out, and the ball came to him. This was not merely a reflection of his standing on the team, but rather an embodiment of the Spurs' collective ethos. The player in the best position would naturally receive the ball. Just as he positioned himself, Parker noticed, delivering a perfectly lofted pass that landed securely in Chen Ji's grasp. With the ball in hand, Chen Ji executed a swift turn, effortlessly placing his arm over Hayward's head. Without even jumping, he scored with ease. Hayward, dejected, reached out, only to find himself outmatched by someone taller and stronger. Could things possibly get any worse? He contemplated using his footwork to outmaneuver Chen Ji, but soon realized that this young player was surprisingly quicker than he. Unbeknownst to Hayward, Chen Ji had been honing his skills daily against the likes of Kawhi Leonard. He possessed considerable expertise in breaking through defenses as a forward. Recognizing that he could not outplay Chen Ji, Hayward decided against pressing further, opting instead to lead Chen Ji on a lap around the court. The Jazz's initial offensive effort yielded no results. Duncan secured the rebound, and before he could stabilize the ball, he heard a voice call out from ahead, "Pass it." The tone was unmistakable. Duncan executed a chest pass, launching the ball high into the air. Up ahead, Chen Ji surged forward, running faster than Green himself. In a fit of frustration, the player found himself struggling in 2 consecutive games, and he was determined to make an impact in this one. With no space available, he resolved to create his own opportunity. In a moment of distraction, Hayward lost track, allowing Chen Ji to surge ahead. Just as Chen Ji reached the basket, he had already embraced the ball, preparing for a layup. It felt peculiar. Despite his impressive leap, he opted not to dunk, instead gently placing the ball through the hoop as he passed by. Score, 2 points. Chen Ji completed the layup and reflected on his recent actions. He realized that he needn't have jumped so high. His momentum had propelled him forward too fiercely, forcing him to exert excessive upward force to decelerate. This could prove detrimental to his knees, jeopardizing his long-term career. As Chen Ji continued his self-reflection, the match against the Jazz swiftly approached its conclusion. Upon his exit from the game, a young teammate discreetly slipped him a small note. This was a statistical breakdown of Chen Ji's performance, obtained directly from assistant coach Max, affecting a nonchalant demeanor. Chen Ji glanced at it and immediately coughed, unsure whether he was astonished by his own statistics or caught off guard by a sudden splash of cold water. The young teammate quickly patted his back, and the camera captured this moment, causing her to shyly lower her head. Meanwhile, Chen Ji straightened slightly, shielding her from view. His stats: 24 points, 12 rebounds, 10 assists, 3 blocks, and 1 steal. As he played with fervor, it felt as though a floodgate had opened within him. Even he was surprised to discover his potential as a prolific contributor. Chapter 29: The Short-Handed Phenomenon of Griffin. Coach Popovich expressed his satisfaction. Once again, Chen Ji received accolades in the locker room and was specifically chosen to represent the team at the post-match press conference. This time, various media reporters exhibited a newfound interest in Chen Ji. As the season progressed, this second-round rookie from the Spurs consistently delivered surprises, successfully capturing the attention of the public. This marked the second occasion this season in which he achieved a triple-double. When asked how he managed to accomplish such a feat in his rookie season, the question was indeed well posed. Chen Ji cleared his throat, glanced at the prepared response in his hand, and then looked up to reply. First and foremost, I must express my gratitude to my teammates. Whether on or off the court, they have provided me with tremendous support. I feel incredibly fortunate to be selected by such a remarkable team as the Spurs and to compete alongside these extraordinary players. While statistics are important, securing victories takes precedence. I am delighted that we won today. Thank you. Chen Ji refrained from any antics and maintained a demeanor as composed as his on-court performance. Meanwhile, several domestic fan forums were once again inundated with the phrase "Little Bao," the league's most awesome. Its origins remain a mystery, but its spread was reminiscent of the frigid Siberian winds, brisk and rapid. Following this match, Chen Ji even took the time to review the game footage. Having delivered such an exhilarating performance, he sought to identify the key elements behind it. Ultimately, he realized that this crucial aspect had already been highlighted by the fans. He had simply run. Indeed, in this match, the distinction from the previous two lies in Chen Ji's newfound assertiveness. He no longer waits for opportunities to present themselves. Instead, he continually shifts his footwork, actively seeking out vulnerabilities in his opponent's defense, positioning himself appropriately at opportune moments. This strategy proves effective, just as Chen Ji, brimming with confidence, prepares to continue his commendable performance in the next game. The Spurs arrive in Los Angeles to face the Clippers. At this juncture, the Lakers and Clippers share a single arena, each merely switching out their respective flooring and banners for their matches. A whimsical thought crosses Chen Ji's mind. What if both teams were to host home games on the same day? It seems likely that the league's scheduling office has preemptively addressed such potential conflicts. The Clippers' starting lineup features Paul, Griffin, DeAndre Jordan, Crawford, and Dudley. Today, Chen Ji's adversary is Griffin. Upon sighting him, a wave of memories engulfs Chen Ji, and he suddenly feels a chill below. While Kevin Love may have been a formidable opponent, he at least spared some dignity. He did not leave anyone plastered against the wall. In contrast, Griffin, known as the White Beast, epitomizes the volatile power forward archetype. A momentary lapse in concentration could result in Chen Ji becoming mere background noise in one of Griffin's highlight reel dunks, evoking thoughts of Gasol and Perkins. The challenge looms large. The match commences. Griffin, from the outset, seeks to assert dominance, immediately driving Chen Ji to the free throw line with a pair of elbows before backing down for the ball. The Clippers, displaying remarkable synergy, efficiently spread out, while Paul delivers a precise pass. From the very first ball, it was evident that the Clippers intended to exploit Chen Ji's weaknesses today. Although it was acknowledged that this rookie had commendable defensive skills, he was still merely a first-year player. How proficient could he truly be? Griffin received the ball, executed a half-turn, created a slight separation, and then effortlessly took the shot. Swish. The first attempt found its mark. It seemed his shooting touch was on point today. This was a lapse on Chen Ji's part. Fearing Griffin's potential drive after receiving the ball, he instinctively retreated a step, inadvertently granting him the room to shoot. When the Spurs initiated their offensive play, Chen Ji noticed that no matter where he moved, he was shadowed by an opponent. Clearly, the Clippers had scrutinized his performances. They had conducted thorough research on him. Alternatively, it could be said that the Clippers harbored aspirations for this season. They too coveted the championship and the accompanying ring. However, all of this hinged on their ability to first emerge from the Western Conference. And at the pinnacle of the West stood the Spurs. Thus, they paid considerable attention to the Spurs, analyzing them meticulously, even extending robust defensive measures towards a rookie like Chen Ji. As he observed Paul at his side, Chen Ji found himself lost in contemplation. Dubbed the god of point guards, the venerable Chris Paul stood at a modest height of 183 centimeters, his posture hunched slightly, resembling a diminutive figure beside him. This height disparity allowed for shooting when stationary, yet Paul was persistently exerting pressure from the shadows. Although he could not reach Chen Ji's shooting hand, he was certainly within range to target Chen Ji's midsection, employing various underhanded tactics that were quite vexing. When Chen Ji finally secured the ball, he hesitated momentarily. After all, he was not the team's leader, and aimlessly shooting in the presence of a defender was simply not an option. Once again, Paul's subtle antics proved to be a nuisance, leaving Chen Ji with little confidence in making a decisive move. He could only pass the ball to Parker, who had maneuvered to receive it. Just as Parker prepared to drive inside, Paul closed in on him. On the other side, Griffin had returned to the court. The Clippers showcased their vigor right from the first minute of the game. Chen Ji suddenly realized that his method of relying on speed was not particularly effective. As every player in the NBA possesses remarkable agility, this revelation left him somewhat speechless. After the previous match, he had assumed he was uniquely fast. It was only upon facing a formidable team that he recognized that every player on the court could match his pace. He was neither singular nor exceptional. This league is indeed a challenging arena. Chen Ji attempted to advance towards the basket, but found himself blocked by Griffin. The two shared a similar height and weight, yet Chen Ji's arms were noticeably longer. In contrast, Griffin's robust frame was complemented by comparatively short, thick arms, reminiscent of a T-Rex from an animated film. Exuding a peculiar aesthetic, Griffin noticed Chen Ji's gaze and instinctively glanced at his arm, which led him to feel a sense of insecurity, or rather, agitation. Meanwhile, Parker executed a swift turn and scored under the basket. Griffin immediately positioned himself at the free throw line, calling for the ball. This position was advantageous, as the defense had been spread out, making it difficult for double teams to converge. However, once Griffin received the ball, defending against him became a daunting task. Being too close risked being outmaneuvered, while maintaining distance opened the possibility of being scored upon. As the ball approached, Chen Ji was reluctant to confront this dilemma, opting instead to shift to a front defensive position, much like the significant challenge faced by Yao Ming during his time in the NBA. The opponent is aware that they cannot effectively defend against him, so the strategy is simply to prevent him from receiving the ball altogether. Chen Ji shares this sentiment. Since Griffin's offensive prowess is formidable, the objective is to minimize his opportunities to catch the ball. Positioning himself in front, with his hands raised high, he attempts to overshadow Griffin. Indeed, Paul tries to pass, but quickly realizes that the ball cannot be delivered without risking a turnover. Thus, he transitions to the right side. Just as Chen Ji begins to breathe a sigh of relief, Crawford receives the ball on the right side, and without a moment's hesitation, he delivers a pass from the flank. Griffin secures the ball once more. Chen Ji finds himself at a loss for words. The Clippers, after years of refinement, have truly embodied the essence of a formidable team. Their ball movement flows nearly as smoothly as that of the Spurs. With the ball in his hands, Griffin executes an aerial maneuver, and this time, Chen Ji does not dare allow him an open shot. As Griffin takes a step forward, he drives towards the basket. He aims to utilize his right hand. Chen Ji quickly matches his stride, fortunate that he can keep pace. He must ensure Griffin does not leap. Just as he thinks this, Griffin dribbles inward, swinging his elbow to shove Chen Ji aside, still positioned outside the 3-second zone, preparing to leap for a dunk. Old Duncan arrives to provide support from beneath the basket, but with a despondent jump, he evades the impending impact. unable to reach him in time. Boom. It truly is explosive. The city of aerial connections lives up to its name. There is no need for haste. He will tire eventually. Duncan pats Chen Ji on the shoulder, offering a gesture of comfort. Griffin's style of play is exceedingly aggressive, while the city of aerial connections is indeed explosive. Their stamina is insufficient. This consensus is shared among the Western Conference teams regarding the Clippers. As long as they can withstand the initial and secondary waves of the Clippers' offensive onslaught, the chances of securing victory later in the game remain significantly high. Chen Ji is steadfast in this belief. Chapter 30. Seizing opportunities for individual brilliance. Yet, fate often defies our desires. After Griffin charged forth to secure the first blood, the formidable duo of Paul, the league's premier point guard, and the exceptional scorer Crawford widened the advantage. Throughout the match, they denied the Spurs any chance for redemption. The final score stood at 92-115, with the Spurs suffering a substantial defeat by 23 points at the Staples Center. Griffin unleashed a furious performance, amassing 27 points and 9 rebounds, while Chen Ji could only muster a meager 9 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists, a dismal comparison. At that moment, Chen Ji grasped why the current Clippers are held in such high regard. Their roster boasts the league's finest point guard in Paul, the leading power forward in Griffin, the monstrous presence of DeAndre Jordan, the extraordinary sixth man Crawford, alongside a collection of uniquely talented bench players. All that remains is a championship. Following this match, Chen Ji couldn't help but ponder how the Spurs managed to emerge from the Western Conference this season. They had not faced the Rockets, nor the Thunder, nor the Clippers. The path to the championship appeared somewhat enigmatic. Observing the composed Duncan in the locker room, Chen Ji felt an inkling of an answer, though it remained elusive. Yet, his heart settled with clarity. Why contemplate such distant aspirations? As Coach Popovich often instructs, one must simply focus on executing the right actions. The results will follow in due course. Forcing what is not meant to be is futile. The sole consolation lies in the Spurs' ability to dominate weaker opponents. Though they fell to the Clippers, they swiftly turned the tide against the Suns, with Chen Ji contributing a steady 12 points and 9 rebounds in this victorious match, tantalizingly close to a double-double. What has become particularly vexing is the significant decline in his shot-blocking statistics as of late, attributed to the sudden decrease in opponents daring to challenge him. The root of this phenomenon lies in the surfeit of astute players who, recognizing his formidable defensive prowess, refrain from venturing into his vicinity. In contrast, it may be more advantageous to engage the aging Duncan. The venerable Duncan, while still exhibiting exceptional skills in help defense, has shown signs of struggle in one-on-one matchups, hindered by the limitations of age and physical condition. The recent schedule has been rather congested. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the team found themselves facing the Warriors once more. Due to the back-to-back nature of the match, Coach Popovich opted to rest Duncan, citing tightness in his hip. In his stead, the portly yet agile Dia took to the starting lineup. Compared to their last encounter, the Warriors appeared to be in much better form, bolstered by the return of Curry. This development was not particularly favorable for Chen Ji, who felt his confidence wane. How could Curry's return not bode ill? The Warriors' starting lineup consisted of David Lee, Curry, Thompson, Bogut, and Iguodala, a combination that offered both offensive and defensive capabilities. Chen Ji continued to align with David Lee, following the Elder S strategy, given the Warriors' penchant for pick-and-roll plays. They were instructed to switch whenever screens were set, ensuring that Curry and Thompson would not be afforded easy three-point opportunities. This plan seemed judicious. The outcome would ultimately hinge on the shooting touch of Curry and Thompson that day. However, in the opening sequence, the Warriors elicited a frown from the venerable Coach Popovich. It was evident that Warriors head coach Mark Jackson had devised a focused strategy, initiating the game with a pick-and-roll between David Lee and Curry. Chen Ji was pulled out to confront Curry, initially feeling a twinge of anxiety, fearing he would be subjected to a humiliating display by the sharpshooter. However, Curry raised his hand and passed the ball to the descending David Lee. Observing Parker positioned near David Lee, Chen Ji was at a loss. He dared not move an inch. Should he forsake Curry to double-team David Lee? Such a notion seemed illogical. All he could do was watch as David Lee executed a high-arcing shot over Parker's head. Would it find its mark? Swish. It went in. Chen Ji cast a glance at the venerable Popovich, who remained unfazed, signaling not to panic and to allow him to play. Chen Ji understood. As long as Curry was neutralized, it mattered little what David Lee did. In a sense, he was akin to Griffin, both traditional power forwards who could only muster a maximum of 30 points at best. By stifling the Warriors' explosive potential, victory was half assured. Gaining confidence, Chen Ji resolved to persist in his efforts, once again positioning himself resolutely before Curry. Meanwhile, Parker had wised up as he followed David Lee. He cleverly swapped positions with Green nearby. David Lee received the ball and, despite Green's height, found an advantage. With a swift pivot, he elevated the ball and, gliding to the basket, delivered a pass. Diaw rushed in to defend, leaving Bogut exposed behind him. Receiving David Lee's overhead pass, Bogut executed an impressive alley-oop. In the opening exchanges, the Warriors appeared to be in their rhythm, but by the third possession, things took a turn. Although Chen Ji was once again drawn out, the player now guarding David Lee was Kawhi Leonard. David Lee, sensing the challenge posed by Leonard, quickly opted to pass the ball. As Curry received the ball, Bogut emerged from beneath the basket to set a screen, drawing Diaw out with him. Curry faced Diaw, while Chen Ji rotated towards the paint. Just as he turned to follow the ball, he noticed Curry take a shot. Diaw, wary of Curry's potential drive, did not closely contest the shot. Swish. The game commenced with a score of 7-2, and on the Spurs side, Parker managed to score a basket. The Spurs launched their offense. Chen Ji began to assertively call for the ball in the paint. It was evident that Diaw would struggle against Bogut inside, yet he felt he could hold his own against David Lee. Their heights and weights were comparable, and Chen Ji was confident in his footwork, bolstered by his youth. Parker hesitated for a moment upon seeing Chen Ji demand the ball, but recalling the coach's fondness for Chen Ji, he ultimately passed it to him. As Chen Ji received the ball, he turned to face David Lee. Green and Kawhi quickly spread out to create space for Chen Ji. He executed a pump fake, but Lee remained unfazed. Chen Ji tried again. Still, Lee did not budge. He was not one to leap easily. Thus, Chen Ji decided to take the shot. Swish. Today, his shooting touch was sublime. Chen Ji realized that opportunities might not come from waiting or merely running. Rather, they must be created through one's own efforts. He clenched his fist, and although Coach Popovich on the sidelines furrowed his brow slightly, he remained silent. Since Coach Pop did not reprimand anyone, it seemed all was well. The Spurs methodically engaged the Warriors until the conclusion of the match. The final score was 102-104, and Chen Ji felt a sense of deja vu wash over him. Reflecting on it, he recalled the last encounter without Curry, which ended at 74-76. Curry has returned, and the score stands at 102-104. In both matches, although the scores differ, the outcome remains consistent, with the Warriors narrowly defeated by a mere 2 points, an astonishing coincidence. Nevertheless, the essence remains, whether by 1 point or 2. A victory is a victory. More gratifying than the win itself is Chen Ji's commendable personal performance. He achieved an impressive 10 out of 6 shooting today, including 2 out of 4 from beyond the arc and 4 out of 6 from 2-point range, actively securing 14 points, along with 9 rebounds and 5 assists. This time, the significance is markedly different from before. Several of his baskets were not a result of assists, but rather stemmed from his initiative to create opportunities. In less than 2 months, Chen Ji has transitioned from merely capitalizing on other setups to proactively positioning himself and independently generating chances. Such rapid growth is indeed staggering and has drawn the attention of many to this rookie's potential. Chapter 31. Can these stats earn an All-Star spot? With Christmas approaching, the NBA All-Star voting has commenced. Chen Ji has joined forces with his teammates to rally votes for the veterans, Duncan, Ginobili, Parker, and even Kawhi, ensuring none were overlooked. The current voting regulations have changed. Now, fan votes account for only 50, with the remaining 50 derived from players and media. Had this been 5 years ago, when fan votes dominated, Chen Ji's efforts might have even propelled Danny Green into an all-star position. This season, the Spurs, defined by their team-oriented play, may find themselves at a disadvantage in the all-star voting arena. Consider the scoring statistics. Duncan averages 15. 1 points, Parker 16. 7 points, Ginobili 12. 3 points, Kawhi Leonard 12. 8 points, Chen Ji 12. 2 points, and Danny Green 8. 6 points. The combined scoring of the starting 5 and the exceptional 6th man, Ginobili, remains below the 20-point threshold, presenting a considerable challenge for all-star selection. Their sole advantage lies in the team's remarkable record. The Spurs, boasting the best record in the league, surely cannot be without a single all-star player, not even a reserve. Such an unfortunate situation. Chen Ji, facing the camera, earnestly rallied support for Duncan and Parker. Dear fans, the All-Star voting portal has officially opened. Please remember to log into NBA tickets and cast your votes for Duncan and Parker. To further entice the audience, Chen Ji even made a heart gesture. A towering man at 208 centimeters, his pose appeared rather frivolous. He likely did not anticipate that domestic fans would perceive things differently. When it comes to statistics, if one can score 15 points, why not 12? While casting their votes for Parker and Duncan, many fans unexpectedly directed their votes towards Chen Ji. Currently, his statistics stand at 12. 2 points, 8. 6 rebounds, 4. 5 assists, 1. 1 blocks, and 0. 8 steals. Would such figures suffice for an all-star selection? Chen Ji had never contemplated such a possibility. Yet, others have considered it on his behalf, including not only domestic fans, but also the league's office, which finds itself in a quandary. On one hand, the Spurs' impressive standing. On the other, Chen Ji's identity as a Chinese player. Both aspects are indeed exceptional. First and foremost, the Spurs' status as the league's frontrunners. This implies that, regardless of circumstances, a selection must be made from the San Antonio Spurs to identify an all-star player. The candidates are limited. Firstly, Duncan has been excluded, as Popovich frequently permits him to rest, a practice that dances precariously on the edge of controversy, which the league office certainly does not endorse. Beyond Duncan, the only viable option appears to be Parker, yet even his contributions hover around a mere 15 points. Selecting him would be less favorable than opting for that Chinese player. It remains unclear who initially proposed this notion. David Stern, who is set to step down as the league president, refrains from commenting. Having presided over the NBA through numerous trials and tribulations for decades, he regards this trivial matter as easily resolvable. Xiao Bao, I see you. I shall cast my vote for you. Xiao Baozhu eagerly participated, first seeking out Chen Ji, and then joyfully casting her vote. Go ahead and vote. Chen Ji smiled, undoubtedly holding thoughts about the all-star selection. However, given his current statistics, he felt it would be somewhat disrespectful to the audience to present them. He reminisced about a decade prior when Yao Ming entered the league as the first overall pick, earning an all-star selection in his rookie season. And not just as a participant, but as a definitive starter. Back then, all-star selections were determined solely by fan votes, and the rookie Yao Ming notably outperformed Shaquille O'Neal during the voting phase. It is essential to remember that this was O'Neal, who had recently completed his three-peat championship run and was at the pinnacle of his career. Unquestionably, Chinese fans have never faltered during the voting process. Later, there was a near miss in which Yi Jianlian, averaging 8 points and 5 rebounds, almost secured a spot in the All-Star game, seemingly poised to overshadow the legendary Kevin Garnett. The league office, unable to remain passive any longer, promptly revised the All-Star voting regulations, ultimately reducing the weight of fan votes to 50, with the remaining half equally distributed between players and media personnel. Upon reviewing the statistics, it became apparent that the rookie Yao Ming averaged merely 13. 5 points, 8. 2 rebounds, 1. 7 assists, and 1. 8 blocks per game. Chen Ji, momentarily hesitant, contemplated whether to shamelessly rally for votes on his behalf. If Yao could surpass Shaquille O'Neal to become the starting center for the All-Star game, perhaps a more modest request for a reserve position would not be too audacious. This notion, once conceived, proved rather irresistible. Just as Chen Ji lingered in doubt, his teammates surprised him. Duncan, Parker, and Ginobili collaborated to record a heartfelt video urging fans to support him. In a later conversation with Green, he learned that this initiative stemmed from the team management's intentions. After all, it was imperative for the top-ranking Spurs to have representation in the All-Star game, and the camaraderie among teammates ensured that whoever garnered the votes would be the one to attend. Amidst this vibrant atmosphere, the Spurs were set to face a formidable opponent, the Thunder. 2 years prior, the Thunder trio had propelled their team to the finals. Yet they were reluctant to invest more in James Harden, resulting in his acquisition by the Rockets. Consequently, only Durant and Westbrook remained, both of whom were already formidable adversaries for other teams. In their previous encounter, Durant had seized victory. However, in this matchup, Kawhi Leonard opted to rest. At such a tender age, it is unlikely that Chen Ji would be granted a respite. He was uncertain whether it was due to physical pain or personal reasons, remaining largely ambiguous. The match commenced. Chen Ji was tasked with guarding Ibaka, unable to resist casting a glance at an inappropriate distraction. Ibaka was notoriously referred to as 28 card, a moniker suggesting that his masculine attributes measured an astonishing 28 centimeters. This claim was substantiated by photographic evidence. During a particular game, he inadvertently revealed the contours of his masculinity while adjusting his trousers, a moment that was fortuitously caught on camera. Some eager enthusiasts even took the liberty of measuring, arriving at the infamous conclusion that spread like wildfire on social media. The Thunder initiated their offensive. Here came Westbrook. As Chen Ji prepared to follow Ibaka and assess the situation, he noted that Ibaka was setting a screen for Westbrook. However, just as they exited the 3-second zone, Westbrook swiftly maneuvered past Parker and, upon entering the three-point line, launched himself into the air. Chen Ji leaped, yet hesitated. The velocity and ferocity of Westbrook's dunk were overwhelming, with his head leading the charge and the basketball trailing behind. A block was out of the question. Any contact would surely result in a foul. In a moment of indecision, he opted to evade. Boom. Westbrook executed a powerful stride, thumping his chest with both hands and roaring skyward in sheer exhilaration. What fervor! It is worth noting that in the previous game against the Spurs, Westbrook had faltered significantly, shooting a dismal 2 for 16, nearly burying Durant in the process. Undoubtedly, he was eager to showcase his prowess today. A player destined for historical greatness requires no validation of his capabilities. Regrettably, the absence of Kawhi Leonard posed substantial challenges for the team's defensive strategy on the perimeter, leaving Green at a disadvantage while attempting to contain Durant. Once again, with Westbrook, if there is no one to guard in the middle, he can surge in for a thunderous dunk. Just as Chen Ji anticipated, without Kawhi stationed in the center. Once Westbrook gets fired up, there is simply no one to halt his momentum. The score stood at 113-100, with the Spurs trailing since the second quarter and failing to recover until the final whistle. In this match, Westbrook delivered an impressive performance, contributing 31 points, 4 rebounds, and 8 assists, effectively dismantling the Spurs. The only consolation was Chen Ji's commendable performance despite the loss. At least he managed to trade evenly with Ibaka, shooting 5 of 10 for 14 points, 10 rebounds, and 5 assists, just shy of a double-double, with assists seemingly becoming his hallmark, averaging at least 4 or 5 each game. Following this match, Chen Ji extinguished any aspirations of an all-star selection. In comparison, the equally youthful talents of Westbrook, Harden, and Curry were the true all-stars. Chen Ji felt too embarrassed by his own performance to even consider it. Instead, he resolved to remain a diligent cog in the machine, fulfilling his role wherever needed. Chapter 32, Trade Deadline. In late December, San Antonio experiences a slight chill. Little Pearl sits at the edge of the bed, watching television while knitting a sweater. The screen showcases Friends, and since adapting to the local American television channels, her spoken English has improved remarkably. Shipley has brought over a Christmas tree. Let us prepare some gifts too. Little Pearl leans in, her charming demeanor making Chen Ji's heart flutter, and he cannot resist giving her a couple of tender kisses. As for the gifts, the Christmas tree signifies that the festive season is approaching. Regarding Christmas, Chen Ji felt little excitement. He was eagerly anticipating the spring festival. However, in San Antonio, his teammates held this holiday in high regard, and they had thoughtfully prepared gifts for him. For instance, Shipley, the girlfriend of Little Card, who was a new friend of Little Bijou, had graciously presented them with a beautiful Christmas tree well in advance. Embracing local customs, some preparations were indeed in order. Why not embark on that adventure now? Today, the team had a day off, and Chen Ji planned to spend some intimate time with Little Bijou before heading to the gym. Yet, the task of purchasing gifts could not be delayed. It was imperative to complete this duty first. Moreover, it had been a while since he accompanied Little Bijou on a shopping excursion. After selecting a suitable outfit from his wardrobe and adorning his hair with a lovely hairpin, he embraced himself, glancing from side to side at the youthful and enchanting Little Bijou. She was utterly perfect. Spending each day together, Chen Ji's gaze was well understood by Little Bijou. However, they had only just spent the previous night together, and it was still morning. No mischief. Little Bijou playfully admonished as she blushed and scurried away to prepare their travel attire. Dressed impeccably, Chen Ji and Little Bijou prepared small gifts for everyone on the team. Chen Ji took special care to inscribe heartfelt messages in Chinese. For Duncan's gift, he wrote, "An old steed in the stable aspires to gallop 1,000 miles." For little Card, he inscribed, "There will be times to ride the winds and break the waves, to set the sail and navigate the vast seas." Naturally, he did not forget his good brother Green, adding, "Though battered and worn, I remain resilient against the winds from all directions." Each message held its own significance. The next day, as they ventured from house to house delivering gifts, they found that their offerings were warmly received. After all, the Chinese language is inherently sophisticated and elegant. The only challenge lies in its translation. Chen Ji and Xiao Baozhu both cleared their minds, managing to convey the essence of these poems, albeit superficially. If only modern smartphones were more intelligent, they could have facilitated the translation effortlessly. The following day, during team practice, most players were in high spirits, except for Danny Green, who wore a forced smile, having relegated himself to the bench. The coaching staff had already informed him that he would be coming off the bench in the evening's game against the Raptors. This was indeed a disheartening situation. Unlike Kawhi Leonard, whose innate talent is undeniable and ensures he remains a starter as long as the coach possesses any discernment, Green's potential is rather ordinary. His survival hinges on diligent defense and a reasonably competent three-point shot. Should his shooting falter, his starting position would be in jeopardy. "I will pass you the ball later. Be ready to receive it." Chen Ji had no intention of comforting him, especially considering that Green would later become a renowned champion piece in the puzzle. He had won several championship rings that even Harden could not fathom. "My good brother, don't forget when you step onto the court." Danny Green enveloped Chen Ji in a hearty embrace, expressing gratitude while also reflecting on the whims of fate. Once upon a time, Chen Ji was merely his junior. Of course, when Chen Ji first joined the team, he was everyone's junior. It seemed only a fleeting 2 months had passed, and now he stood on par with the team's key prospect, Kawhi, occasionally even creating the illusion of equivalence. This signifies Coach Popovich's esteem for Chen Ji, placing him above Little Ka. If all proceeds as anticipated, the future core players of the team will be him and Little Ka. As for unexpected developments, they would merely pertain to trades or departures. With the approach of Christmas and the commencement of All-Star voting, there is also a tumultuous undercurrent within the league. Coinciding with the imminent trade deadline, teams harboring aspirations for this season are discreetly fortifying their rosters, resulting in a flurry of rumors. Numerous speculations have surfaced regarding the Spurs. The veteran trio is off the table, as they are the team's totems and possess negligible trade value. However, the emergent Chen Ji seems to have garnered significant attention from various teams. The principal reason is that his contract is only for 1 year and will expire at the season's end. Nonetheless, this is not the crux of the matter. The key point is that everyone is aware the Spurs cannot afford the asking price, prompting many teams to circle like vultures. Why is it said that the Spurs cannot meet the price? Because the owner behind the scenes is relatively impoverished. Peter's total assets amount to a mere $200 million. Necessitating meticulous budgeting during player contract renewals. It was only due to Duncan's willingness to take a pay cut that Jin, Billy, and Parker remained. Otherwise, the veteran trio would have long since disbanded. The issue of an early contract extension for Chen Ji has now come to the forefront. However, Chen Ji remains largely unfazed by this, focusing intently on preparing for the evening's game against the Raptors. This is the final match before Christmas, and he cannot afford to relax simply because of the so-called holiday. Presently, the Raptors are led by the so-called Trash Brothers, Lowry and DeRozan. This nickname seems rather disrespectful. It would be more appropriate to say that the Raptors are led by the North's king, DeRozan. As for the so-called Garbage Brothers, one cannot blame them. After all, they find themselves in the Eastern Conference, facing the formidable LeBron James, unable to overcome the Heat and subsequently the Cavaliers. Each encounter with James has left them at a disadvantage, transforming them from the kings of the North into mere Garbage Brothers. This predicament is rather unavoidable. Chen Ji's counterpart is Amir Johnson, a seemingly simple-minded power forward. In their previous matchup, Chen Ji showcased the prowess of the league's leading scorer, Chen Xiaobao, by sinking 7 out of 9 three-point attempts. However, following that performance, he faced a game devoid of points and another where he managed just 2, exemplifying the concept of consistent fortune in all its extremes. The match has commenced. The Raptors have secured the initial offensive possession. This season, the Spurs have yet to win a jump ball, with the veteran Duncan often opting out of jumping altogether. Nevertheless, the structure remains the same across 4 quarters. Regardless of victory or defeat, each team is granted 2 opportunities for first possession. The Raptors initiate their offense. DeRozan actively seeks out Chen Ji, though his intentions remain unclear. Perhaps he finds it challenging to contend with Kawhi, and given Chen Ji's remarkable performance in the last game, they might be attempting to wear him down. DeRozan possesses exceptional skills among forwards, yet his height, weight, and speed pale in comparison to the likes of James and Kawhi, marking an irremediable gap in innate talent. Chen Ji closely shadows him, denying him any chance to shoot, no matter how many circles DeRozan spins. If Chen Ji maintains his position and keeps a watchful eye from above, success is half assured. Avoiding jumping or falling for feints is crucial. This is where the battle is won or lost. DeRozan, recognizing the unfavorable opportunity, shifted the blame onto Lowry. Lowry, utilizing a screen, maneuvered past Parker, only to encounter Kawhi upon entering the fray. He halted near the free throw line, and with the clock winding down, he was compelled to execute a half-turn fadeaway shot against Kawhi, a challenging mid-range attempt. The ball clanged off the rim. Chen Ji, anticipating the rebound, secured his first board of the evening. Chapter 33. Let us return home for some shots 2 hours later. The game concluded with a final score of 99-112. The visiting team triumphing over the home team, the Spurs, by a margin of 13 points. Throughout the match, the Spurs scarcely trailed. Although Chen Ji's performance of 4 out of 9 shooting was not particularly outstanding, he contributed significantly with 8 rebounds and 9 assists, 4 of which directly aided Danny Green, who had entered during the rotation. Green emerged from the bench with an impressive 5 out of 8 shooting, including a flawless 4 out of 4 from beyond the arc. After the game, he embraced Chen Ji with tears in his eyes, creating an impression of deep camaraderie between them. Kawhi, standing nearby, extended his hand momentarily before retracting it, merely passing by as the two continued their moment. In the blink of an eye, Christmas Day arrived, and the clothing ordered by Chen Ji and little Baozhu had arrived. One donned the attire of a charming lady, her hair elegantly styled, exuding both grace and allure. The other was clad in armor, a sword hanging from his waist, embodying the spirit of a heroic figure. Hand in hand, they joined the throngs of people visiting the zoo and aquarium, though they scarcely noticed the animals, inadvertently becoming the main attraction themselves. As they strolled, they received numerous requests from local tourists for photographs, perhaps due to their splendid attire, or perhaps owing to Chen Ji and little Baozhu's modest fame in the area. During the day, I engaged in various outdoor activities. But as night fell, I dutifully made my way to the arena. It was not for training, but rather for the much-anticipated Christmas showdown featuring the Spurs against their Texas rivals, the Rockets. In the earlier days, the Spurs, Rockets, and Mavericks were celebrated as the triumvirate of Texas basketball. However, times have changed, and the Spurs remain steadfast, while the Rockets have undergone a complete transformation. The era of Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady has faded into memory, giving way to the reign of James Harden's Rockets. In their last encounter, Harden single-handedly overwhelmed the Spurs. In this match, the Rockets' starting 5 collectively dominated the Spurs, with Harden contributing 28 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists, Parsons adding 21 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists, Jones with 21 points and 14 rebounds, and Howard securing 14 points and 20 rebounds along with 2 assists. Among them was a familiar face, Jeremy Lin, whom Chen Ji had nearly forgotten. Unexpectedly encountering him on the Rockets, Lin recorded 13 points, 2 rebounds, and 8 assists. The offensive prowess of the Rocket starters was overwhelming. Attempts to contain Harden proved futile. Ultimately, the score settled at 111-98, with the visiting team ahead and the Spurs trailing by 13 points. After the game, Lin took the initiative to greet Chen Ji. As one of the few individuals of Asian descent in the NBA, one might refer to him as a rare specimen. While they did not form a close bond, a cordial exchange was nonetheless essential. The only challenge was Lin's apparent lack of proficiency in Chinese, as he responded to Chen Ji's Mandarin with American English. After a brief exchange of pleasantries and well wishes, Chen Ji discreetly departed, having grown accustomed to the taste of defeat. Chen has a profound aversion to losing games. However, he soon realizes that in the league, one must acclimate to defeat. Even the top-ranked Spurs are no exception. This season, the Spurs have exhibited a formidable consistency, rarely faltering in matches they ought to win. The only teams that have managed to secure victories against them are the Thunder, Rockets, and Clippers, teams boasting youthful, dynamic superstars. Remarkably, the current standings indicate that the top four in the Western Conference are almost assured, barring unforeseen circumstances. The regular season will conclude with the Spurs, Thunder, Clippers, and Rockets occupying those coveted positions. This raises the question of how the Spurs will navigate the playoffs. Each time they succumb to the Thunder and Rockets, Chen finds himself pondering this dilemma. Yet, he recalls that this season, the Spurs exacted their revenge, dismantling the Heat and driving James away. As for the specifics of the process, those details elude him. Thus, overthinking serves no purpose. He intends to follow the team's lead and leave the rest to Coach Popovich. Perhaps the venerable coach has yet to unveil some hidden strategies. This Christmas showdown marks Chen's inaugural participation in an event akin to an NBA gala. He did not falter in the spotlight, demonstrating that despite the team's loss, he remained unscathed. With a commendable performance, he achieved 20 points, 10 rebounds, and 4 assists, shooting 7 out of 10 from the field, including 3 out of 4 from beyond the arc, along with 3 successful free throws. While his teammates struggled to find their rhythm, he managed to shine, seizing opportunities that were not necessarily presented. Fortunately, his shooting touch remained sharp, allowing him to add 2 more baskets, thereby enhancing his statistical performance. Conversely, his teammates seemed to relish opposing the league itself. It seems there is a palpable dissatisfaction among the participants of the Christmas showdown, as if everyone is eager to leave work and return home to their families. Apart from Chen Ji, the highest scorer was Kawhi with a mere 13 points, while the others contributed sporadically with 7 and 8 points, along with dismal shooting percentages such as 2 for 7 and 3 for 11. Such performances undoubtedly render victory unattainable. Coach Popovich, after the game, offered no comments, merely gesturing to conclude the proceedings. This sentiment was quite evident, from Popovich to Duncan to Kawhi. They all appeared to be wishing for an early end to the day to return home. Meanwhile, Chen Ji, the standout performer on the court, was the one left behind. At the post-game press conference, a reporter inquired, "This is your first Christmas game. You performed admirably on the court. Were you nervous today?" Chen Ji replied, "I felt a bit of nervousness, but my teammates, with their extensive experience, provided great assistance." Another question followed. "Do you believe the Rockets will be a formidable obstacle in your journey this season?" Chen Ji responded, "I hope not," accompanied by a broad smile. "This is your first Christmas abroad. Have you made any special preparations?" He was asked. He replied, "Yes, we decorated a Christmas tree." A question from Tencent's Chushue arose. "Many fans back home are voting for you. Do you think you have a chance to make the All-Star team this season?" Chen Ji pondered for a moment before responding. "I appreciate everyone's votes. If I make it, that would be wonderful. If not, there's always next year." Finally, amidst a chorus of Christmas greetings, Chen Ji emerged, holding hands with his little treasure, strolling down the street. In San Antonio, the absence of snow evokes a lingering sense of incompleteness. "Little treasure, allow me to carry you," exclaimed Chen Ji as Little Treasure abruptly crouched down. He gently patted the back of his head, weighing in at 110 kilograms, equivalent to approximately 2 times Little Treasure's weight. With a slight bend, he leaned towards her. "Yay!" Little Treasure exerted herself, akin to an ant attempting to shake a mighty tree. Ultimately, she managed to lift Chen Ji's feet off the ground for a mere 0.1 seconds before stumbling, her face flushed with exertion. Yet, joy radiated from her. A decade prior, she had towered over Chen Ji, carrying him home from school. Now goose, goose, goose. It was Chen Ji who effortlessly lifted her onto his back. She hurriedly wrapped her arms around his neck, nuzzling against his ear, feeling immensely content despite her mother's absence. Nevertheless, Chen Ji had cultivated her into a remarkably precious gem. Even amidst the monstrous competition of the NBA, Chen Ji excelled, garnering ample recognition and admiration. With tender kisses and affectionate closeness, Chen Ji suddenly accelerated. "Goose, goose, goose. Slow down. I cannot slow down. I must return home. And what shall we do at home? Administer your injection. I'm not sick. I don't need a shot." As Little Treasure spoke, realization dawned upon her, and she instantly blushed, burying her head behind Chen Ji's back, refusing to show herself again. Chapter 34. A bet regarding the championship. After their defeat to the Rockets, the Spurs secured victories against the Mavericks and the Kings. By the year 2014, Little Treasure's calendar had reached its expiration. This was an unforeseen turn of events for both individuals. Prior to their arrival, they had scarcely considered the possibility of an extended stay, particularly Chen Ji. He had never played alongside professional athletes and had no prior exposure to professional leagues. Initially, he approached the prospect of playing in the NBA with a sense of trepidation, harboring a mindset akin to that of a mere tourist. To his astonishment, his physical prowess in this incarnation proved to be remarkable, transforming him into a highly sought-after player. Although the locker room exuded an air of tranquility, news had already begun to circulate. In the vernacular of domestic fans, it was said that our beloved Little Treasure had become quite the catch. As for the origins of Little Treasure, it is a nickname for Chen Ji, while our little brother is an affectionate title bestowed upon the monk Xuanzong by Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty in the classic Journey to the West. In essence, Chen Ji had become the coveted figure, drawing attention from various entities. Teams such as the Thunder, Rockets, Clippers, and even the Warriors had come knocking, seemingly unperturbed by their own circumstances. Surely, even the Spurs management would not be foolish enough to part with a key player, as it would be unwise to sell to a rival. Generally, when a valuable player cannot be retained, transactions occur between teams that do not directly compete. After all, no one wishes to complicate their own situation. Yet, despite this understanding, several playoff contenders from the Western Conference were eager to engage, and with remarkable enthusiasm. Some even went so far as to offer first-round draft picks, indicating that should the Spurs be willing to part with Chen Ji, they would be inclined to invest in future selections. If one offer was insufficient, perhaps two would suffice. This situation is indeed perplexing. What are their intentions? However, it soon became apparent to Chen Ji that they were merely seeking excitement, while simultaneously inflating prices to hinder their rivals, particularly the Spurs. Prosperity is just around the corner for you. In private discussions, Danny Green gazed at Chen Ji with envious admiration. A rookie in his first year, having played merely a couple of months into the season, he was already the target of multiple playoff teams. Such occurrences are rare and signify that a lucrative contract awaits Chen Ji. Indeed, Kawhi was left wanting for more, perhaps hesitant to voice certain thoughts. Yet, Chen Ji was well aware of his unspoken question. "Brother, have you made your decision? Will you stay or leave? This matter is beyond my control." Chen Ji's stance was unequivocal. Generally speaking, a player's movement is not solely at their discretion, as the power of trade lies within the management of the team. The Spurs exemplify this, with Coach Popovich wearing multiple hats. He is not only the head coach, but also the general manager. Eventually, he could no longer restrain himself and summoned Chen Ji to the general manager's office. "Have you heard the news?" Chen Ji nodded. The rumors were rampant, and he was neither blind nor deaf. One need only browse the internet to glean the information. Many were inquiring about his status. First and foremost, congratulations on raising your market value. Coach Popovich had encountered many such situations over the years, yet he felt a deep conflict when facing Chen Ji. This young man could very well be a cornerstone player akin to Duncan. However, retaining him may prove challenging for the team. As long as the trio of veterans remains, the team's salary cap will remain perpetually constricted. Faced with the audacious price hikes from other teams, the Spurs find themselves in a rather passive position. What are your personal thoughts on this? In response to the elder's inquiry, Chen Ji deftly returned the question. "I will defer to your judgment." This statement nearly suffocated the elder, for he had presided over the Spurs for 18 years and never had he encountered a talent like Chen Ji. Despite his youth, it is challenging to discern his thoughts, both on and off the court. On the court, one could easily mistake his first-year performance for that of a seasoned 37-year-old Tim Duncan. Off the court, his maturity is astonishing. Whether confronting reporters or resisting the allure of money, Coach Popovich is aware that both Nike and Adidas have expressed interest, but once they arrived, there was no further communication. Just as now, when asked about his perspective on the current situation, he simply replied, "I trust your judgment." Can that be taken at face value? What if I ask you to stay? I would agree, Chen Ji responded without hesitation. This only added to Coach Popovich's discomfort. Typically, players like Green or Kawhi Leonard face contract renewal dilemmas after 3 years. Yet Chen Ji is already confronting this issue in less than 3 months. This was an unexpected turn of events. Compounding the challenge, come this time next year, Kawhi will also be up for renewal. The elder Popovich is not only grappling with the explosive salary cap dilemma, but also with the predicament of choosing between Chen Ji and Kawhi. "I wish to understand your true thoughts," Popovich said, gazing intently into Chen Ji's eyes, genuinely eager to know what this young man was contemplating. Chen hesitated for a moment, then proposed a wager with the elder. "What would you like to bet on?" Coach Popovich inquired with interest. Though not particularly fond of gambling, he enjoyed placing bets with his players as a means of motivation. "It concerns the championship." "What are the stakes?" he pressed. "If we fail to secure the championship, I am willing to voluntarily reduce my salary upon re-signing with the team at the season's end." This season, Chen's salary was a mere $520,000, the lowest tier in the league. However, next season, based on his current performance, he was projected to command at least $5 million. Should a team take an interest in him, it was quite possible that the Spurs might face bids as high as $10 million. Adding a contract length, such as 4 years for $50 million, would certainly be beyond the Spurs' financial reach. "If we succeed," Chen paused, carefully organizing his thoughts, "I wish to explore opportunities elsewhere." This bet seemed quite peculiar to Coach Popovich, who found himself perplexed by Chen's reasoning. Typically, players remained with a team after achieving a championship, while those who failed sought new horizons. "Are you serious?" he asked. "Yes." Chen nodded affirmatively. "You would reduce your salary upon failing to win the championship, yet leave if you do?" Coach Popovich reiterated, seeking clarity. "Indeed," Chen confirmed once more. This only deepened Popovich's confusion. It was evident that the young man held this conviction firmly, yet the rationale behind such a mindset escaped him entirely. However, this wager is indeed plausible, particularly for the Spurs. Should they fail to secure the championship this season, they will have the opportunity to re-sign Chen Ji at a reduced salary. Conversely, if they triumph, although it may be regrettable to let Chen Ji go, many players only possess a single championship ring throughout their careers. In fact, numerous teams have yet to claim a championship title. Such a risk is entirely worthwhile. "Deal." Coach Popovich pondered for a moment before acquiescing, despite being unaware of Chen Ji's true thoughts. Nonetheless, this decision undeniably benefits the team. Consequently, the Spurs swiftly communicated that they would not trade Chen Ji during the current season. However, there was no news regarding an early contract extension for him, seemingly allowing him to enter the free market after the season concludes. What kind of maneuvering is this? The enigmatic Coach Popovich has begun to harbor regrets, not about the wager itself, but rather about not thoroughly observing Chen Ji during his initial tryout due to the crowded environment. Fearing that someone else might seize the opportunity, he abruptly ended Chen Ji's trial. After successfully acquiring him, he offered a mere $520,000, undoubtedly a low figure in both price and duration. Although second-round picks possess limited leverage, they still ought to negotiate with the team, perhaps aiming for a 2-year, $1.4 million contract. However, to his surprise, Chen Ji accepted the offer without hesitation, showing neither discontent with the salary nor the contract length. Initially, it appeared as though he lacked confidence, readily agreeing to whatever the team proposed. Now, though, doubts arise. Could it be that this young man was biding his time all along? Chapter 35. The first All-Star journey is not so complicated after all. At that time, Chen Ji was the type who would eagerly sign a contract with the Spurs, regardless of the monetary value or the duration of the agreement. He simply yearned for a gilded opportunity. However, that sentiment has since transformed. After 2 months of mingling within the league, although he lacked a definitive grasp of his own prowess, his status as a starting player for a formidable team during the regular season had been solidified. This assured him a future devoid of financial worries. Even if his NBA journey were to falter, his impressive credentials would undoubtedly elevate him to the status of a super foreign player upon returning to his homeland. Particularly for CBA teams, he, as a Chinese national with the caliber of a foreign player, would not occupy an import slot. As the fans from Sichuan would say, if he were to join the Sichuan team, they would instantly ascend to the ranks of CBA super teams. Now firmly established, Chen Ji found himself intrigued by his earlier aspirations to adorn both hands with championship rings. This was also the reason behind his wager with Coach Popovich. He harbored concerns that the Spurs, fearing competition during the offseason, might decide to trade him to another team, especially those languishing at the bottom of the regular season standings, if they were willing to offer a first-round pick. Such a scenario was indeed plausible and represented the most lucrative option. This could complicate matters significantly, for he still desired those championship rings. This was precisely why he had made the bet with Coach Popovich. Regardless of the circumstances, he was resolute in his desire to remain with the Spurs this season. The pursuit of a championship ring was but one facet of his ambitions. He also sought to prove whether his presence could indeed alter the course of the NBA. For instance, the Spurs, who were anticipated to clinch the championship, suddenly faltered. Not only did they fail to secure the title, but they also couldn't advance beyond the Western Conference. The sense of futility loomed large, as the future appeared unpredictable. It seemed more prudent to remain with the Spurs, even if it meant accepting a pay cut. After all, the distinction between $5 million and $8 million felt trivial. With a modicum of statistical prowess and the backing of a vast domestic market, one could swiftly recoup that amount elsewhere. The paramount consideration was the opportunity to play alongside the emerging star, Kawhi Leonard. Finding a commendable teammate, especially someone of Kawhi's caliber, is indeed a rarity. Just observe LeBron James, who tirelessly roams in search of formidable allies. Why then seek distant shores when Kawhi is right at hand? Moreover, it was now 2014, and Kawhi's ascent was imminent within the next 2 years. This was also the rationale behind Chen Ji's decision. Should they win the championship, he would follow the trajectory of the future. If not, he would stay and forge a path with Kawhi. Both choices were ideal, yet grounded in reality. Contingent upon the outcome of this year's championship. With discussions surrounding Chen Ji's trade reaching a pause, tranquility returned to San Antonio. The wager between Chen Ji and Coach Popovich remained undisclosed, yet it was evident to all that he would not be departing this season. Danny Green and Kawhi welcomed this development, as the trio could once again train together daily. Simultaneously, the All-Star voting was nearing its conclusion. The Spurs, collectively, appeared to lack recognition. The Eastern Conference All-Star starters included Kyrie Irving, Dwayne Wade, Paul George, Carmelo Anthony, and LeBron James. The Western Conference All-Star starters comprised Stephen Curry, Kobe Bryant, Kevin Durant, Blake Griffin, and Kevin Love. Amidst the fervent discussions surrounding Kobe and LeBron, Chen Ji found his focus diverging from the mainstream. His attention was captivated by two All-Star starters, Irving and Love. Should the Miami Heat falter in their pursuit of a third consecutive championship this season, LeBron would inevitably seek to reformulate his team, departing from the Heat to rejoin the Cavaliers. Upon arriving in Cleveland, he would be flanked by Irving on one side and Love on the other, a formidable trio of players ranked among the top 10 in the league, a truly audacious move. It is no wonder that Durant, when he chose to leave, brazenly declared his intention to embark on the most arduous path. If one can act without honor, why should it be deemed inappropriate for others to unite with Curry at the Warriors? Once the list of All-Star starters was confirmed, the roster of reserves was swiftly unveiled. According to the rules, All-Star reserves are selected through a vote by coaches, thereby increasing the potential for manipulation. Unsurprisingly, the top-ranked Spurs secured a representative. However, to the astonishment of many, it was not Parker, but rather Chen Ji. When this outcome was revealed, Chen Ji could scarcely believe it, yet his teammates were already celebrating, playfully patting him on the back. It is indeed a rarity for a rookie to be selected for the All-Star game, even as a reserve, nonetheless. Being an All-Star reserve is still a notable achievement. However, given that his statistics fell slightly short of expectations, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of insecurity regarding his selection. Chen Ji began by expressing his gratitude to the fans. In truth, domestic supporters had exhibited signs of agitation when the starting lineup was announced, feeling a sense of injustice. They had cast their votes, but were unable to elevate Chen Ji to a starting position, leading them to suspect that there were underhanded dealings at play. Many fans were surprised to learn that their votes would be subject to devaluation, with the league office retaining the ultimate authority to interpret the voting process. Under the current voting mechanism, regardless of the number of votes cast by Chinese fans, Chen Ji is unlikely to secure a spot in the All-Star game, a reality that had long been anticipated. The league had already witnessed the power of Chinese fans and subsequently altered the All-Star voting rules. Normally, no matter how many votes Chen Ji received, he would not make it to the All-Star game. The anomaly arose from the Spurs holding the best record in the league, necessitating the selection of one of their players as a representative. Thus, Chen Ji was brought into the fold. It cannot be said to be a win-win situation. Rather, it represents a compromise. As February 2014 approached, with the All-Star weekend drawing near, the rest of the team took a break while Chen Ji ventured to New Orleans with his little treasure. After exploring the local sites, he unfortunately failed to forge new friendships, A predictable outcome considering many players were dissatisfied with his selection. Although outwardly polite, there was a palpable sense of distance and disdain from them. Rumors circulated that his selection was solely attributed to his Chinese identity and the Spurs' top-ranking performance, a mere mascot. Chen Ji resonated with this sentiment, though agreement did not equate to contentment. He modestly completed his inaugural All-Star journey, barely garnering any screen time. He played for approximately 4 minutes, touched the ball 3 times, attempted 2 shots, and scored a single layup before exiting, leaving him with a complete absence of engagement. Upon returning, both Xiao Ka and Green inquired about his feelings regarding his inaugural All-Star journey, questioning if he felt particularly exhilarated. Chen Ji merely shook his head, stating that he had only intensified his training. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. The perceptions of others were inconsequential. What truly mattered to him was that in this lifetime, he possessed both talent and opportunity. If he did not exert himself, he feared he would be plagued by regret in the future. Chapter 36. The constantly quarreling him and her as the All-Star weekend drew to a close. The trade deadline approached. However, only a few inconsequential news items emerged, such as the Miami Heat trading Mason along with some cash to the Kings in exchange for a protected second-round draft pick. The Cavaliers and the 76ers finalized a trade, sending forward Clark and 2 second-round picks from 2014 in return for center Hoyes. The Wizards officially announced the acquisition of veteran point guard Andre Miller, while sending Vesely to the Nuggets. Numerous tidbits of news circulated, yet they were merely minor adjustments, lacking any earth-shattering trades that would astonish the league. This was quite disappointing. Nevertheless, Chen Ji's anxious heart finally found solace, as this indicated that he would remain with the Spurs at least until the conclusion of the season. February 22nd marked the birthday of Xiao Baozhu. This was the first time Chen Ji requested leave from the team, citing personal reasons without elaborating further. However, Coach Popovich graciously consented. Initially, he had envisioned a day of carefree revelry with Xiao Baozhu, but it ultimately devolved into a thorough cleaning of their temporary apartment. After exhausting every corner, he collapsed onto the bed, utterly unwilling to move. Embracing the little precious pearl as he drifted into slumber, the evening quietly arrived. He prepared 2 dishes, lit the candles, and it was time to make a wish. He wished for the little pearl to be healthy and happy forever. The Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother of the West granted their blessing. The little pearl's wish remained unchanged from the previous year and the year before that. Upon reflection, it seemed she had always wished for the same thing. It was now Chen Ji's turn. Before his awakening in a past life, his wish mirrored that of the little pearls. She hoped for his robust growth, as did he, so she would not have to worry about him. However, his wish had since transformed. "Give me your hand," he requested. The little pearl, puzzled, extended her tiny hand until their palms met. "May the little pearl and I be inseparable for a lifetime." Today also marked Chen Ji's birthday. This was the first time he had uttered such words to the little pearl. It seemed they had never shared such sentiments before. Their bond was inherently one of eternity, as it had been since the little pearl began to understand the world. Hence, her expression appeared somewhat peculiar. Suddenly, Chen Ji comprehended her strangeness. Was it not a given? Why must he make a wish? It seemed somewhat redundant. Yet, should not the little pearl feel touched? Had he perhaps developed feelings for Chushua? Chen Ji paused, recalling a moment when Chushua had visited him in black stockings for an interview, and he could not help but steal a glance. By the heavens, it was just a single glance, entirely instinctual, yet this world is filled with beauty and charm. Chen Ji, being somewhat possessive, found himself capable of harboring feelings for another. If one were to bestow a name upon this individual, they would only inscribe the 3 characters Little Pearl. Are you not feeling a tinge of jealousy? Chen Ji was utterly astonished. In his recollection, the concepts of Little Pearl and jealousy were utterly incongruous. Yet, one must inevitably mature. A sense of crisis is an innate trait of women. Humph. Little Pearl remained silent, retreating into her room. As Chen Ji pondered her intentions, she unexpectedly emerged clad in a complete JK uniform. A man of worldly experience, having witnessed the vastness of life, particularly with a past involving a substantial inventory of 300T. He was nonetheless taken aback. When Little Pearl approached and gently brushed against him, a rush of blood surged to his head, nearly causing a nosebleed. This woman, 3 days without discipline, and she could easily wreak havoc. The two engaged in a playful scuffle within the confines of the room, yet the door was firmly shut. leaving only the participants aware of the specifics of their entanglement. Following the transaction deadline, each team entered the final sprint. It was not until April 17th, upon the conclusion of the regular season, that the standings in the East and West were solidified. The top 8 teams in the East were Pacers, Heat, Raptors, Bulls, Wizards, Nets, Hornets, and Hawks. In the West, the leading 8 comprised the Spurs, Thunder, Clippers, Rockets, Trailblazers, Warriors, Grizzlies, and Mavericks. As for the Eastern Conference, despite the Heat's second-place ranking, it is widely acknowledged that the playoffs differ significantly from the regular season. Nearly everyone is aware that the Eastern champion will inevitably be the Heat, while the other teams merely serve to add to the spectacle. However, the situation in the West remains uncertain. The San Antonio Spurs only reached the finals last year, yet their veteran trio has aged another year. Whether the younger players can shoulder the burden of the team remains uncertain. The Oklahoma City Thunder, with the formidable duo of Durant and Westbrook, were briefly favored. However, their adversary is the Memphis Grizzlies. Last season, they suffered a setback against the black and white duo, and the conflicting styles of play add another layer of complexity. Whether they can exact revenge this season is still in question. In contrast, the fortunes of the Clippers and Rockets appear promising, particularly for the Clippers, who have garnered numerous fans due to their reputation as the Lob City. Their combination of strength and entertainment value is poised for fruition. Yet, the outcome of the matches can only be determined through play. Pre-game analyses and predictions merely serve to stir the pot. Regrettably, Chen Ji lacks the courage to bet on games. Otherwise, he could potentially bankrupt the betting companies. On April 21st, Chen Ji's inaugural journey into the playoffs officially commences. Their opponent is the Mavericks, but in a few years, the Mavericks will be no more, as they will have rebranded themselves as the Mavericks. The Spurs will enjoy home court advantage in this round of the series, hosting 4 out of 7 games. Prior to the matches, Coach Popovich emphasized the importance of discipline, particularly concerning Chen Ji and Kawhi Leonard. Kawhi, despite his youth, possesses finals experience and maintains a steady demeanor and solid skills. His greater concern lies with Chen Ji, for whom he has already devised a contingency plan should he struggle to adapt to the intensity of the playoffs. If necessary, he will substitute him with Dia and significantly reduce his playing time. What, then, is the essence of the playoffs? The playoffs represent a fierce struggle for survival. Chen, uncertain of his own anxiety, stood on the familiar court, surrounded by his accustomed teammates and the thunderous cheers of the home crowd. In an instant, his heart settled. The game commenced. The Spurs' starting lineup included Parker, Green, Kawhi, Chen, and Duncan. The Mavericks countered with Ellis, Calder-In, Marion, Nowitzki, and DeLembert. Chen was directly matched against Nowitzki. Intrigued by the man known as the German God and the driver, he observed him with keen interest. It became evident that this individual was, much like Duncan, quite advanced in age. However, these seasoned veterans might not necessarily impart wisdom to the newcomers. Moreover, the Mavericks had only recently claimed a championship. Calculating the timeline, the last player to be schooled by them was, astonishingly, LeBron James. Just 3 years prior, when James joined the Heat to form a super team, he exuberantly proclaimed the classic slogan, "Not 1, not 2, not 3, nor 4, nor 5, nor 6. Thus, at least 7 it was. Undoubtedly, at that time, James harbored ambitions to surpass the legendary Michael Jordan in the count of championship rings. Yet, fate dealt him a devastating blow. In his inaugural year of Brotherhood basketball, he faced the Mavericks, only to be unceremoniously subdued by the supposedly soft Nowitzki. Indeed, prior to the 2011 championship, Nowitzki was often labeled as soft. As a power forward, he was frequently compared to the likes of Kevin Garnett, and routinely faced criticism for underperforming in crucial moments, accumulating a plethora of disparaging remarks. However, that year, the Dallas Mavericks unexpectedly dealt a severe blow to the Miami Heat's trio, an outcome that took everyone by surprise. In that pivotal moment, Dirk Nowitzki ascended to legendary status, silencing any lingering doubts about his toughness. 3 years have swiftly passed, and while Nowitzki has aged considerably, much like the venerable Tim Duncan, he continues to persevere in this league. At this moment, Nowitzki observes the young prodigy, Chen Ji. This sudden emergence of talent has been impressive during the regular season, yet it has also sparked considerable controversy. For instance, the all-star bench warmer averaging 12 points, the high IQ player who scored 0 points in 18 minutes, and the Spurs mascot, among other criticisms. However, Nowitzki, once the target of relentless scrutiny, understands the reality. If one lacks strength, even the opportunity for criticism is denied. Chapter 37. Playoff rookie Chen Xiaobao on being criticized. Chen Ji remains unfazed. After all, he hails from the year 2024, merely recalling the infamous moments of LeBron James, Kevin Durant, and Stephen Curry facing backlash brings him solace. He has merely begun his journey. If one day he were to be criticized for relying on others to win a championship ring, it would only serve to affirm that he has indeed earned a ring in his career. The Spurs secured the first wave of offensive possession, an unusual occurrence, as the aging Duncan surprisingly won the tip-off. Opposing him was a rather unremarkable figure, Deng. Lacking any significant impression of this player, it was clear that he was no match for the legendary Duncan. The Spurs, now robust and formidable, undoubtedly had the upper hand against the Mavericks. As Chen Ji nudged Nowitzki further into the paint, he simultaneously motivated himself. Yet, just as he made his way halfway up the lane, Duncan had already maneuvered Deng down to the basket. Before one could even stabilize, Parker's ball had already sailed past. Duncan, displaying an agility that belied his years, deftly retrieved it, pivoting gracefully to execute a hook shot that found its mark. This old-timer had been feigning lethargy throughout the regular season. Meanwhile, Chen Ji was still youthful. Observing Kawhi and Green, it was only natural for them to instinctively retreat as soon as Duncan secured the ball under the basket. Off he dashed. Chen Ji jogged back to his half of the court, but as he approached the three-point line, he suddenly recalled that Nowitzki was a formidable three-point shooter and decided to halt his advance. Thus, he stationed himself at the arc, awaiting Nowitzki's approach. The Mavericks showed no inclination for a fast-paced game. Both teams were replete with seasoned players, lacking the conditions for a rapid tempo. It appeared that yet another sluggish, drawn-out contest was unfolding. Mavericks point guard Ellis brought the ball across half-court and immediately passed it to Nowitzki at the top of the arc prior to the game. Assistant coach Marks had meticulously detailed Nowitzki's technical prowess to Chen Ji. When defending him, one must establish position without leaping prematurely, staying closely attached, and initiating physical contact. Chen Ji adhered to this guidance, applying his body first, hands raised high, persistently jostling for position. Nowitzki powerfully shoved him aside, feigning a shot, prompting Chen Ji to rush forward to contest it. Just as he began to leap, Nowitzki broke past him, sidestepping to create minimal space before launching into a one-leg jump shot. His signature move, Golden Rooster, stands on one leg. Chen Ji, relying on his youthful agility, managed to disturb Nowitzki's ascent. Observing the arc, the trajectory of the ball appeared straight. It was uncertain whether it would find the net. As Chen Ji gauged the ball's descent, he simultaneously positioned himself to prevent Nowitzki's advance. Regardless of whether they advance or not, it is certain that Nowitzki will not be entering. The sound of metal clanging resonates. Chen Ji makes a determined leap to secure the rebound, raising the ball to survey his teammates. Unfortunately, this is the playoffs, and their opponents are the experienced Mavericks, who offer no chance for a fast break. Kawhi, Green, and Parker are all closely guarded. Duncan gives Chen Ji a gentle pat on the back, signaling him to slow down, then ambles forward. Chen Ji dribbles behind him, leisurely crossing half-court. It is a battle of positions. Once everyone is in place, Parker emerges to receive the ball, using Duncan's screen to shake off Ellis. With a swift pivot, he evades Marion. Before Nowitzki can provide help on defense, Parker executes a reverse layup, scoring. Well, it seems not only does the veteran Duncan play possum during the regular season, this French speedster exhibits a similar strategy. The trio of seasoned players waits for the playoffs to unleash their prowess. Chen Ji feels a surge of confidence. The energy of this game is palpable. At the end of the first quarter, the score stands at 21-12, an impressive lead, just as Chen Ji had sensed. The Spurs had long been preparing for the postseason, delivering an early shock to the Mavericks. Chen Ji performed admirably in the first quarter, securing 3 rebounds and providing 2 assists, even without scoring. Initially, he thought this game would unfold like the regular season, where a lead would ensure victory. However, the second quarter brought an unexpected turn of events. The Mavericks suddenly shifted their tempo, opting for a dual guard formation with Ellis and Harris. They aggressively targeted Parker, Ginobili, and Duncan, clearly demonstrating their understanding of how to combat the Spurs. Thus, there is no room for reasoning. One must spring into action, charging forth to strike. Once momentum is gained, it becomes impossible to restrain the rhythm. Chen Ji felt an unsettling sensation of being swept away as the score, which had once favored them, quickly equalized. The slight lead at the end of the first quarter vanished in an instant. Coach Popovich, in response, called 2 timeouts and even berated the referees. Yet the team's decline remained unarrested. As the half concluded, the score stood at 44-43, with the visiting team in the lead and the home team trailing by a solitary point. The Spurs had surprisingly fallen behind. In the second quarter, the Mavericks scored an unforgivable 32 points. During halftime, in the home team's locker room, the venerable Coach Popovich was incensed, directing his fury at Green before turning his ire toward Kawhi. Kawhi remained silent, but when he glanced back, it was Chen Ji's turn to face the storm. "I understand this is your first playoff experience," he admonished, "but no one will wait for you to mature. A player may excel in the regular season, yet if he fails to shine in the playoffs, no team will offer him a substantial contract. You must awaken to the reality of the playoffs. This is a matter of life or death. Every mistake, every moment of surrender renders the entire season's efforts futile. We need your energy. We need you to step up. Do you hear me?" This marked the first time Chen Ji had been confronted directly by Coach Popovich, who yelled fiercely into his face. Yet this was not a moment for feeling wronged. Thus, like Kawhi, he nodded in acknowledgement, signifying his understanding. The second half of the game resumed swiftly. Each player took their position. If fatigue began to set in, they were reminded not to relent, starting with the simplest of defensive tasks. Stay close to your teammates. Be mindful of their positions and secure the rebounds. During his months with the Spurs, Chen Ji has nearly mastered every aspect of the game. The third quarter was intensely contested. Neither team would relinquish their hopes of victory in the playoffs. The quarter ended with a score of 21-22, allowing the Spurs to reclaim the point they had trailed by at halftime. Chen Ji did not engage much in offensive plays, yet he excelled defensively, firmly establishing his position and making numerous crucial plays. Once the defense was solidified, his mindset stabilized. In the final quarter, Chen Ji played a full 10 minutes, with the coach keeping him on the court without substitution, despite his less-than-stellar statistics. However, his positioning and defense in the paint were pivotal to the Spurs' triumph. Indeed, they emerged victorious, with a final score of 85-90, a narrow escape from defeat. The season trio set a strong precedent. Duncan scored 27 points with 7 rebounds. Parker contributed 21 points and 6 assists, and Jin Billy added 17 points with 3 assists, collectively accounting for a significant portion of the team's scoring. They provided a model for the younger players, allowing Chen Ji, in his inaugural playoff appearance, to fully experience the intensity of postseason competition. His performance, 6 points, 13 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 blocks, varied from his regular season stats, but he effectively protected the backcourt rebounds and successfully thwarted the opponent's incursions toward the basket. Now, only 15 victories stand between them and the coveted championship ring. Onward. Chapter 38. Rout by the Mavericks as the playoffs progressed. Discussions regarding the championship's ultimate destination became a hot topic among fans. Without the fans of the Lakers and Kobe, more accurately, the fans of both the Lakers and Kobe. For at this juncture, the supporters of the team and the star were still one and the same. Yet to part ways, the absence of the Lakers and Kobe in the playoffs diminishes the joy by half. A majority have shifted allegiances. Longtime fans often express disdain for LeBron, dismissing his skills and resenting his perceived cowardice in retreating from challenges. Conversely, the new generation of fans predominantly champions LeBron, embracing a brand of basketball that, although somewhat utilitarian, raises a pertinent question: is life not about achieving success? Without success, what significance does one's lament hold? However, Chen Ji remains aloof from this fervor, for he embodies the very essence of excitement. After a game, his jersey could practically be wrung out. Initially, he felt at ease. Yet as the intensity escalated and the atmosphere thickened, the elder's shouts inadvertently heightened his tension. Surviving such a contest is no small feat, especially against an opponent as unassuming as the Mavericks. This dismissal of the Mavericks clearly reveals a lack of respect, and Chen Ji suddenly sensed an ominous premonition. The tale of Guan Yu losing his territory has been recounted for nearly 2 millennia. Yet, only those immersed in the fray understand that many outcomes cannot be circumvented merely through knowledge. On April 24th, the Mavericks faced the Spurs in the second game of their playoff series. having battled it out in the first game. Both teams were acutely aware of each other's strengths and weaknesses, leading to a fiercely contested matchup from the outset. Chen Ji, as in the previous game, focused intently on Dirk Nowitzki. This was his designated task. He executed it superbly, as he held significant advantages over the aging Nowitzki in terms of wingspan, jumping ability, speed, and physicality. In the first match, Nowitzki struggled, making only 4 out of 14 attempts, which made the seasoned players quite uncomfortable from the outset. After 2 missed shots, he hesitated to take further attempts. However, by the end of the first quarter, the score stood at 24-23, with neither the Mavericks nor the Spurs finding their rhythm. Duncan and Parker, who had excelled in the previous game, found themselves with few opportunities in the opening quarter. This scenario seemed somewhat normal until the second quarter commenced, when the Mavericks deployed their dual guard lineup, opting to remove their center. The rapid duo of Ellis and Harris elevated the pace of the game instantly. The situation mirrored that of the second quarter in the first match, with Chen Ji feeling as though vulnerabilities were present at every turn. Parker was consistently beaten. Duncan was drawn out of position, and Green alongside Kawhi appeared as though they had yet to awaken. Despite the relentless scolding from their coach, the more they were reprimanded, the stiffer they became. On the court, they resembled 2 wooden posts, their movements gradually stiffening, with Chen Ji barely managing to keep pace with his assigned opponent, neglecting all others entirely. This rigidity persisted until the conclusion of the fourth quarter. When the final whistle blew, the score settled at 113-92, with the visiting team triumphing over the hosts, the Spurs, who were thoroughly dominated in their own arena. The match featured only 2 notable highlights, one being the resilient performance of the Demon Blade, who, amidst a lackluster team effort, amassed 27 points in 23 minutes with an impressive shooting efficiency of 9 out of 12. The other was Chen Ji's continued success in containing Nowitzki, who, following a performance of 11 points from 14 attempts in the previous game, managed a rather mediocre 16 points from 19 attempts in this one. However, the Mavericks are not an ordinary team. They boast remarkable talents such as Ellis, who scored 21 points, and Marion, who contributed 20 points. Harris, coming off the bench, remarkably shot 7 out of 9 to amass 18 points. In stark contrast, the Spurs had only one standout player, while the others struggled to make an impact, making defeat almost inevitable. Following the game, Chen Ji felt no inclination to glance at the statistics, instead reflecting earnestly on his performance on the court. He sensed no discrepancies. He fulfilled the team's expectations by containing the veteran player and securing rebounds. Though his stats of 8 points, 12 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 blocks may not dazzle, they are indeed sufficient for a victory in the regular season. During the post-game press conference, the veteran trio was absent, and Coach Popovich sent Chen Ji to face the media. Sitting before the cameras, Chen Ji felt a sense of unease. Regrettably, they did not clinch the victory. The media, both domestic and international, have taken to affectionately referring to him as Little Treasure, perhaps due to the simplicity of the name compared to his full name. They played with greater determination and a more profound yearning for triumph, deserving of the win. Harris and Ellis have consistently delivered high-level performances in the last 2 games. Can you devise a strategy to contain them? I have faith in our coaching staff and my teammates. We will undoubtedly perform better in the next match. Amidst the questions and answers, Chen Ji's mindset began to stabilize. Few teams embark on a championship journey that is devoid of obstacles, especially not the Spurs. A team rich in experience, yet youthful in spirit. If the Mavericks were to falter, they would find themselves facing even more formidable opponents like the Thunder and the Rockets. The images of being thoroughly dismantled by Westbrook and Harden during the regular season remain vividly etched in memory, sending shivers down one's spine. To secure victory, at least 2 of the veteran trio must rise to the occasion, and the same applies to the younger players. After the match, it was already quite late. Little Baoju occasionally peeked out the window. It was only when Chen Ji arrived that she joyfully awaited him at the door. She was aware that the Spurs had lost today, but that did not deter her spirit. She firmly believed that Little Bao would rebound. Having prepared congee and hot water at home, Chen Ji, upon returning, sought a moment of solace, acknowledging their defeat. "We lost today," he remarked. "You often lose." "It's not a novel occurrence," Little Baoju replied as she helped him change into more comfortable shoes, playfully patting his backside, an action whose origin was a mystery, and then playfully pushed him into a chair. She served the perfectly warmed millet porridge, and Chen Ji embraced the bowl, gulping it down with gusto. Feeling nourished, he felt revitalized. After tidying up the dishes, he engaged in some light-hearted banter with little Baozhu before the drowsiness overtook him. Upon awakening, it was already the next day. At the arena, Chen Ji greeted everyone with a smile, starting with the legendary Duncan, Ginobili, and Parker, followed by Kawhi, Green, Bellinelli, and Diaw. Despite the loss, everyone maintained a cheerful demeanor. After exchanging some good-natured jests, the coaching staff convened for a strategy session. They emphasized defensive positioning against Ellis and Harris, while on the offensive end, they particularly tailored individual play tactics for Kawhi and Chen Ji. In the midst of Duncan and Parker facing restrictions, the team urgently requires both of them to rise to the occasion. Coach Popovich has made this quite clear. The Mavericks' defensive focus is now entirely on Duncan and Parker. This presents an opportunity for you both. Whether you can seize it and ultimately triumph in this series hinges on your performance. A palpable sense of being valued enveloped Chen Ji, who felt a surge of confidence. Turning to Kawhi, he found him unchanged, yet his eager eyes could not conceal his anticipation. Chapter 39. Danger approaches. The third game has shifted to Dallas, the Mavericks' home ground. From Duncan to Chen Ji, every Spurs player stepping onto the court was met with a cacophony of boos. Chen Ji was even honored to discover that he had garnered some detractors. A few fans waving images of a crying baby directed their shouts at him. It felt quite peculiar, as Chen Ji had never cried and was unsure of the origin of such an image, likely a product of editing. He waved back at them. Although social media was not as advanced as it would be a decade later, Chen Ji, as a Chinese player securing an all-star spot, faced criticism from numerous stars and fans alike. Take, for example, the Mavericks' Ellis, a guard averaging 19.5 points per game. By both statistical measures and team impact, he undoubtedly seemed far more respectable than Chen Ji, whose status within the team was ambiguous at best. Yet, who could one turn to for reason in such matters? During the regular season, every game felt like a battle, a transient clash where fans likely lacked the inclination to single anyone out. Once the playoffs commence, the players on the court begin to exert themselves fervently, while the spectators off the court are equally engaged, eagerly seeking any scandal to amplify the intensity. There is no sense of embarrassment among the crowd. It is all part of the spectacle. The game is underway. The starting lineups remain unchanged from the previous two matches. Chen Ji continues to match up against Nowitzki, while also needing to contend with the opposing guards as they drive towards the basket. The Mavericks gain the initial offensive possession, and Ellis seizes the ball, sprinting forward. Chen Ji does not rush to follow Nowitzki, but instead focuses on maintaining his position. Once the opponent slows their pace, he turns back to locate his assignment. The game begins as a battle for position. Ellis passes the ball to Nowitzki, the seasoned veteran returning to his home ground. Seemingly revitalized, with a swift motion, he elevates Chen Ji's center of gravity. He then drives to the right, utilizing a teammate's screen, and with Green in close proximity, he launches the first shot of the game. Green is unable to contest it. The release point is too high. Seizing the moment, Chen Ji moves towards the basket, preparing to secure the rebound. But today, the German giant has found his rhythm. With a swish, he effortlessly sinks a long-range two-pointer, sounding a clarion call that instantly ignites the crowd. The roars urging the home team to defend resonate powerfully. This is the essence of playoff-level atmosphere in an away game. The Spurs are on the offensive. Chen Ji inbounds from the baseline, then swiftly jogs alongside Parker to the front court. Duncan initiates a pick, and Parker uses the screen to navigate towards the basket. Finding no opportunity, he circles around and reemerges. Chen Ji moves in from the baseline to set another screen. Parker, like a determined chick, manages to penetrate the defense, but is promptly pushed back out. The Mavericks' defense today is relentless. Even the seasoned veteran is bending low, pursuing the offensive players with fervor. As the time for the offensive play dwindled, Parker executed a half-turn fadeaway, but alas, it clanged off the iron. Almost instantaneously after his release, a throng of players converged beneath the basket. Chen Ji found himself oblivious to the tug on his shorts. Fortunate that his belt was secured tightly. Otherwise, he would have inadvertently exposed his undergarments. A fierce tussle ensued for the rebound, yet no one managed to gain control, and the ball was unceremoniously knocked out of bounds. The referee, unable to discern who had last touched it, resorted to reviewing the footage. Ultimately, It was determined that it was Marion who had last grazed the ball. The possession was awarded to the Spurs. Chen Ji resumed play from the baseline, raising 3 fingers, a signal for the 3-man strategy. Parker swiftly moved up to set a screen for Kawhi Leonard, who deftly maneuvered inside, evading Ellis and making his way to the basket. It was a classic case of a larger player overpowering a smaller one. Chen Ji delivered the ball, which was momentarily intercepted, but fortunately, Kawhi's long reach allowed him to reclaim it. With a back-to-the-basket move, he pushed Ellis aside and executed a smooth mid-range jumper, which found its mark. Both teams commenced the game with remarkable intensity, and by the end of the first quarter, the score stood at 34-27. The Spurs had arrived with a fierce determination. It was a rare occasion where everyone was on point, amassing 34 points in a single quarter. Typically, such a score would spell disaster for the opposing team. However, today's Mavericks were equally precise, particularly the seasoned veteran, who swiftly shed the embarrassment of scoring less than his attempts in the previous 2 games. He launched into a flurry of shots, completely disregarding the defense. Yet, the disconcerting second quarter loomed ahead. During Chen Ji's brief respite, Ellis and Harris spearheaded a relentless offensive thrust. Once speed-oriented players find their rhythm, they can be utterly merciless to their defenders. Chen Ji once felt an illusion that this player named Ellis seemed to be possessed by the spirit of Curry, scoring effortlessly from every angle. He pondered how the opposing teams managed to defend against Curry, a relentless pursuit of defenders. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Coach Popovich promptly substituted Chen Ji into the game. The backup big men, Deng and Splitter, simply could not keep pace with such speedy guards. However, the momentum had already shifted. The Mavericks were on the rise. By the end of the second quarter, they had amassed 32 points, while the Spurs could only muster 20, trailing by 12 points in that quarter alone. Was this game destined to slip away? Chen Ji scratched his head, acutely aware that basketball is a collective endeavor. During an avalanche, it is truly impossible to halt its descent. During halftime, the venerable Popovich paced back and forth, lamenting the swiftness of the opposing guards. Although their impact did not rival that of Westbrook, the effect was nonetheless similar. Particularly when Nowitzki played center, every player on the opposing team posed a shooting threat. None could be overlooked. The strategy was to slow the tempo, engaging in a methodical approach. Delay the play from the backcourt, ensuring they could not accelerate their pace. Secure the rebounds. The elder coach imparted this wisdom to everyone as the second half was about to commence. The Spurs would start the attack. Chen Ji dribbled past half court, a tactic they had employed in the regular season, yet it was the first time they utilized it in the playoffs. Nowitzki hesitated for a moment, but ultimately positioned himself at the 3-point line. Chen Ji brought the ball forward, reaching the 3-point line. He initially turned his back, nudging the veteran defender inward, and upon drawing the double team, delivered a precise pass to Parker beyond the arc. Parker took a single step and unleashed a mid-range shot. Swish! There was still ample time, and the game continued. The two teams were once again ensnared in a battle of possessions, exchanging baskets in a methodical manner. However, time was not on the Spurs' side. When Ellis launched an unexpected shot from the perimeter in the final minute, Chen Ji felt a pang of dread. Surely, that shot couldn't go in? Swish! It stung like a slap to the face. At that moment, he wished for McGrady's intervention. The Spurs had signed McGrady last season presumably for moments like this. Alas, McGrady's signature move had too lengthy a cool-down period, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Moreover, he had already retired. This game was turning dire. As the clock ticked down, Chen Ji made one last desperate attempt. Upon receiving the ball in the backcourt, he instinctively tossed it skyward. Whether it was fortune or misfortune, a remarkable long-range 3-pointer miraculously swished through the net. Yet the team trailed by 4 points. That shot only reduced the deficit to 3. How frustrating. Couldn't that backcourt 3-pointer count as a 4-point play? Despite his inner lamentations, a loss remained a loss. 108-109, a mere point separating them. The series now stood at 2-1, with the Spurs trailing, and the next match would take place on the Mavericks' home court. In a daze, it felt as though a knife was poised at his throat. Chapter 40. Ascending to immortality amidst chaos. The third game concluded, the outcome etched upon their faces. By the time they returned to the team's quarters, it was quite late. Coach Popovich instructed everyone to rest, suggesting that any discussions could wait until tomorrow. However, Chen Ji found it exceedingly difficult to fall asleep, continuously fiddling with the little pearl. In today's match, he had showcased his capabilities, achieving 16 points, 13 rebounds, 6 assists, 1 block, and 1 steal, a performance befitting a starting player in the playoffs. Yet, it seemed insufficient. Overall, the Spurs had performed quite well today, executing the pre-game strategy effectively. The GDP trio had 2 members in fine form, and among the smaller lineup, Little Ka shone brightly, with an impressive 6 out of 8 shots made. While Little Ka excelled even further with 7 out of 8, contributing 17 points, 5 rebounds, 3 assists, and even 5 steals. Nevertheless, they inexplicably lost. Losing by a single point was far more disheartening than losing by 10. No more dwelling on it. The next game must be reclaimed. A season's worth of effort hinged on these few moments. Humph. The little pearl sat up, noticing Chen Ji's eyes still glimmering, and gently closed his eyelids. "Let me sing you a lullaby." With that, she shut his eyes and nestled against his chest, softly singing that familiar tune. "I have a little donkey, and I never ride it. One day, on a whim, I rode it to the market. With a little whip in hand, I felt quite proud. Suddenly, out of nowhere, I fell into the mud." This was the little pearl's enchanting lullaby. Chen Ji found it rather childish, yet as he listened, he gradually drifted off to sleep. The following day, during the team's routine debriefing, the elder seemed surprisingly in good spirits, encouraging both Chen Ji and Little Ka, expressing approval of their performances from the previous night. Simultaneously, acknowledgement was given to everyone's efforts and defensive prowess. Regarding the outcome, there are instances where, despite one's diligence, victory remains elusive. The explosive performance exhibited by Ellis yesterday can only be attributed to unfortunate timing. The 4th round of their contest occurred merely a day later. Following a brief respite, Coach Popovich refrained from extensive strategies, offering only a few motivational words before the game. "The outcome is in the hands of the divine. Our duty is to present our finest form. Whether in offense or defense, do not hesitate. Trust your teammates and secure the rebounds." Chen Ji entered the arena trailing Duncan. The familiar boos and the atmosphere of the visiting crowd persisted. This time, Chen Ji refrained from waving, conserving his energy to counter Nowitzki. The match commenced. The Spurs seized the initial offensive possession. Kawhi swiftly drove towards the basket, yet he was met with Marion's defense, who, despite his age, possessed considerable height and weight, making the confrontation challenging. Kawhi maneuvered to the mid-range and executed a turnaround jump shot, his movements reminiscent of the legendary Jordan, albeit lacking in refinement. Chen Ji observed the release and sensed it was short, as his strength faltered. Rebounds. Chen Ji elbowed into Nowitzki's midsection, seizing the opportunity during his momentary gasp to step forward and claim the rebound. As he attempted to ascend, a double team emerged. He quickly passed the ball to the trailing Kawhi. As Kawhi received the ball and prepared to shoot, he was met with an opposing player. The court was crowded. In this era devoid of space, navigating through was no easy feat. Although Kawhi had yet to elevate, the ball was already airborne. Nevertheless, his quick reflexes allowed him to tip the ball back into his possession, utilizing his large hands to regain control. With unwavering determination, Chen Ji executed a half-turn while leaning back, disregarding all else as he surged towards the basket. Fortune seemed to favor the Spurs today, amidst the chaos. A rebound was deflected, allowing Parker to seize the opportunity. With no one nearby, Parker effortlessly sank a mid-range shot. In the very first minute, the Spurs established an imposing presence, showcasing their prowess in securing rebounds. The sole concern was that everyone's shooting touch appeared somewhat tense, particularly for Kawhi, who had nearly exhausted his luck with an impressive 7 out of 8 shooting performance in the previous game. This time, it felt like a reckoning, resulting in a series of clangs off the rim. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at 18-23, with the Spurs trailing by 5 points. While they exhibited a commendable spirit, it failed to manifest in the scoreline. As the second quarter commenced, the Spurs had previously faltered in each of the last 3 games during this period, allowing the Mavericks an average of 33 points. This was a pivotal juncture for them. They could not afford to let this happen again. Coach Popovich curtailed the rotation, bringing Chen Ji and Kawhi back onto the court after a brief respite. Moreover, the Spurs proactively adjusted their defensive strategy, placing Kawhi directly against Ellis. Each time a screen was set, they forcefully navigated through, denying him easy shots. Chen Ji, too, pushed himself to the brink of exhaustion. While he continued to contest Nowitzki, he noticed Harris charging in. With a swift dive, Harris lost possession of the ball. Nowitzki was ready to make his move. He tirelessly filled every gap, forgetting everything else, and by halftime, he could feel his legs trembling. Yet, all the effort proved worthwhile. In this second quarter, the Spurs delivered a remarkable performance, outscoring the Mavericks 32-13, thereby leading by 19 points in that single quarter. This is a lead capable of securing victory. The key now is to maintain composure and avoid recklessness. The San Antonio Spurs excel in this regard. Phew. The game is not yet over. We must not relax. A brief surge of energy is needed. Let us engage in some simple stretches to prepare for the second half. Chen Ji diligently strives to sustain his physical condition, having learned these practices from the seasoned veterans. Soon, the second half commenced. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, as everyone was acutely aware that the Mavericks were poised to mount a counterattack. This was their home court, and surrender was not in their nature. Now, Nowitzki entered the fray with the demeanor of a true champion, forcefully maneuvering into the paint. Upon receiving the ball, he executed a half-spin, rising into a graceful one-leg shot. Chen Ji reached out, but was entirely out of reach. The shot. It went in. Chen Ji dashed to the basket, momentarily taken aback, before retrieving the ball from the baseline to initiate play, passing it to Parker. He then followed Parker's lead. Upon reaching the front court, he set a screen for Green, allowing him to make a run and potentially create a three-point opportunity before switching positions with Kawhi to facilitate a more advantageous catch. Yet, all avenues appeared blocked, and Chen Ji signaled for the ball. He backed into Nowitzki, gaining a comfortable position, but soon the Mavericks' defense closed in. A high pass found Duncan, yet he faltered, failing to convert a shot from close range. Fortunately, he managed to secure the rebound, but the opportunity had slipped away. Reluctantly, he passed it out. Parker received the ball, driving towards the center, but the lane was congested. He dished it out to Green, who then passed to Kawhi. Kawhi executed a half-spin and attempted a shot, but it clanged off the rim. Chen Ji tapped the rebound, drawing it beyond the three-point line, signaling for everyone to steady themselves. Passed the ball to Parker. Parker slightly controlled the tempo. As time was running out, Duncan set a screen. They executed a strategy for the center to roll down. Duncan received the ball underneath the basket, but was unable to rise up, so he attempted a half-hook shot, only to miss. He fought for the rebound. Chen Ji reached the ball but failed to secure it, tapped it again, and it was snatched by Kawhi. This chaotic situation persisted until the end of the game. When the final whistle blew, Chen Ji felt as if he had ascended. The intensity of the match was simply maddening. What on earth were they playing? Yet, they triumphed. Damn. Chapter 41, The Battle of the Mountaintop. 93-89. They won by a mere 4 points. As for where the victory lay, Chen Ji was at a loss. All he knew was that he felt nauseous upon returning to the bench. Forget about tactics or positioning. By the end, it was purely a matter of willpower. Basketball seemed to revert to its most primal state, shooting and rebounding, with nothing but sheer effort to rely on. On the Spurs side, Duncan had 11 rebounds, Kawhi had 12 rebounds, and Chen Ji had 13 rebounds. As for shooting percentages, they need not be mentioned. Everyone was woefully inadequate. In such a fiercely contested game, only top-tier superstars could truly shine. Unfortunately, neither team possessed such talent. The reality was that Duncan and Nowitzki, once titans in their prime, were now just two old men. Their competitive edge severely diminished compared to their heyday. Thus, the match appeared particularly ugly. Nevertheless, a victory is a victory. Losing one at home and reclaiming one on the road brought the series back onto its rightful course. The score has reached a tie of 2-2. With 3 matches remaining, and securing victory in 2 of them will ensure triumph. Prior to the emergence of Chen Ji, the attention of domestic fans towards the Spurs was rather tepid, especially in comparison to high-profile teams like the Lakers and the Rockets. Their notoriety primarily stemmed from the heartbreaking moment in last season's finals when a three-pointer by Ray Allen led to a devastating loss of the championship. If one were to look further back, they would find themselves in the distant year of 2007, which, while not ancient, only left behind the remnants of GDP and a championship title. The number of individuals who have truly witnessed the Spurs in action is exceedingly scarce. This year marks the first time that fans have fervently followed the Spurs throughout an entire season. The regular season was relatively unremarkable, as the Spurs faced minimal competition. This competition is not defined by the league's best record, but rather by the lack of individual accolades within the framework of team basketball. Consequently, Most fans maintained a laid-back demeanor, harboring merely two aspirations throughout the season: securing the top position in the regular season and obtaining a championship ring. While the regular season title has been achieved, the championship ring remains a distant dream. However, no one anticipated the first round of the playoffs would evoke such a potent mix of exhilaration and despair. The thrill was undeniable, yet once the game concluded, a sense of cold reality set in. In this state, thoughts of the championship seemed futile. Given last season's missed opportunity against the Heat's formidable trio, whether they can even emerge from the Western Conference this season remains a significant uncertainty. Let us cherish the moments as they come. Upon returning to San Antonio, Chen Ji immediately reclined, requiring no coaxing from the ever-enthusiastic Xiao Baozhu. The following day, he awoke with a hint of soreness. Yet the vigor of youth prevailed as he indulged in the generous breakfast prepared with love by Xiao Baozhu. He then reported to the team, and the collective mood was one of genuine elation. Upon meeting, everyone shares a hearty laugh before embracing, grateful simply to be alive. Yet, the series is far from its conclusion. The coaching staff has meticulously addressed the shortcomings of the previous game, preparing for the crucial fourth match with both tension and order. The pivotal battle has arrived. Undoubtedly, this is a match of great significance. The victor will seize a critical advantage, establishing a psychological edge. Amidst the cheers of the home crowd, the game officially commenced. Returning to the familiar embrace of home court felt exhilarating. Chen Ji engaged with the fans, humorously proclaiming himself the Spurs mascot, a sentiment that holds merit. His popularity has risen to be comparable with the legendary trio. While the likes of Kawhi and Green have taken a back seat, the game begins. The Spurs claim the first offensive possession. Emerging from a state of suffocation, Chen Ji felt invigorated. He approached the game with assertiveness, driving directly into the paint against Nowitzki, demanding the ball with confidence. Truth be told, Chen Ji prefers not to play in the post. He is fundamentally a guard, albeit with a more imposing stature in this life. Parker deftly lobbed the ball into the air. Thanks to the presence of the venerable Duncan, Chen Ji found himself unencumbered under the basket, presenting an opportunity. Securing the ball, he scanned the court as teammates cleared space, granting him a one-on-one chance. With a swift motion, he prepared to shoot. Nowitzki remained unfazed, dismissing the feigned move as transparent. Yet, unexpectedly, the ball was released, glancing off the backboard and rolling into the net. This was an unconventional maneuver, executed with complete stealth. In his younger days, to evade his opponent's blocks, he often resorted to unorthodox movements, which were mere trifles. Coach Popovich, off the court, briefly rubbed his forehead, indicating a headache. Yet the fans in attendance erupted with enthusiasm. The first basket secured heralded a promising omen for the day. The series had reached its fifth game. With no more tentative explorations, it was a clash of titans from the outset. The Spurs relentlessly sought opportunities through ball movement, while the Mavericks guards continuously pressed into the paint. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at 26-27, with the visiting team in the lead, both squads performing exceptionally well. The outcome remained uncertain. The pivotal second quarter loomed. Coach Popovich kept Chen Ji and Kawhi Leonard on the court, allowing Duncan and Parker to rest. This strategy had proven effective in the fourth game, and he opted to replicate it here. Although the results were not as stellar as the previous match, the 23-31 score of the quarter allowed Chen Ji to catch a whiff of victory. The two young players secured the rebounds and converted essential shots, granting the veterans some much-needed respite. Truly remarkable. At halftime, the Spurs held a 9-point advantage, a scoreline that signified a potential victory for them. The remaining task was to manage the game's tempo effectively. By avoiding recklessness, they could secure the win. Fortunately, the Spurs lacked any reckless players. In the third and fourth quarters, they remained tightly entangled with the Mavericks, losing by just a point in one quarter and 2 in the next. In the second half, we narrowly lost by 3 points. However, thanks to the advantageous lead we established in the first half, we triumphed in this tense and exhilarating showdown, securing a victory of 103-109 by a mere 6 points. We have risen from the depths, with a series score of 3-2. One more win will propel us into the Western Conference semifinals. Yet, the challenge of this upcoming game is palpable. Today, Chen Ji experienced a blend of joy and embarrassment. Although the team emerged victorious, he was thoroughly outperformed by Nowitzki. The seasoned veteran, having played 4 grueling games, suddenly found his rhythm in this pivotal contest. Against Chen Ji's defense, he achieved an impressive efficiency of 10 out of 20, scoring 26 points and grabbing 15 rebounds. Despite the team's loss, his performance was beyond reproach. Chen Ji, on the other hand, recorded a commendable 17 points, 12 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 blocks, and 1 steal from 7 attempts, which is indeed outstanding, especially in comparison to his earlier performances in the series. This match in the Mountains of Kings was undoubtedly his finest display. Alas, the unfortunate reality is that comparisons breed discontent. In the face of the seasoned Nowitzki, he appeared somewhat inexperienced. However, as the game concluded, the fans once again rallied behind the Spurs championship chant. When trailing 2-1, many had already lost hope, fully aware that the likelihood of the Spurs clinching the title this season was exceedingly slim. Yet, the extent of that improbability was surprising. As the Mountains of Kings came to a close, the anxiety that had gripped our hearts finally subsided. With only 2 games remaining, securing just 1 victory should be within reach, shouldn't it? Chapter 42, a special 3-point shot since the inception of the NBA. Teams that have triumphed in the pivotal Game 5 of a best-of-7 series have boasted an impressive 81.7 probability of advancing. This statistic is indeed encouraging, however. It does little to dissuade the Mavericks from their determination to compete. Everyone is acutely aware of this fact, and with merely a day separating them from the 6th game, the setting shifts to Dallas, the Mavericks' home court. This presents an unpredictable variable, and Chen Ji is resolute in his desire to avoid a decisive Game 7. He is genuinely apprehensive. After Coach Popovich completed his pre-game strategy briefing, he made a rather audacious request to the venerable coach. He sought the right to control the ball. This was a somewhat audacious act, as no one had dared to overstep the boundaries in front of the esteemed Popovich, who has led the Spurs for 18 years. Moreover, the timing was far from ideal. Had it been a mere regular season game, perhaps Popovich might have acquiesced in a moment of goodwill. However, this is a critical playoff contest, where a misstep could lead to the dreaded Game 7. The haunting memory of last season's finals defeat looms large. So, how could he have the audacity to make such a request? You have never been an impulsive child. Popovich stifled his irritation. He could not afford to lose his temper, as the game was imminent. At this juncture, Chen Ji yearned for the liberty to shoot freely. This match holds immense significance for us. Every player aspires to win. Each wishes to be the hero, yet there is but one basketball to share. With this sentiment expressed, the underlying message from the coach became clear. It is about teamwork and discipline. This has been the cornerstone of the Spurs' sustained excellence over the years. I understand that persuading you to allow me to take 30 or 40 shots is undoubtedly a daunting task, and that is not my intention. I merely hope for the opportunity to express my freedom in taking shots. If I can successfully sink the ball into that confounded hoop, I kindly request your permission to remain on the court. Chen Ji maintained his composure, as calm as ever, articulating his thoughts to the old man in a tranquil manner. Popovich remained silent. He had always recognized that Chen Ji was different, unlike any other player on the team. He had witnessed Chen Ji's casual antics in private, often leaving little Card in a state of disarray. Yet, Chen Ji had never exhibited such wildness during official matches. He was always methodical, adhering strictly to the tasks assigned to him. He is a young man capable of mastering his emotions and desires, a feat not easily accomplished. However, this does not justify his unrestrained indulgence. The seasoned veterans on the team do not possess such privileges. If absolutely necessary, I am willing to take the blame. In the final moments, if the strategy falters, please entrust the ball to me. The old man paused, took a few steps back and forth, and suddenly gestured for Max, summoning everyone to gather around. The pre-game arrangements were already in place, and everyone was silently preparing. The old man's sudden call for a gathering raised questions. Danny Green observed Chen Ji thoughtfully. He had witnessed Chen Ji speaking before Coach Popovich just moments ago. To claim he was not envious would be disingenuous. This young man indeed had audacity. To provoke the old man's ire at this moment was quite bold. As everyone assembled, they formed a circle around the old man. If the tactics fail and the opportunity is lacking, pass the ball to Xiaobao. The old gentleman has consented, yet this arrangement seems somewhat peculiar. As all eyes are fixed on Chen Ji. Do you understand? Yes. With a wave of his hand, the old gentleman dismissed everyone. Although doubts lingered within, no one dared to question further, for the old gentleman's decisions have always held their own rationale. What remained was mere execution. This marked Chen Ji's inaugural experience of wielding the super-diminished freedom to shoot, which is more accurately described as becoming the scapegoat. Have you lost your senses? Danny Green, as a good brother, found it difficult to comprehend Chen Ji's thoughts. In such a pivotal match, assuming the role of a scapegoat is not something an ordinary person can undertake. Those challenging shots, the ones taken with time running out, or even the ones where the moment the ball is received there's no time to shoot, inherently possess a low probability of success. Should he fail, and the team does not secure victory, he would instantly become the target of public scorn. A single misstep could jeopardize his lucrative contract. Trust me, Chen Ji patted his good brother's shoulder, uncertain if he could truly succeed. Yet, some things, if left unattempted, will remain forever out of reach. Thus, it is worth a try. If the situation feels amiss, pull me in. I can help share the burden. Green was acutely aware of his own limitations. Sharing the load, even once or twice, was already his maximum capacity. Any more, and he would find himself firmly benched by the old gentleman Popovich. Good brother, I am here too. Kawhi, in truth, was also willing to take on the burden, but he hesitated to provoke the old gentleman. In the 3 years that Chen Ji has been playing, he has never once approached the old master to demand possession of the ball. If you were to ask him whether he is obedient, he could only respond with a simple affirmation. Amidst laughter and banter, the game officially commenced, with the Mavericks seizing the initial offensive possession. Following their defeat in the Battle of the Summit, they seemed to have altered their strategy, opting for a faster pace from the outset. As soon as Ellis received the ball, he accelerated, not even pausing for his teammates to position themselves, and charged towards the Spurs basket, closely tailing Parker. After a vigorous confrontation, he was presented with a straightforward opportunity to shoot. This was not a promising sign. The old master, unable to remain seated, leapt up and roared, signaling for everyone to concentrate. The Spurs launched their attack. Parker dribbled past the half-court line, with Chen Ji waiting beyond the three-point arc. As they crossed paths, Parker passed the ball. According to their usual tactics, Chen Ji would typically receive the ball and make a transitional play. However, upon receiving it, Chen Ji, with his back to the basket, leapt without even turning around and casually threw the ball. Was it a three-point shot, a layup, or a hook? Everyone was taken aback. The old master nearly fainted. Was this truly a difficult shot? Was it not difficult? Whoosh. Amidst the astonishment of all present, the basketball traced an unusual arc and effortlessly swished through the net. Kawhi could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth before lowering his head to retreat on defense. If anyone in the crowd of 20,000, including the fans, was most familiar with such a shot, he would boldly claim the first position, while no one else would dare to assert the second. During daily one-on-one confrontations, whenever Chen Xiaobao is pushed to the brink, that lad resorts to erratic throws, devoid of any discernible pattern or rationale, yet they somehow find their mark. Xiao Ka has consistently pondered the utility of such shots from Chen Xiaobao, particularly in formal competitions where he hesitates to unleash them, especially within the Spurs ranks. Would you dare to attempt such a throw? Well, he has now done it. Would the old maestro call for a timeout and bench him? No, there was no timeout. Coach Popovich displayed a resilience far beyond expectations, tugging at his white hair and pinching his burgeoning white beard, pacing back and forth in contemplation. He was utterly baffled by Chen Ji's actions. Not only him, but even Duncan and Parker momentarily stood in confusion before they stumbled back into defensive formation. Since the old coach did not call for a timeout, they decided to press on. Chapter 43. The sudden self. This must be mere happenstance. Even the referees were caught off guard, promptly signaling the validity of the three-point shot. After a collective moment of astonishment, the Mavericks hurriedly prepared for an inbound play. This shot utterly defied the conventions of basketball. Chen Ji dared not glance at Coach Popovich, fearing that a moment of excitement might prompt a timeout. Alas, one cannot blame Chen Ji. It is simply how Xiaobao plays the game in this lifetime. When playing solo, basketball transcends its definition. The hoop becomes an abstraction, and he roams aimlessly, tossing the ball wherever his whims dictate. There are no prescribed movements, no favored postures, just pure, unrestrained, aimless chucking. The Mavericks are on the offensive. Upon awakening from a bewildering stupor, Ellis skillfully maneuvered the ball forward, subsequently passing it to Nowitzki. The German maestro received the ball, hesitated momentarily, appearing somewhat fatigued. If he could not escape his defender's grasp with footwork, it would be a challenging shot, relying solely on his touch. Ellis circled around to offer support, and after receiving the ball, utilized Nowitzki's screen to weave through the defenders. Chen Ji, wary of committing a foul, remained stationary, yet a defender trailed closely behind. In a breathtaking display, Ellis executed a forward-leaning, high-difficulty layup, soaring past Duncan and Chen Ji's attempts to block, skillfully banking the ball into the hoop. Such finesse, such subtle technique. Strangely, this Ellis seemed rather unremarkable in memory. He once played alongside Curry on the Warriors, where they experimented with a dual guard lineup that ultimately proved ineffective, leading to Ellis's trade while Curry remained. After that, he faded from recollection. It remains unclear whether it was the Spurs roster that mismatched with him or if he had simply reached his peak as a player. Having once been the team's focal point, he undoubtedly possessed considerable talent. The Spurs initiated their offense. Parker dribbled forward, inadvertently casting a glance at Popovich, signaling uncertainty and a desire for external guidance. The elder statesman remained silent and still, indicating a trial-and-error approach. Thus, the Spurs adhered to their prearranged strategy. Duncan set a fake screen. Chen Ji emerged to receive the ball, and after doing so, he seamlessly passed it to the descending Duncan. This was the intended play. However, upon receiving the ball, Chen Ji did not even glance at Duncan, instead launching an absurdly long three-pointer without regard for his surroundings, the hoop, or any positioning. The players were utterly bewildered. Wasn't it agreed upon to catch the ball and tackle difficult shots? And now, just like that, once was not enough. Would there be another chance? Could the old man endure this? In a flash, Popovich stood up, only to sit back down again. After 18 years of coaching, he found himself at a loss in the face of such a predicament. This young lad, he would surely be chastised upon returning. Duncan, with an innocent expression, extended his hand, watching the ball sail through the white netting, his eyes filled with bewilderment. In his realm, basketball was never meant to unfold like this. Indeed, in everyone's perception, professional basketball did not adhere to such standards. Even Chen Ji himself recognized that this style of play was inadvisable, yet he could not resist the allure. Enduring and enduring until he could bear it no longer. Let us give it a try, he thought. If it doesn't work, I shall withdraw. However, the first shot went in, and so did the second. Now things were getting interesting. The referee's hand was raised, albeit slowly this time. The Mavericks players paused for 2 seconds, exchanging glances from Nowitzki to Ellis, uncertain of how to proceed. The Mavericks were on the attack. This time, Ellis attempted a three-pointer off a screen, but missed. Leonard secured the rebound. He glanced at Chen Ji, observing him sprinting ahead with fervor, and he hesitated. But time waits for no one. Once an opportunity is lost, it is gone forever. While still hesitating, the ball slipped from his hands. As Chen Ji ran, he caught a glimpse of the ball's descent and leaped into the air to seize it. He should have landed first, but a euphoric basketball instinct surged within him, compelling him to execute an aerial somersault and release the ball. If the shot goes in, today, even the Heavenly King must concede defeat. Coach Popovich has once again risen to his feet, while the ball handler, Kawhi, is gripped by an overwhelming sense of social embarrassment. Despite being acutely aware that this young man is not in his right mind, he still passes the ball into his hands. Surely, this is a recipe for disaster? The basketball soared through the air, tracing a graceful arc reminiscent of a delicate pearl smile, gliding beautifully onward. Swish. The sound was crisp and smooth. Yet, this is not basketball. Basketball should not resemble this. Chen Ji gazed at his own hands, consumed by doubt. This shattered his basketball worldview, which had been firmly established over the years. Even though he had personally thrown the ball through the hoop and could casually sink shots during practice, this was his first experience in an official match. Could it possibly work? A one-handed alley-oop, a 180-degree spin, and a three-point shot? Is this truly feasible? The atmosphere in the arena grew strange and detached. Over 20,000 Mavericks fans, seasoned spectators, had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Even the so-called tactical genius, Coach Carlisle, could no longer restrain himself and called a timeout. He aimed to disrupt Chen Ji's rhythm. The flow of the game is an enigmatic force. Interrupting it might just throw him off enough that he would miss his next shot. This timeout was not solely a maneuver by Coach Carlisle. Coach Popovich was also scratching his head in contemplation. Meanwhile, Chen Ji wore no pearl, but rather donned a Danny green. This young man clung to his joy, perhaps even more exuberantly than Chen Ji himself. Yet, amidst the joy, Chen Ji felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Coach Popovich might suddenly call for Diop, replacing him on the court. The Mavericks' timeout came at just the right moment. Fortunately, the old gentleman merely emphasized the importance of defensive discipline, leaving everything else unaddressed. Upon the resumption of play, Ellis and Nowitzki executed a pick and roll, with Marion faking a screen and cutting downwards. After receiving the ball, he attempted a high bank shot, which unfortunately rolled out. Duncan seized the rebound, instinctively looking for Chen Ji. Regardless of the circumstances, the young man had been in excellent form. So why not give him a chance? If it doesn't work out, they could reassess. However, the Mavericks were quick to react. As Nowitzki engaged Chen Ji in a tussle right from half court, the seasoned player was clearly putting in his utmost effort. Unwilling to return home after this match without a fight, Chen Ji found himself without an opportunity to receive the ball and remained patient, waiting at the corner for a chance. Parker brought the ball up, while Duncan continued to set screens. Chen Ji and Little Ka sprinted towards the basket from opposite sides. This time, Duncan received the ball and deftly passed it down to the basket. In motion, Chen Ji caught the ball without hesitation. A gentle flick in midair caused the basketball to curve, landing in the hands of Green at the three-point line. With a nod, Green took a step, evading Marion's desperate leap, and confidently sank the open two-pointer. This fellow had been on a roll for several games. It was only right for him to shine. As Chen Ji passed by, the two exchanged high fives. One commended the pass, the other the shot. The game returned to its normal rhythm, and Chen Ji's quirky three-point attempt, having started with a perfect 3 for 3, seemed as if it had never occurred. Chapter 44. The heart pounded twice as time trickled away. The Mavericks painfully bid farewell to this season amid a sluggish performance. One might ponder where the Spurs found their victory in this game. Perhaps it lay in Chen Ji's unexpected onslaught of three-point shots at the beginning, catching the enemy off guard. The final score of 114-113 appears exceedingly close, suggesting a stroke of luck in victory. However, it must be noted that there remained a 4-point lead with merely 4 seconds left in the game. Even though Nowitzki managed to sink a three-pointer at the last moment, it did little to halt the Mavericks' inevitable decline. Chen Ji found himself in a state of uncertainty about whether he had indeed altered the course of history. He could scarcely recall how the Spurs had navigated their path to the championship this season. In truth, he had significantly impacted this round of the playoffs. Had events proceeded as originally anticipated, the Spurs and the Mavericks would have faced off in a decisive 7th game. Instead, Chen Ji had established an early lead with 3 audacious three-pointers, securing victory ahead of time. Winning was undeniably satisfying. After the game, Coach Popovich signaled for everyone to return home and rest well, suggesting that any discussions could wait until tomorrow. Meanwhile, the coaching staff was increasingly anxious, as they needed to burn the midnight oil preparing for their next opponent. In an unexpected turn of events, it was revealed that the adversary in the Western Conference semifinals would be the Trail Blazers. Upon seeing this outcome, Chen Ji was momentarily taken aback. His sole focus had been on the games, leaving little room to consider potential opponents. A retrospective glance revealed that the Rockets had been eliminated by the Trail Blazers with a score of 4-2. Notably, the ever-challenging James Harden had not even reached the semifinals. Indeed, there is a saying, playoff Harden has never disappointed. This serves as a sardonic commentary on his dominance during the regular season juxtaposed with his struggles in the playoffs. Chen Ji shook his head in regret, sensing that it was not a matter of Harden's inadequacy, but rather that his opponents were simply formidable, especially during the peak of the Rockets' prowess, when they encountered the unparalleled Warriors. Regarding the combination of Curry, Thompson, and Durant, as long as injuries do not plague them, even the great Michael Jordan would be brought to his knees. It is indeed a pity. However, this year is certainly not regrettable. The acquisition of Harden by the Trail Blazers is quite commendable. Due to their particular playing style, the Spurs were often outmaneuvered by Harden during the regular season. Although the playoffs differ from the regular season, the Trail Blazers are undoubtedly a more favorable matchup for the Spurs than the Rockets. The second-year player Lillard and the mid-range sharpshooter Aldridge are precisely the kind of opponents that fans admire. Suddenly, the path to the finals appears to be more promising. Should the Thunder be eliminated by the Grizzlies, it would be even more exhilarating. Observing the situation, other teams in the West are competing fiercely. The Thunder and Grizzlies are tied at 3-3, on the brink of a decisive Game 7. Similarly, the Clippers and Warriors are also locked at 3-3. preparing for their own climactic showdown. Both series will reach their climax tomorrow. It promises to be thrilling. As for the Eastern Conference, there's no need to watch. LeBron has burst through the East for 8 consecutive years, a well-known tale. Meanwhile, the Heat have already swept the Hornets 4-0 and are now merely spectators. It is premature to focus on the Heat at this stage. One must maintain composure and take it one step at a time, first overcoming the Trailblazers. Should misfortune strike, the dreams of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or even 6 victories could swiftly transform into mere questions. Humph, little Baoju, slippery as ever. Nestled against Chen Ji, wriggling like a tiny caterpillar. After another gentle nudge, Chen Ji pulled her closer, showering her with affection. These days, little Baoju has also grown weary, constantly running back and forth. Each day finds her either on the way to buy groceries or in the midst of preparing meals, all the while ensuring that Chen Ji's surroundings are impeccably tidy. Chen felt a twinge of sympathy, yet the world shared by the two was indeed delightful, simple, tranquil, and mutually supportive. His judgment proved accurate. After a day of recuperation, the Spurs, stationed in San Antonio, faced the challenge posed by the Trailblazers. In the inaugural match, the score soared to 92-116, with the Spurs triumphing over the Blazers by a remarkable 24 points. This substantial margin underscored the reality of opposing playing styles clashing. The Blazers had demonstrated their prowess by overcoming the Rockets and Harden, indicating their superiority over the Houston team. However, when confronted by the Spurs, they found themselves humiliated by the seasoned team. Both Aldridge and Lillard performed commendably, particularly Aldridge, who achieved an impressive tally of 32 points and 14 rebounds from 25 attempts, dominating the court, yet he recorded not a single assist. This starkly illustrated the Spurs' defensive strategy, a resolute stance that severed any connection between him and his teammates, forcing him to play solo. In this match, Chen remained largely uninvolved in direct scoring, focusing instead on ball movement and defense. He epitomized the rational, obedient, team-oriented player, as if the previous encounter against the Mavericks had never transpired. Indeed, that game had merely seen a fleeting lapse in the opening 2 minutes, soon forgotten. Witnessing Chen's consistent demeanor reassured Coach Popovich and his teammates. The next day, they squared off against the Blazers once more, concluding with a score of 97-114, as the Spurs secured another decisive victory. These back-to-back triumphs revealed the Trailblazers' vulnerability in the face of the Spurs' formidable presence. In this encounter, Aldridge faced Chen's relentless defense, struggling to find opportunities to shoot. In the face of Aldridge's 16 points from 23 attempts, the second-year player Lillard could not uphold the team. After the game, Chen Ji was left with a perplexing feeling. How could the Rockets succumb to such a Trailblazers team? With Harden's caliber, alongside exceptional players like Howard and Lin, it was utterly incomprehensible. One could only attribute it to fate. Having completed 2 home games, they were soon to embark on their away journey. If they could secure a victory on the road, this series would likely come to a close. At this juncture, various regular season awards were announced. To Chen Ji's astonishment, he found himself among the recipients. He had been honored with the NBA Rookie of the Year award. In a moment of disbelief, it dawned on him. This was indeed the legendary accolade for the best rookie. Although the 2013 draft class had its limitations, with the first overall pick Bennett already facing ridicule, he thought it improbable that he would be included. Chen Ji felt a twinge of confusion, but accepted the Rookie of the Year trophy with enthusiasm. If they dared to bestow it upon him, he would not hesitate to claim it. What was there to fear? The entire year had felt rather peculiar, particularly for the Spurs. As the top team of the regular season, they had failed to produce an MVP, a 6th Man of the Year, a scoring champion, an assist leader, a blocks leader, a steals leader, a rebounding leader, or even a defensive player of the year. Not a single first-team player had emerged. Had it not been for Chen Ji's inclusion as an all-star substitute, they would have left the season empty-handed. It felt as though their status as the regular season champions was somewhat illusory. With this realization, Chen Ji suddenly found clarity. Damn it, just like that all-star substitute spot. It is utterly unacceptable that the team finishing first in the regular season receives nothing. Thus, the league office has once again drawn him out as a target and a spectacle. As expected, McCaw immediately stepped forward to voice his grievances. His implication was clear: my odds for Rookie of the Year have soared, only for the final verdict to result in a substitution. Could it be that this lad named Chen Ji is the league's golden child? Macaw's discontent is palpable, as the player with the most impressive statistics among this year's rookies. The honor of Rookie of the Year has hung over his head, merely awaiting collection. Yet, when the moment arrived, he found himself standing in the shadows while another claimed the accolade. The injustice is overwhelming. Statistically speaking, Macaw boasts 1666, while Chen Ji stands at 1395. On the surface, the disparity appears minimal. To demonstrate their commitment to fairness and impartiality, the NBA's official website listed both players' statistics. Moreover, they boldly presented a comparison of their team's records. This season, the Philadelphia 76ers languish at the bottom of the league, winning merely 19 games throughout the season. It is entirely reasonable for players from teams with superior records to receive honors. So why not award the regular season MVP to him as well? Is it not the Spurs who secured the top spot in the regular season? And is Chen Ji not the sole all-star player from the Spurs this season? A trio of soul-searching questions. While Chen Ji was enjoying the spectacle, he suddenly realized he might still have a connection to the regular season MVP. However, the list of award recipients had long been announced, with Durant's name leaving no room for doubt. Well then, his heart raced for a moment, a fleeting hope wasted. Chapter 45. The pioneer who was carried away achieving the title of Best Rookie is already a commendable feat. The unexpectedly awarded Chen Ji once again chose to remain low-key. Just like during his time as an all-star substitute, he felt that the accolade was already secured. Whether it is deserving or not, he remained indifferent, planning to store it away for little Baoju. Should he ever face bankruptcy, he could sell this trophy for some funds. Looking back at the recipients of other prestigious awards, the most valuable player of the regular season, MVP, was Kevin Durant from the Thunder. The Defensive Player of the Year, DPOY, went to Joakim Noah of the Bulls. The scoring champion was also Kevin Durant from the Thunder. The assist leader was Chris Paul from the Clippers. The rebounding king was DeAndre Jordan from the Clippers. The steals champion was Chris Paul from the Clippers. The blocks leader was Anthony Davis from the Pelicans. The sixth man of the year was Jamal Crawford from the Clippers. From the perspective of these awards, it is evident that the Clippers and the Thunder emerged as the biggest victors. Yet, these two teams were locked in a fierce battle, with the Clippers currently leading the Thunder 1-0 in the Western Conference semifinals. This is a matchup of which Chen Ji was unaware of the outcome. He only remembered that both teams were tragic in their own right, though he could not recall which one faced misfortune first. For the moment, he chose not to dwell on it, as the third game between the Spurs and the Trailblazers had also commenced. This was in Portland, the home of the Trailblazers. Prior to the game, Coach Popovich personally delivered a pre-game rallying cry: "Let us win this match first, and then we shall return to San Antonio to celebrate our victory." His words left an oddly peculiar taste in the air. The desire to secure victory in this match is undoubtedly both urgent and resolute. The significance of a 3-0 lead is well understood by all. In the annals of the league's history, there have been instances where teams have overturned a 3-1 deficit. However, no team has ever managed to recover from a 3-0 disadvantage. Thus, a win in this game would signify the premature conclusion of the series. Yet, why return to San Antonio for celebrations? Why not achieve a consecutive victory in Portland and revel in the visiting locker room? The game has commenced. The Trail Blazers starting lineup: Lillard, Matthews, Batum, Aldridge, and Little Lopez. Chen Ji faces Aldridge once more. Despite lingering doubts, the priority remains to secure the win first. The Trail Blazers gain the initial offensive possession. Matthews brings the ball up, immediately seeking out Aldridge. His approach is direct, devoid of any pretense. Aldridge receives the ball in the low post, but as he prepares to turn, Kawhi arrives. A double team ensues, and the ball is swiftly lost. Kawhi seizes the opportunity, using his elbow to shield his progress while Batum closely trails him, preventing any escape. Sensing the situation is unfavorable, Kawhi relinquishes the ball after crossing half court. Parker steps in to receive it, utilizing Duncan's screen, executing a small versus big maneuver as he deftly navigates past Little Lopez, coming to a sudden halt at the free throw line. He draws Aldridge's attention and effortlessly hands the ball to Chen Ji, who deftly taps it. The basketball obediently finds its way to Duncan beneath the basket, where he executes a simple yet effective bank shot, depositing the ball through the hoop. In a single possession, after 3 or 4 seamless passes, the ball is effortlessly scored. One cannot help but wonder about the Trail Blazers' defensive strategy. They seem unable to keep pace with the ball or their opponents. The defensive positioning of the entire team appeared disorganized, perhaps a consequence of their recent encounter with the Rockets, where they had grown accustomed to James Harden's style of play, characterized by ball dominance and a focus on standout players. When faced with a team like the Spurs, which lacks a singular focal point and relies heavily on ball movement, they found themselves somewhat out of their depth. This reflects a shortcoming on the part of the coach, who has not instilled rigorous standards during practice sessions. Now, any attempts to rectify this situation are undoubtedly belated. By the conclusion of the match, the home fans of the Trail Blazers had largely dispersed. The final score of 118-103 was starkly lopsided, reminiscent of the previous two games, where the contest scarcely reached the fourth quarter. More accurately, it concluded by the end of the second. At halftime, the Spurs had established a commanding 20-point lead over the Blazers at 60-40. This was an utterly disheartening margin, particularly in the playoffs against a seasoned opponent like the Spurs. One cannot fault the fans for leaving prematurely. The home team had performed so poorly that one might even jest that they would have preferred to see the Rockets take the court instead. Of course, this was a playful jab from the Rockets supporters, observing the Spurs effortlessly sweeping the Blazers with a 3-0 lead. Despite the pre-game predictions that the Blazers would struggle against the Spurs, the manner of the loss was decidedly humiliating. After a day's respite, the fourth game commenced, marking a crucial battle for the pride of the Blazers. Prior to the game, the venerable Coach Popovich once more uttered his peculiar remarks, stating, "Let us all play well. We're preparing to return to San Antonio for a celebration." While his words exuded enthusiasm and were clearly articulated, the game soon morphed into a veritable hot potato, with an array of bizarre errors emerging. For instance, Parker managed to pass the ball to Duncan, only for it to land behind the backboard. In a moment of isolation, Green found himself in an awkward position, the ball striking his own foot, yet the elder showed no inclination to reprimand him. Meanwhile, Chen Ji finally grasped the underlying meaning of bringing the game back to San Antonio. It was quite literally what it implied. The elder did not wish for this series to conclude prematurely. He yearned to return the game to San Antonio. Was he not aware of the adage that prolonged nights often lead to restless dreams? Surely he was. It appeared that a hidden benefactor had provided a nudge, for the revenue from a playoff home game amounted to millions of dollars, a considerable sum indeed, without jeopardizing the team's overall strategy. It was essential for the player to generate some profit for the team owner. This was the mindset one should possess as a diligent worker. Thus, Chen Ji decided against passing the ball. Instead, he executed a stunning solo play from the backcourt, challenging Lillard and launching a three-point shot. This was a technique he had never previously showcased. In the moment of release, his confidence wavered, resulting in a clumsy clang against the rim. However, fortune favored him as the rebound obediently returned. Seizing the opportunity above Lillard, he deftly tossed the ball back, and to his delight, it swished through the net. In the subsequent possession, Kawhi also embarked on a solo expedition, bringing the ball up from the backcourt to the low post, executing a series of flashy maneuvers. His teammates stood still, merely spectators as he feasted on Matthews, only to find himself double-teamed. Just as the prospect of losing the ball loomed, Kawhi had no choice but to unleash a long pass to Chen Ji, who was lurking in the opposite corner. The pass was errant. It appeared destined to go out of bounds, yet Chen Ji, bending awkwardly, managed to retrieve the ball, his footing unsteady. In a swift motion, he flicked it towards the basket, and miraculously, it went in. What a splendid touch he had today. Why not indulge in a bit of selfishness and stage an exquisite personal performance? Just as Chen Ji was grappling with his inner turmoil, the old man abruptly called for a pause, summoning both him and Shao Ka to the sidelines, where they were relegated to the bench while he waved a towel in frustration. "Your acting skills are abysmal," Shao Ka remarked, sitting beside him, suddenly choosing to taunt. Chen Ji was taken aback, momentarily speechless, and retorted, "Your skills, on the other hand, are quite commendable. You sent the ball out of bounds." Thus, Shao Ka fell into a sulky silence. It was evident that both young men were eager to showcase their talents, yet the old man offered them no opportunity whatsoever. The moment he sensed their intent to compete, he swiftly substituted them out of the game. Following this, he brought in the players at the end of the bench to experience the intensity of the playoffs, such as Bonner, Ailes, and Baines. Anyone capable of movement took the chance to accumulate some playing time. Chapter 46. Fortune smiles upon us in general. The series between the Spurs and the Trail Blazers did not resemble a typical playoff encounter. Yet, this was indeed the postseason, even the Western Conference semifinals. Although the Spurs lost the fourth game of the series, skepticism surrounded whether it was a deliberate act. Upon returning to their home court, the Spurs granted the Trail Blazers no opportunity to resist, sweeping them away with a decisive flow. The final score was 82-104. With the Trail Blazers managing to hold their ground for only one quarter, the subsequent 3 quarters saw them succumb increasingly, displaying an utter lack of resistance. Indeed, Harden would shed tears upon witnessing this, while Rockets fans would experience heartbreak. And Chen Ji, he was merely a slacker. He felt as though he had contributed little in this series, merely executing a few tactics, making several passes, and grabbing a handful of rebounds before the match concluded. Had the team not emerged victorious, his statistics of 8, 7 points, 7, 6 rebounds, and 4, 5 assists would have drawn considerable criticism, especially given he was an all-star substitute and the Rookie of the Year. Was this the level of performance expected? Meanwhile, the shameless duo of Kawhi and Green had collectively inflated their stats in Game 5, with one achieving 22 points and 9 rebounds on 9 of 13 shooting, and the other 22 points and 7 rebounds on 9 of 15 shooting, effectively maintaining an impressive overall performance. Chen Ji felt a twinge of grievance. He had succumbed to the pitfalls of experience, failing to seize the final opportunity, focusing solely on the team's victory while neglecting his individual statistics. Upon returning home, he promptly retrieved his Rookie of the Year trophy for a polish and displayed his custom All-Star jersey from the 2013-2014 season, finding some solace in the act. With the dates for the Western Conference Finals yet to be determined, the series between the Thunder and the Clippers remained unresolved, currently tied at 2-2, with each team protecting their home court, making a Game 7 highly probable. Consequently, the Spurs enjoyed nearly a week of rest, a significant boon for the veteran players. He was grateful to the Trail Blazers for eliminating the Rockets, and hoped that the Clippers would also dispatch the Thunder in the upcoming matches. As the Thunder had swept the Spurs 4-0 during the regular season, a record that weighed heavily on his mind, the San Antonio Spurs suffered a mere 20 losses throughout the regular season, 4 of which were inflicted by the Oklahoma City Thunder. The duo of Westbrook and Durant, akin to 2 formidable hammers, consistently dismantled the pride of the Spurs' defensive formations. Chen Ji found himself powerless against the peak performance of Ibaka, whose athleticism and physique were on par with his own. Despite his best efforts, he could only manage a tenuous stalemate with Ibaka. As for Kawhi Leonard, he was evidently no match for Durant, while the veteran Duncan and Parker had become little more than dispensable assets for Westbrook. Thus, one could only silently offer prayers for the Clippers. On this particular day, Chen Ji participated in an interview with domestic journalists, initially prompted by a familiar request from reporter Lindsay. As news spread, a throng of reporters arrived, including the poised and professionally attired Chu Shui from Tencent. The interview was set in a corner of the arena, prearranged with Coach Popovich, and met with the players' approval. Owing to Chen Ji's affiliation with the Spurs, the entire organization garnered significant attention from Chinese fans this season, with some fortunate individuals even securing endorsement contracts with star players. However, Chen Ji remained in a state of negotiation regarding his own contract, preferring to wait until after the finals to finalize any agreements. First and foremost, congratulations to the young prodigy for winning the Rookie of the Year honor. Lindsay, as the first journalist to accompany Chen Ji abroad, has indeed made a name for herself, now holding the esteemed title of permanent NBA editor. Regardless of the team's performance or individual displays on the court, we wholeheartedly believe that you are truly deserving of the title of Rookie of the Year. Domestic fans are wholeheartedly supportive of you. It is evident that there are numerous doubts expressed here, particularly regarding the Rookie of the Year discussions, which even extended to the All-Star Reserve incident in February. Conversely, the public opinion environment at home is quite favorable. Everyone eagerly wishes to see Chen Ji receive the honor of Rookie of the Year. The coverage from various media outlets has been predominantly affirmative. Concurrently, congratulations are in order for Xiao Bao for reaching the Western Conference Finals. To have advanced to the Western Conference in your inaugural NBA season, do you have any thoughts to share with the fans? Chen Ji reflected for a moment, expressing his excitement. I hope the team can progress even further, such as reaching the finals and securing the championship trophy. Are you aware that the fans back home have been chanting Spurs for the championship? I am aware. Thank you all, Spurs for the championship. Chen Ji clenched his fist and shouted this slogan in front of everyone. The reporters chuckled. Every interaction with Chen Ji feels quite relaxed. Aside from his rarity in accepting interviews, everything else is delightful. May I represent the fans and pose a question to Xiao Bao? The tone of the voice immediately indicated it was Chu Shui. No, Chen Ji replied with a smile, gently declining. This Chu Shui often begins by speaking on behalf of the fans, which makes Chen Ji feel somewhat uncomfortable. May I ask you a personal question instead? Chu Shui's response was remarkably swift, quickly sensing Chen Ji's discontent and adjusting accordingly. All right. Would you be willing to join the national team and represent the Chinese men's basketball team at this year's Asian Games? Yes. Chen Ji exhibited no significant rebellious sentiment and openly expressed his stance. Generally speaking, as long as the national team calls upon him, he would undoubtedly attend if time permits. In this serene atmosphere, the series between the Thunder and the Clippers finally concluded. Contrary to Chen Ji's expectations, it did not extend to a seventh game. Nor did the Clippers eliminate the Thunder as he had hoped. However, although the Clippers departed, they took with them the formidable Ibaka, a true stalwart known as 28 Carat, who served as a defensive bulwark during the Thunder's tempestuous campaign. In the sixth game of the series against the Clippers, he suffered a season-ending injury, an unforeseen event that struck with such suddenness that Chen Ji was left uncertain about how to respond. Expressions of schadenfreude were certainly inappropriate, given that this was an outcome none wished to witness. Nonetheless, a small sense of relief lingered within him. The Thunder, now bereft of Ibaka, still boasted the explosive talents of Durant and Westbrook, yet their defensive prowess had evaporated. Only those who experienced the 2013 to 2014 season could fully comprehend that the Thunder's defensive framework relied entirely on Ibaka's swift mobility. At this pivotal juncture, the implications of Ibaka's season-ending injury were clear to nearly everyone. It meant that fortune had once again favored the Spurs. Theoretically, they could now envision themselves advancing to the finals, where they might seek vengeance against the Heat. Speaking of the Heat, in the Eastern Conference semifinals, they effortlessly dispatched the Nets, achieving a gentleman's sweep of 4-1, with LeBron once again humiliating the aging Pierce. The once-cherished truth, the eternal Celtics, imparted to the young LeBron James the understanding that solitary endeavors yield little promise. Only through the collaboration of superstars can one achieve greatness. It can be said that LeBron, bringing his prodigious talent to the Heat, was significantly challenged by the formidable trio of the Celtics from his earlier years. Faced with insurmountable odds, LeBron embarked on the path of establishing a mobile dynasty, a journey accelerated by 3 to 5 years. It is only natural that Durant, inspired by this trajectory, would adopt a similar approach, transitioning to join forces rather than face defeat alone. Following the Thunder's confirmation of Serge Ibaka's season-ending injury, Chen Ji felt that the trajectory of his career was becoming increasingly clear. He aimed to advance beyond the foundations laid by LeBron's mobile dynasty and Durant's strategic alliances, aspiring to revolutionize the future of basketball and become a modern-day ringmaster. Chapter 47. What is the level of CBA teammates? Dreams exist, yet reality must be approached step by step. The date is May 19, 2014. In the Eastern Conference Finals, the Heat faced the Pacers. The highly favored Heat surprisingly lost at home with a score of 96-107, a result that sent ripples of concern through the Spurs. Although the Thunder had confirmed Ibaka's season-ending absence, the duo of Westbrook and Durant remained, and whether they could prevail was still uncertain. On May 20th, a day of promise, Chen Ji chose not to rush to team practice. Instead, he calmly prepared a heartfelt breakfast for his beloved little Zhu and arrived at the arena just before team training. Having heard that the Thunder had already arrived, the old gentleman once again emphasized the importance of defensive discipline while adjusting the focal points of the offense. In light of the fact that the Thunder's key interior player, Ibaka, is out for the season, the offensive strategy was shifted to prioritize plays beneath the basket. The defensive approach became increasingly aggressive, resorting to double teaming whenever the Thunder's star duo had possession. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the game officially commenced. The Thunder's starting lineup included Westbrook, Durant, Cephalosha, Collison, and Perkins. The old gentleman's strategy was indeed intriguing. He assigned Chen Ji to guard Durant while allowing Kawhi to shadow Westbrook. When Chen Ji positioned himself next to Durant, the latter offered him a rather unsightly grin. Having faced off against each other 4 times this season, Chen Ji understood it to mean, "Are you ready, buddy?" indicating that Durant was prepared to assert himself. The tip-off occurred, and the Spurs secured the initial offensive possession. Chen Ji received the ball and passed it to Parker, who then orchestrated a play to Green on the weak side. Green made a direct pass to Kawhi, who executed a swift pivot and delivered the ball to Chen Ji on the cut. In midair, Chen Ji gently tapped the ball, which landed in Duncan's hands, and Duncan scored with a bank shot. This exemplified the Spurs' hallmark of team-oriented basketball. Without the formidable interior defense of Ibaka, the Thunder resembled a sieve, with vulnerabilities apparent at every turn. Now it was the Thunder's turn to attack. Westbrook seized the ball, accelerating from the backcourt, skillfully using Cephalos's screen to maneuver past Kawhi, charging towards the aging Duncan. Then, with a resounding thud, Westbrook's explosive play left Duncan expressionless as he retreated to the baseline to inbound the ball. Whenever he faced the Thunder's dynamic duo, reason seemed to elude him, for these two young men exhibited a disregard for conventional decorum, eschewing respect for age and tradition. Meanwhile, Parker brought the ball up the court. Chen Ji received the ball at the free throw line and made a precise pass to the basket. Duncan, while in motion, caught the ball and executed a bank shot, successfully scoring again. This time, Kawhi had anticipated Westbrook's movements, leading the ball to Durant. As Chen Ji pressed against his waist, contemplating which direction Durant would take, Durant executed a half-turn and took the shot. It was evident that the ball was beyond reach. After releasing the shot, Durant showed no intention of contesting the rebound and simply sprinted away, prompting Chen Ji to realize that the shot had likely gone in, and there would be no rebound. Upon turning back, he decisively acknowledged this truth. It was a pity that Durant and Westbrook, in their youthful and impetuous years, had yet to secure a championship. Though such thoughts occupied his mind, the game demanded his full attention. Parker brought the ball up the court, and Chen Ji moved to receive it, executing a handoff. After gaining possession, he passed to Kawhi in the post, who made a quick move before dishing it out to Green on the perimeter. Green, with a fake shot, sent the ball into the paint once more. There was Duncan again. Clearly, the Thunder's interior defense had become a significant issue after Ibaka's absence, allowing Duncan to operate unchallenged. What were these players thinking? Duncan may have aged, but he was not yet finished. He remains the greatest power forward in history. Shouldn't they show him some respect? Chen Ji felt a surge of inexplicable frustration. As the first quarter came to a close, the Thunder, fueled by the explosive plays of Durant and Westbrook, managed to score 27 points. Meanwhile, the Spurs capitalized on their defensive lapses, racking up 30 points in the same period. By the second quarter, the scoring continued at a high pace, with a tally of 32-37. Whenever Ibaka is present, Chen Ji feels that this 37-point lead could easily diminish to just 17 points. Under the formidable assault of the Thunder's dynamic duo, the Spurs, exhausted from relentless defensive efforts, find themselves in an awkward predicament when faced with potent defensive strikes, unable to defend effectively and incapable of scoring. This explains why the Spurs, despite finishing first in the regular season, were swept 4-0 by the Thunder. Alas, with Ibaka absent, it is evident that while championship aspirations require skill, luck plays a crucial role as well. Even with the Thunder's star players performing at their usual level, they toyed with the Spurs, treating them like a rag doll, subjecting them to unrestrained humiliation. However, they conceded 67 points in the first half. The points accrued by the two stars on offense were relinquished on the defensive end. Their center, the affable Perkins, moved with a pace slower than even the aging Duncan. This is no exaggeration. He truly moved at an excruciatingly slow pace. At times, when the Spurs' offense approached, he had yet to cross half court. It is worth noting that the Spurs do not play at a rapid tempo. In place of Ibaka, Collison, a feeble white interior player, took the starting position. Perhaps in his youth he held promise, but now he struggles to maintain his position in the paint. The absence of Ibaka has triggered such a chain reaction. If nothing unexpected occurs, the Thunder are poised to concede this game. Ultimately, the score stood at 105-122, with the visiting team ahead and the home team trailing. The Spurs massacred their opponents with an astonishing 122 points in the Western Conference Finals, an unimaginable occurrence that has, nonetheless, transpired in brutal reality. Durant scored 28 points and Westbrook contributed 25, both players being the cornerstone of the Thunder's offense. However, their defense crumbled spectacularly. With the conclusion of the first game, it seems nearly certain that the Spurs will advance to the finals. If the Thunder cannot secure a victory with both Durant and Westbrook performing at their usual caliber, then their chances of winning appear bleak. In the second game of the Western Conference Finals, the Thunder faced a crushing defeat, losing to the Spurs 77-112, a match that can only be described as merciless. The Spurs executed their trapping strategy with unwavering resolve, entirely disregarding the other Thunder players. Whenever Durant or Westbrook had the ball, they were met with 3 or even 4 defenders. The final statistics were telling. Westbrook made 7 of 24 shots, Durant 6 of 16, both averaging a mere 15 points. For those who doubt their capabilities, consider the performance of the Thunder's other 3 starters. Even while being left open, Perkins managed 2 points and 4 rebounds, Collison also 2 points and 2 rebounds, and Cephalosha recorded 0 points and 1 rebound. During the regular season against the Bucks, I had the fortune of witnessing the Bucks' frail starting lineup, where the 5 starters combined for fewer than 20 points. Yet today, the Thunder revealed the abysmal level of their teammates, with 3 starters combining for a mere 4 points, a shocking display indeed. It is essential to remember that this is the Western Conference Finals. All I can say is that if things do not improve, Durant, perhaps it is time for you to move on, allowing Westbrook to take the reins. Let him focus on scoring, securing rebounds, and providing assists, and enable him to achieve an average triple-double for 2, 3, or even 4 consecutive seasons. Chapter 48. The secret behind the Spurs championship. Just when Chen Ji believed that the door to the finals had swung open, the Thunder made a pivotal decision. Or rather, it was the already sidelined Ibaka who made a crucial choice. Disregarding the medical team's counsel and insisting on receiving an injection to numb his pain and take to the court. What does it mean to receive such an injection? It serves to temporarily alleviate discomfort, yet the repercussions could exacerbate existing injuries, potentially jeopardizing an athlete's career. It is hardly an optimal choice. However, men are curious beings. Oscillating between rationality and impulsiveness, Ibaka's decision was undeniably impulsive. Yet the Thunder required his presence. His teammates needed him. When a man is needed, it marks a pivotal moment in his life, transcending honor, wealth, and personal gain. Ultimately, Ibaka made his appearance on the roster for Game 3 of the Western Conference Finals, compelling the Spurs to make tactical adjustments. An injured player is generally hesitant to move freely. Thus, Coach Popovich devised a particular strategy. Whoever Ibaka faced should target him relentlessly. It was a tactic devoid of chivalry, yet strategy exists to exploit the opponent's vulnerabilities. In this regard, the Spurs had long outpaced other teams, especially during Bowen's active years. Who is Bowen? Known as the man with the broken foot, he specialized in neutralizing the opposing team's primary offensive threats. In truth, Danny Green's approach closely mirrors his. However, Danny Green lacks the ferocity, failing to adeptly position his foot beneath the leaping offensive players like Westbrook or Durant. This intimidation factor, coupled with a fragile psychological fortitude, renders players who speak of toughness less formidable, as they must tread carefully against the Spurs, lest they jeopardize their careers. It is inconceivable to assert that this situation exists without the indulgence of Coach Popovich. Chen Ji suddenly cast a glance at Kawhi. When discussing the Spurs' legacy of tenacity, neither Kawhi nor Green has fully embraced it, yet a successor has emerged. Recently, the Warriors, having suffered a dismal first-round exit this season, have replaced their head coach with a fellow named Kerr, who hails from the Spurs coaching tree. Should history remain unaltered, it is conceivable that one day Coach Kerr will oversee a towering figure named Pachulia, whose seemingly innocuous footfall may inadvertently usher Kawhi away. This pivotal moment transformed Kawhi into a mere health insurance card, prematurely concluding the Spurs dynasty. Reflecting on the future while contemplating the present, Chen Ji felt a slight tremor within. The game commenced, and the Spurs fully adhered to Coach Popovich's directives, charging at Ibaka. Yet, it was rather awkward, as that young man was truly reckless. Parker executed a swift spin but was disrupted and missed his shot. Green advanced a step but hesitated, ultimately opting to pass. Kawhi attempted to assert himself but could not make headway and redirected the ball to Chen Ji. Chen Ji, maneuvering with his footwork, 1 step, 2 steps, 3, was on the verge of traveling but still failed to progress, reluctantly passing to Duncan. Duncan raised the ball, contemplating an attack on Perkins. However, with the assistance of Perkins, the opportunity to dominate the paint was forsaken, tightly marked, and with time dwindling, he executed a turnaround off the backboard, only to strike iron. The dynamics of the game shifted unexpectedly. To make matters worse, with no concerns lingering, Durant and Westbrook surged forward. At the age of 26, both Westbrook and Durant were in the prime of their youth, a time when exuberance and skill coalesced, forcefully overpowering the Spurs. The defeat was felt without a hint of indignation. The final score read 97-106. The only notable change was the addition of Ibaka. Despite the Thunder's offense remaining stagnant at a mere 105 points, their defense drastically curtailed the Spurs from 122 and 112 points down to 97, marking a significant improvement. After the game, Coach Popovich refrained from criticizing anyone, acknowledging that the tactical execution was commendable, yet the disparity in raw talent was evident. A complete Thunder team proved to be a more formidable adversary than the Spurs. In the face of superstar basketball, team play often quivers in trepidation. This gap in innate ability cannot be bridged by mere effort. Nevertheless, Coach Popovich showed no inclination to alter his strategy come the fourth game. He persisted in directing the team to relentlessly target Ibaka. Even when Chen faced a confrontation, he merely gestured to continue the approach. Consequently, in the fourth game of the Western Conference Finals, the Spurs faced an even more disheartening defeat, 92-105, their scoring diminishing yet again. Targeting the opposing team's defensive stronghold was, in itself, a gamble. Having now suffered 2 consecutive losses, it must be said that Ibaka is truly a man of valor. If he could endure just 2 more games, the Thunder would secure their place in the finals. Regrettably, even the most resilient of men cannot endure beyond 3 days. In the highly anticipated 5th game of the Western Conference Finals, even the administration of an injection could not restore Ibaka's ability to move normally. His faltering steps evoked a sense of pity, yet when he engaged in play, he exhibited an unparalleled ferocity. Duncan contributed 22 points and 12 rebounds. Leonard added 14 points and 7 rebounds. Parker registered 12 points and 4 assists, and Jin Billy delivered 19 points and 6 assists. Furthermore, Chen provided 13 points, 9 rebounds, and 5 assists, along with 2 blocks against Ibaka. The frustrations of the previous 2 games were unleashed in full force. Coach Popovich's strategic demolition tactics finally bore fruit. With Ibaka incapacitated, the Thunder faltered. He was the backbone of the Thunder's dynamic duo. Once the backbone is compromised, resilience inevitably wanes. The score read 89-117, with the visiting team in the lead and the hosts trailing. The Spurs decisively reclaimed their momentum with a resounding victory, bringing the series to 3-2, placing them merely a step away from the finals. Meanwhile, the Eastern Conference had already determined its victor. Unsurprisingly, the Heat's triumvirate awaited on the grand stage of the finals. The Spurs, however, did not keep them waiting long. In the 6th game of the Western Conference Finals, Coach Popovich continued his prior strategy, relentlessly targeting the interior defense. Exploiting the mobility issues of Ibaka and Perkins, the Thunder had no countermeasure. The final score was 112-107. Their scoring was commendable, yet their defense remained lamentably ineffective. In Oklahoma City, the Thunder bid a heartbreaking farewell to their season on their home turf. Chen Ji finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that not only was the gateway to the championship wide open, but the prospect of donning the coveted championship ring was also drawing near. It was not a matter of underestimating the Heat or LeBron James, but rather a profound respect for a fundamental principle of basketball: fatigue. This fatigue was not merely physical. It encompassed a mental weariness as well. The grueling intensity of 3 consecutive years of competition culminating in the finals is a burden that few can withstand, least of all LeBron himself. In the annals of the league's history, the feat of a three-peat has been achieved only twice by the legendary Michael Jordan. Aside from the ancient era of Bill Russell, Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant managed it once, and thereafter, it vanished from the record. Even the later dominant Warriors could not attain such a milestone. Hence, Chen Ji never harbored concerns about the journey to the finals. His uncertainty lay in how the Spurs managed to emerge from the Western Conference. Their mixed results against the Warriors and Clippers during the regular season aside, the Thunder and Rockets were undeniably the Spurs' nemesis. As the journey unfolded, filled with trepidation, it became apparent that fate had orchestrated these events. The Warriors fell to the Clippers. The Clippers were vanquished by the Thunder, and the Rockets were eliminated by the Trail Blazers, while the ultimate executioner, the Thunder, found themselves severely weakened. What seemed like mere fortune was a testament to the greatness of Coach Popovich and Tim Duncan. Their strategy was characterized by a steadfast consistency over many years, patiently awaiting the slightest opportunity, much like the Mavericks in 2011 and the Celtics in 2024. One cannot assert the strength of their prowess. Yet their core players have consistently maintained a high standard. It is only a matter of time before fortune favors them and their opponents falter. Thus, success shall be achieved, so simple is it. Chapter 49 is now. However, pondering and causing a stir aside, championship rings are always seized, never bestowed. Should one inquire if LeBron surrenders, or if Dwayne Wade does, they would undoubtedly respond, "What are you thinking? Come on, let us battle." With the Thunder officially bidding farewell to this season, the two teams competing in the finals have been determined, the Heat from the East and the Spurs from the West. After a year's hiatus, these two teams meet once again in the finals. The opening game is slated for June 6th, a splendid day. The Spurs have awaited this moment for an entire season. From Duncan to Danny Green, nearly all harbor a desire for vengeance, yet one stands apart, Chen Ji. While others are consumed by thoughts of retribution, he contemplates how to claim the finals MVP title. "I yearn for the freedom to shoot at will." Observing Chen Ji approaching him once more, seeking liberty, Coach Popovich nearly struggled to maintain his composure. "What time is it? Is this truly the moment for such antics?" Recalling Chen Ji's flamboyant display in Game 6 of the first round, Popovich endured with restraint. He appreciates obedient players, yet he also values those who defy convention. Is there a contradiction in this? Indeed. Yet, there exists a commonality, whether obedient or disobedient. One must ensure the ball finds its way into the basket while maintaining the integrity of the Spurs team system. Prior to this, Chen Ji had been compliant. On one occasion of disobedience, it lasted for a mere 2 minutes. Thus, the elder hesitated, uncertain of the extent of freedom that Chen Ji desired. Is it to be this way? The elder playfully mimicked a backhanded shot. Chen Ji shook his head. Is it like this? The elder leapt and raised his hand. Chen Ji again shook his head. Then what do you wish for? Chen Ji approached the elder, lifting his frail arms, and then, with a graceful leap, he gently made contact. He executed a normal shooting motion, yet the peculiarity lay in the fact that his shot was not aimed at the hoop, but rather at the elder's hand. It was merely a light brush, followed by an exaggerated spread of his arms, mimicking a foul. The elder was momentarily taken aback. Could such a deceptive act truly be deemed a foul by the referee? Chen Ji nodded, affirming its validity. After all, the maneuver had yet to be employed, and the referee would require time to comprehend it. Nonetheless, a decision must be rendered prior to their realization. The elder pondered deeply. He possessed an intimate understanding of the league's rules and the standards upheld by the referees. By the existing regulations, it indeed constituted a shooting foul. So, shall we give it a try? You decide. The elder turned and walked away. The last time Chen Ji sought freedom, the elder had reacted with anger, only to later realize that this young man was resolute to his very core. Even in claiming freedom, it lasted a mere 3 rounds, and once the opponent took notice, he would immediately retreat. Thus, there was no cause for concern. Xiaobao was far more composed than Tim, who, of course, referred to Duncan. As the days of meticulous and tense preparation passed, the momentous date of June 6th arrived, coinciding with the evening of June 5th in local time. Although the calendar of Little Pearl had turned a new leaf, she found solace in recording the days by hand. Each day's passage was duly noted, and before she realized it, summer had crept in. Little Pearl calculated with her delicate, onion-white pinky finger that if the finals could conclude within 5 games, it would likely be around June 16th, at which point she could begin to arrange her flight home. Why was she so certain that the finals would finish within 5 games? Because Chen Ji had assured her of this. As the referee's whistle signaled the players to take the court, the first game of the 2013 to 2014 NBA Finals commenced. The Miami Heat's starting lineup included James, Wade, Bosh, Lewis, and Chalmers. Today, Chen Ji was matched against Bosh. From a strategic perspective, the Heat's lineup appeared unconventional. They had sacrificed a traditional big man to provide James ample space for his drives. Both Bosh and Lewis were more of the stretch-four variety, possessing three-point and mid-range abilities but lacking presence near the basket. This also subtly highlighted James's technical shortcomings. His three-point and mid-range shooting were inconsistent, necessitating space for effective penetration. The Spurs secured the initial offensive possession. Chen Ji, instead of passing to Parker, opted to bring the ball up himself. Before Bosch could establish his position, Chen Ji executed a sudden right-handed drive, and at the moment Bosch attempted to block, he deftly lifted the ball with both hands. Following the physical contact, he glanced at the hoop while airborne before deftly pushing the ball out with his right hand. Beep. The referee blew the whistle. It was a clear foul for hitting the arm. Bosch felt somewhat wronged, gazing at the referee in silence, yet the call was made nonetheless. Indeed, contact had been made with the shooting hand. Swish. Even more astonishing, that shot went in. It was a three-pointer. When it comes to the stability of shooting after being fouled, Chen Ji had prepared an entire season for this moment, with his defensive counterpart always being Kawhi Leonard. As Chen Ji approached the free throw line, he bounced the ball a couple of times, found his rhythm, and took the shot. A three-pointer was converted. Kawhi, with a peculiar expression, passed by Chen Ji and playfully patted him on the back. Chen Ji understood his gesture and smiled without uttering a word. This sideways shooting motion while being guarded was something Kawhi had attempted, yet he could never master it. His every shot was taken while evading the defender, at best using his footwork to create space, followed by a turnaround. The Miami Heat initiated their offense. LeBron James approached the ball leisurely, while Kawhi stood poised just a step inside the three-point line, perfectly positioned to thwart any drives. Chen Ji and Duncan lurked behind Kawhi, ready to pounce should LeBron penetrate. LeBron dribbled at the top of the arc, noticing his teammates were unable to shake free for a shot, and thus passed the ball to Dwayne Wade. Wade executed a trademark drive towards Green, but upon facing a double team at the free throw line, he was compelled to return the ball to LeBron. With time running out, LeBron seemed poised to shoot as Kawhi moved in, but suddenly he flicked the ball to the right. Chalmers received the pass, reluctantly pulling in the ball while muttering something indistinct. However, the expression on LeBron's face was grim. With a loud clang, he missed the shot. Chen Ji secured the rebound and embarked on a swift solo journey towards Bosch, accelerating past him with finesse. Just as he left Bosch behind, he executed a sudden stop, leaping into the air. As Bosch, unable to halt his momentum, collided with him, Chen Ji released his shot. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side. The ball struck his neck and ricocheted away, otherwise, it could have been yet another score of 31. Bosch, too, was taken aback by the unexpected three-point attempt from outside the arc, the foul arriving rather swiftly. Heat's head coach Spoelstra sat bewildered on the sidelines, having never witnessed a towering player executing a sudden stop and firing a three-pointer from the backcourt, while the Heat boasted sharpshooters like Lewis and Bosch. A full-court dash followed by a sudden three-point shot seemed audacious. Did Popovich truly remain unconcerned? He cast a puzzled glance towards the Spurs bench, where Popovich sat, exuding confidence with a smile, though inwardly he was nearly restless. Yet, when Parker shot him a questioning look, the elder nodded in affirmation, signaling his consent. Thus, Parker redirected his focus, as Chen Ji's composure had earned the entire team's trust throughout the season, a trust he maintained until this moment. Chapter 50. The Little Treasure with 16 points in 3 minutes, 3 free throws, 3 successful shots. On the grand stage of the finals, Chen Ji initiated the Spurs campaign in a remarkably unique manner. Spoelstra refrained from calling a timeout, merely advising Bosch to exercise caution. Recognizing that such unconventional shooting was unlikely to be sustainable, he intended to observe further. However, he is bound to regret it. The Miami Heat's offense, confronted with the Spurs' impenetrable defense, finds itself ensnared in struggle once more. Currently, the synergy between James and Wade, in terms of impact, pales in comparison to the formidable duo from the Thunder. On one hand, Wade has noticeably declined, while on the other, James exhibits certain technical shortcomings. Lacking an exceptional three-point shot, as well as a reliable mid-range jumper from both a standstill and back-to-the-basket position, James fails to project the anticipated dominance, especially before the advent of the small ball era. This time, rather than passing, James drives forward, lowering his head as he penetrates into a triple team formed by Kawhi, Chen Ji, and Duncan. He dishes the ball out to Bosch on the perimeter. Bosch receives the pass and executes a textbook mid-range jumper, hitting it with precision. The ball changes hands. Chen Ji takes the baseline inbounds. As Parker secures the ball, he glances back at Chen Ji, who nods in acknowledgement, prompting Parker to relinquish the ball. Old Duncan raises his hand, signaling if he should set a screen. Chen Ji shakes his head. Kawhi points to the ground, indicating, "Do you need me to step aside?" Chen Ji again shakes his head. Meanwhile, Green has already positioned himself in the corner, poised to receive a pass at any moment. This trust has been earned through Chen Ji's performance throughout the season. He dribbles forward, once again facing Bosch, who spreads his arms, bracing for an impending drive. However, just as Chen Ji approaches within a step, he unexpectedly elevates his hand and releases the ball. Bosch, momentarily taken aback, turns around with a sense of foreboding. Yet, as the basketball arcs through the air and descends toward the hoop, he stands in disbelief for a brief moment, only to turn back and glance at Chen Ji, as if seeing him for the first time. Beep. The Miami Heat have called a timeout. They must first address a pressing question. Who exactly is Chen Ji? In previous understanding, he was merely a role player, a product of the Spurs system, who managed to become an all-star reserve and clinch the Rookie of the Year title. He possessed little to no independent offensive capability, primarily relying on catch-and-shoot opportunities. Occasionally, when pressed, he would attempt a couple of drives to create contact, and that was the extent of his contribution. However, today, he has suddenly transformed, appearing unfamiliar. If he possesses such talent, why has he concealed it until now? If not, could it be merely a stroke of luck? Regardless, Coach Spoelstra's strategy aligns perfectly with Coach Carlisle of the Mavericks. Disrupt his rhythm while urging Bosch to stay closely guarded, preventing him from getting an open shot. This is the intent behind the timeout. As the timeout concludes, the Heat's offense resumes. LeBron James immediately showcases his determination, opting for no screen, and aggressively penetrates through Kawhi Leonard's defense. Upon reaching the paint, he confronts both Duncan and Chen Ji, delivering an emphatic dunk. This play leaves Chen Ji momentarily speechless. An incensed LeBron is akin to a larger version of Russell Westbrook. Halting him is no easy feat. The Spurs now take their turn on offense. Parker once again passes the ball to Chen Ji. Upon witnessing this scenario, Bosch promptly steps beyond the three-point line, positioning himself to defend. He must be cautious of accumulating fouls. Having already committed 2 in the opening plays, he is in a precarious situation. Meanwhile, Spoelstra on the sidelines laments his decision. He should have substituted Bosch earlier. Yet, it is now too late to rectify that mistake. Chen Ji observed Bosch emerging, executing a swift breakthrough that momentarily obstructed his position, yet he displayed no inclination to advance further. Just as he secured his stance, he initiated a foul, trapping Bosch's hand with one arm and swiftly rising. This maneuver epitomized the Rockets' hallmark technique for drawing fouls. In 2014, Harden had yet to master this art. Not only was Bosch taken aback, but the referee too seemed unfamiliar with the act, yet still signaled for a three-point attempt. As the basketball swished through the net, the referee affirmed the basket and indicated a foul against the number 1 defender. On the sidelines, Spoelstra erupted in fury, leaping to his feet. Bosch, in stark disbelief, stood frozen, neck craned, eyes wide as saucers, likely pondering the absurdity of it all. Forgive the players of 2014 for their naivety. They had never encountered such a scenario. The technique of drawing fouls had existed for quite some time, yet players of that era maintained a semblance of dignity, often merely nudging an opponent to elegantly deceive the officials into calling a foul. The nudge player had no recourse but to watch as their adversary took free throws. However, what was Chen Ji's approach? The poor Bosch stood motionless, utterly bewildered. In the face of Spoelstra's outburst, the referee remained steadfast, upholding the initial call. The three-point basket was valid, and player number 52 was to take an additional free throw. Chen Ji successfully converted the extra shot. Bosch had accumulated 3 fouls in just 2 minutes, leaving Spoelstra in despair, clutching his head. This was the finals. How could the officials make such calls? Yet, Chen Ji merely smiled subtly. Were it not for the significance of the finals, he would not have resorted to such tactics. He was acutely aware of his actions, having merely opened Pandora's box ahead of time. Soon, this technique of drawing fouls will become a focal point for both criticism and emulation, especially before the league modifies its officiating rules. An increasing number of players unwilling to concede have begun to imitate such antics. For instance, Durant's magnificent spin and LeBron's dramatic falls without contact each demonstrate their unique styles. However, the most sophisticated practitioner remains Harden, who has perfected the art of drawing fouls. During his peak, even standing behind him with hands behind one's back proved futile. As his prowess evolved, even the slightest touch, such as a strand of hair from the defender, could become the catalyst for a foul. This ultimately compelled the league to revise its regulations regarding the intentional drawing of fouls. Now, this masterful technique has made its premature appearance on the grand stage of the finals. This presents a significant challenge for the on-site referees and the Heat. However, for Chen Ji, there is no pressure. In the next sequence, Chen Ji advances with the ball, facing the freshly substituted Battier, an experienced veteran replacing Bosch. Renowned for his adeptness in obstructive defense, Battier conceals his arms behind his back. One must commend the swift reflexes of NBA players. They rarely fall prey to the same mistakes repeatedly. Nevertheless, lacking the use of his hands complicates his footwork, especially considering his age. Chen Ji, devoid of any sense of shame, accelerates past him effortlessly, and before the double team can converge, he executes a smooth mid-range floater that finds its mark with precision. Such a colossal physique, yet possessing such intricate control, inevitably raises suspicions about whether this young man has concealed his true prowess during the regular season. If one were to inquire, Chen Ji would shake his head, asserting that he has not concealed his abilities. He feels that his authentic strength is akin to that of the 37-year-old veteran Duncan. He merely possesses a decade more of experience. Having gleaned insights into the future trajectory of basketball, and has undertaken slight preparations in advance. When questioned about his subdued performance during the regular season, he would explain that he understands the innate talents of NBA players. Many skills, once overutilized, lose their efficacy, particularly those reliant on opportunistic maneuvers. While casual attempts may not yield significant changes, in these pivotal matches, they can confer substantial advantages. Scoring 16 points in 3 minutes. What an astonishing efficiency. Chapter 51. The scalding dumplings. The domestic basketball forums have erupted. Not only Sina, but also major fan forums such as Tencent Sports and Hupu Sports have been buzzing with excitement. Never has a Chinese player exhibited such remarkable prowess on the grand stage of the NBA Finals as Chen Ji has. As the moment approached its zenith, Chen Ji returned to his usual demeanor. To be candid, the team LeBron plays for harbors a significant flaw. Whenever they find themselves trailing and feel powerless to counter, they tend to concede prematurely. Given LeBron's caliber, his career ought to be more illustrious. However, his mental fortitude does not quite match that of his predecessors. Following a disheartening start of 4-16 within the first 3 minutes, the atmosphere on the court became stagnant and bewildered, as both teams engaged in a back-and-forth struggle for half the game. The score of 49-64 almost conclusively sentenced the Miami Heat to their demise. As anticipated by Chen Ji, the final score was 95-124, with the visiting team leading and the home team trailing. As the game progressed, the Heat faltered. This season, the trio of the Heat pales in comparison to the dynamic duo of the Thunder, lacking the prowess to penetrate the Spurs' defense. It is no wonder that, after the conclusion of the finals, LeBron James was not contemplating revenge, but rather seeking to form a new alliance. Realizing that this avenue was exhausted, a change of scenery was inevitable. Chen Ji shared this sentiment. He was uncertain if remaining with the Spurs would yield another championship next year. Yet he understood that joining the Warriors would allow him to bask in the glory of victory without altering history. Thus, on the grand stage of the finals, two individuals were already contemplating their exit, namely LeBron James and the inconsequential Chen Xiaobao, who could hardly be mentioned in the same breath as James. The first game of the finals concluded, leaving those who had placed their faith in the Heat's trio and James in a state of silence. They began to reevaluate Chen Ji's basketball career, scrutinizing this ostensibly overrated all-star substitute and the so-called Rookie of the Year, who delivered an impressive performance in the most crucial game, amassing 30 points, 9 rebounds, 6 assists, 3 blocks, and 2 steals. This remarkable display propelled him to second place in the latest Finals MVP rankings, surpassing both Parker and Wade, while LeBron remained in the top spot for the time being. Do you desire freedom? This time, it was Coach Popovich who brought it up. The moment is set before the second game of the finals on June 9th. He is filled with curiosity about where Chen Ji's baseline truly lies. All right, Chen Ji nods affirmatively. As the match commences, the Heat discover the Spurs ball handler is none other than the man known as Little Treasure. In the previous game, Chen Ji refrained from fully exploiting the opportunity to draw fouls. He merely orchestrated a mere 3 minutes of chaos. He understood the art of moderation. Winning was sufficient. 4. Throughout the annals of the league's history, only one player has secured an NBA championship through free throws. Dwayne Wade. Yes, it is Wade, standing directly across from Chen Ji. During the 2005 to 2006 finals, the then 24-year-old Wade seized the championship from the Mavericks, averaging an astounding 16.5 free throws per game. Although the legitimacy of that championship's claim remains contentious, the Flash's ability to penetrate defenses at that time was indeed unparalleled. He could drive in without drawing fouls. Now, he positioned himself before Chen Ji, replacing Bosch, who had been plagued by fouls in the last match. As Chen Ji glanced at Wade, deep in contemplation, he instinctively observed Wade's arms and hands, which Wade discreetly withdrew. Chen Ji knew he could not match Wade's speed in a drive, and his elevated center of gravity made him susceptible to having the ball stripped away. Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward the sidelines, where Little Treasure sat, watching him intently. As their eyes met, Little Treasure tilted her head and beamed sweetly. With her smile, a spark ignited within him. Chen Ji tossed the ball behind him and, amidst Wade's astonished gaze, scampered over to retrieve it. As Wade hesitated between pressing forward or holding his ground, Chen Ji had already seized the ball, lifting it with one hand and effortlessly tossing it away. Was this a long pass? Wade quickly turned around. Not just Wade, but everyone was captivated by the trajectory of the basketball until it joyously swished through the net. So what was this? A casual three-pointer launched from near the center court? Was this even permissible? Was this the NBA? Many viewers watching the live broadcast even questioned if they had entered the wrong venue. After a brief moment of silence, an overwhelming cheer erupted. This is the pride of San Antonio. Here in San Antonio, Kawhi, with a bemused expression, brushed past Chen Ji, playfully patting his dairy. Then came Danny Green, Parker, and Duncan. Each teammate, as they passed by, bore expressions of restrained amusement. They might have wanted to laugh, perhaps to scold, or simply to marvel at Chen Ji's extraordinary fortune. Was it luck? A myriad of complex emotions swirled among them. The slow-motion replay revealed that Chen Ji hadn't even glanced at the hoop. Instead, he exchanged a fleeting gaze with a lovely spectator on the sidelines before launching the ball from a distance, then scampering after it to retrieve and throw again. It resembled a child at play. Yet, the absurdity lay in the fact that it went in. LeBron and Wade also watched the big screen. After viewing the replay, the two lifelong friends exchanged a glance, realizing they had never encountered a player like Chen Ji throughout their illustrious careers. This was not merely basketball. It felt like something entirely different. Nevertheless, the game continued. The Miami Heat appeared to be emotionally affected. LeBron James drives in but misses, allowing Kawhi Leonard to secure the rebound and swiftly pass it to Chen Ji. In Chen Ji's eyes, there seems to be neither the presence of other players nor the basketball itself. He dances across the court like a butterfly, buoyed by the smiles of his teammates. No one can match his movements. The basketball in his hands resembles a charming sprite, bouncing rhythmically. In a moment of pure joy and freedom, it escapes his fingertips, soaring into the sky, only to re-enter through the hoop. The DJ on-site has forgotten to call out in excitement. The referee's raised finger hesitates to descend. This is a three-pointer just beyond half-court. The cheers for Xiao Bao have become deafening. During the regular season, Chen Ji was perceived as obedient, composed, and remarkably steady for a rookie. Even in the playoffs, he maintained that demeanor. However, in the finals, a transformation occurs. He seems to shine with an unprecedented brilliance. He is a player unlike any others, leaving opponents uncertain of how to counter him. For the Heat, that fleeting minute felt like a century. Coach Spoelstra on the sidelines has tousled his greasy hair in frustration. Yet, the game continues unabated, with nearly everyone captivated by Chen Ji's performance, doubting he could possibly score again. Nevertheless, Chen Ji, with an astounding record of 9 three-pointers out of 12 attempts in a single quarter, delivers a masterclass to the world. Meanwhile, the Spurs lead the Heat by an impressive 23 points, with a score of 42-19 for that quarter, a margin indicative of a potential victory. However, this is where it ends. In the second quarter, Chen Ji failed to make 4 consecutive three-point shots, which compelled Coach Popovich to intervene immediately, resulting in Chen Ji's score being firmly capped at 27 points. His shooting percentage plummeted from an initial 12 of 9 to 16 of 9. Fortunately, the veteran coach decided to take him out. Otherwise, it would have soon escalated to 20 of 9, or even 24 of 9, as such outrageous shooting was entirely uncontrollable. Moreover, should the shots continue to miss, the situation would become exceedingly grim. This is precisely why Chen Ji, despite possessing remarkable skills, hesitated to unleash his full potential. The carefree and spontaneous nature of his shooting was indeed unpredictable, and the more one attempts to control it, the lower the shooting percentage tends to become. The more one desires to score, the more elusive it becomes. Today, the Miami Heat found themselves unfortunate as they faced the brunt of his fiery performance. In the process, Chen Ji shattered the record for the most three-pointers made in a single finals game, surpassing Ray Allen's previous mark of 8 by achieving 9. He also broke records for the highest points scored in a single quarter and the most three-pointers made in a single quarter during the finals. A single game, brimming with records. Chen Ji etched his name into the annals of league history. Yet, he is merely a rookie. Chapter 52. The joke of the newly crowned Finals MVP. The controversial All-Star substitute spot. The somewhat scorching Rookie of the Year trophy. Following 2 finals games, it has undeniably become a reality. Meanwhile, domestic fans proudly showcased the banner of the league's leading shooter, Chen Xiaobao, in the stands during the commencement of Game 3 of the finals in Miami. Chen Ji not only heard the fervent calls of his fans, but also caught sight of the support banners they held aloft. He waved in acknowledgement, eliciting a tremendous cheer. However, this was quickly subdued by the home crowd, for this was Miami, the American Airlines Arena, where they would not permit outsiders to overstep their bounds. Yet, the true star of the day was neither the famed Big Three of the Heat nor the sensational Chen Xiaobao from the previous games. It was Kawhi Leonard. This future superstar finally unveiled his prowess in this pivotal match. Not only did he effectively guard LeBron James throughout the game, but he also delivered an extraordinary performance, shooting 10 out of 13 attempts, including 3 of 6 from beyond the arc and 6 of 7 from the free throw line, amassing an impressive 29 points, thereby pinning the defending champion Heat down decisively. The final score stood at 111-92, as the Spurs solidified their lead in the series at 3 o'clock. Historically, no team has ever overturned a 0-3 deficit, let alone in the finals. Despite James's struggle post-game and the Heat fans clinging to the hope of a miracle, none materialized. In the 4th game of the finals, Leonard scored 20 points, Parker contributed 19, and Duncan recorded a double-double with 10 points and 11 rebounds. Chen Ji also shone with 14 points, 9 rebounds, and 8 assists. The game concluded with a score of 107-86, as the Spurs once again overwhelmed the Heat. It is difficult to ascertain whether the Spurs even contemplated letting up. However, after witnessing James's missed shots, they seemingly conceded. After the frenzy of the first 2 games of the series, Chen Ji refrained from any further antics, methodically executing each step and avoiding errors, remaining on the court as he typically would. Simultaneously, he confirmed that he had altered certain elements. Although the precise score eluded his memory, he was aware that the original Heat had suffered a resounding defeat, yet they were certainly not swept. Indeed, in the original timeline, the Spurs triumphed over the Heat with a score of 4-1. They had lost the second game by a mere 2 points, while the remaining 4 matches were dominated by substantial victories, leaving the Heat utterly defenseless. This turn of events was unforeseen by all. In this current reality, however, Chen Ji expedited the process. The Heat, who were destined to win the second game, were instead overwhelmed by his 9 three-pointers. Consequently, the score solidified at 4-0. The only lingering question now was, who would be crowned the Finals MVP? Duncan? Parker? Kawhi? Or perhaps someone else? As the newly appointed league president, Adam Silver awkwardly pronounced the name Chen Ji with a distinctly American accent. Chen Ji, cradling his cherished little treasure, shyly rose to his feet. With an average of 22 points, 8 rebounds, and 5 assists, he seized the coveted Finals MVP trophy from the hands of his teammates. Did he feel guilty towards Kawhi? Yes, but not excessively. Despite their brotherly bond, good friends are not meant for self-sacrifice. Rather, they serve as stepping stones. Chen Ji felt a twinge of guilt. Yet at that moment, everyone was reveling in the glory of the championship trophy, joyously chanting. The confetti soared through the air, masking Miami's desolation and LeBron's discontent. With the championship trophy in hand, the entire Spurs team returned to San Antonio under the cover of night. Many would likely find it difficult to sleep that evening, and Chen Ji was no exception. He simply took his little treasure and went from house to house bidding farewell to his friends. Indeed, his aspirations have been realized. He is preparing to depart. and it is certainly inappropriate to speak of farewells at this moment. However, upon reflection, they have been away from their hometown for 10 months. Despite the dilapidated state of their family home, the longing for it is unparalleled. It is time to return. Chen Ji bid farewell to the elderly gentleman, expressing his profound gratitude for the assistance received over the past year, from the initial provision of shelter to daily guidance, which enabled him to establish his footing in this unfamiliar land. Is there a possibility for you to stay? The elder inquired, perhaps contemplating persuading the employer for a raise. Chen Ji shook his head. Upon securing the ultimate championship, his path had been irrevocably determined. He was not inclined to traverse the most arduous route. He desired only the path of least resistance. The elder understood that retention was futile. "Take care out there," he exclaimed, giving Chen Ji a hearty pat on the back. Though it bore no sting, Chen Ji smiled and waved goodbye. He then sought out Duncan, who seemed aware of his impending departure. There was a hint of surprise, though it was not substantial. "Visit whenever you have the chance," Duncan remarked. Finally, he approached Danny Green and Kawhi Leonard. Although both expressed a twinge of reluctance, the championship secured left no room for regret. "When we meet again, don't hold back," Kawhi declared, feigning menace, though it lacked any real intimidation. Who would truly be ruthless remained uncertain. Chen Ji countered as he had before, and they embraced, giving each other a reassuring pat on the shoulder and exchanging fist bumps with Green. At the moment of parting, Chen Ji suddenly turned back and exclaimed, "I have a premonition that we shall meet again in the future." Isn't that a bit trivial? Do you think leaving San Antonio means you're no longer relevant in this league? Green retorted. With a chuckle, Chen Ji refrained from elaborating, waved his hand, and departed with Xiao Baozhu. It was hard to believe that as he sat in the airport lounge, his heart raced with more exhilaration than when he had clinched the finals MVP title. Homeward bound. A mere 3 words seemed to encapsulate an abundance of emotions. Xiao Baozhu nestled against him, her large, expressive eyes darting back and forth, signaling her impatience. Just as he was about to rise and cue for boarding, a short-haired, vibrant middle-aged Caucasian man approached him, hurrying along with quick steps. He seemed somewhat familiar, and Chen Ji racked his brain for a moment. "Hello, Xiao Bao." The man extended his hand. Chen Ji reciprocated, and they exchanged a brief handshake. "I'm Kerr. Although you might not know me, I agree. But it will require additional compensation," Chen Ji interjected. Kerr paused, clearly taken aback by Chen Ji's thought process. "Aren't you here to accept my invitation to join our team?" "I am indeed." Kerr suddenly grasped the situation, his face lighting up with uncontainable joy. "So, does that mean you accept?" "Yes," Chen Ji replied without a moment's hesitation. As long as the Warriors could meet his price, it was settled. Fantastic, fantastic. Kerr had not anticipated the matter would unfold so smoothly. As for the finances, the owner had ample resources. He had rushed over from Golden State, having congratulated Coach Popovich with a phone call on the night of the Spurs championship victory. While extending his congratulations, he inadvertently mentioned Chen Ji, and the elder gentleman showed no signs of concealment, informing him that if he desired, he should act swiftly. Coach Kerr, amidst a flurry of excitement, was contemplating how to persuade Chen Ji to join his team. To his astonishment, the newly crowned finals MVP agreed without hesitation, not even posing a single question. It was merely a matter of financial compensation. Such nonchalance. Could this truly be no jest? Chapter 53. Becoming a wealthy individual from today. Chen Ji was not jesting. Had it been Daryl Morey, he might have said he would consider it. If it were Danny Ainge, he would respond affirmatively, albeit not at this moment. Morey, the general manager of the Rockets, and Ainge, the president of basketball operations for the Celtics, were both renowned figures. "I shall call Myers immediately." Kerr's excitement was palpable. Before this moment, nearly everyone assumed Chen Ji would re-sign with the Spurs. It was merely a question of the financial terms. After all, he is the youngest finals MVP in the history of the league. Following an early championship win on June 13th, Chen Ji, at the age of 20 years and 111 days, surpassed Magic Johnson's record of 20 years and 276 days, becoming the youngest finals MVP ever. This was a monumental achievement. There was no logical reason for the Spurs to let go of such a player. Furthermore, Chen Ji had enjoyed a fruitful collaboration with the Spurs, making it even less plausible for him to depart for another team. Thus, when Kerr arrived, he was racking his brain on how to persuade this young MVP, only to be taken aback by Chen Ji's immediate agreement before he could even utter a word. "I'm boarding the plane now. I trust you will find me." Chen Ji waved his hand, signaling the end of the discussion. Indeed, Coach Kerr was filled with joy as he prepared to discuss this matter with Myers, the team's general manager. He was eager for Chen Ji. Having long sought a player of his caliber since taking the helm of the Warriors in May, he envisioned someone who could pass to Curry while he moved without the ball, provide support when Curry faced pressure, and create space during Curry's offensive plays. Such a player, capable of passing, defending, and shooting three-pointers, was a rare gem in the entire league. While watching the finals, he couldn't help but covet Chen Ji. This was the tactical cornerstone he desired. He pondered Chen Ji's thoughts, wondering why he readily agreed upon their first meeting. Was it because he was the first to arrive? He was also curious as to why Chen Ji had not remained with the Spurs. But this was an opportunity, a serendipitous chance. He immediately communicated with General Manager Myers, insisting that he prepare a contract and plane tickets. They were headed to China. When Myers received the call, he was taken aback, unable to fathom how Kerr had managed to persuade Chen Ji. He had not even considered the feasibility of the situation. Yet the reality was absurd. While the Spurs were still preparing for their championship celebration, their finals MVP was already at the airport, ready to return home. Meanwhile, Myers and Kerr were eagerly arranging their overseas trip, striving to finalize the details promptly. On the other hand, Chen Ji had secretly returned home. Yet he felt no sense of relief. After nearly a year of abandonment, his old house took 3 days of diligent cleaning with Xiao Baozhu to restore. What is even more astonishing is that Chen Ji remains blissfully unaware of his burgeoning fame, particularly within the domestic sphere. Soon, he finds himself surrounded by journalists, fans, and curious neighbors. Although he longs to disregard their gazes, he ultimately struggles to do so, especially with individuals photographing him through his window at night. Who could endure such an intrusion? Reluctantly, Chen Ji enlists the help of an agent to locate a residence in an affluent neighborhood. An absurdity he never anticipated. He has become one of the wealthy. Despite his rookie NBA salary being modest, a mere $520,000 after taxes and living expenses, the substantial earnings soon materialize. Nike has arrived. After a protracted 6 months of negotiations, he finally signs an endorsement deal worth $120 million over 8 years. Initially, they offered $3 million for 3 years, then $12 million for 4. By the time Chen Ji earns a spot as an all-star reserve, the offer escalates to $40 million over 5 years. When he secures the Rookie of the Year award, it rises yet again to $60 million for 5 years. Following the conclusion of the finals, the deal settles at this figure. And this is merely Nike. Subsequently, renowned international brands such as AT&T, Pepsi, Beats, and GMC come knocking with cash in hand. Chen Ji carefully selects a few reputable partnerships, consulting with a lawyer, and ultimately signs on with 7 or 8 brands. Little Baiju calculates that his annual endorsement income hovers around $24 million, an astonishing figure. Chen Ji was aware of his value. Yet he never anticipated that with the title of Finals MVP, his worth would soar to such heights. Thus, the wait proves to be worthwhile. At this juncture, the Golden State Warriors general manager, Myers, alongside head coach Kerr, decided to join the fray. To be candid, even when facing Chen Ji in person, Myers found it somewhat incredulous. On his way there, he had repeatedly confirmed the details of their meeting with Kerr, as the situation seemed so extraordinary and illogical. Typically, player contract negotiations are protracted and fraught with complexities, particularly involving their agents. Yet, upon encountering Chen Ji, the newly crowned Finals MVP simply stated, "I require a 1-year contract for $20 million. Myers' hand trembled slightly. Although the figure was somewhat steep, it remained within an acceptable range, especially considering he was the youngest Finals MVP. The only concern was the contract's duration. Myers had indeed come with genuine intent, having previously discussed arrangements with the owner, and prepared a maximum escalating contract not exceeding $80 million over 4 years. This limitation was due to the absence of bird rights. Otherwise, it could have exceeded $100 million over 5 years. The fact that Chen Ji only requested 1 year left Myers and Kerr exchanging bewildered glances prior to their arrival. Neither had anticipated such a brief commitment. Kerr was equally perplexed, admitting he hadn't inquired about the duration. Upon hearing Chen Ji's agreement, he felt a surge of excitement. After composing himself, Myers set aside the amount for the moment, asserting that a 1-year contract was simply not feasible. "May I call you Xiaobao as they do?" he inquired. Of course, Chen Ji nodded, likely recalling that few remembered his birth name, as nearly everyone, whether acquainted with him or not, preferred the endearing moniker. Xiao Bao, you are still quite young. Athletes often encounter injuries throughout their careers, hence longer contract durations typically offer greater security. We are prepared to extend to you a 4-year contract valued at $60 million, which you may sign immediately upon your agreement. General Manager Myers made a slight adjustment to the offer while attempting to persuade Chen Ji to consider a longer-term renewal, yet to no avail. Chen Ji remained steadfast, insisting, "No, I demand $20 million for 1 year." Both Myers and Kerr were left increasingly baffled. For the Golden State Warriors, financial constraints were not an issue. The owner possessed ample funds. However, what could be achieved in just 1 year? They needed to comprehend the rationale behind Chen Ji's decision and convince him to accept a longer contract. Just as they were about to speak, Chen Ji interjected. "I understand your predicament. Thus, we can agree to a performance-based contract. If we exit in the first round of the playoffs next season, I will accept only $10 million. Should we reach the semifinals, an additional $2 million bonus will be added. Progressing to the Western Conference Finals will yield another $2 million bonus, with an additional $2 million for reaching the finals. Ultimately, if we secure the championship, I will receive an extra $4 million. Chen Ji certainly had his reasons, yet he would never disclose them. What you mean is Coach Kerr immediately grasped the implication. All the answers seemed to lie within this contract. What was Chen Ji's asking price? $20 million. However, if the team failed to win the championship, according to the contract he proposed, he would undoubtedly fall short of that amount. The only scenario in which he could secure $20 million was if the team triumphed in the championship. What manner of confidence is this? Allow us to deliberate. Very well. General Manager Myers and Coach Kerr have stepped aside for a discussion. Chen Ji remains unperturbed, engrossed in examining his mobile device, a cutting-edge Huawei Mate 7, a model yet to be released to the market. However, owing to an endorsement contract, he has procured an early sample. While it may not quite measure up to the smartphones of a decade hence, it sufficiently caters to his daily needs. 10 minutes later, Myers turned around, extending his hand with a smile, proclaiming, "A delightful collaboration." Chapter 54. The feeling of receiving a faux certificate. Signatures affixed, and next season, he shall don the Warriors' colors. Chen Ji lifted his gaze, elated at the prospect of witnessing the growth journey of the Splash Brothers firsthand. After bidding farewell to Myers and Kerr, Chen Ji resumed tidying his abode. This residence is situated in the upscale Golden Residence community, a locale frequented by numerous luxury vehicles. Occasionally, Chen Ji and Xiao Baozhu would sit together on a wicker chair by the roadside, watching the parade of cars. On this particular day, a thought suddenly struck Chen Ji, prompting him to pull Xiao Baozhu closer. "Let us go and obtain our certificate." "Certainly, what certificate?" Xiao Baozhu inquired, puzzled. "The marriage certificate." "All right." Xiao Baozhu raised no objections. She understood the significance of such a document, yet felt that it was unnecessary for them. Nonetheless, since Chen Ji expressed the desire to acquire it, they would proceed. He retrieved their household registration book. Prior to this moment, Chen Ji had harbored a flicker of hesitation, apprehensive that the document might denote a sibling relationship. However, he evidently underestimated my wisdom. Not only had I arranged 2 residences for them in advance, but I had also clearly established their identities. Since Xiaobobazu's household registration was separate and not included in the Chen family's household book, with no legal obstacles in sight, I directly took Xiaobobazu and the household registration book to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Upon arrival, we discovered that they could not obtain a marriage certificate, as Chen Ji had only turned 20 in February of this year, still several months shy of the legal requirement of 22. This was indeed awkward. Chen Ji had persistently forgotten the reality of his youth. Ultimately, in a moment of desperation, I purchased a marriage certificate online, inscribing Chen Ji's name alongside Xiaobobazu's, affixing our portraits, and applying our fingerprints. Thus, the matter was settled. With the certificate in hand, life became considerably more comfortable. There was no shame in admitting that Chen Ji had only this one little wife in his lifetime, though he did not coddle her as if she were fragile, nor treat her as if she were sweet. The sentiment was akin to that. Life returned to tranquility, filled with simple pleasures, watching television, shopping for groceries, cooking together, sharing household chores, playfully tussling on the roadside, and running about on the basketball court. I could only wonder how other affluent individuals live their lives. Yet, Chen Ji had not purchased a vehicle or additional properties. He felt that his finances were sufficient and did not dare to squander them. The presence of Xia Bobazu alone sufficed to fill him with contentment, devoid of any aspirations. Nevertheless, such peaceful days could not last indefinitely. Following the signing of the endorsement contract, the corresponding advertising shoots were swiftly scheduled, leading to a series of consecutive days dedicated to filming. Fortunately, Chen Ji had long since acclimated to facing the camera, finding no difficulty in the task at hand. After all, memorizing the advertisement lines and delivering them directly to the lens was all that was required. As for acting skills, what need had a basketball player for such talents? The only downside was his realization that the enchanting female beside him was often inching closer, her intentions ambiguous. Initially, he presumed it was merely an accident or a figment of his imagination. However, when one of the female sprites appeared at his door in the dead of night, clad in black stockings and a princess gown, he could no longer endure it. He promptly exposed the sprite on social media, captioning it, "No need for late-night wake-up calls. Save that for your future husband." This audacious move stirred up quite a tempest. Fortunately, Chen Ji was not part of the entertainment industry. Otherwise, while attempting to eliminate others, he too would have been ostracized from the circle. After all, the saying emerging from the mud untainted pertains to lotus flowers, not individuals. Eventually, all manner of advertisement shoots were completed. Once one gains notoriety, earning money becomes remarkably effortless. Just a few simple appearances and a handful of lines brought him over $20 million in a year. Although half would be deducted for taxes, even that amount, despite being a significant portion, was more than sufficient for an ordinary person to enjoy a comfortable life for generations. Around this time, the Golden State Warriors announced Chen Ji's new contract. Although the specifics were not disclosed, it nonetheless sparked widespread attention and discourse. However, soon after, a truly shocking event rocked the league. LeBron James announced his return to the Cavaliers. The trio of the Miami Heat officially disbanded. Poor Chen Ji, having basked in the limelight for a mere half an hour, found it all snatched away, as everyone's gaze was drawn irresistibly to LeBron. Regarding James's decision, many were left in the dark, and even more were taken aback. After all, when James initially departed from the Cavaliers, it was a tumultuous split. Yet, what transpired? The prodigal son returned after a brief interlude. Even more astonishingly, the Cavaliers' owner and fans, who had once been so vehemently opposed, welcomed James back with open arms. This exemplifies the unparalleled freedom that absolute prowess affords. Upon witnessing this event once more, Chen Ji could only raise his thumb in approval and exclaim, 666. However, he was merely an onlooker. There was another who felt the sting of this situation firsthand, Dwayne Wade, the Flash. In a bid to retain James, Wade chose to opt out of his contract and prepared to accept a pay cut for a new deal. Poor Wade. Surely, he could not have contemplated starting anew next season. The reality was that when James decided to leave, he did not inform his dear friend in advance. He merely sent a text message, foregoing even a phone call. Wade bore the consequences of this oversight. He likely never anticipated that James would depart, and when he did, Wade found himself in a dire predicament. Having already opted out of his contract, securing a lucrative deal became a daunting task. Team general manager Pat Riley offered him a 2-year, $30 million contract. This was a tier lower than Chen Ji's worth. However, based solely on his performance in the finals, Chen Ji merited a 1-year, $20 million contract, while Wade had undeniably aged. The atmosphere outside was lively. As Chen Ji observed the spectacle, he felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing that his presence had not altered the course of history. The Heat's Big Three ultimately disbanded, and James returned to the Cavaliers. The subsequent development rests on whether Kevin Love will seek to form a new alliance. Lost in thought, the subsequent news arrived swiftly. The Cavaliers traded last year's #1 draft pick, Bennett, along with this year's top pick, Wiggins, to the Timberwolves in exchange for Love. It was a done deal. Chen Ji clapped his hands, recognizing the familiar narrative. The Cavaliers had assembled their triumvirate, uniting James, Irving, and Love in a formidable alliance. As for the departed Bennett and the still unsettled Wiggins, it was particularly awkward for Wiggins. Once basking in the glory of being the first pick in a draft year, he now found himself in an embarrassing predicament, having been traded without any prior warning. He experienced no sense of agency, merely a passive and innocent bystander in the unfolding drama. It serves to illustrate the ruthless nature of a commercial league. If you take it too seriously, you may find yourself at a loss. From the conclusion of the NBA Finals to the formation of the Cavaliers' triumvirate, a mere month elapsed. It seemed as though LeBron had already mapped out his escape route. Yet, Chen Ji felt no envy, for he had orchestrated his own strategy long before. As early as February, prior to the trade deadline, he had contemplated his future. Although the details were not yet certain, the initial inclinations were firmly in place. Thus, when his team clinched the championship, he was able to depart with such grace. With everything settled, the Spurs expressed their gratitude in an extensive statement, acknowledging Chen Ji's hard work and contributions over the past year, as well as thanking him for bringing a championship ring to San Antonio. They extended their best wishes for his endeavors in Golden State. Almost simultaneously with the Spurs' announcement, Chen Ji received an unexpected call from an unfamiliar foreign number. Initially inclined to reject the call, an instinct urged him to answer, sensing it might not be a nuisance. "Hello, little buddy, this is Steven." "Who is Steven?" Chen Ji was momentarily taken aback, nearly disconnecting the call. Fortunately, his mind quickly caught up. It seemed that Curry's full name was Stephen Curry, though he was commonly referred to as Curry the Day by elementary school children, which momentarily left him bewildered. "Stephen Curry?" He needed to confirm. "Yes, it's me. Welcome to Golden State. When do you plan to report to the team? Shall we meet beforehand?" It felt almost like a blind date, prompting Chen Ji to chuckle. "I'm currently unable to come over, but I should arrive before Media Day." "That's perfectly fine. I'll be waiting for you in Golden State. Just give me a call before you arrive." The two exchanged a few brief words, still unfamiliar with each other, and many topics were too delicate to discuss over the phone. After all, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. With that, Chen Ji ended the call. Chapter 55. A ring is too insignificant. Vacations are always fleeting. After only a few days of idleness, the national team arrived. When Chen Ji saw Gong looming, a swirl of emotions filled him. However, serving the country was an obligation he could not neglect. After the men's basketball team suffered defeat in Manila last year, the foreign coach had fled. Few dared to take on such a mess domestically, so the veteran coach Gong Luming was called back. Upon his appointment, he immediately discarded veteran players like Zhu Fangyu and Sun Yu, opting instead for a squad of young talents. Chen Ji packed his belongings and small treasures to assemble with the national team. However, he would not participate in the Asian Games, as the Golden State Warriors Media Day coincided with the event at the end of September. After discussing with the veteran coach, the national team agreed to his request for leave. After a brief respite, Chen Ji and Xiao Baozhu boarded a plane bound for the United States, this time to San Francisco rather than San Antonio. Prior to this journey, Chen Ji had mistakenly believed that the Golden State and Golden State Warriors referred to an independent geographical location. It was only upon arrival that he realized it actually referred to California, colloquially known as Cal. The term Golden State emerged from the state's historic gold rush, which had been passed down through generations. Thus, the moniker of Golden State Warriors came into being. Upon landing in the Golden State, Chen Ji was greeted by the presence of Myers, Kerr, and Curry. This lineup unmistakably reflected their recognition of Chen Ji as the newly crowned Finals MVP. "Welcome to the Golden State," they exclaimed. "Thank you." Although this was not Chen Ji's first encounter with Curry, it marked their initial handshake. A peculiar expression crossed Chen Ji's face as he suddenly realized that he might very well defend his title as Finals MVP this season. The prospect filled him with excitement, yet he knew he must keep this thought to himself. After all, the reputation of Thief Little Bao had already spread far and wide. Why was he dubbed Thief Little Bao? Because some media outlets claimed that his Finals MVP award was undeservedly obtained. To be candid, Chen Ji's standing on the Spurs roster was likely akin to that of the fifth or sixth man, at best sharing the fourth or fifth spot with Kawhi Leonard. Almost every player facing the Spurs instinctively focused their attention on GDP, thereby overlooking this young talent. The Miami Heat, having faced the brunt of this oversight, possessed the most authority to comment on the matter, as they were the ones who had suffered the greatest injustice. Due to the pre-match arrangements resting solely on the shoulders of the veteran trio, the unexpected emergence of Chen Ji caught everyone off guard. Consequently, he faced 2 consecutive defeats, leaving the score inexplicably at 0-2. It is crucial to remember that this is the grand finale. The air of anticipation swiftly dissipated. From being an all-star substitute to claiming the Rookie of the Year title, and now standing as the Finals MVP, Chen Ji is not merely a thief. He is a grand larcenist. This, he does not shy away from acknowledging. Come, let me take you to your accommodation. Curry remains blissfully unaware of the tumultuous thoughts swirling in Chen Ji's mind. However, his enthusiasm induces a sense of embarrassment in Chen Ji. Yet, despite this embarrassment, when the time comes to ensure the team's victory, one must seize every opportunity. It is conceivable that after this season, the Bill Russell Award, otherwise known as the Finals MVP trophy, might be affectionately dubbed the Little Treasure Award by fans, rather than the One Brother Award. After all, Curry has yet to claim this accolade this season, so there is no need to feel remorseful towards him. Chen Ji's heart, which initially harbored little regret, swiftly reconciled itself, allowing him to smile more naturally. Upon arriving in Golden State, the first order of business was to settle in. For this purpose, Curry even offered the assistance of his wife, not in the literal sense, but rather, she awaited at the designated accommodation, helping Little Treasure familiarize himself with the new living environment. In stark contrast to the previous season in San Antonio, where Chen Ji had to shamelessly impose on Coach Popovich, this time everything was meticulously arranged. There was no need for concern whatsoever. Chen Ji expressed his gratitude to the team once again, and disregarding the fatigue from his journey, he eagerly pulled Curry towards the hoop. Last season, during his time with the Spurs, Chen Ji had a brief encounter with Curry. However, due to their positional roles, their direct confrontations were rather scarce. Now, as teammates, it is only natural for them to engage in a one-on-one contest. Curry finds the situation somewhat amusing yet perplexing. It is not an easy feat for a guard to compete against a forward. He cannot help but question Chen Ji's intentions. Is it possible that he has come to usurp the position of the team leader? Indeed, Chen Ji possesses the potential to emerge as the Warriors' leader, as his salary this season far exceeds that of his teammates. This discrepancy arises from the fact that the Warriors' highest-paid player this season is the Australian Bogut, whose annual salary amounts to merely $12.97 million. In contrast, Curry only signed a 4-year contract worth $44 million last season. This figure does not accurately reflect his true capabilities. Early in his career, Curry was frequently plagued by injuries, leading to a lack of confidence from both the team and himself, which relegated him to a rookie contract. Consequently, Chen Ji, with his annual salary of $20 million, is currently the highest earner on the team. However, his contract is only for 1 year. How can he claim the title of leader? Dismissing such a ludicrous notion, Curry does not even shed his jacket, opting instead for a few simple stretches. Little Pearl and Aisha observe from the sidelines. Well aware of the competitive spirit that often exists among men, all they need to do is cheer from the sidelines. You go first. Curry hands the ball to Chen Ji, leaning in to apply pressure against his waist. Chen Ji grasped the ball, lifting it high and testing his grip in the air a couple of times, sensing that his hands were still somewhat unaccustomed. Thus, he refrained from forcing it, and instead executed a swift maneuver, pinning Curry. With just a couple of steps, he reached the basket and effortlessly scored. This was a clear demonstration of his physical superiority. At that moment, Chen Ji closely marked Curry as he released the ball. Curry took a quick step back, creating a slight distance before launching his shot. The speed of his release was astonishingly quick, yet it did not find the net. Prior to the Warriors' championship victory this season, skepticism surrounded Curry, rooted in the fact that no matter how swift or precise his shooting, formidable resistance would invariably disrupt his rhythm. Consequently, Chen Ji deliberately slowed his pace, as he was not there to contest Curry's supremacy, but merely indulged in the thrill of the game. After several exchanges, sensing the encounter had reached its peak, he decided to withdraw. What do you think of our season? Is there a chance for us to advance further? Curry posed this question almost involuntarily, having spotted the championship ring on Chen Ji's finger during their confrontation. In truth, it was a replica, purchased online for a mere $2, as the genuine article would not be available until the team traveled to San Antonio later in the season. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Despite Curry's confidence, he could hardly fathom that they could emerge from the West and topple the newly formed trio of the Cavaliers. It seemed implausible. Then, Chen Ji's remark nearly brought the conversation to a standstill. Thankfully, he continued, "Stephen, I am here to claim the championship ring, not merely to contend in the Western Conference semifinals or finals. It is insufficient to merely progress further. We must advance by 2 or even 3 steps. I intend to adorn this finger with yet another championship ring, as you well know." one ring feels rather insufficient. The situation is so lacking that even Curry nearly succumbed to despair. Those who possess championships exude undeniable strength. Indeed, by June of next year, I shall ensure that your hand bears an additional championship ring. Curry extended his fist. Who does not desire a championship? The two exchanged fist bumps, sharing a knowing smile. You have just arrived and likely need to adjust to the time difference, so we shall not impose further. Rest well, and we shall reconvene tomorrow. At that moment, Aisha suggested it was time to take their leave. Until we meet again. Chen Ji did not urge them to stay. After the initial excitement, fatigue began to wash over him. Once the guests departed, he prepared a simple meal. After tidying up with little Baoju, he lay down to rest. Chapter 56. The new season begins with the point guard position. The new season is about to commence. Will I be able to seamlessly integrate into the team? On media day, Chen Ji unveiled his new jersey, still bearing the number 52, albeit with a different prefix in color. Transitioning from San Antonio to Golden State is merely a change of scenery. The essence of the work remains the same. Following media day, the team engaged in joint practices. This season, the Warriors roster appears remarkably formidable, featuring towering players in the paint such as Bogut, Spites, Ezeli, and Green. The forward line boasts Barnes, Thompson, Iguodala, and Livingston, while the backcourt is anchored by Curry and Barbosa. Now, with Chen Ji added to the mix, the potential is indeed promising. In Coach Kerr's vision, Chen Ji is to play as a point guard, which seems rather fanciful for a towering figure of 208 centimeters. However, Magic Johnson was also a tall point guard. While we do not expect Chen Ji to possess Magic's extraordinary skills, it suffices that he can facilitate the ball's movement. Observing Chen Ji's youthful visage, Coach Kerr felt a twinge of uncertainty. Nonetheless, he had meticulously studied the Spurs' gameplay, particularly that of Chen Ji. He is a composed and astute player, and the Spurs had not fully harnessed his capabilities. Coach Kerr elaborated on the tactics the Warriors planned to employ this season and educated Chen Ji on the playing habits of his teammates. In arranging the starting lineup, Coach Kerr demonstrated thoughtful strategy. The quintet of Chen Ji, Curry, Thompson, Green, and Bogut presents a formidable balance of height, defense, and offensive prowess. When necessary, he could even substitute Bogut for Iguodala, creating a lineup devoid of traditional big men. Yet, with Chen Ji included, this small ball configuration still boasts considerable size, perfectly aligning with Coach Kerr's basketball philosophy. The team's first practice commenced. The bench unit comprised Barbosa, Iguodala, Livingston, Barnes, and Spites. As Green prepared to inbound the ball, Chen Ji received it. Faced with the sudden demand to assume the role of point guard, he felt capable. With elite scorers like Curry and Thompson at his disposal, his task was straightforward: transport the ball and deliver it into their hands. It was not a daunting challenge. As Chen Ji advanced with the ball, his defender was none other than Iguodala. In terms of physique, Iguodala and Kawhi Leonard bear a striking resemblance, both being exceptionally robust forwards. Chen Ji, anchoring himself, dribbled while attentively monitoring the movements of Curry and Thompson. Perhaps due to the profound familiarity among teammates, Curry found himself entangled with Barbosa, while Thompson struggled to evade Barnes. Observing this, Chen Ji squeezed inward, compressing the available space, and noticing the absence of a double team, he confidently advanced with a couple of strides. Glancing left and right, he feigned a pass, which momentarily perplexed Iguodala, who was focused on anticipating the trajectory of the ball. Suddenly, Chen Ji decided to take the shot himself. Leveraging his height and wingspan, he released the ball over Iguodala's head. Realizing he was effectively pinned down and unable to jump, Iguodala could only watch as Chen Ji made his shot. It was a straightforward two-point basket, devoid of intricate technique, relying solely on his physicality to maneuver inside and score. Iguodala patted his chest, indicating the lapse was his responsibility, having assumed that Chen Ji would opt for a pass. His focus had been somewhat diverted. Returning to the offensive end, Chen Ji, now playing the role of point guard, found himself defensively matched up against Iguodala once more. Eager to reclaim his dignity after being scored upon, Iguodala positioned himself in the low post. However, his back-to-the-basket skills were rather lacking. Having regularly faced off against players like Kawhi, Chen Ji was well acquainted with the challenge. He anchored himself firmly, persistently leaning into Iguodala, disrupting his rhythm to the extent that he inadvertently pushed Iguodala beyond the three-point line. As the situation unfolded, Iguodala relinquished his pursuit and passed the ball to Barbosa, subsequently setting a screen for him. With the ball in hand, Barbosa swiftly maneuvered past Chen Ji. As he prepared to shoot, he sensed a gust of wind behind him. However, there was no time to ponder, and instinctively, he adjusted the arc of his shot. The ball struck the backboard with a gentle touch, but failed to find its way through the hoop. Bogut seized the rebound, waiting for the defenders to drift away before passing the ball to Chen Ji. Yet, the moment Chen Ji received the ball, he lofted it high into the air. Surely, this was not an opportunity for a fast break. Bogut found himself perplexed. Glancing up, he noticed the basketball trailing behind Curry, landing precisely as Curry reached the three-point line. Curry caught the ball, and despite Barbosa's desperate attempt to intercept, it was too late. The shot was already in motion. Observing the ball trace a graceful arc and seamlessly penetrate the net, Chen Ji couldn't help but smile. Prior to Curry's emergence, fast breaks predominantly focused on driving to the basket. However, with the arrival of Curry, a new dimension was added, the option of a fast break three-pointer. Chen Ji had witnessed this phenomenon countless times. Upon assessing Curry's position, he instinctively understood his trajectory, providing a lead pass that allowed the basketball to appear at precisely the right moment. Coach Kerr applauded from the sidelines, reveling in the outcome he had envisioned. Curry sprinted over, exchanging a high five with Chen Ji, feeling at ease with the pass, as if Chen Ji had an innate understanding of his movements. There was no hesitation regarding Curry's audacious three-point attempts. Generally, if a teammate hastily shoots upon receiving the ball, it could leave one speechless, regardless of the outcome. After all, basketball has never been played in such a manner, thanks to the commendable habits cultivated during his time with the Spurs. Chen Ji has made significant contributions on the defensive end, rarely losing his position and consistently appearing in the right place at the right time. Whether in one-on-one defense, help defense, or even as a secondary defender, each action is executed with precision. During the inaugural inter-squad scrimmage, lasting only 10 minutes, Chen Ji garnered unanimous recognition from his teammates through his performance. By the conclusion of the scrimmage, Coach Kerr's eyes seemed to have room for one individual in particular. This sentiment was particularly palpable for Curry, who sensed Kerr's trust in him, yet this trust now found a new focal point in the newly arrived rookie. Though they had faced each other last season, at that time, Chen Ji was obscured within the Spurs system, making it nearly impossible to discern any distinct qualities. However, upon reflection, it is nothing short of remarkable that a rookie could secure a starting position on a team as formidable as the Spurs without being a liability. It was only after he was awarded the Finals MVP that his uniqueness became apparent to all. In the evening, the team gathered for a dinner, a special arrangement for a rookie meet and greet. On the court, Chen Ji spoke little, but in private, he was even more reserved, often retreating to a corner with his fellow rookie, Xiao Baozhu, to indulge in whatever delectable treats they could find, munching away contentedly. Chapter 57. Setting 3 initial goals. As November approached, the new season was on the cusp of commencing. In terms of championship odds, the Cavaliers, having formed a trio of superstars, stood at the pinnacle of the league. Following are the Spurs, Thunder, Bulls, Clippers, Rockets, Mavericks, and Wizards, with the Warriors positioned at a surprising 9th in the league. It is indeed hard to fathom that the team featuring both Curry and Thompson could find themselves so low in the standings. However, this reflects the prevailing sentiment in the basketball milieu of 2014, where the consensus was that three-point shooting could not lead to a championship. This perspective, of course, has little to do with Curry and Thompson. Rather, it is a mere synthesis of decades of historical experience. This season, the Warriors not only underwent a change in coaching staff, but also welcomed the player known as Thief Little Treasure. Given these circumstances, securing the 9th position is commendable. The discourse surrounding Chen Ji evokes considerable contention among NBA commentators and basketball analysts. Nevertheless, one fact remains indisputable. He is far from the caliber of a Finals MVP. The very moniker Thief Little Treasure illustrates that his accolades are primarily attributable to his association with the Spurs, a team renowned for its cohesive style of basketball. Nothing more. Chen Ji does not refute this assertion. Rather, he wholeheartedly concurs and would even commend those commentators. The most effective response to skepticism is to deliver a resounding rebuttal. Fortuitously, the current Warriors team possesses every requisite to achieve this. Thus, Chen Ji established 3 modest objectives for his sophomore NBA season. First, to secure a spot in the All-Star game once more, second, to clinch another NBA championship, and third, to attain an FMVP trophy in addition to the championship. With goals set, the next step is execution. As the date of October 30th arrives, it marks the Warriors' season opener, albeit not on their home turf, but rather in neighboring Sacramento, where they will challenge the Kings. The term challenge seems rather inadequate. However, the current Kings possess the league's premier center, DeMarcus Cousins. Affectionately known as Boogie, he embodies a curious blend of intellect and discontent. The game commences. The Warriors' starting lineup features Curry, Thompson, Chen Ji, Green, and Bogut. The Kings counter with Cousins, Gay, Collison, Jason, and McLemore. In 2014, Cousins was a figure of immense renown, rivaling even Curry in popularity. His title as the league's foremost center is far from exaggerated. In terms of stature, he appears comparable to Chen Ji, though his physical dimensions are slightly broader. Nevertheless, with Bogut and Green present, Chen Ji is spared from engaging in a physical tussle, a distinct advantage of playing as a guard. The opening tip-off, Bogut, leveraging his height, secures the initial possession. Upon receiving the ball, Curry swiftly passes it to Chen Ji and sprints forward. Green trails closely behind, providing a robust screen for Curry near the three-point line. Emerging from behind Green, Curry finds himself unmarked. Extending his arms, the ball arrives. Chen Ji's pass is impeccably timed. With his height and vision, he perceives Curry's every movement with clarity. Timing is crucial. As Curry prepares to break free, a lofty overhead pass is executed. Gay, grasping at his waist, is entirely out of reach. By the time he turns around, all he sees is Curry releasing the shot. Swish. The first basket of the new season. Curry, brimming with excitement, points towards Chen Ji after making the shot and effortlessly breaks into a shoulder dance. Initially, Chen Ji believed that his shoulder dance was merely a celebratory gesture. However, he later realized that, beyond celebration, it also served the purpose of mobilizing the shoulder region, allowing the muscle groups to relax and enhancing the fluidity of his shooting motion. The two exchanged high fives as Coach Kerr nodded in silent approval from the sidelines. Logically, Curry possesses the ability to orchestrate the game independently and does not require a facilitator by his side. Nevertheless, as a head coach with a background as a shooter, Kerr understands the nuances of shooting. A proficient shooter must embody absolute confidence and concentration. Any distraction from playmaking would undoubtedly disrupt the rhythm of their shots and diminish their accuracy. Prior to acquiring Chen Ji, Kerr had contemplated utilizing Green as the pivot. However, with Chen Ji on the team, the situation became straightforward. Green could focus on defense while serving as a secondary option, ready to step up and handle the ball whenever Curry, Thompson, or their companions encountered difficulties. Speaking of which, who are Curry and Thompson? They are affectionately referred to as Little K and Clay. The Kings launched their offense, with Cousins positioning himself beneath the basket. He and Bogut engaged in a fierce confrontation, resulting in sweat beads forming just moments into the game. Chen Ji felt a surge of anxiety while observing. He began to ponder how the great centers of the past managed to play the game. Was it not exhausting for a player like Cousins to engage in such relentless physicality? Ultimately, Cousins established his position, receiving the ball. But just as he was about to pivot, Green closed in on him. Together with Bogut, they effectively sandwiched Cousins, rendering him a mere filling in a biscuit. However, the referee blew the whistle, citing a foul. Although Cousins' shot did not graze the rim, it did indeed make contact with Green's elbow, rendering the call somewhat questionable. Green approached the referee, only to be embraced tightly by Chen Ji. "Brother, do not fret, just watch me in the next round." With the referee's standards established, the match took on a new significance. Upon recognizing Chen Xiaobao, Green fell silent, obediently taking his position under the basket, awaiting Cousins' free throws. Cousins missed his first attempt, but succeeded with the second. Green initiated the baseline throw. Chen Ji dribbled forward, his imposing presence as a point guard evidently unsettling for the Kings. His defender, Gay, an all-star forward, hesitated, torn between whether to engage or not. However, Chen Ji paid him no mind, approaching with a confident thumbs up. Meanwhile, Curry and Thompson swiftly maneuvered to the corners, while Bogut advanced, drawing Cousins out. Green immediately stepped in to set a screen, pushing Gay aside. Chen Ji faced Cousins directly. This was a one-on-one encounter. During his previous season with the Spurs, Chen Ji seldom engaged in such duels, Yet he excelled in these situations. If anyone could vouch for his prowess, it would be Kawhi. Alas, with a swift dip of his head, Chen Ji seized half a position, targeting Cousins' lengthy arms, and proceeded to nudge the ball upwards. Following the contact, he casually tossed it towards the hoop, a display of finesse reminiscent of the first round of the finals. Beep, swish. Following the referee's whistle, the basketball bizarrely found its way into the net. In recent years, defensive players have exhibited an unusual tendency towards restraint. Upon realizing a foul was imminent, most would retract their hands, attempting to evade the situation. But how could one evade this? Cousins, in a fit of anger, seized Chen Ji's arm and gestured to the referee, asserting that it was intentional and not a foul. However, the referee promptly intervened, separating the two and issuing Cousins a technical foul. What treatment? Chen Ji couldn't help but chuckle as he observed Cousins' frustration. His teammate swiftly pushed him away before he could utter another word. Subsequently, a second technical foul saw Cousins ejected from the game. Chen Ji stepped to the free throw line twice, converting one for a regular foul and the other for the technical foul. Originally, the free throw for the technical foul was to be taken by Curry, but since Chen Ji was already at the line, there was no need to substitute. In one possession, he secured 4 points, immediately enhancing his statistics. Thief. Cousins seemed intent on provoking Chen Ji, casting him a disdainful glare as he took his free throws. Yet, Chen Ji remained unfazed. After completing his shots, he retreated silently. Mind your lungs. Green offered a friendly warning as he passed by Cousins, inadvertently stirring some unpleasant memories. During a previous intra-squad scrimmage, both Green and Chen Ji had been overly aggressive. Without a doubt, Green perceived Chen Ji as an easy target and was reluctant to cede his core position to an outsider. Thus, he grabbed Chen Ji by the collar, intending to teach him a lesson. However, Chen Ji retaliated with a swift jab to his solar plexus, leaving Green gasping for breath. From that moment on, whenever Green's temper flared, Chen Ji would remind him with a gentle nudge. Eventually, upon seeing Chen Ji, Green found his anger dissipated. He was outmatched both in skill and strength, leading him to acquiesce. Chapter 58. A strong start. The Kings were on the offense. Cousins continued to demand position in the paint. After a couple of attempts that fell to miss, I instinctively retreated. When discussing the Golden State Warriors' interior defense, one cannot overlook Bogut, whose imposing height and weight are matched only by his fierce defensive resolve, a trait inherited from his Australian lineage. Coupled with Green's disruptive presence, attempting to penetrate the Warriors' paint is evidently a misguided endeavor. Cousins may be hot-headed, yet his basketball acumen remains intact. He pulls back, initiating an offensive maneuver from beyond the three-point arc. Before the emergence of the dominant Embiid, who among centers relished the opportunity to handle the ball outside the arc. Surely, it was Cousins. With Bogut remaining steadfast in the paint, Chen Ji had no choice but to cover. Confronted by Chen Ji, Cousins' frustration surged. The previous play had been thoroughly unsatisfactory. He was determined to assert himself. Lowering his head and bending his waist, he charged at Chen Ji. But as he took his first step, Green swiftly arrived to double-team him. It must be said, a championship-caliber team invariably requires a player like Green. For the Spurs, it was Danny Green. For the Warriors, it is Draymond Green, whose defensive ferocity surpasses that of his counterpart. As Cousins maneuvered, he found himself momentarily immobilized. However, the league's premier center is not to be underestimated. He managed to draw a foul while leaning towards the basket, earning himself a pair of free throws. This time, it was Chen Ji who could no longer contain himself. He shot a glance at the referee, who signaled that there had been contact. Well, that was a fair call. Cousins stepped to the line, converting both shots. The Warriors were on the offensive. Green initiated the inbound pass. Chen Ji advanced with the ball. Curry and Thompson soared on the wings, yet Chen Ji did not hasten to pass. Instead, he pursued Cousins closely. Upon noticing the audacity of his opponent, Cousins instinctively prepared for engagement. As the moment of imminent physical contact approached, Chen Ji decisively clasped the ball, cradling it with both hands, and directed it toward Cousins' face, who attempted to evade the impact. Failing to dodge the ball entirely, Chen Ji was uncertain whether he had made contact. Yet he was certain there had been some form of interaction, prompting him to exclaim and release the ball. This gesture signified a strong infringement. The referee, keenly attuned to the situation, promptly signaled with a whistle. The pivotal question now lingered. Would it be deemed a three-point foul or merely a standard infraction? Cousins, with vacant eyes, stared as the referee adjudicated 3 free throws, inciting a chorus of boos from the crowd. Was this truly basketball? Nevertheless, Chen Ji, unperturbed, strode to the free throw line. Should the referee dare to call a foul, he would not hesitate to take the shot. He had no intention of concealing his tactics, especially after employing this strategy during the finals. He sensed that a true master of drawing fouls was about to emerge, namely, James Harden of the Rockets. In the period leading up to last season's finals, Chen Ji had endured immense frustration, having only used this tactic privately against Kawhi during the regular season, all in anticipation of a spectacular revelation at a critical moment. This restraint persisted until the finals, showcasing the remarkable extent of Chen Ji's patience. Fortunately, such endurance proved immensely rewarding, much to Green's delight. During one-on-one or team confrontations, he often found himself targeted by Chen Ji, inciting his ire without the means to retaliate. Yet, as they united against a common foe, witnessing Cousins on the brink of explosion offered him a sense of relief. Laughter echoed freely, only to be interrupted by a technical foul. Today's officiating leaves much to be desired, akin to a thorny presence, indiscriminately blowing the whistle on anyone in sight. Draymond Green, albeit his fiery temperament, was subdued, realizing the futility of his antics, yet was still benched by Coach Kerr, who opted for Andre Iguodala. The Kings capitalized on the technical foul, converting their free throws. Meanwhile, Chen Ji managed to sink 2 out of 3 foul shots, as the game threatened to devolve into a free throw contest. Reluctant to subject the audience to an unseemly spectacle, he refrained from seeking personal glory. With the likes of Curry and Thompson on his team, there was no need for him to scramble for points. Each time they advanced, he would bring the ball forward. Should Curry or Thompson find space, he would readily pass it to them. Conversely, if they remained covered, he would still make the pass. For they possessed not only the ability to shoot from beyond the arc, but also the skill to create their own shots. Ultimately, his role was merely to facilitate their artistry. After 10 minutes of play in the first quarter, when Chen Ji exited, Little Pearl handed him a towel, and to his surprise, not a bead of sweat adorned his brow. He could hardly believe how much easier it was with a new team, even more so than during his tenure with the Spurs. Particularly on the defensive end, there was no need for physical confrontation, as the interior was well guarded by Bogut and Green, while Iguodala and Thompson patrolled the perimeter, all of whom were defensive stalwarts. Even Curry, despite his youthful appearance, proved to be a formidable opponent. As the first quarter drew to a close, the score stood at 32-23, with the Warriors ahead by 9 points, a promising margin indeed. Yet, with only the first quarter completed, it was premature to speculate on the outcome. Indeed, during the second rotation phase, Thompson's consecutive missed three-point attempts invigorated the Kings, allowing them to retaliate with a 10-2 run against the Warriors. Sensing the shift in momentum, Coach Kerr promptly called for a timeout. Chen Ji entered the court, aiming to stabilize the rhythm of the game. Observing the defenders collapsing, it became evident that they had recognized the Warriors' struggles from beyond the arc and instinctively sought to protect the paint. Without hesitation, Chen Ji launched a shot over a closely positioned Gay. Coach Kerr, watching from the sidelines, buried his face in his hands. He had brought Chen Ji in to maintain composure, and while things were indeed steady, he had anticipated a tactical maneuver rather than an immediate shot. Swish! Kerr rose from his seat only to sit down again. Despite his racing heart, a successful shot was always a positive outcome. Unlike the Spurs' tactical discipline, Coach Kerr, being a former sharpshooter himself, harbored a peculiar obsession with three-pointers, granting his players considerable freedom, particularly for Curry, Thompson, and Chen Ji. The unwritten rule seemed to be, if you believe the opportunity is right, then take the shot. With that three-pointer, the team's momentum surged once more. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 57-49. Chen Ji thought to himself that in this inaugural game of the season, they ought to strive for a resounding victory. It was clear that he was not alone in this sentiment, especially Curry, who had been harboring a deep desire ever since he caught sight of Chen Ji's championship ring. Unlike other stars, he felt an urgent need for a championship ring to validate his prowess. What would it take to prevail in a league teeming with formidable teams? In Coach Kerr's words, it was essential to embrace three-point shooting, create space, and bolster defense. In the third and fourth quarters, the Warriors exemplified this sentiment perfectly, exerting relentless pressure on the defensive end while tirelessly executing their offensive strategies. As the intensity escalated, the Kings visibly faltered. Under the formidable defense of the Warriors, they managed to score merely 12 points in the third quarter and a scant 14 in the fourth. Such defensive prowess is indeed commendable. The final score stood at 105-75, marking a resounding 30-point victory for the Warriors in their season opener, setting a formidable precedent. Reflecting upon Chen Ji's performance. In Chapter 59, Inconvenient Days, he played for 28 minutes, achieving an impressive 6 of 8 from the field, including 3 of 5 from beyond the arc and 4 of 5 from the free throw line, thereby amassing 19 points with an additional 6 rebounds and 11 assists. Compared to the previous season, it seems that his rebounding opportunities have diminished significantly, as he has positioned himself further from the basket. However, it is anticipated that his assist numbers will witness a substantial increase. Regarding scoring, it appears he could potentially augment his points by around 12. Preliminary estimates suggest that his foundational statistics for this season might hover around 1558, which, while not excessive, should suffice. Chen Ji holds few aspirations for the regular season. The reasoning is straightforward. The season is prolonged, competition is fierce, and the odds are often against him. For instance, in the race for the scoring title, he faces formidable adversaries like Durant, Westbrook, and Harden. Others merely observe. The MVP race presents an even greater challenge, particularly as Chen Ji is not the primary player on his team and, at his current level, is unlikely to assume that role. He reflects on Harden's exhausting efforts with the Rockets, ultimately resulting in little reward. Presently, Chen Ji feels quite content. He possesses a championship, financial security, and the luxury of competing without excessive strain, an idyllic existence indeed. Little Baiju stirred, for Chen Ji was once again up to mischief. She wished to capture his troublesome hands, yet found herself lacking the strength to do so, leaving her to endure his antics. This was the second day following the inaugural match of the new season. After a day of training, they spent the night outdoors, gazing at the stars. However, the sky was shrouded in fog, revealing only a few indistinct, murky night lights. The weather was uninviting, perfect for staying indoors and indulging in intimacy. Suddenly, she playfully bit him. Faced with the questioning gaze of Chen Ji, little Baiju blushed. "No mischief allowed," she said, and Chen Ji, understanding her meaning, ceased his antics. Remembering there were some red beans in the refrigerator, he led little Baiju back inside, prepared some red bean porridge, and then ventured out to buy some bananas and kiwis. There were always a few days each month when little Baiju found herself somewhat inconvenienced. Yet Chen Ji was quite the opposite, bursting with energy with no outlet, especially with no matches scheduled in the coming days. Thus, he called upon Green for a one-on-one challenge, only to be declined. It wasn't a lack of ambition, but rather a simple reluctance to engage Chen Ji in a duel. Green, who had only entered the league in 2012 and was still in his third year, was quite inexperienced. Yet, Chen Ji was merely in his second year. Logically, both were in their formative stages. However, whenever they faced off, Green often found himself at a disadvantage. He could not fathom why he could never channel his strength against Chen Ji. While his offensive skills were admittedly rudimentary, defense was his forte. Yet he still struggled to contain Chen Ji, whose feints were simply too numerous to counter. Moreover, he has always been the type whose feet barely leave the ground, while the ball dances in his hands, elusive and unreachable, sticky and cumbersome, making it exasperating for those attempting to play against him. If that were all there was to it, it might have been tolerable. The crux of the matter is that this lad clearly possesses both leaping ability and explosive power, yet he chooses not to utilize them. Instead, he reserves his bursts for unexpected moments, leaving one feeling utterly disgraced by the sensation of being dunked upon. Consequently, Green swiftly transitioned from a desire to teach this young man a lesson to regarding him as somewhat repulsive, someone best left undisturbed. However, the truly formidable opponent was yet to arrive. On November 2nd, the Los Angeles Lakers made their visit. Kobe, who had scarcely played the previous season due to injury, was finally back to full strength this season, albeit with the term full strength requiring some qualification. The Kobe emerging post-injury is certainly not the same Black Mamba of yore. In this rare encounter, as they exchanged blows, Chen Ji yearned to inform him that post-retirement, one ought not to travel by private jet. However, voicing such a statement now would seem rather absurd, akin to mockery. "Hello, brother. You performed splendidly in the finals. Keep it up." Suddenly, someone spoke in clumsy Chinese, and upon turning, he was taken aback to see a familiar face. Could it truly be Jeremy Lin? He hadn't even noticed Lin had joined the Lakers, having last seen him with the Rockets last season. You too, Chen Ji muttered casually as the game commenced. The Lakers' starting lineup featured Kobe, Jordan Hill, Wesley Johnson, Boozer, and Lin. As Chen Ji lifted his gaze, he found himself face to face with Jordan Hill. This fellow bore half the name of Jordan and half of Hill, a name that certainly commands respect, though his prowess remains to be seen. Chen Ji brought the ball forward. Jordan Hill made a slight attempt to disrupt, but upon sensing no opportunity, he retreated. At the arc of the three-point line, he observed Chen Ji. Chen Ji showed no intention of confronting him, instead raising his gaze to assess his teammates' movements. Meanwhile, Curry executed a pull, drawing Kobe over. On the other side, Thompson performed a half-turn, utilizing Bogut's substantial frame to maneuver free. He received the pass. The three-pointer was launched. Swish. Swift and precise. Chen Ji applauded, effortlessly racking up an assist. The Lakers initiated their offense. Lin Shaheo brought the ball forward, passing to Kobe midway. Kobe, possessing the ball, faced Thompson. A right-handed drive was thwarted, and after a half-turn, he switched to his left hand, yet still could not penetrate. His teammates rushed to set screens, but were quickly dismissed. No screens, just a resolute engagement with Thompson. Chen Ji hesitated momentarily, refraining from a double team. Kobe, now a seasoned veteran, found it challenging to contend with the youthful and vigorous Thompson. After a series of feints, he ultimately launched the ball over Thompson's outstretched hands. A furious clang. Green secured the rebound, while Chen Ji had already sprinted ahead. Jordan Hill followed closely behind, utterly bewildered. This kid has no shame. He practically bolted as soon as Kobe released the shot. The leader hadn't even completed his attempt, and there he went, a tad excessive. He couldn't catch up. Not only did he fail to overtake Chen Ji, but he also noticed the ball soaring through the air. Green executed a long outlet pass, sending the basketball from the backcourt to the frontcourt, where Chen Ji was already positioned beneath the basket. He caught the ball and prepared to pass. He could have effortlessly scored, but noticing Thompson had already assumed his stance beyond the arc, he opted for a three-pointer instead. In midair, he pivoted and sent the ball sailing to Thompson outside the three-point line. As Klay Thompson received the ball, he immediately made his move. Coach Kerr, observing from the sidelines, felt as though his heart might burst from the tension. Though he firmly believed in the efficacy of three-point shots, he couldn't help but wonder why they would forsake a reliable two-point opportunity for a fast-break three-pointer. Swish. The ball found its mark. Frustrated, Coach Kerr sank back into his seat, his mind racing with a plethora of expletives that he refrained from uttering. He began to question his coaching philosophy. Had he been too lenient? Was this the new norm for all players? Chen Ji couldn't help but chuckle, high-fiving Thompson. Today, Thompson truly embodied the persona of Splash God. The Lakers launched their offense, but Kobe continued to struggle with his shots. This season, discussions of a championship were out of the question. It was merely about granting Kobe the dignity he had earned through years of unwavering determination. After all, the fans were eager to watch, and the owner was willing to invest. With 5 championship rings already to his name, could one truly ask for more? Chen Ji felt a tinge of envy. The Oracle Arena was filled with longtime fans, whose cheers erupted every time Kobe touched the ball. However, that envy was swiftly obliterated as Thompson scored again. A remarkable start with 3 consecutive baskets. This time, he boldly shot right over Kobe. The youth displayed an audacious disregard for traditional sportsmanship. Chen Ji discreetly turned away. When Thompson was in rhythm, he was utterly unstoppable, often shooting without regard for any defenders in his path. Chen Ji also reaped the benefits, racking up 3 assists right from the outset. Thus, he quietly turned, choosing to keep his contributions modest. By the end of the match, the stats read 3 points, 2 rebounds, and 16 assists. Kobe had an impressive tally of 28 points on 28 attempts, a satisfying performance for him. Yet, his competitive spirit had ignited a fierce determination in both Curry and Thompson. 2 young men showed remarkable respect towards the elder, with Thompson scoring an impressive 41 points on 18 attempts, while Curry achieved 31 points on 19 attempts. Their scoring efficiency was unparalleled. Undoubtedly, one was revered as a Buddha today, while the other was likened to a heavenly deity. After the match, the 2 young talents warmly embraced Kobe. Chen Ji, standing on the sidelines, initially thought he had no part in this moment, but to his surprise, after embracing Curry, Kobe beckoned him over with a playful wave. He teased, "Come on, our MVP, the youngest clutch player in history." Chen Ji, awkwardly smiling, obediently approached for a hug. However, he couldn't resist adding softly as they parted, "After retirement, don't attempt to fly on private helicopters. It's too dangerous, truly." Kobe paused, puzzled by the sudden mention of retirement and private planes. Yet, it was evident that Chen Ji was not jesting. Perhaps it was merely a genuine concern. Kobe nodded in acknowledgement before waving farewell to the fans at the Oracle Arena. As he watched Kobe depart, Chen Ji found himself unable to move away. He was pulled by Coach Kerr to attend the post-game press conference, alongside the standout performers Thompson and Curry. Stealing a glance at his own statistics, he noted 2 points, 2 rebounds, and an astonishing 16 assists, which felt rather peculiar. Particularly the assists. He only remembered passing the ball to teammates who converted, yet he never anticipated accumulating such a high number. As for his scoring and rebounds, the former was due to fewer attempts, while the latter was overshadowed by the presence of Bogut and Green in the paint, leaving him little opportunity to contest for boards. As the match concluded, the aftermath felt somewhat disconcerting. The statistics appeared imbalanced, lacking coherence in various aspects. However, the team had emerged victorious. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ji discerned that it was of little consequence, provided it did not hinder the primary objective. As for the data, whoever desired it could claim it. During the post-match press conference, which was initially anticipated to be a moment for Curry and Thompson to bask in glory, Chen Ji found himself seated between them, occupying the central position. This arrangement instilled an uncomfortable sense of urgency within him. He felt unworthy of such prominence, yet Curry and Thompson insisted on his presence. "First and foremost, congratulations on your victory today, particularly against the Lakers and Kobe. How do you feel at this moment?" It seemed that foreign journalists posed questions quite akin to their domestic counterparts, with little variation in inquiry. As Chen Ji's mind wandered, Curry unexpectedly thrust the microphone toward him, signaling for him to respond. Tentatively adjusting the microphone's volume, Chen Ji declared, "I am feeling quite elated. The Lakers are a magnificent team, and Kobe has always been my personal choice for the greatest in the league. To compete against him and emerge victorious is truly exhilarating." "Do you then believe that LeBron is not the current top player in the league?" The question startled Chen Ji, causing him to shudder, as he realized the stark contrast between foreign journalists and their domestic peers. They were bold and relentless in pursuit of headlines, disregarding anyone's feelings in the process. A careless misstep in speech could easily lead to being ensnared by their probing inquiries. With Curry and Thompson observing him intently, Chen Ji sighed, "My friends, I must confess, I believe Steven is indeed the foremost player in the league today. The Splash Brothers are undoubtedly the most formidable scoring duo in the league, without exception." Chen Ji glanced at Curry, then at Thompson, contemplating their trade. As for who holds the title of the league's best player, that decision lies beyond his purview. After all, he has no opportunity to seize such an accolade. He can merely enjoy the spectacle while allowing those who are capable to vie for it. "What does Steven think?" The journalist, sensing Chen Ji's indecisiveness, shifted the focus back to Curry. Chen Ji promptly thrust the microphone towards Curry, who merely bent down, shrugged, and exchanged a glance with Chen Ji that suggested something was amiss. "Typically, we declare that the finals MVP is the finest player in the world, and lo and behold, the recipient of last season's FMVP is present among us. Undoubtedly, in my eyes, Little Treasure is the best player." As Curry spoke, he found himself chuckling, reminiscent of a cunning little fox. "Ah, dear brother, we are merely teasing one another, aren't we?" Nonetheless, everyone understands this is all in jest. Even if it were to circulate, it would amount to little more than hearsay. Each day in this league brings forth fresh narratives, swiftly overshadowed by new tales. You have exhibited remarkable offensive prowess in 2 consecutive games. However, have you not been excessively reliant on 3-point shots? Chen Ji watched as Curry returned the microphone, feeling a wave of despair wash over him. To his right, Thompson appeared lost in a reverie, clearly uninterested in contributing. So, lowering his gaze, he remarked, "Did we not emerge victorious?" The reporter immediately countered, "Yet it is a well-known fact that maintaining a high shooting percentage from beyond the arc in the fiercely competitive playoffs is no easy feat. Should you fail to amend this, it is highly probable that you will meet the same fate as last season, being eliminated in the first round of the playoffs." Is this truly the outcome you desire? Chen Ji scratched his head, stating, if you can present us with championship rings, we would be willing to heed your advice and reduce our three-point attempts. If not, please refrain from dictating our actions. Thank you. Curry and Thompson applauded. When the reporter attempted to retort once more, he was subdued by the press officer, who then introduced a more amiable questioner. First, congratulations to Clay for breaking his personal scoring record. Could you share what made you so accurate today? Klay Thompson responded modestly, I simply took my shots. What are your thoughts on your new teammates? Have they been of assistance to you? The question shifted focus to Chen Ji, who had delivered 16 assists. Congratulations to Xiao Bao for breaking his personal assist record. Do you have anything you wish to share with us? This, Chen Ji lamented, is merely passing the ball. He then took a leaf out of Thompson's book. After enduring a relentless barrage of questions from reporters for half an hour, the trio was finally liberated. They each grabbed their jackets and departed. Chen Ji wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing he had indeed been naive. Golden State was certainly not San Antonio. He had discerned the differences between the two. Due to the controversies surrounding Curry, the journalists here predominantly focus on criticism, in stark contrast to Duncan's realm, where success has led to a more harmonious inquiry. For instance, questions such as, are you planning to take a walk by the river tonight? Reflect a tranquil atmosphere. Conversely, the situation with Curry is akin to a calamity. Any inquiry is laden with implications. What implications, you ask? The insinuation that without a change in approach, the championship will remain elusive. The call for transformation is deafening, urging them to adopt a more aggressive strategy towards the basket. I have heard that half of your contract is contingent on championship bonuses. Indeed, Curry replies. So do you believe in us? At this moment, Thompson, who had been walking ahead, comes to a halt. I believe in destiny. Chen Ji chuckles lightly, waving goodbye to the crowd. Meanwhile, Xia Bizu has been waiting for quite some time, her little head bobbing with impatience. Chen Ji feels a pang of sympathy, realizing he can no longer attend to his friends. He quickens his pace to ensure Xia Bizu's safety, squatting down to place her on his back. Xia Bizu, slightly drowsy, seems to sense his presence and nuzzles against Chen Ji's ear before drifting into slumber. She has been feeling under the weather due to her menstrual cycle and had initially planned to watch television at home, but after growing weary, she decided to wait for Chen Ji to finish work. Upon returning home, the shrimp and glutinous rice porridge that Xia Bizu had prepared was perfectly cooked. After gently placing her in bed, Chen Ji savored a couple of bowls of the porridge before tidying up and settling down to sleep with Xia Bizu. Chapter 61. The unrestrained Chun Xiaobao. Xia Bizu awoke, blinking her eyes as she crawled out from under the covers. Today, there is an away game, and she needs to prepare food and equipment in advance. Chen Ji has also awakened. He reached out beside him, but found no sign of Xiao Baozhu, quickly turning over until he finally spotted her. For breakfast, they had noodles accompanied by eggs and a special sauce crafted by Xiao Baozhu. Today, they are flying to Portland to face the Trailblazers. While on the plane, he casually glanced at the news, which predominantly featured last night's game against the Lakers. It appears that Thompson is on track for the All-Star selection this year, having scored an impressive 41 points on 14 of 18 shooting in front of Kobe, leaving Chen Ji astounded. The fans were equally captivated. His simple yet efficient style of play has completely revolutionized traditional basketball strategies and is remarkably entertaining. To claim he does not envy would be disingenuous, yet the reality remains that such prowess is unattainable for many. Now, the next challenger awaits, the Portland Trail Blazers. If last night's Lakers were merely there to honor the retirement of the great Kobe, tonight's Blazers are a team brimming with ambition. Last season, they achieved a remarkable upset, defeating the Rockets 4-2, showcasing their potential to many. The third-year player Lillard has already demonstrated superstar qualities, and with the steady presence of the reliable mid-range sharpshooter Aldridge, the foundation of the Blazers team has been laid. It remains to be seen how far they can advance. Chen Ji possesses insight into this future, requiring no reflection. For beyond the Warriors, all others are but mere insects. Starting this year, players such as Harden, Paul, Westbrook, and Lillard will all be subjected to the finesse of the Splash Brothers. Today should be no exception. Before the game, Coach Kerr had specifically inquired with Chen Ji about the possibility of increasing his shooting attempts. Typically, young athletes who attain significant accolades are naturally afforded greater resources from their teams, such as the liberty to take more shots. However, in the recent match against the Lakers, Chen Ji attempted only 2 shots in such a high-stakes game. which is rather unreasonable. I will handle it, Chen Ji remarked, seemingly indifferent to merely coasting along as long as he can secure a championship title. As the game commenced, the Trailblazers' starting lineup included Aldridge, Lillard, Matthews, Lopez, and Batum, with Chen Ji matched up against Batum. Although he played as a guard, the opposing coach consistently refrained from assigning guards like Lillard and Matthews to defend Chen Ji. Given the explosive performance of the Splash Brothers the previous night, Chen Ji relinquished the ball before even crossing half court, darting to the corner to set a screen for Thompson, allowing him to receive the pass. With a swift maneuver around the screen, Thompson caught the ball and released it with a sudden stop, swish. With such precision, victory seemed likely that day. When the Trailblazers initiated their offense, Chen Ji was initially circling Batum, but eventually maneuvered him right into Lillard's path. The implication was clear, observing Lillard orchestrate the play. Chen Ji approached with an intent to attack. He understood that the young guide Lillard had taken notice of him, seeking to break through with his assistance. Taking a glance behind, Chen Ji noticed his teammates had been drawn away, setting the stage for a one-on-one scenario at the right wing. Lillard, exploiting the mismatch, drove to the right, only to pull back for a mid-range shot. The rhythm and space were present, yet the attempt fell short, as Chen Ji had made a slight intervention. It may be attributed to his playing style, but on the court, Chen Ji appears akin to a veteran contemplating retirement, moving languidly and exuding an air of vulnerability. Yet, a year has elapsed, and few have succeeded in subduing him. Nonetheless, there are always skeptics. The moment Lillard launched his shot, it felt amiss. He attempted to seize the rebound, only to be met with a sharp elbow from Chen Ji that rendered him immobile. As the basketball ricocheted, Chen Ji effortlessly claimed the rebound. In an instant, he pivoted while still ensconced with Lillard, and with an expanse of court ahead, he surged forth. This was a fast-break, one-on-one opportunity. Lillard clung to Chen Ji's waist, incessantly harassing him, yet to no avail. Despite both being guards, the disparity in height and weight rendered Lillard's proximity an act of audacity. Strangely, as Chen Ji approached the three-point line, he executed a sudden stop. Surely he wouldn't attempt a three-pointer? Indeed, he did. Coach Kerr, in a fit of urgency, leapt to his feet. With a deft stop, Chen Ji completely evaded Lillard and even glanced back at the moment of release, ensuring no one could contest him. Splendid. With a slight adjustment, he launched a steady three-pointer. Swish. What a shot. Chen Ji applauded, exchanging a high-five with the approaching Curry, who, like an adorable little gem, seemed to latch onto him. Was it merely a three-pointer? Goodness, must you be so exuberant, my friend? Chen Ji, exasperated, caught him and tossed him aside before darting back to defense. The Trailblazers were on the attack. Having been thwarted in the previous possession, Lillard this time exhibited caution, bringing the ball forward as he awaited his teammates to assume their positions. Aldridge received the ball at the free throw line, positioning himself against Green. Once his teammates effectively drew away the other defenders, he, without any feints, relied on his height to directly challenge Green with a shot. Remarkably, he succeeded. When it comes to mid-range shooting skills for power forwards, Aldridge has impeccably inherited the legacy of his predecessors. Before him, players like Duncan, Garnett, and Nowitzki all possessed reliable mid-range shooting abilities. Following him, only Anthony Davis has shown similar prowess. The teams exchanged plays back and forth, concluding the first quarter with the Warriors leading by 8 points, 30-22. If this were the Spurs, one might already anticipate a victory. However, with the Warriors, the outcome remains uncertain. The first quarter showcased their scoring prowess, but as the second quarter commenced, it was unclear who initiated the shooting slump. One player missed, and then another followed suit, leading to a gradual decline in scoring. Thankfully, the Warriors are not solely reliant on three-point shooting, a fact that Chen Ji is acutely aware of. The external skepticism holds some truth. Relying exclusively on three-pointers will not secure a championship. However, when combined with solid defense, the narrative changes. This distinguishes the Warriors from historically prolific offensive teams. While their scoring can be explosive, their defense remains impenetrable, thanks to the team's effective rotations. Despite the drop in shooting accuracy during the second quarter, they maintained their lead. The teams continued to struggle with their shots until the decisive fourth quarter arrived. Chen Ji began to settle in closer to the basket. Benefiting from the formidable gravitational pull created by Curry and Thompson, the interior space opened up splendidly, allowing him to take his position as if preparing to make a move. As Aldridge approached to double team, the ball was passed to Green, who then transitioned it to the perimeter for Curry. Curry circled around Bogut, but upon assessing the situation, he decided to pass the ball to Chen Ji beneath the basket. This time, Chen Ji did not opt to pass. Seizing the ball, he executed an explosive start. Pivoting and rising, one hand braced against Batum while the other lifted the ball high, unleashing a thunderous slam. That was the kind of play. Green, observing from the sidelines, felt a chill. Initially, he intended to show Chen Ji a lesson, only to find himself in an awkward predicament. He had always presumed the young man possessed average athleticism, but when he leapt, it became clear he was a force to be reckoned with. Chapter 62, Doing the Right Thing. Time elapsed without incident. The Warriors triumphed over the Trail Blazers in Portland. In this match, Curry's shooting was lackluster, managing only 21 points from 18 attempts. Yet when compared to Lillard's 11 points from 18 attempts, Curry's efficiency shone through. Lillard, in his third year, and even later as a seasoned player, was known for having a high ceiling coupled with a low floor. In contrast, Curry's consistency was markedly superior. The victory today was anchored in defense, allowing the Trail Blazers a mere 90 points throughout the game. Their only highlight was Aldridge's exceptional mid-range shooting, which was nearly impossible to defend. Leveraging his height against Green and his footwork against Bogut, he delivered a commendable performance with 26 points from 20 attempts, showcasing both efficiency and output. Chen Ji felt a twinge of envy. However, he had dismissed the art of mid-range shooting from the outset due to its inefficiency. Regardless of external opinions that deemed it a divine weapon, particularly in the playoffs during crucial moments, he remained resolute in his choice. However, in the coming decade, it is an established fact that no team will secure a championship through mid-range shots. Today, Chen Ji recorded 13 points, 3 rebounds, and 10 assists, and once again, he found himself pondering over the significance of his assists. In his recollection, the Warriors' style of play seemed quite different. Typically, it involved Curry darting around and Thompson pulling up as they sought shooting opportunities through a series of passes and cuts. In essence, they lacked a central axis. This was reflected in the statistics, with the team, including Curry, showing a scarcity of double-digit assists. Yet, since Chen Ji joined, he has consistently achieved double-digit assists in every game, having played only 3 matches. Has he become ball-dominant? Chen Ji reflected and realized he hadn't monopolized the ball. It was merely that his elevated position made him quite conspicuous. Each time the ball transitioned, the team instinctively passed it to him first, almost as if offloading responsibility. Whenever the basketball passed through Chen Ji's hands, it transformed seamlessly, whether delivering a direct feed to the basket or executing a handoff to Curry to set a screen, invariably placing his teammates in optimal scoring positions. This is pure talent. Kerr has not erred in his judgment. During his time with the Spurs, even with limited ball privileges, Chen Ji averaged 5 assists per game. Once he became the tactical focal point, the ball movement became utterly delightful. Every time the ball traveled through his hands, there was scarcely any delay, as he consistently found the most suitable teammate at the most opportune moment. Consequently, whenever any teammate encountered difficulty, they would instinctively pass the ball out and prepare for a secondary reception. Is this a positive development? Chen Ji was uncertain, unsure of how the current Warriors compared to the team etched in his memory. As long as the team secures victories, that is all that matters. Moreover, considering the situation as it stands, overthinking serves no purpose. One can only adhere to the wise words of the venerable Popovich, conduct oneself rightly, and play the game of basketball correctly. As for the outcome, that is a matter beyond our control. Having arrived in Portland, I took the opportunity to stroll through the Lan Su Chinese Garden, a serene oasis reminiscent of the classical gardens of Suzhou. It is indeed a curious sight to behold such a garden not in Suzhou, but in Portland. Yet, the duration of the off-season is far too brief. Coupled with commitments to brand endorsements and promotional events, there is scarcely any time to wander freely. This was the first moment of doubt for Chen Ji regarding his modest aspirations. While wearing a championship ring brings immense joy, does indulging in mediocrity not also provide a certain thrill? Just look at those teams that have embraced mediocrity. They find themselves on holiday come April, while those striving for the championship endure until June or July, extending their labor by 2 to 3 months. Thus, should one indeed embrace mediocrity? Such thoughts flitted through my mind, but as I continued to wander, they faded away, for my legs had grown numb. Men seem to possess a fleeting patience for leisurely strolls. Let us return, little Pearl, 2, was weary, climbing onto Chen Ji's back, contentedly humming a few notes. And before even reaching the car, she succumbed to slumber. Upon returning to Golden State, I reveled in the comfort of my bed, feeling truly alive once more. The following day, the Clippers paid a visit. This season, the Clippers had undergone a significant change in ownership. The former proprietor, Sterling, had been ousted following betrayal by his ex-girlfriend, who accused him of racial discrimination. Not only did he face public backlash, but the internal staff and players also became reluctant to work under his regime, compelling the sale of the team. Although the new owner is Ballmer, a billionaire with assets exceeding $10 billion, it seems that he has not brought good fortune to the team. The recent ownership change has left the once thriving Clippers somewhat despondent, as they are now vulnerable. This particular match requires no extra motivation, for it was the Clippers who ousted the Warriors in a dramatic 4-3 series last season. Chen Ji could sense the seriousness radiating from Curry and Thompson. This was a game of retribution. Their adversaries included Paul, Griffin, and DeAndre Jordan. As the game commenced, Chen Ji first sought out his assigned opponent, and, upon glancing up, spotted the tattooed Barnes. This fellow Barnes bore an intimidating visage and was known as a defensive stalwart with little offensive prowess. In earlier years, the league was populated by many such players who relied solely on their defensive skills, leaving the offensive responsibilities to others, as long as they excelled in one domain to secure their livelihood. The opening tip-off saw DeAndre Jordan leap majestically, seizing possession of the ball. Chen Ji cast a glance at the ball-handling Paul, but chose to follow Barnes instead, anticipating a relatively easier matchup, as he would not have to contend with Griffin. Although Griffin's game had recently become somewhat more harmonious due to injuries and the passage of time, he had also learned to pace himself. He primarily focused on mid-range jump shots, yet, akin to how Green despised Chen Ji, one could never predict when Griffin might erupt unexpectedly, leaving everyone at a disadvantage. However, that was now Griffin's concern. Chen Ji seized the opportunity to restrict the offensively limited Barnes, preventing him from wandering aimlessly, while observing Paul and Griffin execute their pick-and-roll strategy. Indeed, the Clippers' offense revolved around the intricate interplay between Paul and Griffin. They have the opportunity to focus solely on offense, passing the ball when double-teamed, either to the perimeter shooter Redick or to the interior player DeAndre Jordan. As for Barnes, Chen Ji observed him lost in contemplation. This old fellow, with his hands on his hips and a theatrical demeanor, left Chen Ji somewhat at a loss. However, in this era, there truly exists a wave of defensive stalwarts akin to Barnes, who engage little in offensive play, dedicating themselves solely to guarding the opposing team's key players. Over here, Paul and Griffin execute a pick and roll, while Redick circles around to receive the ball. Thompson gets momentarily caught and fails to keep up. Redick catches the ball and leaps, releasing it midair. Swish. That was a splendid shot. The Clippers' trifecta consists of Paul's mid-range, Griffin's mid-range, and Redick's three-pointer. Typically, Redick starts by making a couple of shots. Chen Ji found Redick somewhat familiar, and it dawned on him that this was the sharpshooter who later became the head coach of the Lakers. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed him, with a different appearance. He was almost unrecognizable. Noticing Chen Ji's gaze, Redick raised his eyebrows, seemingly saying, "See, kid? This is how you shoot a three-pointer." Chapter 63. Clocking out after 3 quarters. Why did the Warriors lose to the Clippers last season? Because of that age-old question, what happens when your three-point shooting falters? Under the intensity of the playoffs, it is normal to feel shaky, and failing to score is also typical. However, last season, the Warriors did not adequately address this dilemma. When they were on target, they could defeat the Clippers by 20 points. When off, they could suffer a staggering 40-point loss. This is certainly not the hallmark of a championship-caliber team. The dismissal of former head coach Mark Jackson was indeed a pivotal reason behind the Warriors' current season. Following the change in coaching, instead of rectifying previous mistakes, the team has intensified its relentless pursuit of three-point shooting. It is evident that Coach Kerr remains undeterred. With a background as a shooter, he possesses a distinct understanding of the three-point shot. After all, a three-point basket yields 1 additional point compared to a two-pointer. As long as the shots are taken swiftly, frequently, and accurately, victory is assured. Fortunately, both Curry and Thompson are fully equipped with such capabilities. His task is to create a more favorable environment for these two exceptional shooters. For instance, by positioning Chen Ji on the court, he can facilitate the play. As Chen Ji advances with the ball and engages in a handoff with Curry, he effectively occupies Paul. While Barnes hesitates, Chen Ji returns the ball to Curry, who, now with a modicum of shooting space, promptly releases a shot. Chen Ji does not even glance back. He merely observes Curry's shooting form and instantly senses the ball's trajectory. Without hesitation, he sprints back on defense. In the subsequent play, Chen Ji once again races forward with the ball, delivering it directly to Thompson, who is already engaged in a handoff maneuver. This is Coach Kerr's new strategy. Curry and Thompson simultaneously embrace their defenders, providing mutual coverage, one veering east and the other west, leaving the defenders confused. Instinctively, they gravitate towards Curry. Thompson seizes the opportunity to break free, and the ball finds its way to him effortlessly. In the next sequence, Chen Ji accelerates with the ball, while Curry and Thompson spread out on the wings. Green momentarily obstructs Paul, granting Curry a brief moment of space. As Curry approaches the three-point line, Chen Ji delivers the ball just in time. Curry seized the ball and launched it. Another three-pointer added to the tally. The Clippers called for a timeout. They seemed a bit disoriented by the Warriors' current style of play. The previous season's Warriors were certainly not like this. Back then, they relied on Curry to bring the ball up, utilizing his teammates for screens and pick and rolls, resembling the Clippers' approach closely. The only distinction was one team aimed for two-pointers while the other sought three-pointers. Suddenly, Curry was no longer the primary ball handler, weaving through defenders with remarkable agility, making it exceedingly challenging to contain him. Then there was Thompson, who expertly sought out screens, darting back and forth. The moment he found even the slightest opening, he was ready to shoot, provided the ball reached him. So what should be done now? Coach Rivers of the Clippers made a commendable decision, instructing Barnes to occasionally drop back and assist in containing both Curry and Thompson. As for Chen Ji, his offensive ambition had always been minimal. He typically opted for passing, so leaving him should pose no risk. When play resumed after the timeout, Chen Ji noticed something peculiar. The entire Clippers squad was chasing after Curry and Thompson, leaving him unguarded at the arc, with Barnes even positioning himself sideways in his direction. What was this rhythm? Chen Ji was momentarily taken aback. Seeing that Chen Ji had momentarily frozen, Barnes, with determination, turned to swarm Curry. Completely unguarded, they were treating the MVP as if he were invisible. Chen Ji was utterly astonished. It was already 2014, and yet someone had the audacity to leave him so open. Thus, he lifted his hand and shot. He fired and moved on. A true man never looks back. Swish. Amidst the thunderous cheers of the Oracle Arena, Chen Ji spread his arms wide, calmly exuding confidence. In the next possession, the Clippers continued to leave him open. Could they endure this? He shot again. In the subsequent round, Barnes found himself flustered, opting to obediently follow Chen Ji this time. Chen Ji refrained from holding the ball. He approached and passed it to Curry, then moved without the ball towards the interior, utilizing the dual screens set by Bogut and Green to make his way to the corner. Meanwhile, Thompson sprinted diagonally to the opposite side. The Clippers were thrown into disarray, ultimately deciding to pursue Thompson instead. Once again, Chen Ji found himself unmarked. Curry pushed the ball to the corner, and Chen Ji received it. In an instant, he lifted the ball, releasing it just as Paul and DeAndre Jordan lunged toward him. The ball soared directly to Curry at the arc. Curry caught it. With no defenders in sight, Chen Ji, disinterested in contesting for the rebound, simply turned and walked away. Behind him, there was a swish. Such an open shot was nearly a guaranteed score for a shooter of Curry's caliber. As time ticked away, the Clippers struggled to grasp the essence of the game. Normally, they would have double-teamed Curry, yet he was not even in possession of the ball. The Warriors' strategy this season diverged significantly from that of the previous. Not only had Thompson matured further, but they also had an additional Finals MVP on the roster. How were they to counter this? Paul glanced at Chen Ji, pondering the numerous assists he had already tallied. If this continued, the title of assist leader for the season appeared to be in jeopardy. Beep, beep, beep. By the time the game concluded, Chen Ji was already seated on the sidelines, as they had entered garbage time. The Warriors had clocked out after 3 quarters. On this day, Curry scored 28 points on 18 attempts, Thompson netted 19 points on 13 attempts, and Chen Ji made 5 of 7 three-point attempts, effortlessly accumulating 15 points along with 13 assists. Their flawless performance shone brightly. In the first quarter, the Warriors scored 30 points, followed by 35 in the second and 37 in the third, leading the Clippers by a remarkable 28 points by the end of 3 quarters. Throughout the entire fourth quarter, young Klay Thompson sat on the sidelines as the team celebrated a resounding victory. However, an early departure was not in the cards, as a post-game press conference awaited. Ever since being bestowed with the MVP title, Chen Ji felt an inescapable obligation to attend. Almost every match ended with extended work hours, and today was no exception. "You played exceptionally well today. Could you share the secret behind your victory?" a reporter inquired. "Simply scoring more points than our opponents," came the straightforward response. "After being eliminated by the Clippers last season, would such a decisive win bolster your confidence for the future?" "We have always possessed a strong sense of confidence," he replied. Seeing that they could extract no further useful information from Chen Ji, the reporters shifted their focus to Curry. Amused yet exasperated, Curry glanced at Chen Ji, ultimately resigning himself to the situation. "Next time, we must ensure Draymond attends the post-game press conference. That guy can talk, dares to speak, and enjoys doing so." Yes, that was a resolution. Meanwhile, Chen Ji's thoughts wandered to Little Pearl, who was peeking curiously from behind the scenes. The two exchanged glances, each waiting for the end of the workday. At home, the millet and yam had already been simmered. Returning late would mean a cold meal. After another half hour, the reporters, somewhat dissatisfied, finally departed. Chen Ji and Curry waved goodbye, exchanged a greeting with Thompson, and then dashed off. With a playful laugh, he scooped up Little Pearl, placing her on his back, and together they hurried homeward, her cheerful giggles echoing joyfully behind them. Some reporters, moving at a leisurely pace, were suddenly captivated by laughter and turned to capture a photograph. Though it depicted merely a silhouette, the sense of carefree joy radiated unmistakably from the frame. Chapter 64. Under mobile cover. After playing a fast-paced game, a day of respite ensued. Plans had been meticulously laid out to stroll through the winding streets of GQ, Ji with the ever-enthusiastic Xiao Biaz, yet she exhibited a reluctance to budge. Typically, at her age, young ladies are eager to explore the world, yet she seemed to have had her fill. Accompanying CHNJ on countless flights, she had grown weary of the rainbows above, let alone the flora and fauna below. With such time at her disposal, she preferred to recline at home instead. Reluctantly, Xiao Biaz whimpered her discontent, prompting CHNJ to remain still, gently turning her over and covering her with warmth, allowing them both to indulge in a brief slumber. Following the fast-paced game, it was time for the Rockets. Glancing at the roster, he noted Harden and Ariza, but the remaining players were unfamiliar to him. Their names, Cannon, Blake, and Costas, did not inspire confidence. The previous season had boasted talents like Lin Shaheo, Parsons, and Howard. Lin had moved to the Lakers, Parsons to the Mavericks, and it seemed Howard was sidelined, possibly for the entire season. CHNJ felt a pang of sympathy. Howard's aggressive playing style was notorious, as those who leap with abandon rarely maintain longevity, especially for towering athletes. A stable career often requires a strategy akin to that of seasoned players like Duncan, the wise old fox, or the venerable king of wolves. One must either refrain from excessive leaps, adopt a singular balance, or engage in a calculated retreat. Brashness and reckless pursuit are ill-advised. Without the Houston Rockets led by Howard, only Harden remains a solitary figure, accompanied solely by a defensive veteran, Ariza, who wields his prowess like a sword. It appears they are destined for another challenging season. The game commences. The Warriors seize the initial offensive possession. Chen Ji dribbles forward, lost in contemplation as he faces Harden, never anticipating that he would one day directly confront the star. Surely, Harden has yet to master the art of drawing fouls with his beard, right? Chen Ji resolves to test this notion. He executes a lateral move, gaining half a step, and as Harden approaches, he suddenly halts, pivoting to take the shot. Beep. The referee's whistle pierces the air. This grants him 3 free throw opportunities. Harden stands frozen, experiencing a sense of bewilderment, as if the world has been turned upside down. For he did not watch the finals between the Spurs and the Heat. During that time, he was preoccupied with revelry, immersed in nightlife and carefree pursuits, utterly indifferent to basketball and the championship, as it bore no relevance to him. Perhaps he later heard of the infamous Black 3 minutes orchestrated by Chen Ji and recognized that this young player had become the youngest finals MVP in history. However, to him, it was merely a theft. Had another player occupied that position, there would have been at least 100 others in the league who could have excelled beyond him. Such sentiments echoed among basketball commentators and resonated with Harden. Yet, he had not anticipated that this young man's style seemed oddly familiar, as if he had encountered it before. As Chen Ji approaches the free throw line, he flashes a smile at James Harden, then sinks the first shot, the second, and the third. Just as he basks in his moment of triumph, he turns to find himself face to face with Harden. During the previous season's encounters with the Rockets, Danny Green was primarily responsible for guarding Harden, with Leonard providing supplementary support. However, this season, due to a shift in position, while no longer engaging in close-quarters combat near the basket, there's an increased need to withstand the onslaught of perimeter players. A trade-off, indeed. Chen Ji glanced behind him, noticing his teammates had been drawn away by the Rockets. It seemed Harden was poised for an isolation play at the arc. Stay grounded. Stay close. Beep. Chen Ji extended his hand sheepishly, acknowledging the foul. Defending Harden wasn't a matter of jumping or not. It was more like contending with thin air. Attempting to draw a foul against him felt like inviting trouble. As expected, he was caught off guard. After a series of crossovers, Harden suddenly drove, establishing position and guiding Chen Ji inward, only to abruptly halt and lean back, making contact with Chen Ji's arm. Aware of Harden's maneuver, Chen Ji attempted to evade, but to no avail. Resigned, he took his place near the basket as Harden prepared for his free throws. After that play, Chen Ji refrained from further contact, realizing it was futile. He shifted his approach and initiated a play with Curry, setting a screen and then transitioning into a moving screen, effectively clearing Curry's defender. This brings up the matter of moving screens. In later years, the Warriors' big men became adept at executing moving screens with finesse, avoiding foul calls from the referees. Was it due to preferential treatment from the referees? Not at all. It was simply because their movements were subtle and controlled, merely guiding the defender along. As the defender moved in one direction, they would subtly shift in the opposite direction, entangling them and preventing interference with the shooter's attempt. The footsteps shadowing the defender, accompanied by subtle protective gestures of natural extension, typically evade the referee's whistle. Each player possesses the inherent right to traverse the court freely. Yet, why do the towering players of opposing teams often incur fouls during their moving screens? Their actions are resolute and swift, favoring to set picks from behind the defenders, resulting in an opponent's stumble upon contact. Even if the referee hesitates, the foul is often called. Chen Ji, having observed numerous instances of the Warriors' alleged moving screens, never anticipated he would one day employ such tactics himself. The referee remained vigilant, his lips pursed around the whistle, ultimately refraining from blowing it. As long as the whistle remained silent, it signifies a successful play. Chen Ji felt a surge of confidence as he watched Curry release a three-pointer. He didn't need to glance back, for the sound alone confirmed its success. They exchanged high-fives, reveling in their newfound skill. Meanwhile, Harden was engaged in a discussion with the referee, arguing about the foul he could tolerate but questioning the blatant moving screen that seemingly went unpunished. The referee simply gestured to his eyes, indicating he was indeed observant and required no further prompting. Consequently, Harden found himself at a loss and returned to confront Chen Ji once more. This time, as he advanced, he was met with a double team, courtesy of Green's timely assistance. He arrived precisely at the moment when Harden attempted a one-handed drive. The ball was still precariously in his grasp when he found himself stymied mid-motion. Unable to rise, he lost the chance to draw a foul. Faced with a blocked path, Harden opted for a behind-the-back pass, which Ariza received. Yet, Thompson disrupted his shot from beyond the arc, resulting in a miss. Bogut secured the rebound. Chen Ji broke free from Harden and sprinted ahead. In the realm of fast breaks, Chen Ji, affectionately known as Little Chun, was unmatched. His robust physique was both swift and conspicuous, as Bogut lifted his gaze. He immediately noticed a lengthy pass from the backcourt. Chen Ji received the ball in the frontcourt, presenting a clear one, on zero opportunity. Yet, Chen Ji opted to pass, this time to Thompson, who secured the ball at a 45-degree angle on the right side. He executed a sudden stop and launched a three-pointer, only for it to clang off the rim with a resounding thud. Quick to react, Chen Ji snatched the rebound and sought out Thompson once more. This time, the sharpshooter seized the moment. Swish. Chen Ji watched as the basketball gracefully sailed through the net, turning back with certainty born from his foresight. He understood that the notion of not winning a championship with three-pointers was a fallacy. Previous teams had failed not due to lack of skill, but simply because they had not attempted enough shots or had not been accurate enough. From this moment forth, a transformation was imminent. The wave of the small ball era had surged forth. Seize the opportunity and strike again. Chapter 65. Sprayed by Smith. The final score stood at 98-87. Today, Thompson was off his game. The season had commenced with such intensity that he seemed somewhat fatigued. Nevertheless, with Curry contributing 34 points on 19 attempts, the victory was secure and decisive. Opposing them was merely Harden, whose uninspired double-teaming merely forced him to pass. Given the current roster of the Rockets, it was arduous for Harden to achieve victory without scoring at least 30 to 40 points or dishing out a dozen assists in a game. Chen Ji glanced at his own statistics: 12 points, 4 rebounds, and 9 assists. Today, Thompson squandered numerous opportunities. Otherwise, his assists would have reached double digits as well. Such a pity. Following their triumph over the Rockets, the Warriors proudly claimed their spot atop the standings with 5 consecutive victories. Much like last season's Spurs, they showcased a high level of play right from the outset. Moreover, due to their dazzling style of play and concentrated ball distribution, they garnered unanimous acclaim from the media. However, in an instant, the Suns struck back fiercely. The day after triumphing over the Rockets, during a back-to-back matchup, the Warriors found themselves leading the Suns by 9 points at the end of the third quarter. Yet, as the fourth quarter unfolded, the tides dramatically shifted. A diminutive player named Isaiah Thomas, whose height barely reached Chen Ji's chest, unexpectedly entered a state of unparalleled prowess. Whether facing Curry or Bogut, he executed an array of mid-range shots and aggressive drives to the basket, leaving defenders utterly helpless. Realizing the situation was dire, Chen Ji joined in the double team. But to no avail. Not only could Thomas score effortlessly, but he also adeptly facilitated plays for his teammates. Fueled by his performance, the Suns surged forward, ultimately overwhelming the Warriors. This loss felt particularly unjust. Even as the final buzzer sounded, Chen Ji struggled to comprehend the outcome, glancing back at Thomas. He felt an odd sense of familiarity. As he delved into his memories, it dawned on him. This was indeed the so-called king of the fourth quarter, Isaiah Thomas. Renowned as the mightiest 5 feet 9 inches player on the planet, it appeared that every individual who made a name for themselves in the NBA possessed remarkable talent. However, Thompson was resting today. With one of their key players sidelined, the loss bore less significance. Everything was geared towards the impending match. On November 12th, the Warriors, in full force, flew to San Antonio. For both Chen Ji and the Warriors, this was a momentous game, and everyone yearned for victory. Yet on this day, Curry's three-point shots fell flat, with an abysmal 0 for 7. Before the game, Chen Ji received a championship ring of his own. The Spurs honored him by showcasing his spectacular performances from the previous season on the home arena's big screen, earning him resounding applause from the home crowd. After the match, Chen Ji exchanged handshakes with old friends and shared a special embrace with the venerable Popovich. He also chatted briefly with Danny Green and Kawhi Leonard at the sidelines. Each season inevitably presents a few nights that feel uncharacteristic, and while there is a tinge of regret, rolling back into the embrace of camaraderie with Ziabizu allows such feelings to dissipate. Following 2 consecutive defeats, the Warriors convened an internal meeting where players engaged in open communication, laying bare the minor issues plaguing both their defense and offense. The team's singular demand of Chen Ji was to enhance his personal offensive prowess. Chen Ji nodded in acknowledgement. As the season has progressed, his statistics have diverged from initial expectations. Initially anticipated to achieve 58 points, he now averages 31 points, 3 rebounds, and 11 assists per game. While his scoring and rebounding figures are below expectations, his assist tally has risen. Averaging 10 points is hardly the hallmark of a finals MVP. The team requires him to contribute more to the scoreboard, providing greater support to Curry. Following the team's string of losses, criticism ensued, particularly from renowned basketball commentator Smith, who candidly expressed on his blog, the Warriors must reduce their attempts from beyond the arc. It has been proven that relying solely on three-pointers cannot secure victories against the Spurs, and they can't even triumph over the Suns. Clinging to three-point shots during critical moments is an exceedingly foolish tactical choice. Coach Kerr needs to devise more strategies to facilitate the ball's descent into the paint. Yet I see little hope for the Warriors' interior offense. Don't make me name names. I'm referring to you, the youngest finals MVP in history. I must convey that this is a profound irony. A basketball player towering at 208 centimeters has been consistently lingering around the perimeter to pass the ball. Indeed, it is not shooting, but rather passing. I am uncertain whether this is a strategic decision by the coach or merely a matter of his personal habits. Nevertheless, I must reiterate my perspective. His MVP award is unmerited. He is nothing short of a thief. He has usurped honors that rightfully belong to Duncan and Parker. I stand firm in my conviction. I would express this even face to face. What a refreshing and unabashed critique, leaving Chen Ji bewildered, fingers poised over the keyboard, yet hesitating to strike the keys. It is not that he lacks the desire to retaliate, but rather he feels outmatched by this veteran. Moreover, engaging him would only serve to create more fodder for discussion. Regardless of whether one emerges victorious or defeated in verbal sparring, any response equates to a loss. I once observed this individual mercilessly criticize others on fan forums, his words flowing with remarkable ease. Little did I know that the tables would turn so swiftly. Chen Ji set aside the keyboard. As a player, the most effective rebuttal lies in one's self-performance on the court. Tomorrow's adversary is the Nets. Chen Ji glanced at the list of players on the opposing team, and a sense of confidence surged within him. He resolved to deliver an impressive display. I'm ready. We can head out now. Little Baozhu donned a new outfit and styled her hair anew, adorning herself beautifully. For tonight, she is to accompany Chen Ji to the cinema. This is still a novel experience for little Baozhu. It seems she has never visited a cinema. Chen Ji, having completely forgotten this fact, though not intentionally, had simply not considered the existence of films for quite some time. It has been many years since he last set foot in a theater. The soaring prices of popcorn and the declining quality of movies have utterly extinguished his desire to enter a cinema. It was only today, during a training session at the gym, that he overheard others praising Hathaway's beauty, which reminded him of the possibility of going to the movies. He then turned to Xiao Baozhu, who agreed to accompany him, and together they ventured hand in hand to watch Interstellar. Chen Ji was uncertain whether he had seen this film before. Perhaps he had watched a pirated version. Ultimately, the quality of the movie mattered little. What truly counted was Xiao Baozhu's joy. It was unclear whether it was the delectable cola and popcorn or the allure of the film itself that delighted her. Or perhaps it was simply the thrill of experiencing something new. After the film concluded, they sought a late-night snack. It was a rare delight to find a few shops open next to the cinema, though the options were limited. Xiao Baozhu was drawn to sushi, a delicacy she had never tried before, and she decided to give it a taste. Chen Ji initially assumed it was a Japanese establishment, but upon entering, the owner recognized them immediately. He rushed out wielding a knife, startling Chen Ji, who instinctively pulled Xiao Baozhu behind him. Xiao Bao. No way, it's Xiao Bao? And Xiao Baozhu. Incredible, Xiao Bao and Xiao Baozhu have come to our shop. The familiar accent, the recognizable complexion, the well-known hair color. He realized they were fellow townsfolk. Chen Ji breathed a sigh of relief. I apologize, I am just so overwhelmed. I have always longed to visit the Oracle Arena to witness you play, yet I find myself unable to escape from here. You surely have not encountered me before. My name is Huang Jizhong, but everyone calls me Lao Huang. A devoted fan of yours. Like a rapid-fire barrage, what a character I am. My friend, do restrain your excitement, and first prepare us some food. Chen Ji gestured for Lao Huang to set down the knife. The incessant jabbing was rather unsettling. I will attend to it right away. He disappeared into the kitchen, only to reappear halfway out, asking, could we take a photo together, Xiao Bao? Absolutely. Chen Ji nodded. It is always heartwarming when fellow countrymen meet. And while there were no tears streaming down their faces, this modest request was certainly reasonable. Chapter 66. Battling in the Paint. To be frank, Lao Huang's culinary skills are quite commendable. His family has come here from our homeland seeking fortune. However, such endeavors should not be taken lightly. They have made the difficult decision to leave their roots behind, primarily because they have relatives operating a branch here. Through our conversation, I discovered that nearly all the sushi establishments in this area are run by Chinese. One could argue that their offerings are far more authentic than those of the Japanese, which left Chen Ji both amused and bemused, yet he chose to believe it. After taking photos, obtaining autographs, and bidding farewell to Lao Huang, despite being berated by Smith, Chen Xiaobao recognized that he boasts 1 billion fans in this world, huh? Before long, the Nets arrived. Scanning the roster, I was pleased to see several familiar names. Among them was Darren Williams, the player renowned for his prowess in outmaneuvering Chris Paul, the league's premier point guard, during their encounters over the years. Once, there was the venerable Wolf King, the everlasting Celtic, Kevin Garnett, who, alongside Duncan and Nowitzki, shared the glory of the power forward position. In addition, there were others like Joe Johnson, DeAndre Jordan, and Bogdanovich. They appeared to be a formidable force, yet age has taken its toll, and injuries have plagued them, causing them to miss their prime. Today, standing opposite Chen Ji is Bogdanovich. It seems that regardless of the opponent, they do not regard Chen Ji as a point guard, assigning him the role of a forward instead. The Warriors have secured the first wave of offensive possession. Chen Ji brings the ball up the court. Curry and Thompson weave in and out, creating chaos in the Nets' defensive formation. Typically, at this juncture, Chen Ji would wait for either Curry or Thompson to shake off their defenders before stepping out to receive the ball for a shot. However, this time he does not. He takes a decisive step past Bogdanovich, elevating the ball as he encounters the help defense of Garnett. Unfazed, he executes a deceptive pass fake, drawing the defender away, and effortlessly lays the ball in. With Curry and Thompson drawing attention, opportunities abound, yet Chen Ji has shown a penchant for taking it easy. In the preceding games, he hardly initiated any aggressive drives. On the next possession, after passing the ball to Curry, he proactively positions himself in the paint. Curry attempts a shot but faces some interference, so he dishes it to Green at the free throw line. Green, in a fluid motion, passes it inside to Chen Ji. With a powerful maneuver, he displaces Bogdanovich out of bounds and rises to score. Garnett arrives to contest the shot, yet the aging Wolf King can no longer leap, and mere roars cannot intimidate Chen Ji. In this match, Chen Ji intends to test the limits of his own capabilities. His teammates also noticed his strong offensive desire today and actively collaborated with him. By halftime, he had achieved 20 points, 7 rebounds, and 2 assists. Chen Ji was quite satisfied. Smith's words were indeed accurate. His physique was well suited for playing inside. Simply orchestrating plays from the perimeter felt like a waste of his capabilities. However, as Chen Ji wiped the sweat from his brow, he pondered that perhaps even a seemingly underutilized role was not so bad. Engaging in battles inside meant confronting numerous opponents. And after just 2 quarters, his body was already bruised and battered. It was unclear whether he had been knocked by Garnett or collided with Lopez, but he descended the court grimacing. Although Chen Ji was not particularly afraid of pain, he questioned why he should engage in a physical struggle when victory could be achieved through simpler means. If Smith wanted to chatter, let him chatter. As the second half commenced, Chen Ji adopted a more elusive style. He rarely ventured into the paint, instead bringing the ball up and darting towards the corner to create space for Curry's drives. When his teammates surged towards the basket, he would reposition to the arc, ready to receive the ball. Coach Kerr observed Chen Ji's youth and fell into contemplation. He realized that this young man possessed the potential for interior scoring, but was reluctant to exploit it. Perhaps the Nets' inside offense was lacking. However, their defense was among the league's best. Under the careful guidance of the seasoned veteran, it began with Bogdanovich defending Chen Ji, but when that proved ineffective, they switched to Garnett. Eventually, even Lopez joined in on the double team. Not only did Coach Kerr not foresee this, but even Chen Ji himself was astonished by his own capabilities. This was his first match where he fully unleashed his potential, contending with Garnett and holding his ground against Lopez. As Green watched from the sidelines, he couldn't help but grimace. If anyone understood Chen Ji's strength, it was him. During team practices, teammates often suspected he was merely going through the motions. However, once Chen Xiaobao unleashed his full force, it was not a matter of whether he was holding back. It was truly impossible to restrain him. This lad possessed an extraordinary amount of power. Once he received the ball beneath the basket, technical skills were rendered unnecessary. All he needed to do was raise his elbows and leap, completing a slam dunk effortlessly. Yet, the Warriors failed to secure a win in the first half. Chen Ji was utterly frustrated as the team trailed by 3 points, an undeniably awkward predicament. It wasn't until the third quarter, when they shifted their focus away from the paint, that a sense of space emerged. Following a torrential downpour of 3-pointers, they dominated the quarter with a score of 34-19, effectively overwhelming the Nets. By the fourth quarter, Chen Ji had re-entered the game for a few minutes before its conclusion. His first half statistics were 20 points, 7 rebounds, and 2 assists. In the second half, he recorded 2 points and 1 rebound. Overall, he totaled 22 points, 8 rebounds, and 9 assists. To summarize, The first half was exhausting, with the scorer trailing behind, while the second half was a leisurely affair resulting in victory, such as life. Chen Ji was uncertain whether to feel elated or disheartened. One thing was clear: anyone who directed him to play in the paint would find themselves on the receiving end of his ire. Following the Nets, the Warriors faced the Eastern Conference's weaker team, the Hornets, led by Walker, the man notorious for his defeats against LeBron, having lost 29 consecutive times. The Warriors showed no mercy, swiftly taking control and ending the first half with a score of 46-67, plunging the game into garbage time. Chen Ji didn't step onto the court for even a minute in the second half. Coach Kerr had intended to give him a brief stint, as the game time was too limited for his statistics to look appealing. However, Chen Ji declined the opportunity. His objective transcends mere statistics, points scored or rebounds obtained. It is solely focused on the overarching goal of securing victories and reaching the finals. Following their match against the Hornets, the team flew directly to Los Angeles, where they would face the formidable Los Angeles Lakers. In their previous encounter, Kobe had suffered a setback at the Oracle Arena, and this time he was determined to retaliate. The team had prepared meticulously for this challenge. When confronting Kobe, Thompson would take the lead, while Chen Ji and Green would provide support from behind, ready to execute a three-pronged assault should he penetrate their defense. Yet, Kobe is an enigma, distinct from any other player. In a span of 31 minutes, he unleashed an astonishing 34 shots, resulting in 19 misses, and earned 16 free throws. A substantial portion of the Lakers' offensive strategy hinged solely on him, leaving Chen Ji utterly astonished. Had the game not descended into garbage time by the end of the third quarter, Kobe's shooting attempts could have easily surpassed 50. In stark contrast, Curry typically limits his attempts to under 20, while Chen Ji managed a mere 6 shots in this game. It felt as though they were engaging in entirely different forms of basketball. However, the Staples Center crowd conveyed a powerful message to Chen Ji. Regardless of their style of play, the MVP title would eternally belong to Kobe. Each time Kobe held the ball, the arena erupted with chants of MVP and Kobe, a fervor that persisted until his departure from the court. The overwhelming enthusiasm for a single player was truly awe-inspiring, igniting a sense of envy within Chen Ji. Yet, he recognized the futility of such feelings and chose to dismiss them. Instead, he hurried off to find Xiao Baozhu, driven by hunger and the need for her nourishment. Chapter 67. The late arrival of menstruation, a triumphant streak of 3 consecutive victories. After experiencing a brief fluctuation, the Warriors have once again found their rhythm, and the entire team is resolutely confident. Their resolve is to be more decisive in their three-point shooting. Once their minds are set, victory blossoms like a flower. In the ensuing month, they became an unstoppable force, overwhelming their opponents with ease, often finishing games by the third quarter. Consequently, the individual statistics of the players were not particularly impressive. Among the trio, Curry led with an average of 23.8 points per game, followed by Thompson with 21.7 points, and then Chen Ji with 10.1 points and 11.2 assists. In terms of average playing time, both Curry and Thompson logged around 31 minutes, while Chen Ji played slightly less at 29 minutes, reminiscent of his rookie season. As November transitioned into December, they continued their winning streak until they faced the Grizzlies. Victory was a mere footnote, while defeat was elaborately chronicled. The Grizzlies secured their place here by overcoming the Warriors, the formidable inside duo of Marc Gasol and Zach Randolph, complemented by the perimeter prowess of Mike Conley, Tony Allen, and Courtney Lee, ultimately kept the trio of Curry, Thompson, and Chen Ji on the court. In this matchup, Curry played for 38 minutes, Thompson for 40, and Chen Ji for 36, yet they succumbed to defeat. Their interior offense was stifled, and they struggled to find their rhythm from the outside. Curry shot a dismal 1 for 10, while Chen Ji was 0 for 4, relying solely on Thompson's 4 for 5 to contribute, which proved insufficient. Thus, their winning streak came to an end, providing a moment of respite. During the winning streak, it felt as if they were a taut bowstring, perpetually on edge, and Chen Ji had begun to sense the encroaching fatigue. As the season progressed, injuries and exhaustion became inevitable challenges. Recently, a remarkable milestone was achieved as Kobe officially ascended to the esteemed rank of the all-time leader in missed shots, becoming the player with the most missed field goals in league history. Prior to his retirement, he was among the select few capable of overshadowing LeBron in the realms of media and public opinion. Daily news concerning the Lakers and Kobe was ubiquitous. In contrast, the newly formed trio involving LeBron and the Cavaliers appears to be struggling at the outset of the season. After all, when star players congregate, basketball remains a singular pursuit, necessitating sacrifices from some. The notion of sacrifice is noble. However, greatness does not inherently follow from sacrifice alone. Everyone possesses insight. During his youthful fervor, Kyrie Irving was brimming with ambition, while Kevin Love was also at the height of his prowess. Even if one is LeBron, the king himself, it is unrealistic to expect others to willingly relinquish their share of the ball at the outset of their collaboration. This necessitates a series of defeats, leading to eventual compromises. Following an arduous beginning to the season, both Irving and Love came to the realization that they could not match LeBron's prowess, both on and off the court. Consequently, the inevitability of sacrifice became apparent. After more than a month of struggle, the Cavaliers have finally found their footing, beginning to exhibit the traits of a formidable team. As the season reaches its third mark, the two most formidable teams have emerged. While the Lakers may be generating excitement, they lack true competitive edge. The only two teams displaying genuine competitiveness are the Cavaliers and the Warriors. As for the defending champions, the Spurs, they have begun to show signs of age this season. The toll of consecutive finals appearances has depleted the stamina of their veteran players, and their performance has fluctuated, leaving them lingering in the lower tier of the standings. In contrast, the Thunder and the Rockets were initially expected to be two competitive teams. However, they have been plagued by injuries. The Thunder has devolved into a one-man team led by Westbrook, and the Rockets find themselves in a similar predicament. The discord between Harden and Howard, regardless of whether it stems from incompatible personalities or a reluctance to sacrifice, has become inconsequential. Howard's frequent absences due to injury have rendered his participation in games an elusive luxury. A similar fate befell Durant, whose grueling playoff battles, particularly last season against the Grizzlies, Clippers, and Spurs, have left him physically drained. During off-season training, he suffered an unfortunate fracture to his right toe, and he has only recently made his return. This has manifested in the Thunder's precarious position, teetering on the brink of playoff contention, with their postseason prospects this season remaining a significant uncertainty. Observing the current state of their rivals, Chen Ji finds himself quite pleased. His decision to join the Warriors appears to be the most judicious choice for his future. Yet, the public remains unaware. They harbor doubts about Curry and the Warriors, questioning not merely their ability to win without three-pointers, but also concerning Curry's history of injuries, including ankle surgery and significant setbacks. Such a fragile asset would certainly struggle in the fiercely competitive atmosphere of the playoffs. Nonetheless, this year, Curry has support. With the maturation of Thompson and Green, alongside the formidable presence of Bogut, Iguodala, and Barnes, and the unexpected addition of Chen Ji, the era belonging to Curry has finally arrived. This season, the Warriors have distinguished themselves with an impressive record. While Curry and Thompson have captivated countless fans with their visually stunning style of play. As Kobe ages, Durant faces persistent injuries, and LeBron's trio struggles to find their footing. Curry has propelled the Warriors forward with the swiftness of lightning. Greetings, I am Chun, also known as Xiao Bao. Initially, I wished to be called by my full name, Chen Ji, but in the end, Xiao Bao it is. Currently, I am recording a video to rally votes. The All-Star voting has commenced, so please cast your votes for me and my teammates. Smiles, poses playfully, feeling slightly embarrassed. This brings to mind last season's voting efforts with the Spurs, who were in a rather pitiable state, lacking even a single player averaging 20 points per game, from starters to bench. Moreover, Duncan's style of play lacked the flair to spark conversation, rendering my efforts in vain. However, this year is markedly different. With super sharpshooters like Curry and Thompson and the Warriors' thunderous offensive tactics, countless fans have been swept up in the excitement over the past 2 months. According to media feedback, it is undoubtedly certain that Curry and Thompson will secure their All-Star spots. The question remains whether they will be starters or reserves. As for me, Chen Ji, I sense a bit of danger. Thus, I decided to designate my position as power forward, opting not to compete with the guards. The backcourt is overflowing with stars, Curry and Thompson on my team, and the likes of Harden, Westbrook, Paul, and Lillard outside. Each one more formidable than the last. It is simply overwhelming. In contrast, the competition for the power forward position is considerably less intense. The only rivals are the seasoned Duncan, The venerable Nowitzki and Aldrich, backed by the league's top team, supported by 1.4 billion Chinese fans, and buoyed by the lingering glow of the finals MVP title. The likelihood of selection appears quite promising. However, prior to this, he encountered a troubling issue. Xiaobizu had not had her menstrual cycle for over a month. Feeling a sense of unease, Chen Ji purchased a pregnancy test, which revealed 2 lines. Is this a confirmation? Chapter 68. Preparing to become a father. Xiaobizu hugged her little clothes, exposing her small belly. Such a pose seemed somewhat unladylike, but within the confines of their home, it was of little consequence. She gently caressed her abdomen, gazing at Chen Ji. Chen Ji crouched down, pressing his ear against her belly, listening intently. All he could discern was the steady rhythm of her heartbeat, failing to detect anything else. The two exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of bewilderment. Let us head to the hospital. Ultimately, it was Chen Ji who regained his composure. Regardless of the outcome, it was imperative to ascertain the truth. Thus, he took Xiaobizu by the hand, and they proceeded to have blood drawn. Xiaobizu was terrified of needles, burying her face in Chen Ji's side, avoiding the sight entirely. When the results were finally revealed, she cautiously peeked over, and upon seeing Chen Ji nod, she instinctively touched her belly, even glancing down, as if questioning whether there had been a mistake. The doctor stated that it was only 2 weeks along, quite early, and that there would undoubtedly be no noticeable changes yet. Chen Ji expressed his gratitude to the doctor, who had not been scheduled for an appointment, but had come directly to the clinic. Thanks to his celebrity status, he managed to bypass the queue for the examination. Although he felt a tinge of guilt for this perceived unfairness, today, Chen Ji was too preoccupied to dwell on such matters. With the results in hand, the two returned home in a daze. Chen Ji suddenly felt an overwhelming desire to extricate his mother from her predicament. She had departed far too soon, and now, confronted with such an unexpected situation, she was utterly at a loss. Frantically, she scoured the internet for tutorials. Just as she was engrossed in watching The Little Treasure, Coach Kerr's call interrupted her. The first thing he said was, "The game has already started. Where are you?" This single statement left Chen Ji momentarily bewildered, and it dawned on him that there was indeed a match today. December 24th, the day before Christmas, with the opponent being the Lakers. However, Chen Ji was not in the mood to attend and hastily requested a leave of absence from Coach Kerr. This abrupt request caught Kerr off guard, especially since the game was on the verge of beginning and he had yet to see Chen Ji. A phone call for a leave of absence? It was infuriating. Yet, something felt amiss. Chen Ji was never one to act frivolously. He possessed the discipline and sense of responsibility typical of a Chinese individual. Since joining the team, he had always been diligent and dependable, never causing any issues. Could it be that his first misstep was a monumental one? Coach Kerr's hand trembled slightly, an inexplicable sense of unease washing over him. Is something wrong, little treasure? My wife is pregnant. Ah. The tremors in Coach Kerr's heart subsided instantaneously. It was not a reckless car accident, nor had he been apprehended for indulging in illicit substances, nor was he embroiled in a brawl at a nightclub. And with both Little Treasure and Little Treasure Pearl being inseparable, was it not only a matter of time? The scare had made him think the worst. Will 3 days off suffice? Although Christmas was imminent and the team was scheduled to participate in the Christmas showdown, Coach Kerr was well aware of the affection Little Treasure held for Little Treasure Pearl. The game was significant, but family was paramount. That will be sufficient, Coach. Chen Ji felt immensely grateful. After hanging up the phone, he diligently began to study the precautions for early pregnancy. In fact, while at the hospital, the doctor had provided a thorough explanation, but at that time, he was in a daze and absorbed little information. Fearing he might misremember, he took it upon himself to supplement his knowledge on pregnancy. Meanwhile, Xiao Baozhu also earnestly began her studies from scratch. Strictly speaking, she had cared for children before. However, Chen Ji was merely a child himself, and she had never looked after an infant, especially one still in the womb. During this holiday, apart from eating, walking, and sleeping, the two of them devoted their time to watching instructional videos. Within 3 days, they managed to grasp the various considerations a pregnant woman must be mindful of from conception to childbirth. Then Chen Ji returned to work. During his absence over the past few days, the Warriors surprisingly suffered 2 consecutive defeats, an outcome he had not anticipated. Normally, the Warrior system was well established, making it difficult to lose, regardless of his presence. Upon reviewing the news, He noted that the teams they had lost to included the Lakers without Kobe and the reliably strong Clippers. Losing to the Lakers seemed careless. Without Kobe, they appeared lackluster. Yet they were bested by a group of hungry role players who, lacking regular ball possession, seized their chance to shine. Such occurrences are not uncommon in the NBA. When faced with such a situation, one can only chalk it up to misfortune. Regarding the game against the Clippers, Chen Ji opted to watch the highlights. Featuring the familiar pick and roll between Paul and Griffin, coinciding with an unfortunate performance by Crawford, often referred to as sixth man due to his role as the core of the Clippers bench, a player who has won the Sixth Man of the Year award 3 times. He is a solitary player, often called upon when the Clippers struggle to find their rhythm. This time, his intervention proved successful. However, these factors do not constitute the primary reasons for the Warriors' defeat. The true culprit lies solely with Curry or Klay. Examining the statistics reveals Thompson's dismal 2-4-10 performance from beyond the arc, while Curry managed only 1-4-5. The two brothers, seemingly in harmony, matched in their shooting percentages. In his place, Barnes, who stepped in for Chen Ji, failed to seize the opportunity, particularly during the game against the Clippers. As the Clippers aggressively double-teamed Curry and Thompson, the chances fell to him, yet he could only muster a lackluster 5-4-13 shooting performance. Not only was his shooting percentage low, but his passing awareness was also lacking, prompting Chen Ji to shake his head. This was not a critique of Barnes, for he is a commendable player, yet his reserved nature hindered effective communication with his teammates. Additionally, his shooting confidence appeared insufficient. It seemed reminiscent of the Warriors' illustrious days on the grand stage of the finals, when he was left unguarded amidst the relentless pressure on Curry and Thompson, but he repeatedly squandered crucial shooting opportunities. Subsequently, he was traded away by the Warriors. Chen Ji returned, accepting the well wishes of his teammates, although smiling in defeat felt somewhat inappropriate, tinged with a sense of schadenfreude. Yet, he could not help it. Fortunately, Curry, being an experienced player, likely understood his sentiments. Otherwise, such a teammate could have driven him to despair. Following 2 consecutive losses, Coach Kerr reiterated the importance of defensive discipline and tactical approaches, casting glances toward Chen Ji with nearly every statement, acknowledging that the team's setbacks had their objective reasons. However, there exists a saying among fans, winning is not frightening. The absence of anyone is what causes embarrassment. Conversely, losing is not alarming. The absence of anyone marks their prominence. Precisely during the period when Chen Ji was absent from the games, the team found itself ensnared in a series of defeats, which underscores his significance to the squad. A team aspiring for championship glory would not endure 3 consecutive losses. This evening, you all know what must be done. Coach Kerr has demonstrated his stance. As the season has progressed to its midpoint, the team's condition is surprisingly better than anticipated. It is high time to rally behind the slogan of championship. Tonight's adversaries are the Timberwolves, a team brimming with talent. Chen Ji perused the roster, and indeed, many familiar names caught his eye. Levine, Wiggins, Bennett, Budinger, Muhammad, Young, Daniels, and Mo Williams. Levine is notably the man who later salvaged the dunk contest. As for Wiggins, this year's first overall pick was originally chosen by the Cavaliers. But with LeBron's return to Cleveland, the youth was deemed unnecessary. He came here alongside last year's first overall pick Bennett to facilitate Love's departure. Under normal circumstances, if this team played cohesively, they would possess a promising future. Yet, with an overabundance of talent, the ball becomes scarce. All are eager for their share. Who is willing to yield? Chapter 69, nothing more. And today, Chen Ji did not yield. When it was time to pass, he did not pass. When it was time to sprint to the corner, he did not run. He simply carried the ball, bouncing and leaping as he approached. Amidst the bewilderment of the home crowd and the awkward expressions of his teammates, he patted left, patted right, patted forward, and patted backward. Then, with a twist of his waist and a lift of his hand, he effortlessly pulled the ball through the hoop from beyond the arc. Coach Kerr clasped his head in disbelief. Why was he the first to seek out Chen Ji after the finals? It was because Chen Ji's astonishing performance of 12 out of 9 in a single quarter had left a profound impact on him. However, since that moment, he had not witnessed such prowess from Chen Ji again. He was uncertain whether it was merely a fleeting moment or a rare exhibition akin to McGrady's legendary 13 points in 35 seconds. Yet today, it seemed that this young man had suddenly awakened. From the first shot, Coach Kerr sensed something extraordinary. He could tell that Chen Ji was exuberant, but he struggled to comprehend the relationship between this joy and the utter disregard for convention. In the next possession, it was once again Chen Ji. This time, Green followed closely behind him, hesitating to voice his thoughts, caught in a cycle of uncertainty, ultimately left to watch as Chen Ji made another basket. Frankly, Green was no stranger to high-pressure situations. Since entering the league, he had trailed Curry, witnessing the latter's three-point shooting, which was akin to reckless abandon. However, today, the man ahead of him, Chen Ji, evoked a tremor in his very soul. This was not merely basketball. It was something beyond comprehension. He watched wide-eyed as Chen Ji smiled at him, then turned his back to the hoop and tossed the ball nonchalantly. It was a casual flick, as if tossing it to the heavens, never once glancing at the basket, all while maintaining that playful grin directed at him. In this moment, he thought, "Coach, you must take him out. I cannot withstand this any longer." Green glanced at Kerr, who stood on the sidelines, while Curry and Thompson exchanged bewildered looks, akin to two bewildered bystanders. This situation warrants celebration. After all, a teammate has scored. However, today, Chen Ji's performance resembles that of a haunted spirit, appearing exceedingly terrifying. Even more alarming are the Timberwolves players, Levine and Wiggins, who stand there in a daze, having forgotten even the most basic plays. If one instance can be deemed an anomaly and two a coincidence, what then can be said of three? As the next round commenced, Green passed the ball, and upon receiving it, Chen Ji spun and leapt, launching the ball from the backcourt baseline, an astounding 28 meters from the hoop. Green watched in disbelief as the basketball sailed through the air and swished through the net. He found himself at a loss for words to describe his current emotions. He had just executed a baseline throw-in, his feet yet to touch the court. He recalled the finals in June, where Chen Ji's shot, though utterly irrational, was still somewhat comprehensible. But now, one might wonder if they were witnessing a game of 2K, despite 10 players on the court. It felt as if only Chen Ji was truly engaged in the game. The Timberwolves appeared utterly disoriented, unsure whether to press on defense. Meanwhile, the Warriors, Green, Curry, and Thompson, exuded a sense of profound focus, even as their minds were blank. This situation transcended ordinary comprehension. Eventually, Timberwolves head coach Saunders called a timeout. This season, the Timberwolves had little ambition regarding their record. Their primary goal was to develop their young talents, particularly against a formidable opponent like the Warriors, the top team in the league thus far. Losing presented no shame, while winning would be a significant triumph. Although they initially harbored some hopes, encountering such an unexpected scenario compelled him to call a timeout prematurely. Even if the three-point shot is accurate, such a method of shooting seems questionable, does it not? Are the younger generations expected to throw from the sidelines directly? During the timeout, Coach Kerr appeared hesitant to speak. Although he is a fervent supporter of the three-point shot, Curry has been persistently testing the boundaries of this approach. As for Chen Ji, his shots have transcended the realm of three-pointers, verging on 4 or even 5-pointers. The only issue is that all these shots have found their mark. Moreover, it seems that Chen Ji is unfazed, as if such shots were destined to succeed. Is it possible for him to make even more? Perhaps it might be worth a try. However, the team has already suffered 2 consecutive defeats. Today's match is a must-win situation. Another loss would result in a 3-game losing streak. Yet, the desire to experiment lingers. Coach Kerr felt a stirring in his heart, but ultimately chose silence. Green, standing nearby, called out to the coach. Kerr turned around, merely shrugging his shoulders. As he too was uncertain of the current situation, he decided to observe further. If necessary, he could always bench Chen Ji. Upon returning from the timeout, the Timberwolves assigned the newly crowned number 1 pick, Wiggins, to guard Chen Ji from the backcourt. His task seemed to be shadowing Chen Ji throughout the game, especially during the Warriors' offensive plays. Chen Ji, in a state of exuberance, appeared to relish this moment for an unusually long time, opting to forego 3-point attempts and instead engaging in playful antics. The basketball danced in his hands like a dark little sprite, swirling around him in a mesmerizing manner. Wiggins, as the top pick of a draft year, naturally possessed exceptional talent, yet he found himself unable to even touch the ball. The two became entangled as they advanced to the front court. Observing the situation, Levine quickly made the decision to double-team Thompson. However, it seems to have been counterproductive. Whenever Chen Ji encounters a crowd, he appears to become even more exhilarated. With a remarkable display of agility, he executed a one-handed, one-footed reverse spin, effortlessly bypassing two opponents. Subsequently, he carelessly tossed the ball towards the hoop, and with a few swift strides, he soared past Bogut to deliver a thunderous dunk. Indeed, it was unfortunate for Bogut. Mistaking Chen Ji's throw as a pass intended for him, he turned his back to secure the rebound, only to be met with a forceful entry from Chen Ji, akin to a mountain collapsing upon him. Bogut, clutching his head, retreated in disarray. When he glanced back at Chen Ji, anger surged within him, yet fear held him back. This young man had become the coach's prized asset, the engine of the team, and the third key player. With the finals MVP accolade to his name, Chen Ji's status even eclipsed Bogut's, who was also relying on him for assists. What could one do when being dunked on by a teammate? Simply applaud. A splendid play. It was a beautiful display. He could not rush over and hang on to Chen Ji like Curry would. All he could do was clap from the sidelines. The game lasted for 36 minutes, as the Timberwolves had crumbled early. The entirety of the fourth quarter saw the bench players fiercely competing on the court. Though their plays lacked strategy, each player was genuinely giving their all, for earning playing time was no small feat. When the final whistle blew, the score settled at 97-122, marking a resounding victory for the Warriors over the Timberwolves by 25 points. This triumph not only ended the team's two-game losing streak, but also solidified their position at the top of the league. In this match, Curry scored 18 points and Thompson 15, both of their statistics reflecting a decline, as Chen Ji had refrained from passing the ball today. Once the basketball found its way into his hands, it seemed an abyss from which no one could retrieve it. Moreover, his performance was peculiarly enigmatic. It seems to have entered a state of self-forgetfulness, a realm of basketball incomprehensible to the average person. Coach Kerr, after all, is more indulgent than Coach Popovich, allowing Chen Ji to play for 18 minutes. In return, Chen Ji delivered an impressive performance, 36 points, 6 rebounds, and 0 assists. This scoring feat not only set a new personal career high for Chen Ji, but also marked the first time he recorded 0 assists. However, as he left the court, Chen Ji appeared utterly untroubled, as if he had merely enjoyed a brief moment of exuberance, playing spontaneously for a while. He is both Chen Ji and the obedient Little Bao. Occasionally, when joy overtakes him, he transforms into Little Bao, playing with a carefree spirit, nothing more. Chapter 70. The regret of 73 wins and 9 losses? On his way home, Chen Ji pondered a singular question. Indeed, Little Bao's joyful basketball is unrestrained and immensely enjoyable, flowing seamlessly on the court. Although scoring 36 points in a half may not rival that of the elite scorers, it is undoubtedly sufficient. Yet, he has grown accustomed to the Spurs' style. Playing recklessly is not an option. However, one cannot blame the Spurs. Fundamentally, it is Chen Ji's excessive caution and adherence to a conventional path that are at fault. Whether with the Spurs or the current Warriors, both are champions of the season. Their systems are commendable, and there is no need to force Little Bao into their mold, as his style of play exists outside any established framework. It is uniquely his own, a solitary form of basketball. His shooting method is unpredictable, his range is unrestrained, and the timing of his shots is erratic, entirely eschewing the notion of passing. It is simply a solo endeavor, where once the ball is in his hands, it remains there, impervious to the touch of teammates or opponents alike. In earlier years, it was often said that Kobe played in a rather unique manner. In comparison, he seemed somewhat insufficient. To facilitate Little Treasure's passing, there existed but one possibility: placing a Small Treasure on the court. Upon recalling the Small Treasure, Chen Ji found himself propelled into action, his heart racing with anticipation. Ever since it was confirmed that the Small Treasure was expecting, it was clear that he would not be able to attend the game for quite some time. He could only hasten home after the match concluded. As he approached his abode, he spotted the Small Treasure sitting beneath the porch light, seemingly counting the ants at the entrance. Little Treasure, she pouted, a hint of grievance in her expression, having not seen Chen Ji for half a day. I'm back, Chen Ji replied, lifting her up. Whereas he once could place her on his back, such a feat was no longer feasible. He held her securely in his arms, finding a comfortable position. Little Treasure clung tightly, unwilling to let go. Upon entering the house, he gently placed her in her cozy bed. Did you behave and eat your dinner tonight? Yes. Did you drink your folic acid? I did. From now on, you mustn't wait for me, nor stay up so late. Do you understand? I understand. Close your eyes. I can't sleep. Then I'll tell you a story. All right. I am a little goblin, carefree and untroubled. Once little treasure drifted into slumber. Chen Ji peeled 2 bananas, taking a bite from each. Since little treasure was prohibited from entering the kitchen, late-night snacks became his sole responsibility. After hastily consuming them, he extinguished the light and cautiously lay down beside her. Life returned to its tranquil rhythm, everything unfolding as it should. It is rather unusual that the Warriors seem to be consistently winning, particularly as the All-Star voting draws to a close. In a match against the Kings, Thompson suddenly found his rhythm. Initially, Chen Ji did not perceive anything amiss. Seeing him shoot with precision, he kept passing him the ball, until his hand felt numb from the incessant assists. Yet Thompson continued to score effortlessly. When the timeout concluded, Chen Ji was astounded to discover that Thompson had achieved an unprecedented 13 for 13 in a single quarter, amassing a staggering 37 points. Could this truly be happening? Chen Ji always believed that the Splash God would one day attain such a record, but he never anticipated that he would play a part in it. This is undoubtedly the highest single-quarter scoring record in NBA history, one that is likely to remain unmatched. In contrast, some records are relatively easier to surpass. For instance, the Bulls' remarkable regular season record of 72 wins and 10 losses is expected to be eclipsed by the Warriors next season, achieving a fitting 73 wins and 9 losses. The only lamentable aspect is that the Warriors, having secured the best regular season record, found themselves absent from the finals. Without a championship, everything feels hollow. This not only leaves a sense of regret, but also solidifies LeBron James's formidable reputation. Chen Ji is dissatisfied with this future. It is not that he begrudges LeBron's championship. Given LeBron's prowess and team-building skills, a title was merely a matter of time. The crux of the issue lies in the Warriors' record-setting 73 wins without a championship, which is inherently disappointing. If given the chance, Chen Ji reflected on the team's performance thus far, 47 wins and 5 losses, a record that is, without a doubt, commendable. With 30 matches remaining, should they lose merely 4, it is entirely plausible to surpass the best regular season record in NBA history ahead of schedule. Once this notion arises, it becomes somewhat uncontrollable. Chen, though he scarcely recalls the Warriors' win tally for the current season, feels assured that his presence has undoubtedly altered certain dynamics. Why not elevate the team's performance, provided that the championship title remains unchallenged? If they were to achieve a remarkable 73 victories this season, simultaneously shattering the historical regular season record while clinching the championship, would that not be the epitome of perfection? Once this idea takes root, it becomes increasingly irresistible. Moreover, he is not the sole individual to recognize this aspiration. Prior to the commencement of All-Star Weekend, specialized media outlets enthusiastically reported on the matter, proclaiming that with a record of 47 wins and 5 losses before the All-Star game, the Warriors are poised to eclipse the NBA's all-time best regular season record. Michael Jordan trembles as the Bulls' long-standing record faces imminent obliteration. After being enshrined for 18 years, the future is to be crafted by the Warriors. Various captivating headlines, each more alluring than the last, herald the 2014 to 2015 season as a soaring chapter for the Warriors. Chen's arrival has further elevated this ascent. During the team meeting prior to the All-Star Weekend, the typically reticent Chen remarkably took the initiative to voice his thoughts. "Shall we aim for the best regular season record together?" After uttering these words, he surveyed Coach Kerr, then glanced at Curry and Thompson, followed by Green, Bogut, and Iguodala. Silence enveloped the room as the remarkable 72 victories and 10 defeats in the regular season were accomplished under the leadership of Michael Jordan and the Chicago Bulls. The pursuit of breaking this record felt more daunting than winning a championship. Coach Kerr clapped his hands, prompting everyone to listen attentively. He expressed a desire to hear the thoughts of the team. Prior to the season's commencement, Coach Kerr likely never entertained the notion of such an achievement. Even as the season unfolded with a series of victories, he was hesitant to allow himself to dream too grandly. For the record established by the Bulls remained one of the most formidable in league history. Despite the external chatter, shattering this record was far from a mere verbal endeavor. Typically, when a team enjoys a significant lead in their standings, it is prudent to rest key players to prevent injuries and prepare for the playoffs. However, attempting to surpass the regular season record necessitates maintaining a relentless intensity throughout the entire season. Should any key players sustain injuries during this period, the endeavor could prove futile. This was not a decision for Coach Kerr alone. nor could it be dictated by a single voice. It was a collective responsibility of the entire team. Only with a unified mindset could they hope to achieve this goal. I would like to add that during a moment of hesitation among the team, Chen Ji raised his hand once more, asserting that this is indeed their best opportunity, whether it be for the best regular season record in history or for the championship itself. Should they let this chance slip away, it would be challenging to encounter such an opportunity again in the future. This was Chen Ji's assessment based on future prospects. This season, the Warriors, due to a significant evolution in their playing style, caught the entire league somewhat off guard. Moreover, there exists a degree of disdain, implying a sense of superiority. After all, the belief that a championship cannot be secured solely through three-point shooting is deeply entrenched. In addition, there are opportune moments for seizing the championship. In LeBron James' first year back with the Cavaliers, both Kyrie Irving and Kevin Love were still inexperienced playoff rookies, and the Eastern Conference lacked any genuine competitiveness. On the Western Front, following the Spurs' championship victory, they appeared to have relaxed somewhat. Historically, they have never secured back-to-back titles. Additionally, the Rockets and Thunder were plagued by injuries, leaving only the Clippers in a state of fluctuation. If this year were to be missed, even with Kevin Durant later joining the Warriors to form an invincible super team, the chance for dual triumphs would forever elude them. I stand in support of Little Bao's opinion. Curry raised his hand. I feel the same, Thompson declared, lifting his hand as well. Count me in, Green added, joining the unanimous show of hands. After everyone had voted, Coach Kerr ultimately reached a decisive conclusion. I concur. Thus, the matter was settled. Not only did everyone desire the championship, but they also aspired to break the record for the most wins in a regular season. Although such a decision may seem overly ambitious, the composed demeanor of Chen Ji led everyone to believe that this goal was indeed attainable. Championship. 73 wins. Chen Ji proclaimed at the doorway, exchanging high-fives with Curry, Thompson, and every departing teammate, culminating in a final high-five with Coach Kerr. Enjoy the All-Star Weekend. This year, the Warriors reaped abundant rewards, garnering significant admiration from fans and media alike for their exhilarating style of play. The All-Star roster had already been finalized. Not only have Curry and Thompson secured their positions in the Western Conference starting lineup, but Chen Ji has also managed to claim a spot as a starter. Additionally, Coach Kerr has earned the distinguished honor of leading the Western All-Stars, a remarkable achievement in his inaugural season as an NBA coach. This season's All-Star Game is hosted at Madison Square Garden in New York. Chen Ji brought along Little Pearl for the occasion. After a cautious start, both have grown bolder. And despite Little Pearl being just over 2 months old, there has been little change in her appearance, indicating that it is still quite early. In stark contrast to the previous All-Star appearance where he was overlooked, Chen Ji has garnered significant attention this time. One of the most notable changes is that LeBron James approached him to greet him, even whispering a few encouraging words, akin to "You guys are fantastic," followed by a hearty embrace. Initially, Chen Ji had merely intended to enjoy the experience. However, upon realizing that Coach Kerr is at the helm and that his teammates Curry and Thompson are in the starting lineup, an immature thought crossed his mind. Why not aim for the All-Star MVP? It could be worth a shot. The All-Star Game is about to commence. The Western Conference starting lineup features Curry, Thompson, Harden, Chen Ji, and Marc Gasol. The Western Conference bench includes Paul, Durant, Westbrook, Aldridge, Duncan, Lillard, and Cousins. The Eastern Conference starting lineup consists of Lowry, Wall, James, Anthony, and Pau Gasol. The Eastern Conference bench features Irving, Butler, Horford, Millsap, Teague, Bosh, and Korver. From the roster, it appears that this year's All-Star Game lacks some star power. On the Western side, due to injuries, notable players such as Kobe, Griffin, and Howard were notably absent. In the Eastern Conference, Wade and George withdrew due to their respective injuries. The selection of Lowry for the starting lineup was likely influenced by the votes he received from Justin Bieber. Other players like Horford, Millsap, Teague, and Korver, who are all team-oriented athletes, were chosen based on the Hawks' impressive standing as the top team in the East. Notably, Korver's selection is particularly intriguing. He was selected as a designated substitute solely due to Wade's injury. The drama surrounding his All-Star selection is reminiscent of last season's situation with Chen Ji, where his selection was purely a result of the Hawks' leading record, despite his average individual statistics. Although seemingly unrelated to Chen Ji, Korver ultimately succeeded him. becoming one of the least deserving All-Stars in history, a development that took Chen Ji by surprise. Last season, Chen Ji faced a considerable amount of ridicule for being dubbed the least deserving All-Star, a title he had not anticipated would be contested. He exchanged greetings with Duncan, who, after clinching another championship, further solidified his status as the greatest power forward in NBA history. Meanwhile, Irving also approached to say hello. This season, the Cavaliers trio remains formidable, with LeBron continuing to be the player we know, while Irving transitioned from an all-star starter to a bench role, and we need not mention Love, who has seen a significant decline in his statistics, falling from an all-star starter to a non-all-star player. One wonders if he regrets his decision to join the Cavaliers. Only he knows the answer. The All-Star game has commenced. Before the game commenced, Chen Ji made a special trip to the sidelines, affectionately planting a kiss on the cheek of the little darling, Baoju. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and the camera caught the moment, leaving her unable to escape the spotlight, effectively experiencing a social faux pas in real time. Chen Ji burst into laughter as he took to the court. As he passed by Curry, he leaned in and whispered, "Steven, I want the MVP. Pass me the ball." Curry paused for a moment, then nodded vigorously. As the leading vote-getter for this All-Star game and the starting point guard for the Western Conference, Curry would undoubtedly have numerous opportunities to distribute the ball. However, Chen Ji felt it prudent to also remind Thompson, who promptly acknowledged his awareness. The honor of being named the All-Star MVP can be somewhat superficial, heavily reliant on chance. After all, it is merely a single game, dependent on one's audacity to seize the moment in front of a global audience. A circle formed around the court, with Pau Gasol and Marc Gasol positioned at the center for the jump ball. These two brothers, both proud Spaniards, were a testament to familial and national honor. Marc was the first to touch the ball, and it was swiftly intercepted by Harden, who executed a crossover dribble and made a decisive move. Just as Chen Ji prepared to grab the rebound, he looked up to see the ball swish through the net. One might wonder if Harden would claim the MVP title this year, though the true recipient remains a blur in his memory. In reality, the genuine MVP of this All-Star game was the bench player, Russell Westbrook, who had yet to step onto the court. This season, due to injuries, both Westbrook and Durant had been relegated to the bench, currently seated together off the court. As Chen Ji retreated, he kept pace with his teammates, facing off against Anthony today. In contrast to their encounters during last season's regular games, when Anthony seemed almost driven to eliminate him, the Anthony at the All-Star game epitomized the moniker Sweet Melon, exuding a relaxed demeanor and a gentle smile throughout. Broadly speaking, Anthony's illustrious career has already been well established, having garnered all the accolades available to him. Consequently, his competitive spirit has diminished significantly. The All-Star event has become merely a leisurely affair for him, unlike Chen Ji, whose eyes darted eagerly after the basketball, appearing as if he wished to seize every opportunity that came his way. Observing the spirited youth before him, Anthony felt a twinge of regret for his own advancing age. He too once fervently chased after honor and dreams, yet lamentably, he missed numerous opportunities along the way. In stark contrast, this young man has already amassed a plethora of accolades at such a tender age, truly enviable. Chapter 72. This MVP is also coveted by LeBron. Chen Ji finally seized the ball. Instantly, he surged forward like a motor revving up, propelling himself with fervor. Anthony, in front, made a half-hearted attempt to reach out. A mere gesture, before allowing him to pass. Along the way, James also put on a show of pretense. As for Lowry, he simply sidestepped out of the way. Chen Ji, now in full stride, appeared unstoppable. As he approached the free throw line, he leapt into the air. Curry, trailing behind, suddenly recalled that this was not the regular season. This young man had no intention of passing. He was genuinely aiming for the MVP. Poor Steven, he surely remained oblivious. Chen Ji sought not only to claim today's All-Star MVP, but also had his sights set on the Finals MVP. To be candid, awarding the Finals MVP of the 2014 to 2015 season to Iguodala was quite unreasonable, irrespective of the statistics or the impact on the team. It is always Curry who emerges victorious. Numerous conspiracy theories abound, yet the precise reasons remain elusive, even to Chen Ji. However, it is indeed a fact that Curry finds it exceedingly difficult to secure the Finals MVP award. Boom. Chen Ji successfully executes a dunk from just inside the free throw line. He seldom performs dunks, but during the All-Star game, it matters little. as the defense is lax, offering ample opportunity without the fear of injury. Chen Ji feels somewhat fragmented. Perhaps he does not place great importance on statistics. In his second professional season, both his scoring and rebounding figures have not only stagnated, but have actually declined. Yet, he harbors an inexplicable yearning for trophies and rings. Once he senses a chance, he is instantly invigorated, akin to a shot of adrenaline. This leaves Curry and Thompson momentarily astonished. They have played alongside Chen Ji for 5 months, from 2014 to 2015, and have seldom witnessed him dunking. Today, they finally realize just how high this young man can leap. It is a rare occasion to engage in what could be mistaken for a casual game. No, rather, an exhibition match, where Chen Ji feels liberated. He fully unleashes his physical prowess, executing a series of aggressive drives and powerful attacks. Not only Curry and Thompson, but also other star players on the court and Coach Kerr at the sidelines are left bewildered. They had categorized Chen Ji as merely a tall shooter, perhaps with a touch of playmaking ability. Yet suddenly, this towering shooter transforms into a whirlwind of energy. It feels as though he has entered a dunk contest, neglecting his three-point shooting to instead drive relentlessly to the basket. Each penetration culminates in a thunderous dunk, first a tomahawk slam, then a windmill dunk, and finally, during a 360-degree spin dunk, it appears he has lost control, spinning out of alignment. Yet, relying on his long arms, he swiftly turned and slammed the ball into the hoop. Such intensity, it left the domestic fans watching the All-Star game in utter disbelief. I recall when Yao Ming participated in the All-Star, he was more of a mascot, merely strolling about and taking a couple of shots before departing. I initially thought Chen Ji would be similar, considering that last year he merely took 2 shots before exiting. I assumed he lacked the ability to jump. Have you forgotten how he once dunked over McGrady? Goodness, I truly did forget. Indeed, this fellow, Xiao Bao, hardly ever jumps during games. Who remembers he was once an aerial acrobat? Fans were fervently typing away. Meanwhile, Chen Ji seemed to be losing control. If only the regular season could match this intensity of play, everyone would engage in mutual displays of skill. 1 dunk, 1 shot, no defense, just pure enjoyment. The true MVP emerged. Westbrook replaced Curry on the court. Chen Ji was also due to exit, but he exchanged a glance with Coach Kerr. The coach instantly understood. This kid, if he desires to continue, then let him. The starting 5 were gradually substituted, leaving only Chen Ji on the court, making thunderous plays. The newly entered Westbrook's eyes blazed with intensity. However, Chen Ji remained oblivious, as he neither passed the ball to Westbrook nor received it from him. Both were determined to attack the opponent's basket. In terms of explosiveness and fervor, Westbrook was certainly not inferior to anyone, and he had come to the game with a chip on his shoulder. This season, due to Durant's prolonged absence, Westbrook has shouldered the offensive burden of the team almost single-handedly, averaging an impressive 28.1 points per game, leading the league in scoring. Such a performance should have secured him a starting position in the All-Star game, yet it did not come to fruition. The formidable record of the Warriors, coupled with the extraordinary performances of Curry and Thompson, overshadowed him during the voting process. With 3 backcourt slots available, one was inevitably claimed by Harden, whose average points ranked second in the league. Initially ranked below Westbrook, the Rockets, under Harden's leadership, soared to second place in the Western Conference, further diminishing Westbrook's chances based on team performance. This left Westbrook feeling deeply aggrieved. Being the league's scoring champion, yet failing to secure a starting spot in the All-Star game, was a bitter pill to swallow. As he took to the court as a substitute, Westbrook had intended to seize the opportunity to vie for the MVP title. However, on the floor was another player, shamelessly intent on amassing numbers to claim the MVP for himself. It appeared that Westbrook's efforts would be in vain. His heart brimmed with indignation. Must you steal this as well? You have already claimed the finals MVP. Do you truly covet an All-Star MVP as well? Have you no sense of pride? While Chen, undoubtedly, valued his reputation, he understood that honor is not simply given, but rather seized. He had come to terms with this reality. After all, his collection included only a Rookie of the Year trophy and a Finals MVP, leaving him with a sense of emptiness. Adding an All-Star MVP trophy to his accolades would certainly be a splendid enhancement. The gleaming trophy, when displayed alongside the others, would catch the light beautifully, and a photograph could be taken to commemorate the moment. How delightful that would be. Thus, he intensified his efforts on the court. Initially, There seemed to be no suspense in the match, especially considering Chen Ji's ample assistance and Coach Kerr's strategic time management. On the court, Curry and Thompson were also present to retrieve the ball. The Western Conference appeared devoid of any threats. However, as the game progressed, it became evident that the Eastern Conference was closing the gap. LeBron James was performing admirably today, seemingly on the verge of a triple-double. Should the East emerge victorious, the MVP title would undoubtedly belong to him. The score stood at 150 to 153, with only 2 minutes remaining and the West leading by a mere 3 points. A single three-pointer could change everything. Upon seeing LeBron advance with the ball, Chen Ji immediately stepped up. If LeBron aspired to the MVP, he could no longer afford to hold back, particularly on the defensive end. Chen Ji's determined stance signaled to everyone that the playful phase of the game was over. It was time to showcase genuine skill. LeBron gestured for everyone to clear out, indicating his intention to go solo. As he faced Chen Ji directly, a surge of inexplicable emotion washed over him. The memory of a 4-0 sweep in the finals had struck a deep chord within him, with the person responsible standing right before him. The 20-year-old finals MVP. The thought tugged at LeBron's heartstrings. In his early days with the Cleveland Cavaliers, he had been in a small market with lackluster teammates. Not only had he never reached the finals, but he had also struggled to even make the playoffs. How different it was for this young man across the court, who had seemingly enjoyed a charmed entry into the league, riding on the coattails of the legendary Spurs. How fortunate he was. Perhaps this year, they would meet again? This thought briefly crossed LeBron's mind, but he quickly steadied himself. The playoffs were still a ways off. For now, he needed to focus on completing the All-Star game. In Chapter 73 of this MVP, even a man in his 30s desires it. Chen Ji took a moment to glance behind him. On either side stood Harden and Thompson, while Curry observed from a nearby spot. Beneath the basket loomed the robust figure of Pau Gasol. Observing Gasol's solid physique, Chen Ji felt a flicker of hope. It is often said that LeBron's skills are lacking. When facing him one-on-one at the top of the arc, if there is no assistance, one can only succumb to his relentless drive. Chen Ji bent his knees, spread his arms wide, and fixed his gaze upon LeBron as he dribbled. Last season with the Spurs, it was Kawhi who took on this role. In their third one-on-one encounter, Kawhi, with the help of his teammates, managed to outmaneuver the veteran. Had it not been for Chen Ji, the finals MVP would have surely been Kawhi's. However, this year, he had not even made it to the All-Star game, rendering him unable to lend his strength. If Chen Ji aspired to clinch the All-Star MVP, he would have to rely solely on his own prowess. LeBron advanced swiftly. With a sudden burst, he passed the ball. Chen Ji, momentarily stunned, almost believed LeBron intended to overpower him. To his surprise, it was merely a pass. The recipient was Lowry, the once subordinate of the Rockets, now a diligent professional basketball player. In that instant, it seemed Lowry was equally taken aback, yet the ball was in his hands. Time was running out. He had to act. He faced Curry, prepared to shoot, only to realize mid-jump that Curry had obscured his line of sight. This shot would not succeed. In midair, he pivoted, and the basketball rocketed back. LeBron had the ball. No, he did not have it. As the red light signaled imminent expiration, a touch would result in a turnover. After 12 arduous years on the professional court, the seasoned veteran possessed an astute understanding of the nuances of the game. When he refrained from making a move, it was merely a sign of Lowry's blunder. Just before the lights illuminated and the whistle blew, Chen Ji unexpectedly reached for the ball. What professional player would let an opportunity slip by when the ball comes their way? Since LeBron had no interest in it, Chen Ji seized the moment. The instant he grasped the ball, regardless of whether the referees would blow their whistles, he sprinted forward without hesitation. The lights flickered on almost simultaneously with his touch on the ball, leaving the referees in a quandary. The game pressed on. LeBron, seeking to converse with the officials, soon found Chen Ji dashing past him. With the referees resolutely choosing not to call a foul, LeBron had no choice but to pursue. Meanwhile, Lowry, fully aware of his misdeeds, was already waiting in Chen Ji's path. He was indeed a commendable player, particularly noted for his defensive prowess and discipline. Utilizing his experience and formidable physique, he managed to slow Chen Ji's pace. LeBron had returned to defense, and as the game reached a critical juncture, while he might consider passing, his defensive stance remained unyielding. Chen Ji was reluctant to confront LeBron directly, as it seemed a futile endeavor. He couldn't push him around, and penetrating the defense would likely lead to rejection. Nevertheless, basketball is a team sport, and if LeBron could pass, so too could Chen Ji. He took a step back to create space, feigning a drive while discreetly signaling a two with his fingers. Curry and Thompson, recognizing the cue, acted without hesitation. Suddenly, they darted towards the basket, colliding with their respective defenders mid-course. Amidst the ensuing chaos, they each veered in opposite directions, creating an instant opportunity. Stephen. The ball followed Curry with precision. As James abruptly turned his head, he caught sight of Stephen Curry releasing the ball. The basketball traced a perfect arc, seamlessly finding its way through the net, which danced and swayed in response. The score now stood at 150-156, with a sudden 6-point lead established. What a game this was indeed. Chen Ji, relishing the moment, cast a sidelong glance at James, his expression unmistakably conveying a message. Look, everyone is passing. What about your passes? What about mine? James's face darkened with displeasure. This impudent lad was exceedingly brazen. However, time was of the essence. And this was not the moment for a contest of wills. Lowry initiated an inbound pass, and James seized the ball, accelerating forward while shouldering past Chen Ji with determined strides into the front court. Chen Ji, realizing he had been a bit too audacious, understood there was little he could do now. His sole glimmer of hope lay in the capabilities of Marc Gasol down low. As Chen Ji directed James toward the basket, Gasol, a worthy candidate for Defensive Player of the Year, intuitively positioned himself to assist. Then, calamity struck. James was no longer the aging veteran of yore. Once he was ignited, he surged forward with an unstoppable force, crashing through defenses. With a resounding thud, Chen Ji was brushed aside by James's arm, unable to reach the ball, while Gasol found himself in a dire predicament due to his rearward positioning. It was entirely his brother Pau's fault for holding onto the opponent, effectively placing Marc in a perilous situation. Off the court, they were brothers. On the court, they were adversaries. The referee, eager to join the fray, whistled, calling a foul on Chen Ji for a hit. As James took flight, Chen Ji, in close proximity, may have inadvertently made contact. There was nothing to be said. He steadied himself to witness James at the free throw line. In critical moments, James's free throws had often exhibited a lack of consistency, which piqued Chen Ji's anticipation. However, with a swish, even if it wavers, there remains a solid 60 to 70% accuracy, merely amplified by his immense fame. The score stands at 153 to 156, granting a slender 3-point lead, with merely 1 minute remaining in the match. Chen Ji, from the baseline, passes to Curry, who brings the ball forward and returns it to him. LeBron steps closer, closely guarding Chen Ji. Once more, Chen Ji raises 2 fingers, and LeBron feels a darkness envelop him, as an unsettling sense of injustice surges within. Though today is the All-Star game, there exists a distinction between All-Stars. On the Western side, Chen Ji's teammates include Curry, Thompson, Harden, Durant, and Westbrook. In contrast, his Eastern allies comprise Lowry, Wall, Teague, Millsap, and Horford. The only one of any real utility, that rebellious younger brother Irving, remains seated on the sidelines, not yet the deity he is destined to become. The comparison is infuriating. Curry and Thompson weave around Gasol, while the unfortunate Lowry and Wall, despite possessing speed and strength, simply cannot keep up. The off-ball movement of Curry cannot be matched by a single defender. It requires at least 2, if not 3. LeBron watches helplessly as Curry finds an open space, and Chen Ji effortlessly delivers the pass. And then, there is nothing more to follow. Such an open opportunity leaves no room for a sequel. Frustrated, LeBron turns away. It is worth mentioning that shortly after the conclusion of the finals in June, Warriors general manager Myers had a special conversation with his agent, Rich Paul. But that was the extent of it. This is a customary practice for every general manager during the offseason, checking in for any potential opportunities. Who knows? There might be a hidden gem. Indeed, this is how Chen Ji found himself struck. Now reflecting upon it, James is filled with a myriad of emotions. Initially, he dismissed the call from the Warriors as one of the countless insignificant ones he received. Despite Curry's remarkable shooting skills, his frail disposition was equally pronounced, as he had never completed a full season in his early career and had endured significant injuries and surgeries. Comparatively, as a fellow All-Star, Irving appeared far more dependable than Curry. Not only was his skill set comprehensive, but his mature demeanor suggested he was capable of handling substantial responsibilities. Who would have imagined that this young lad would seize such an opportunity? His fortune truly is remarkable. In Chapter 74, the All-Star MVP award secured. As anticipated, the final score was 156 to 163. During the All-Star game of the 2014 to 2015 season, Chen Ji earned the All-Star MVP title with an impressive tally of 42 points, 9 rebounds, and 8 assists, establishing himself as the standout player on the All-Star stage. Regrettably, the 42 points do not contribute to his regular season statistics. Otherwise, it would have significantly elevated his career high. Clutching the All-Star MVP trophy, Chen Ji's smile was so broad it seemed it might split his face. Although this accolade may seem somewhat trivial, as it is merely awarded during an exhibition game, it remains an officially recognized trophy. For an ordinary player, even making it to the All-Star game does not guarantee such an honor. Who could have foreseen that last season he was merely a substitute, standing on the sidelines like a mere footnote, and this season he was basking in glory? The dramatic highs and lows of life are indeed exhilarating. After spending another day in New York, initially intended to be 2, the lack of entertainment outside rendered the extension unnecessary. It would be better to stay at home and indulge in video games. Thus, Chen Ji held little Baoju with one hand and the trophy with the other as he made his way back. Following the All-Star weekend, there were nearly 3 to 4 days of respite. Recently, little Baoju had become enamored with Happy Match, occasionally engaging in QQ Do Di Zhu or QQ Dance. Chen Ji, on the other hand, had downloaded Honor of Kings but found the experience rather disappointing due to the high latency from abroad, which he could hardly tolerate. Consequently, he abandoned it, opting instead to set up his computer for League of Legends and World of Warcraft. Yet, after 2 days, he lost interest. He was no longer the youthful boy he once was. The allure of gaming had completely faded. He decided to venture outside to practice basketball. When fatigued, he would lie beside little Baoju, listening to her sing while picking lice from her hair. Meanwhile, he casually browsed the news, noting that following the All-Star game, the trade deadline was approaching. The Warriors remained largely inactive, as their performance had been commendable, eliminating any necessity for changes. Interestingly, the Boston Celtics had acquired Isaiah Thomas from the Suns, a player touted as the strongest 5 feet 9 inches in history, who seemed to have flourished in Boston. The Timberwolves welcomed back the veteran Kevin Garnett, seemingly to mentor the plethora of young talent within the team. The Philadelphia 76ers managed to acquire JaVale McGee, but sent Michael Carter-Williams to the Bucks. This young man, who had contended with Chen Ji for the Rookie of the Year title last season, was now wandering without a team. The Miami Heat secured Goran Dragic from the Suns, a successor to Nash, yet he appeared unable to rise to the role of team leader. The various transactions, both significant and trivial, have remained relatively unchanged compared to last year. Not a single major player has made any moves. Following the All-Star game, the Warriors faced a formidable challenge as the reigning champions, the Spurs, returned to the fray. The starting lineup for the Spurs this season includes Baines, Parker, Green, Leonard, and Duncan. In contrast to the previous season, they have substituted Chen Ji for Baines. Their overall record is decent, not particularly poor. Yet the Western Conference as a whole seems to be in a state of frenzy this year. The Clippers, bolstered by Paul, have maintained a consistently stable performance. Although the Rockets are left with only Harden, he demonstrates an extraordinary ability to elevate any 5 teammates he is paired with. On the Grizzlies front, with Marc Gasol's maturation, their defense has grown increasingly formidable. Meanwhile, the Trailblazers, despite their relatively lackluster record, managed to secure a higher ranking than the Spurs due to their unique standing in the Northwest Division. Compared to last season's vigorous advancement during the regular season, the Spurs appear somewhat hesitant this year. This may be attributed to Duncan and Jin Billy aging another year, alongside Parker's declining athletic performance. They urgently need to support Leonard's development. Chen Ji approached Leonard for an embrace, playfully tousling Green's hair in the process. Green, in pursuit of Chen, has transformed into an All-Star MVP in just 6 months. While this accolade may not seem particularly prestigious, it is noteworthy that without sufficient stature and support, such an achievement would remain elusive. Amidst the competition and commotion, the game must still be approached with utmost seriousness. Chen Ji, the two-faced player, just moments ago was laughing and joking with his former teammates, but when he turns his attention to the game, he is ruthless. His defender is Kawhi Leonard. Engaging with Kawhi is no simple task. One cannot play normally against him, for normal tactics simply fail. Even LeBron James struggles in his presence. However, Chen Ji possesses a particular strategy tailored to counter Kawhi, incessantly drawing fouls. Kawhi is a man of integrity, at least for now. Who could have foreseen how he would evolve over the next decade? It seems he has long forgotten Chen Ji's signature moves. From the outset, he falls into the trap. As soon as they draw close, Chen Ji rises, palms cupped around the ball, and brushes against him. My apologies, it's a foul. The referee obligingly blows the whistle. Kawhi, stunned, stares blankly. The art of drawing fouls is one he has often encountered, yet it remains a skill he cannot master. If the opponent were James Harden, Chen Ji would certainly not resort to such tactics. One free throw made, then another, and yet another. He begins with a powerful strike, relentlessly pursuing Kawhi for fouls throughout the game, to the point where Kawhi dares not raise his hands. Even Danny Green's assistance proves futile. By the end of the first quarter, Curry and Thompson have scarcely touched the ball. Fortunately, in the second quarter, Chen Ji alters his approach. Tired of drawing fouls, he positions himself at the arc to orchestrate the play. This shift leaves the Spurs, who had just begun to adjust to Chen Ji's style, bewildered once more. Meanwhile, Curry and Thompson are already on the move. It feels akin to having Harden alongside the Splash Brothers. Chen Ji's ability to draw fouls appears even more outrageous than Harden's. This iteration of the Warriors is truly formidable. A single quarter of the game can still be salvaged. However, falling behind by 2 quarters leads to inevitable defeat. And after 3 quarters, the outcome is all but sealed. The Spurs managed to offer a modicum of resistance only during the first quarter. Despite Chen Ji's rather unpleasant foul, the rhythm was in sync, allowing the Spurs to regain some momentum on the offensive end. Once Curry and Thompson found their stride, Chen Ji's game began to flow as well. This tempo is one that the entire league struggles to adapt to, and it is particularly challenging for the aging legs of the Spurs. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the score stood at 68-89, with the visiting team in the lead and the home team trailing, a clear indication of the mismatch. The defensive system that the Spurs take pride in was rendered utterly ineffective against the Warriors. After the game, Coach Popovich, with a knowing glance, patted Chen Ji on the shoulder and inquired, "Where will you be next season?" Chen Ji was taken aback, a silly grin spreading across his face as he pondered how to respond. Yet his silence spoke volumes. Popovich chuckled softly, gave him a playful pat on the backside, and walked away. He recalled the initial wager made with Chen Ji, the subtle confidence that had left a lasting impression on him, coupled with the Warriors' formidable resurgence this season. Popovich, being astute, sensed a different kind of potential in this young man, an extraordinary insight into the game, the league, and the pursuit of a championship. Perhaps he is the key. Regrettably, the initial contract granted him only a year. If only they had signed him for 4 years from the start. Yet, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. Chapter 75. A trial by fire following a comfortable victory over the Spurs. The question of whether the Warriors can surpass the remarkable regular season record established by the Bulls has been brought to the forefront. During the post-game press conference, a reporter directly inquired, "Have you discussed this topic in the locker room? Do you aspire to break this long-standing record this season? Do you wish to make history? Do you believe it is achievable?" Such inquiries came in rapid succession, yet the response remained singular. Who knows? Ultimately, they steadfastly refrained from engaging, not due to a lack of courage, but rather a fear of stirring the past. Just look at LeBron's plight. In his youth, he exhibited a lack of restraint, often speaking impulsively in moments of joy. Consequently, he faced numerous instances of being proven wrong. Statements such as, "I never flop. I don't even know how to flop. I will bring a championship to Cleveland and won't leave until I do. I aim to secure not just 1, 2, or 3, but 7 or 8 championships for the Heat. To honor Jordan, the league should retire all number 23 jerseys, starting with mine. I don't care about any records." The list goes on. If one is not exceptional, not renowned, and faces a mundane future, then any comment may seem inconsequential. However, Chen Ji is acutely aware of his ascent. Merely holding the title of the youngest finals MVP in history is enough to sustain him for a lifetime. This season, he has joined the Warriors in dominating the league, leaving opponents trembling in their wake, his fame soaring ever higher. There is already a subtle trend of standing shoulder to shoulder with James. To say this may indeed sound boastful. It merely reflects an adeptness in timing and an over-reliance on authority, a term that, though regrettably applicable to oneself, is particularly vivid. If he dares to vie for the All-Star MVP, what else could he possibly shy away from? Yet, there is indeed something. Little Pearl is currently directing Chen Ji to wash the delicate inner garments. Initially, such tasks were beneath Chen Ji, but as the weather turns cooler, the young ladies must resort to hand-washing their intimates. With Little Pearl unable to manage this herself, the responsibility naturally falls upon Chen Ji. He squats in the restroom, first soaking them in warm water, then applying soap, followed by a thorough hand wash, rinsing them no less than 3 times. 1 rinse, 2 rinses, 3 rinses. He unconsciously takes a whiff. The scent is quite pleasant, albeit somewhat peculiar. Little Pearl makes a shy expression behind him. Chen Ji coughs, perhaps out of concern for cleanliness. Generally, a man requires but a single towel for a shower and a washing machine for laundry, whether it be underwear, socks, or trousers, all handled in one go. However, as Little Pearl is a girl, such casualness is not permissible. Chen Ji's imposing figure squats in the restroom, chuckling to himself as he ensures everything is cleaned properly, then lays them out to dry in the sun. Soon, he will don them again, those white mid-calf cotton socks adorned with lace. Little Pearl seems to sense his thoughts, turning her head away with a huff. This is her way of expressing disapproval. Yet, Chen Ji merely leans closer, brushing against her twice, prompting her to relent. Her cheeks flushed as she urges him to move away. Then she revealed her 2 dainty feet, slipping one into a shoe on the left and the other on the right, while Chen Ji, eager to assist, was summarily dismissed. What a villain! Who could possibly endure this? In his private life, Chen Ji had acquired a plethora of strategies, and on the court, he was equally formidable. In pursuit of the monumental objective of 73 wins and 9 losses, indeed, it was an ambitious goal. Even though he was acutely aware of the future and well-versed in history, the opportunity to shatter this record might only arise once. This was in stark contrast to the 3 modest goals he had set at the beginning of the season: to be selected for the All-Star game once more, to clinch the championship again, and to seize the FMVP title again. Achieving a regular season record of 73 wins and 9 losses would prove far more challenging. Nevertheless, regardless of the odds, one must still endeavor to try. On February 23rd, the Warriors faced the Pacers on their home turf, a match imbued with significance. As Curry had sprained his ankle prior to the game, the absence of Curry seemed to ignite an explosive momentum in the opposing team. With news reverberating around the globe about the Warriors' quest for a record, no team wished to serve as a mere footnote in the annals of greatness. Such a fate was undoubtedly unpleasant. The Pacers of today were not the same as those of the previous season. Their core player, Paul George, had suffered a catastrophic leg injury during the offseason while training with the Dream Team. Yes, it was quite literal, a 90-degree fracture, with bones protruding at the seam. A truly harrowing sight. This season, the Pacers were certainly at a disadvantage. Yet, it was precisely this beleaguered team that posed considerable challenges for the Warriors. There was a fellow named Stuckey, who Chen Ji genuinely had no recollection of. Yet today, he delivered a profound lesson to them. In the first quarter, despite the Warriors enjoying a substantial lead, the individual ascended, unleashing a barrage of relentless strikes, entirely devoid of reason. Every extraordinary shot found its mark, rendering double-teaming futile. During the rotation phase of the second quarter, they executed a stunning 15-2 counterattack against the Warriors, swiftly turning the tide of the game. Coach Kerr, exhibiting remarkable restraint, only opted to substitute Chen Ji once the score had flipped. Feeling increasingly constrained, Chen Ji abandoned his cautious approach, forcefully engaging with Hill of the Pacers. Regardless of the opponent's tactics, his singular focus was on Hill, passing when double-teamed and relentlessly attacking when left unguarded. At that moment, Hill was far from the man who would later be seen as easy prey, yet in the face of Chen Ji's formidable physical prowess, he seemed equally vulnerable. This encounter marked the first instance where Hill was targeted as a point of attack, his visage marred by an expression of defeat. Throughout the match, Chen Ji experienced the duality of responsibility akin to that of LeBron James, embodying both paternal and maternal roles. Upon exiting the game, his jersey was drenched in perspiration. Meanwhile, the Pacers found themselves in a state of dismay, having long suffered in the Eastern Conference against James. Now, upon venturing into the West, they encountered Chen Ji. Although he had gained notoriety, few regarded him as more than a mere specter, an opportunist or thief. Yet they were unprepared for the audacity with which he broke through defenses. While lacking LeBron's overpowering presence, he exhibited a different kind of shamelessness. Once the intensity ramped up, he would unashamedly draw fouls. Reminiscent of James Harden, an entity to be approached with utmost caution. In this match, Chen Ji delivered an extraordinary performance, achieving 27 points with 5 out of 9 field goals, including 2 out of 5 three-pointers, and converting 15 out of 18 free throws. Additionally, he contributed 12 assists and 6 rebounds, showcasing statistics reminiscent of the Rockets' glory days. However, post-match, he faced criticism, primarily due to the perceived ugliness of his playing style. Since seizing the All-Star MVP title, Chen Ji has felt an intensified wave of backlash, as if he had inadvertently offended multiple fan bases. Chapter 76. The treatment of a national treasure. If the finals MVP plays in such a manner, what beauty remains in basketball? This was a lengthy headline posted by ESPN columnist Brian on Twitter, accompanied by an image capturing Chen Ji's controversial foul-inducing maneuver. The comments section, however, revealed a different sentiment, with remarks like, "In competitive sports, winning is paramount. Artistic gymnastics and synchronized swimming are indeed beautiful, yet you don't watch them daily." It seemed envy was at play. Initially feeling somewhat guilty, Chen Ji found an inexplicable sense of camaraderie upon reading these comments, and a glance at the usernames brought him amusement. It is said that LeBron's favored media figures dominate the league, never losing in media voting. Yet, Chen Ji now possesses an aura of invincibility. Any media personnel daring to criticize him would find themselves rebuked by the fans. As for internet speed, Chen Ji's confidence is well-founded. The number of signal towers in China surpasses those abroad, and the collective strength of the numerous individuals adept at circumventing restrictions is formidable. Articles extolling his prowess, affectionately dubbed Chen Xiaobao, receive abundant likes and support. Those articles that tarnish his reputation are not mere reports or complaints. No one should dare to cast aspersions on him. He enjoys a status akin to a national treasure. Initially, Chen Ji was unaware of this reality, but recently even Smith has begun to tread carefully in his words. ESPN has resorted to speaking in veiled terms. It was then that Chen Ji realized his legion of supporters had already formed spontaneously, without any need for organization. In China, children, whether born or nurtured, are typically well-disciplined and possess a strong sense of loyalty. Regardless of who criticizes him, his supporters will retaliate in kind. Chen Ji even noticed that little Baozhu was covertly liking posts, showing appreciation for every fan who rallied in his favor. On February 25th, against the Wizards, the Warriors faced a formidable challenge. This season's Wizards are not to be underestimated. Their star player, Wall, is a starting backcourt player for the Eastern Conference All-Stars this season. However, the standout performer today was not Wall, but rather the indomitable Paul Pierce. This man, who has survived 13 stab wounds, imparted yet another lesson to Chen Ji in this match. Like an elusive eel, he evaded capture, leaving Chen Ji to struggle against his prowess. When confronted by a young player of Chen Ji's stature, the veteran does not feign inactivity. Instead, he approaches with a deliberate, unhurried manner, positioning himself near the waist. With his back to the basket, he executes his moves with apparent ease, yet every motion is purposeful, causing Chen Ji to lose his balance. Relying solely on his height, he could barely manage to keep up. However, Pierce today transformed into a flamboyant player, executing a series of half-turns and leaning back to score with precision. You cannot get too close, as any attempt to reach and results in a foul. The old trickster's ability to draw fouls, while not as overt as Harden's, utilizes the subtle deceptions characteristic of seasoned athletes. Chen Ji remained grounded, yet still accrued 5 fouls. Since Pierce's style relies on staying grounded, he adeptly manipulates the defender's center of gravity, leaning into them to elicit a foul. This constitutes a clear violation of the cylinder rule against defensive players, leaving Chen Ji speechless. After 30 minutes of play, Pierce shot 7 out of 11 and added 9 free throws, amassing 25 points over Chen Ji. Poor Chen Ji was on the verge of being overwhelmed. Though age has tempered the truth, his prowess endures. The reason he could still appreciate his opponent after being outmatched is that his team emerged victorious. After a few days of rest, Curry returned rejuvenated, delivering a stellar performance with 32 points on 18 attempts, rescuing the team from despair. While Chen Ji struggled defensively against Pierce, he stealthily dished out 13 assists. Despite being 38 years old and defensively resembling a mere post, he relied heavily on his teammates for support. Each time, Chen Ji would drive to the basket, drawing the Wizards' double team before either passing to Curry or feeding the ball inside, timing his plays impeccably. He returned home with a sense of triumph. Recently, his partner has been plagued by severe morning sickness, often unable to sleep through the night. Chen Ji had always thought that pregnancy and childbirth were merely a 10-month affair, fleeting in the blink of an eye. Now he realizes the reality. The act of giving birth is far from a mere statement. It is a protracted and profoundly patient endeavor. Observing little Pearl's discomfort, Chen Ji can only pretend to be unaffected each day, yet his eyes betray his true feelings. Little Pearl consistently cradles his head in her embrace. Every woman faces challenges when bringing forth life, yet inevitably, she encounters a man who makes her willingly embrace this journey. Let us compete. I shall nurture our child with utmost care. Little Pearl gently patted her burgeoning belly, which had begun to take shape. Through Aisha, the wife of Curry, Little Pearl secured the assistance of a Filipino maid. Whenever Chen Ji is away, the maid comes to help, departing only upon his return. Today's match bears particular significance, as the opponent is the Cavaliers. This marks the second encounter between the two teams this season, the first being a decisive defeat for the Cavaliers at the Warriors' home court, ending at 94-112. Today represents the final clash of the season between these two teams, carrying strategic importance. Numerous media outlets have even proclaimed this as a preview of the finals, though it may be premature to speak of such matters. However, post-All-Star, each team's playing style has crystallized, and it is time to showcase true skill. This is a contest where neither side wishes to taste defeat, yet inevitably, one team must succumb to loss. Regrettably, today it is the Warriors who falter. While fully aware of LeBron's formidable prowess, indeed, he is exceedingly exceptional when he becomes incensed. LeBron is truly a force to be reckoned with. Under the relentless assault of Chen Ji, Green, and Iguodala, he delivered a remarkable performance with 42 points, 11 rebounds, and 5 assists, maintaining an unyielding grip on the Warriors. This match left Chen Ji speechless. The defeat today can be attributed to two primary reasons. Firstly, LeBron James showcased his extraordinary prowess. Secondly, the Warriors were simply off their mark. Curry managed only 5 out of 17 attempts, and Thompson converted just 5 of 13, a rare occurrence for the duo. This was further compounded by the Cavaliers' alteration in defensive strategy, shifting from a passive approach to a more aggressive man-to-man defense. No matter where Curry ventured, there was always an opponent poised to challenge him. Finding a truly open shot was nearly impossible. As for Chen Ji, he endeavored to embrace a more liberated style of basketball, but quickly retreated after an ill-fated long-range three-pointer sailed into the stands. Resigned, he attempted to draw fouls. Yet the referees were disinclined to oblige. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, he decided to cease his efforts. His stat line of 16 points, 5 rebounds, and 9 assists could hardly be deemed subpar, yet it proved insufficient to secure a victory for his team, which is indeed unfortunate. Chapter 77. Creating history just recently. It was yet another day of accolades for LeBron James. Upon returning from Cleveland, the team appeared somewhat dejected. However, there is no need for words, as failure is merely a temporary setback, while victory is an inevitable companion. Following a crushing defeat at the hands of the Cavaliers, they swiftly took out their frustrations on the Nets and the Celtics, subsequently overpowering the Bucks and the Mavericks. As April dawned, the team's record stood at an impressive 70 wins against 6 losses, leaving them just 2 victories shy of the best regular season record. As history's finest moment looms ever closer, it seems the hearts of many are stirred with anticipation. On April 5th, against the Spurs, the team faltered significantly, suffering a resounding defeat despite their collective struggles in shooting. Just after succumbing to the Spurs, they found themselves at the mercy of the Pelicans, where Anthony Davis, like a god of war, wreaked havoc within the Warriors' paint. However, such circumstances do not serve as justifications for the loss. The sole reason for defeat has always been the sudden decline in shooting accuracy. This was particularly evident with Thompson, whose dismal performance of 2 for 10, scoring a mere 7 points, starkly contradicted his storied persona as Splash Brother. With a record of 70 wins and 8 losses, the threat of further defeats loomed dangerously over the historical record. The Trailblazers came bearing warmth, yet each time Lillard faced Curry, he was almost always subdued. Today was no exception, as Curry once again overshadowed him. After 2 consecutive losses, Curry transformed into the phenomenal player we know, unleashing a barrage of shots with a stunning tally of 45 points on 23 attempts, including 8 out of 13 from beyond the arc. With sheer determination, he pinned the Blazers against the wall, bringing the record to an impressive 71 wins and 8 losses. Next up, the Timberwolves await, a team that they frequently encounter each season within the Western Conference. While the Blazers may lose gracefully, they do so standing tall. In contrast, the Timberwolves, faced with the record-setting Warriors, exhibited a lack of ambition, opting to disengage. Their approach seemed to be one of indifference. If they could compete, they would, and if not, they would simply lie down. As a result, they were thoroughly overwhelmed by Chen Ji, who revels in matches devoid of resistance, finishing with a remarkable stat line of 20 points, 3 rebounds, and 15 assists, reminiscent of Paul's performance against Wiggins. With a record of 72 wins and 8 losses, the prospect of breaking the record appears almost certain as the regular season draws to a close with merely 2 games remaining. Let us examine who the final 2 adversaries are. On April 14th, they face the Grizzlies, followed by the Nuggets on April 16th. If they secure victory in even one of these matches, the historic milestone of 73 wins in a season shall be achieved. The Oracle Arena on April 14th will witness the presence of a small gem, merely 4 months old, seated at the sidelines, clad in loose attire, joining in the excitement. The season's most significant spectacle is no longer the return of the Cleveland prodigy, but rather the unparalleled regular season performance of the Warriors. No one anticipated that a team, which struggled in the lower tier last season, could transform so dramatically simply by changing coaches and adding a small talent, resulting in an extraordinary surge in their record. The act of shattering the regular season record lies entrenched within the seemingly unbreakable annals of league history, often cited and boasted about by the media. So, could today be the day? Chen Ji feels it might be. His anticipation is palpable. The Warriors' starting lineup includes Curry, Thompson, Chen Ji, Green, and Bogut. The Grizzlies counter with Marc Gasol, Randolph, Jeff Green, Courtney Lee, and Bino. Their external core, the often underestimated player Conley, is sidelined due to injury. Bino, a mere ordinary former Spurs player, steps in as his replacement. It is often said that Spurs products are of exceptional quality, yet Bino does not fit this mold. The match commences. Bogut leaps high, though it is merely a tiptoe. However, he faces Marc Gasol, who is equally grounded. Both of these imposing figures rely solely on their height and weight to assert dominance. Even a jump ball is merely an extension of their arms. Bogut is the first to make contact with the ball. Chen Ji took a step forward, seizing the basketball before Jeff Green could react. Almost as soon as he gained control, the ball was launched toward the 45-degree three-point line, an area devoid of defenders. Yet, as the ball approached, a figure emerged, Stephen Curry, who sprinted to intercept it. With a quick hop, he released the shot just before the defensive players could close in. Would it find its mark? Chen Ji paid no heed, as he was already charging toward the basket, preparing for the ensuing clash. In this match, technicalities were set aside. It was all about relentless initiative. He reached the rim, and swish. The ball found nothing but net, igniting a fervor within the Oracle Arena. Undoubtedly, as long as Curry was on target, no defense would suffice. Chen Ji offered a thumbs up. It was merely a three-pointer, yet it solidified his resolve. Curry reciprocated with a thumbs up, gritting his teeth and leaping back as they transitioned to defense. Without hesitation, Chen Ji applied pressure on Benoit in the frontcourt. An unusual tactic for him, thus catching Benoit off guard. Panicking, Benoit clutched the ball, searching for assistance from his teammates. Marc Gasol was nearby, but as soon as the ball was exposed, Chen Ji intervened, redirecting its trajectory. This was a golden opportunity. Chen Ji, disregarding fatigue, dove to the floor with a thud, managing to reach the basketball just before Gasol could. As he prepared to secure it, a flicker of yellow caught his eye. With a swift motion, he nudged the ball away. Who was there? Peering over, he saw Curry. What a chance. Curry scooped up the ball from the ground, releasing it before Gasol could close in. Chen Julien scrambled to his feet, not out of disbelief in Curry's shooting prowess, but rather a fervent desire to win. Regardless of whether the ball would find the net, securing the rebound was paramount. With unwavering determination, he charged towards the basket. Today, however, Curry was in his element. And with a swish, the ball sailed through the hoop. Chen clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Well done. This is how the game should be played." Curry approached him for an exuberant embrace, while Green sprinted from afar to unleash a cacophony of encouragement into Chen's ear. Was this fellow intentionally loud? Chen rubbed his ear. The arena was already deafening, and now he could hear nothing at all. The Grizzlies prepared for an inbounds pass, and the game resumed. With momentum on their side, the Warriors initiated an aggressive full-court press. Chen clung to Bino, while Green closely shadowed Marc Gasol. Curry and Thompson tightly guarded Jeff Green at midcourt, preventing the ball from advancing past the half-court line. Randolph returned to provide support. As Marc Gasol realized they were approaching the 8-second violation, he opted for a long pass. The basketball soared across the midcourt. Just as Randolph was about to receive the ball, Bogut surged from behind and swatted it away. Curry, ahead of everyone, seized the ball and glanced down to find Chun beneath the basket. How had he managed to slip past unnoticed? Without hesitation, Curry leaped and lofted the ball high into the air. Following its arc, everyone turned to see Chen awaiting the pass, with Bello scrambling to cover him. Yet, it was too late. Without a backward glance at Bello, Chen soared into the air, executing a powerful two-handed dunk with ease. Chapter 78, Celebrating at Halftime. The score was 8-0. Everyone witnessed the unwavering determination of the Warriors. Securing this match and establishing the best historical record hinged on this moment. The Grizzlies called for a timeout. Regardless of the strategies devised by the Grizzlies, Coach Kerr incessantly urged his team to keep moving and not to wait for the ball. Upon resuming play, the Grizzlies executed a baseline throw-in. The Warriors maintained their full-court press, a tactic scarcely utilized in previous games. Chen Ji and Thompson collaborated with Green to form a three-pronged blockade against the ball handler and the receiver. The Grizzlies struggled to cross half-court. The basketball found its way to the side, reaching the formidable Randolph. Charging against Bogut was ill-advised. Randolph, not in his prime anymore, might overpower typical centers with his weight and strength, but he could not budge Bogut, who possessed both height and heft. Curry provided a slight distraction from the side. Randolph's post-up was a ruse. The genuine threat lay within, as Marc Gasol, utilizing a teammate's screen, darted towards the basket. Green found himself entangled and could not keep pace, frantically shouting in desperation. Chen Ji heard and saw the predicament, promptly abandoning Jeff Green, as the league had quite a few players named Green. This particular Jeff Green was nicknamed brother-in-law. Individuals with nicknames often possessed noteworthy skills, and Chen Ji recognized this player as proficiency in three-point shooting. Meanwhile, Marc Gasol was adept at passing. Once given the opportunity, he could easily capitalize. However, Gasol was headed straight for the basket. Substitution. Chen Ji bellowed for his teammates to cover his position before charging towards Gasol. Speed was not Gasol's forte. He gathered the ball, scanning for opportunities among his teammates. But none appeared promising. He was left with no choice but to take it upon himself. In a moment of decisive action, Chen Ji leapt high, as if his fingertips grazed the rim. Beneath the basket, a chaotic tussle ensued, with Chen Ji clutching onto the smaller Gasol as if he were a precious gem, refusing to let go. Amidst the turmoil, the agile Curry seized the basketball and dashed forward. The Memphis Grizzlies' speed had always been their Achilles heel. As long as they could sprint, opportunities would arise. Chen Ji, relying on his quickness, matched Curry's pace with determined strides. Curry found himself momentarily ensnared by Courtney Lee, and the opportunity appeared less than promising. Chen Ji's voice grew hoarse from shouting amidst the electrifying atmosphere, where frenzied fans surrounded him. The Oracle Arena had never experienced such fervor as it did on this day. Not only the players, but also the fans were eagerly anticipating this record-setting moment. Chen Ji surged towards the basket, his arms raised high. Curry tossed the ball upwards, and Chen Ji seized it. With one hand bearing down on Jeff Green, he lifted the basketball triumphantly and went for the dunk. Bam! Jeff Green found himself on the receiving end of an emphatic posterization, a role reversal from his usual dominance. The Warriors were now an unstoppable force. 10-0. In the next play, Chen Ji brought the ball up, feigning a pass. Seizing the moment when Jeff Green was distracted, he executed a swift breakthrough. Drawing in Gasol's defensive attention, he passed the ball to Draymond Green, who executed a bounce pass to Bogut. Bogut effortlessly scored with a layup. In the subsequent play, Draymond Green set a screen for Chen Ji, effectively placing Gasol directly in Chen Ji's path. Chen Ji drove to the right with confidence, leveraging his footwork to penetrate the defense. The Grizzlies instinctively tightened their defensive formation, leaving Curry open on the perimeter. Chen Ji, amidst the crowd, swiftly passed the ball out. Curry caught it, and as Courtney Lee rushed over, he sent the ball to Thompson. After passing, Curry didn't look back. Thompson received the ball, finding himself in an open corner. Swish. He scored just before Bino could close in. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at 21-36, with the Grizzlies leading by 15 points. Given that the opponent was the Grizzlies, whose offensive efficiency and scoring ability were rather mediocre, this game felt securely in hand. Yet, until the referee's final whistle, any narrative could unfold. Chen Ji was determined not to be embarrassed. After sitting out for 2 minutes in the second quarter, he returned to the court alongside Thompson. Chen Ji brought the ball past half court, immediately signaling for a pick from Thompson. As Thompson rolled outside, Chen Ji pressed forward, effectively trapping 2 Grizzlies players. What about the ball? The Grizzlies defenders, Carter and Adams, momentarily stunned, quickly regained their senses. Just as they attempted to advance, Thompson had already taken a shot. In the midst of Chen Ji's drive, he moved forward while casually tossing the ball backward. Thompson, ready, caught it and released it instantly. Carter found himself ensnared, unable to make a move. Chen Ji recognized Carter. He was indeed the legendary Vince Carter, renowned for his extraordinary in-game dunks throughout league history. Surprised to see this veteran still active in the league, Chen Ji reflected on how Tracy McGrady had retired 2 years prior, and he had assumed Carter had also hung up his sneakers. It is indeed regrettable that Tracy McGrady was not selected for the NBA's 75 greatest players. Nor was Vince Carter. Many later fans feel that these two brothers lack sufficient accolades. McGrady's situation speaks for itself, but Carter's plight is equally disheartening. Neither has secured a championship or an MVP award, and their statistical performances do not quite measure up to the explosive displays of players like James Harden and Russell Westbrook. To the casual observer, their achievements might appear rather ordinary. However, the reason the 4 great shooting guards are celebrated as such is abundantly clear. And Vince Carter's remarkable and visually stunning in-game dunks certainly contributed to his acclaim. From 2000 to 2004, he was crowned the All-Star voting leader for 4 consecutive seasons, his momentum rivaling that of Kobe Bryant. Upon seeing Carter, Chen Ji was suddenly reminded of a once popular singer named Xiao Gang, also known as Zhou Chuanxiu. Both enjoyed great fame during a particular period, yet, after a decade or two, have faded from public recognition. Nonetheless, that once popular singer still has a chance for revival, whereas the player faces a far more challenging fate. Regrettably, today's Carter is destined to become a footnote in the Warriors' journey towards greatness. His pace can no longer keep up with Chen Ji and Thompson. In a mere 4 minutes, Chen Ji, in tandem with Thompson, orchestrated a 15-6 run. Following Curry's unsettling precision in the first quarter, Thompson further intensified the game in the second quarter. The sharpshooter, in perfect rhythm, resembled a relentless shooting machine, each release consistent and unaffected by defenders. All Chen Ji needed to do was continually find him, pass the ball, and listen intently to the sound of the basketball swishing through the net. In the second quarter, a significant lead emerged, with a score of 32-20, and by halftime, the Warriors had established an impressive 27-point advantage. It seemed rather premature to pop the champagne. Nevertheless, the fans were already brimming with excitement. Whether present at the arena or watching from their screens, everyone understood that a record was within reach today. As anticipated, when the final whistle blew, all the Warriors players gathered in a jubilant huddle. Colorful streamers cascaded from above, while the crowd sang in celebration of this monumental victory. The Warriors achieved an extraordinary record of 73 wins and 8 losses, surpassing the Bulls' previous best of 72 wins and 10 losses in the regular season. For Chen Ji, this accomplishment held a unique significance, as he had brought the Warriors' record-breaking achievement forward by an entire year. Chapter 79, Season 74 wins and 8 losses. What was meant to transpire next year had been forcefully ushered into this year by Chen Ji. While pondering whether this would alter the future, the league office unexpectedly summoned him for a drug test, implying suspicions of substance abuse. Chen Ji was bewildered yet complied, knowing such a request was non-negotiable. Refusal could lead to suspension, and it carried an air of guilt. However, With a clear conscience, he felt untroubled. After all, it was merely a matter of providing a urine sample. The outcome of the examination was, of course, negative. As a Chinese individual, he had always maintained a resolute stance against vice. Chen Ji remained unfazed, for he had witnessed the Warriors' 73-win record in a previous life. It was simply a rerun. Nothing of great consequence. At this moment in Golden State, it was not merely the spectators whose excitement was palpable. Nearly the entire world of media had converged upon this locale. Championships are won each year, yet league records are a rare spectacle. Reflecting back, the Chicago Bulls achieved their remarkable 72 wins and 10 losses in 1996, and it has now been 19 years since that historic feat. A journalist inquired how Michael Jordan perceived this situation. Jordan responded, "Records are meant to be broken," and graciously extended his congratulations to the Warriors, expressing his anticipation for their performance in the playoffs. Indeed, the playoffs. Upon reading this news, Chen Ji, without hesitation, instructed Xiao Baozhu to retrieve the finals MVP trophy. After polishing it to a shine, he cradled the trophy and made his way to the training facility. When the others witnessed him arrive with the trophy in hand, they found it somewhat peculiar, as if lamenting the absence of an award ceremony to mark the breaking of the record. Clearly, they misunderstood Chen Ji's intentions, and they approached to touch it. Standing at the podium, Chen Ji placed the MVP trophy carefully and gestured for Curry to come forward. Curry appeared bewildered. He had handled this trophy numerous times, having admired it during his visits to Chen Ji's home, often sneaking in a few touches when no one was watching. The trophy's handles were nearly worn from his frequent fondling. "What's it like to touch it again?" he mused. "It feels decent." He then inquired about Thompson's thoughts. Clay replied affirmatively, though he was filled with pure envy. Despite his immense confidence, he was acutely aware that as the second star of the team, this trophy was an aspiration that felt just out of reach. The 73 victories will undoubtedly stand as one of the most illustrious records in the annals of the league's history. However, it also has the potential to morph into the greatest jest in the league's chronicles. I do not wish to dampen the spirits at this juncture. Chen Ji surveyed the group, asserting that if we fail to clinch the championship this season, we will not have attained that coveted accolade. He tapped the finals MVP trophy beside him and displayed the championship ring adorning his finger, a genuine emblem of triumph. What might ensue? People would declare that a 73-win season without a championship is utterly meaningless. Consequently, whenever the conversation drifts towards the greatest historical records, we would be met with the pointed reminder, they did not secure the championship. Thus, Chen Ji grasped Curry's shoulders firmly, inquiring, "Have you acquired a championship ring?" Curry shook his head, indicating he had not. Chen Ji then turned to Thompson, asking the same, only to receive another negative response. He then pivoted and delivered a playful kick to Green's leg, that resilient creature who during practice rarely held back. It felt necessary to deliver a light-hearted jab. "And you? Do you possess a championship ring?" Green, with a crestfallen expression, clutched his leg, on the brink of a tantrum, yet hesitant to explode. "They possess championships, rings, and the finals MVP trophy, while I am left with nothing." Green retorted loudly to Chen Ji, and indeed, he had nothing at all. Currently, Green lacks the audacity he possessed 3 years hence when he could have silenced Durant with a mere retort, "Before your arrival, we were already champions." The present scenario is such that only Chen Ji among those present is entitled to make grand proclamations. Although many outside claim that his finals MVP was undeserved, one must ponder, if it were so effortless to steal, why do they not partake in it themselves? What merit is there in boasting when they possess nothing? Whether it be 73 wins or 74, without the ultimate prize, what is its worth? Chen Ji gently patted his trophy. Is he intending to keep it as a reminder to smile whenever the record-breaking 73 wins are mentioned, yet devoid of a championship? Silence enveloped the room. Coach Kerr observed from a distance. In truth, these matters ought to have been addressed by him. Yet, his words would inevitably ring hollow. As a coach, he can only reiterate the cliches. Do not underestimate the challenge. Take it one game at a time. This season, Chen Ji seems to have directly succeeded Iguodala, embodying the role of a veteran in the locker room. His age creates a sense of dissonance. A mere 20-year-old maintains a clarity of mind that appears to surpass that of every individual in the team, including Coach Kerr. The regular season has concluded ahead of schedule. Meanwhile, the playoffs are just commencing. The history we have forged signifies that our prowess is truly revolutionary. We undoubtedly possess the prowess to claim the championship. Yet, it is equally certain that no one shall bestow upon us the championship ring. Chen Ji once again showcased his ring, a trophy seized through sheer determination. Not a mere act of generosity. The battle has merely commenced. Everyone must brace themselves. What kind of demeanor is this, laughing and jesting all day long? Chen Ji expressed his frustrations with fervor, fortunate that he had joined the Warriors before their triumphant conquest and possessed a championship ring himself. Otherwise, with such words, he would have been swiftly subdued by Green. Everyone heard Xiao Bao's words. Curry, representing the entire team, affirmed the sentiment, stating that a 73-win season without a championship ring is utterly meaningless. It is far too premature to celebrate victory. I hope that this June, we shall all be able to reserve our championship rings. He grasped Chen Ji's hand, showcasing the ring, which sparkled brilliantly under the lights. With minds united once more, the team commenced special tactical drills for the playoffs. However, before that, there remained one final regular season match against the Denver Nuggets. Having already shattered the regular season record, Coach Kerr decided to rest the key players. All mainstay athletes, including Curry, Thompson, and Chen Ji, were deemed questionable due to symptoms of fever and cough. Yet, remarkably, the Nuggets appeared equally indifferent, as they too seemed to ease off against the Warriors. Ultimately, the Denver Nuggets demonstrated their superior skills, graciously relinquishing victory in pursuit of a coveted lottery pick, concluding the season with an impressive record of 74 wins and 8 losses. Chapter 80, The Assists King. As the regular season drew to a close, the roster for the 2014 to 2015 NBA playoffs was officially established. In the Eastern Conference, the top 8 teams are the Atlanta Hawks, Cleveland Cavaliers, Chicago Bulls, Toronto Raptors, Washington Wizards, Milwaukee Bucks, Boston Celtics, and Brooklyn Nets. In the Western Conference, the leading 8 teams are the Golden State Warriors, Houston Rockets, Los Angeles Clippers, Portland Trail Blazers, Memphis Grizzlies, San Antonio Spurs, Dallas Mavericks, and New Orleans Pelicans. There were surprises, as well as disappointments. Undoubtedly, the most astonishing team was the Golden State Warriors. Coming off a 6th-place finish in the Western Conference last season, they surged towards an unprecedented historical record this season. Chen Ji has once again altered a fragment of history, advancing the Warriors' achievement of breaking the league's best record by an entire year. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Conference, the Atlanta Hawks also made a remarkable impression. Through their collective strength, they outperformed the Cavaliers' trio of stars, securing the top position in the East and emerging as formidable contenders for the Eastern Championship. Notably, 4 of their players were selected for this season's NBA All-Star roster, exuding a dazzling brilliance. However, Chen Ji understood that before LeBron James ventured westward, the Eastern Conference was rife with paper tigers, devoid of any genuine threats. It is often said that during James's 8 consecutive years of Eastern dominance, he faced only one first-team All-Star, which may seem like a critique of LeBron. Yet, this reality holds true. During these years in the East, before the emergence of talents like Giannis Antetokounmpo, Joel Embiid, and Jason Tatum, it was a veritable era of silence. Last season, the Eastern Conference's leading Pacers, plagued by the absence of their star player George, have plunged to the 9th position this season. Meanwhile, the Heat, who previously secured the 2nd spot in the East, have faltered following LeBron's departure, as Wade and Bosh have been unable to uphold the team's fortunes. The consecutive 4-year journey to the finals has undoubtedly drained the vitality of these 2 veterans. While it may seem that LeBron has vanished into the shadows, it simultaneously underscores his extraordinary prowess, particularly his remarkable physique, which has endured an astonishing 8 consecutive finals appearances, seemingly indestructible. Aside from the Hawks, the Eastern Conference has also witnessed the emergence of 2 surprising teams, the Bucks and the Celtics. Last season, when Chen Ji was still with the Spurs, he vividly recalls a game against the Bucks, where the opposing starting 5 collectively scored less than 20 points. Yet, this season, the Bucks have remarkably advanced to the playoffs. Although they occupy a modest 6th place, their progress is evident, and Giannis Antetokounmpo appears poised to step into the limelight. As for the Celtics, their success can largely be attributed to acquiring Isaiah Thomas before the trade deadline. Remarkably, they have managed to reach the playoffs by building their strategy around him. This presents a rather awkward situation, as Thomas's stature is a well-known limitation. Despite the growing acclaim surrounding his title as the strongest 5 feet 9 inches player on Earth. However, it is common knowledge that such a height cannot single-handedly secure a championship. Of course, this cannot solely be blamed on Thomas. After all, LeBron's exceptional talent and his remarkable ability to forge alliances render the Eastern Conference a realm dominated by him. Meanwhile, the Western Conference has undergone significant changes. The reigning champions, the San Antonio Spurs, have experienced a significant decline, plummeting from the top position in the league last season to 6th in the Western Conference. Under the leadership of James Harden, the Houston Rockets have successfully secured the 2nd position, effectively stifling the Clippers. The Portland Trail Blazers, despite their 6th-place record in the West, have ascended to 4th due to their divisional lead, consequently pushing the Memphis Grizzlies down to 5th. At the bottom of the standings are the Dallas Mavericks and the New Orleans Pelicans. As long as the seasoned veteran remains on the court, the Mavericks seem poised to make the playoffs annually. In an unexpected turn of events, the Pelicans managed to surpass the Oklahoma City Thunder on the final day of the regular season, clinching a playoff spot. Regrettably, it was the Thunder who were left behind. The unfortunate duo of Russell Westbrook and Kevin Durant, who fought valiantly last season, with even their close ally Serge Ibaka sacrificing his career to play through pain, found themselves unable to overcome the Spurs, ending up in a predicament filled with injuries. This season, Durant has played sparingly, and Ibaka is no longer the player he once was. Westbrook has had to shoulder the burden alone, although he has rightfully secured his first scoring title with an impressive average of 28.1 points per game. It is lamentable that the team failed to reach the playoffs. Alongside the playoff standings, the rankings for various statistical categories have also been finalized. Westbrook claimed the scoring title with an average of 28.1 points. DeAndre Jordan secured the rebounding title with an average of 15.0 rebounds. Chen Ji attained the assists title with an average of 11.1 assists. Anthony Davis was crowned the shot-blocking king with an average of 2.9 blocks, and Kawhi Leonard led in steals with an average of 2.3 steals per game. Among the 5 individuals, there existed an anomaly. Chen Ji, a towering sharpshooter, standing at 208 centimeters, astonishingly secured the title of the season's assist leader, with an average of only 1.8 turnovers per game. His assist-to-turnover ratio reached an astounding 6.1, surpassing even the seasoned veteran Chris Paul. This phenomenon has sparked considerable discussion regarding the nature of Chen Xiaobao as a player. Last season with the Spurs, he averaged 13.95 points. This season with the Warriors, his average has plummeted to 11.31 points. His statistical performance is rather peculiar. While one might argue he is a star player, an average of 11 points seems rather minimal for such a designation. Conversely, one cannot dismiss his accolades. He has been crowned both Finals MVP and All-Star Game MVP, in addition to being the league leader for 2 consecutive seasons. This season, he has achieved a historic regular season record, and to claim that it is unrelated to him would be a blatant denial of the truth. There must be an undisclosed element at play. In summary, it is imperative that we extend due respect to this youngest Finals MVP. Upon encountering this remark, Chen Ji quietly expressed his appreciation by liking the news post. With the regular season now concluded, he feels there is little to summarize. He has accomplished all that he set out to do. For instance, one of his initial objectives at the season's onset was to earn another All-Star selection. Not only did he achieve this, but he also made history by being awarded the All-Star MVP honor, thereby exceeding this modest goal. At the conclusion of the season, a remarkable achievement was bestowed upon them, a stellar regular season record of 74 wins and 8 losses. This indeed is a delightful surprise. The only concern lies in the possibility that, should this record be broken a year in advance, yet fail to culminate in a championship, it would spell disaster. From a physical standpoint, the primary players of the Warriors have managed their injuries commendably this season, with no instances of prolonged absences. Their psychological state appears to be equally robust. Whether it be Curry, Thompson, or Green, they all seem to be brimming with eagerness. Particularly, Green has often found himself at a loss for words when confronted by Chen Ji's championship ring. He is in dire need of a championship ring to validate his worth. It can be said that the timing, circumstances, and personnel are all in their favor. Thus, let us prepare for action. Chapter 81. Self-proclaimed second-tier stars. On April 29th, the playoffs officially commenced. The first playoff matchup of the 2014 to 2015 season featured the 4th-seeded Raptors from the East against the 5th-seeded Wizards. The Raptors boasted the Eastern Conference's starting guard, Lowry, and the king of the North, DeRozan. The Wizards, in turn, had their dynamic backcourt duo, Wall and Beal. However, the most dazzling performer of this contest was none other than the veteran, Pierce. While Beal managed only 16 points on 6 of 23 shooting, and Wall scored a mere 10 points on 5 of 18 shooting, the season Pierce delivered an impressive 20 points on 7 of 10 shooting, effectively pulling the Wizards from a mire. Though it may be termed a mire, the star players on the opposing team were not faring much better. Lowry scored 7 points on 2 of 10 shooting, while DeRozan tallied 15 points on 6 of 20 shooting. To put it mildly, one could say that the defenses were exceptionally tight. A less diplomatic assessment would simply label it as a clash of the inept. The match once again brought the 38-year-old Pierce before the adoring fans. No matter how aged, the truth remains the truth. As the game between the Raptors and the Wizards concluded, the contest between the Warriors and the Pelicans commenced. Prior to the game, the odds were deemed to favor the Warriors at a ratio of 3-7, with the Pelicans surprisingly holding a 30% chance of victory. Chen Ji gazed across at the towering figure known as Brow, Anthony Davis. It seemed that those 30% odds rested entirely upon his shoulders. The Warriors' starting lineup consisted of Curry, Thompson, Chen Ji, Green, and Bogut, maintaining consistency with their regular season roster. The Pelicans' starting players included Anthony Davis, Pondexter, Gordon, Asic, and Evans. Today, Chen Ji faced off against Gordon, who, it appeared, would be heading to the Rockets next season, becoming a trusted aide to Harden. It was perplexing that the Pelicans, having finally reached the playoffs, would abruptly trade away their key players. One couldn't help but feel the management lacked foresight. As Chen Ji maneuvered for position, he quietly critiqued the decision to have Gordon matched against him. The latter, a stocky guard, appeared almost childlike when they squared off. It was bewildering to consider the Pelicans coach's judgment in assigning Gordon to this matchup. The players formed a circle in the center for the jump ball. Bogut prevailed in the jump, leveraging his height advantage. A glance revealed that Asic, too, was rather unathletic. The kind of center who struggled to elevate even slightly off the ground. Green secured the ball and swiftly passed it to Chen Ji. The first postseason offense sought stability. Chen Ji brought the ball up and handed it to the team leader, Curry. Curry made a slight gesture towards Anthony Davis, but the crowd around him was too dense for a clear pass, so he returned the ball. Chen Ji seized the opportunity, positioning himself at the top of the arc, ready to orchestrate the play. Curry and Thompson weaved to the sides, while Green and Bogut clasped hands, creating a pathway for Curry near the free throw line. Just as Curry slipped through, the two defenders swiftly closed the gap. The Pelicans' Evan was frantically calling out, but there was no way to penetrate the defense. This maneuver would later become renowned as the Warriors' elevator door tactic. Curry emerged, and Chen Ji passed the ball to him. This time, there was no pretense. He didn't attempt any flashy moves. Although he was confident that Curry, unmarked within a meter radius, would secure the shot, this was the playoffs, and every moment demanded utmost caution. Chen Ji nudged Gordon towards the paint, preparing to grab the rebound. Swish! The ball sailed through the hoop, satisfying Chen Ji as he released Gordon. Gordon, with his wide, round eyes, looked utterly speechless. He had just been pushed by Chen Ji from the three-point line to the free throw line. Had the shot missed, he likely would have been shoved all the way to the basket. Such strength. This left him at a disadvantage defensively. However, the pregame strategy had been established, and he could only endure the consequences for now. The Pelicans initiated their offense. Following the same play, the ball was entrusted to the team leader. Anthony Davis received the ball at the waist, and noticing Green's height was insufficient, Chen Ji hurried to assist. Yet, Davis soared above the two, executing a clean shot that found its mark. Chen Ji turned back, somewhat at a loss. It is worth noting that while Anthony Davis is officially listed at 208 centimeters, Chen Ji assessed that he must have reported his height without shoes. Deliberately reporting a lower height likely indicates a reluctance to assume the role of a center, akin to Durant's approach. His case is even more striking. Despite standing at an impressive 210 centimeters, he claims to be merely 203 centimeters, all to avoid playing in the paint and instead occupy the small forward position. Such talent is remarkable. In contrast, Chen Ji is refreshingly straightforward, honestly reporting his actual height without concern for position. He is adaptable, willing to play wherever the team requires him to. The Warriors launch an offensive. Green inbounds the ball from the baseline, and Chen Ji receives it, swiftly passing to midcourt. Curry, positioned at midcourt, chases after Asic. Asic is compelled to stay back, leaving Bogut unguarded. The ball finds its way into Bogut's hands, and with a firm motion, he is met with a resounding slap from a charging Anthony Davis, sending the ball out of bounds. What a spectacle Anthony Davis presents. I wonder if LeBron is watching the game. Can he see how audacious his brow is? Bogut attempts to plead his case for a foul with the referee, yet it seems more likely that the contact was incidental. The referee remains unresponsive, and the game continues. Chen Ji stands poised at the baseline for the inbound pass. Curry and Thompson continue to circle around Green and Bogut, yet they fail to create any open shots. Recognizing the opportunity is slipping away, Chen Ji passes the ball to the high post where Bogut awaits. With a handoff, Bogut sets up Chen Ji, who executes a bounce pass to Curry, who is making a cut to the basket. Curry skillfully evades Anthony Davis's block and scores with a reverse layup. The score now reads 2-5, with the visiting team in the lead and the home team trailing. The Warriors enjoy an undeniable home court advantage this season, a significant boon for them. The first quarter concludes with both teams exchanging plays back and forth. At 13:28, the score indicates that the Pelicans are in dire straits. It seems that the majority of their players are rookies in the playoffs, experiencing their inaugural postseason, which inevitably brings a certain tension. They have even managed to distort the rims at the Oracle Arena. The only player performing adequately is Anthony Davis, who, while contributing 2 blocks, also recorded 2 turnovers, and faced relentless double-teaming from the audacious Green and Chen Ji. However, after adjusting in the first quarter, the Pelicans found their rhythm in the second. Under the leadership of Anthony Davis, they mounted a formidable counterattack. Fortunately, Curry was exceptionally precise today, maintaining a steady scoreline. By the second half, the Pelicans were feeling the sting of Curry's prowess and resorted to mindless double-teaming, which provided Chen Ji with opportunities to capitalize, as he delivered 3 pivotal three-pointers in the third quarter. Consequently, by the end of the third, the Pelicans could no longer withstand the pressure. The fourth quarter devolved into garbage time. Post-game statistics reveal that Anthony Davis achieved the highest score of the match with 35 points. On the Warriors' side, Curry made 13 of 25 attempts for 34 points, while Thompson scored 21 points from 17 attempts. Chen Ji also contributed 15 points, 5 rebounds, and 13 assists. In comparison to the Eastern Conference games, the disparity is glaring, particularly in the caliber of star players. It appears that both Curry and Anthony Davis are on a higher echelon than other stars. Chen Ji is quite content with his standing, seemingly positioned alongside the Raptors' lesser-known players and the Wizards' backcourt duo in the second tier. Chapter 82. I can do it too. AD is fantastic. But we have Curry. AD is the abbreviation for Anthony Davis. Following the game, during the post-match press conference, Chen Ji was in high spirits after the victory, first extolling Anthony Davis, then praising Curry. The match concluded rather early, and after the press conference, Chen Ji jogged with purpose, contemplating the purchase of a car. It suddenly struck him. In his previous life, though Chen Ji was unmarried and without a partner, he owned 2 vehicles. However, he later realized that as a recluse, the cars served little purpose. Often, he would remain indoors for a year and a half with nowhere to go, and after the initial novelty wore off, he ultimately sold them at a loss. This led to a certain indifference towards automobiles. With a bit of money now at hand, he had no thoughts of buying a house or a car. Instead, he directly invested, becoming a minor shareholder in ByteDance. He hoped that the world would still resemble his memories. As the popularity of Douyin seemed to have emerged in the past 2 years, he anticipated a modest profit from this venture. Upon returning home, he found little Baoju waiting eagerly at the door. She had even taught the maid, how to stir fry using an iron wok and to make soup in a clay pot. After replenishing his energy and freshening up, Chen Ji strolled in the garden with little Baoju, occasionally squatting to listen to the sounds around them. Little Baoju, now 4 months old, had developed a slight bulge in her belly, which seemed to move. Recently, she had been a bit drowsy and anxious, for whenever she drifted into a daze, she felt a tightening in her heart, often waking in alarm. She feared that she might be pressing on her belly, and upon waking, her first action was to gently touch her little stomach, ensuring that her precious little treasure was still alive. Yes, it moved. Chen Ji firmly informed Xiao Baoju that there had indeed been movement just moments ago. In recent days, Xiao Baoju had begun to occasionally feel subtle motions in her abdomen, indicating that the small life within her was taking shape. Fortunately, during each medical examination, all her vital signs had been remarkably normal. It was around 8 or 9 in the evening, a rare opportunity for Chen Ji to accompany Xiao Baozhu to bed early. He retired for the night, eager to rise the next day to check the results of the games. Following the match between the Golden State Warriors and the New Orleans Pelicans, there had been 2 additional games the previous night: the Milwaukee Bucks versus the Chicago Bulls and the Dallas Mavericks against the Houston Rockets. In the contest between the Bucks and the Bulls, the rookie of the playoffs, the player with an impressively long name, achieved a modest score of 12 points from 4 of 13 attempts. While this performance seemed rather average, when compared to Lowry and Wall, the second-year player appeared quite commendable. Ultimately, they fell to the Bulls, who boasted the youngest regular season MVP in history, the celebrated Rose of Chicago, Derrick Rose, along with Jimmy Butler, known for his tenacity. Examining the statistics revealed that Rose scored 23 points from 9 of 16 attempts, while Butler contributed 25 points from 8 of 14 attempts, indeed showcasing exceptional performances. However, it was evident they were merely taking advantage of the young Bucks team. On the other side, James Harden delivered an impressive performance for the Rockets, scoring 24 points and providing 11 assists, with a shooting line of 4 for 11 and an outstanding 15 for 17 from the free throw line, effectively dominating the experienced Mavericks. Reports indicated that Mavericks owner Mark Cuban had already expressed his frustration before the game concluded. Afterward, he questioned the officiating with the remark, "Is a game solely reliant on free throws truly entertaining?" However, the outcome of the match is irrevocable. Harden has effortlessly elevated the Mavericks in his own unique style. After a brief glance at the news and sharing some moments with his little companion, he enjoyed breakfast before proceeding to the team training session. The tactical drills against the Pelicans primarily focused on limiting Anthony Davis's shot attempts. Although they triumphed last night, allowing AD to score a staggering 35 points is inexcusable. Coach Kerr expressed his frustration, particularly criticizing Green's defensive positioning and commenting on his performance, deeming it utterly inadequate, lacking any intensity whatsoever. Poor Draymond Green found himself on the receiving end of the coach's ire, stripped of any semblance of dignity. Yet the fact remains that he failed to contain AD. Chen Ji did not feel any sympathy for him. Regardless of whether Anthony Davis is dubbed the son of America or the future successor of the league, once they are on the court, it is a battle to the death. Green must bring the intensity of competition. He must not allow that player to easily receive the ball or establish his position. Green nodded earnestly, signaling his understanding. The training session spanned from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m., after which they could clock out. Days without games are relatively relaxed. Chen Ji even found time to take his little companion to view cars. Due to Chen Ji's sizable frame, regular cars felt rather cramped, necessitating a larger purchase. His little companion was oblivious to the intricacies of vehicles, merely enjoying the spectacle, while Chen Ji himself was not particularly knowledgeable, primarily focusing on colors. He is a visual enthusiast, making a decision upon first glance. However, the car won't be ready for another month, and there is no rush. They can simply wait. Upon returning home, his little companion grew tired and decided to lie down, while Chen Ji settled in to watch the game. Today saw a total of 4 playoff games, with all teams that did not participate yesterday making their appearance. The match between the Celtics and the Cavaliers has concluded. Unsurprisingly, the current Celtics are no match for the Cavaliers. Isaiah Thomas contributed 22 points. However, the Cavaliers trio performed effortlessly, with Kyrie Irving scoring 30 points, LeBron James adding 20, and Kevin Love contributing 19 points. In another concluded match, the 8th-seeded Nets were defeated by the 1st-seeded Hawks. Chen Ji glanced at the statistics and found them rather uninspiring. Both teams lacked any standout stars. Deron Williams of the Nets has long since lost his former prowess, and Joe Johnson, despite his reputation as a one-on-one specialist, is unable to deliver consistent performances. As for the 1st-seeded Hawks, while they claim to play a style reminiscent of the Spurs, emphasizing teamwork, their tactical acumen and defensive rotations seem to only reflect about 70 to 80% of that of the Spurs. Chen Ji scoffed at the Hawks' lack of identity. However, the genuine Spurs fared even worse against the 3rd-seeded Clippers later in the day, suffering a humiliating defeat as if they had forgotten how to play. Poor Danny Green transformed into a mere shadow of himself, with a dismal shooting performance of 2 for 11, a true travesty. Meanwhile, on the opposing side, The league's premier point guard, Chris Paul, displayed his prowess with an impeccable game, scoring 32 points on 20 attempts. Chen Ji has long pondered a perplexing question. How can Chris Paul, a player who excels in both offense and defense, and is a master of pace, fail to secure a championship? Is it truly the case that choices outweigh effort in life? On the other hand, there are two players who have yet to claim a championship, the Trail Blazers' Lillard and Aldridge. Today, they faced significant suppression against the Grizzlies' formidable defense. Aldridge shot 13 for 34, while Lillard managed a mere 5 out of 21. Given this performance, Chen Ji could only remark that he could achieve the same results. After all, losing is merely losing. Chapter 83. The Veil of Illusion. After 2 days of intense competition, all 16 playoff teams have taken the stage. Chen Ji is uncertain if he is becoming overly confident, as a cursory glance reveals that only a few players in the league seem superior to him. Yet he remains unsure whether this perception stems from the platform or his individual abilities. After all, what teams are the Spurs and Warriors? They are, without a doubt, the top teams in the league for that season. Playing within such a team, with the likes of GDP providing support and the Splash Brothers leading the charge, his tasks appear relatively straightforward. Either take the shot or make the pass. However, if he were to play for a weaker team, using himself as the cornerstone for building the squad, would they even make the playoffs? Upon reflection, the answer is surprisingly clear. It would be difficult. Just one word suffices. Before him stands a ready example, Anthony Davis, hailed as the son of America and regarded as the hope for domestic basketball. In terms of physical gifts and shooting consistency, he is on a higher tier. Yet, despite such talent, Davis has struggled with the Pelicans, often missing the playoffs, and his best achievement remains a mere second-round exit, with no connection to the championship whatsoever. Ultimately, the team lost its patience, and he himself succumbed to despondency, much like a once-loving couple who have quarreled, parted ways, and gone their separate paths. In the end, he still sought refuge by clinging to the stronger. Although jesters may refer to him as LeBron James support, it matters not who supports whom. Each chose their own path. No road is devoid of challenges, nor does success come easily without effort, save for those like Chen Ji, who possess an uncanny stroke of fortune. On April 21st, the third day of the playoffs, the matchup commenced with the Bucks facing the Bulls. Following the conclusion of their contest, the Pelicans and the Warriors took the stage. Before the game began, Chen Ji glanced at Giannis Antetokounmpo's statistics, 2 for 11, with a dismal shooting percentage of 18, managing only 6 points. Under the formidable defense of the Bulls' twin towers, Pau Gasol and Joakim Noah, the young Giannis found himself in dire straits. One might wonder if the Bucks had perhaps lost their vision. With such a fragile and ineffective giant, one must question whether he should remain on the roster or be released. In stark contrast, Jimmy Butler had begun to showcase his burgeoning prowess, scoring an impressive 31 points and fully supporting the Bulls' offensive framework. It is no wonder the Bulls decided to retain him, sending the once great Windy City Rose packing. While still lamenting others' fortunes, one cannot help but wonder if their focus was diverted. As the game commenced, the Warriors suffered an immediate onslaught. Anthony Davis himself leaped for the jump ball, seizing possession, and Gordon swiftly took the opportunity to shoot. Chen Ji, still in retreat, was taken aback by the resoluteness of the round-faced star's attempt, which appeared to be a reckless endeavor. Yet, to his astonishment, the shot found its mark. Coach Kerr gestured emphatically from the sidelines, urging his players to tighten their defense and stay focused. Chen Ji nodded in acknowledgement. As the ball was brought up, Curry found himself closely guarded, leading to an opportunity for Green. Green took his shot but missed, the ball clanging off the rim. Anthony Davis, with his astonishing wingspan of 233 centimeters, secured the rebound. Chen Ji, believing his own impressive wingspan of 218 centimeters to be commendable, found himself at a disadvantage in the tussle for the ball. What a beast! Turning back, Davis attempted a shot over Green, though he missed. Green's tight defense resulted in a foul, granting Davis 2 free throws. In the next possession, Green once again found himself the focal point as the Pelicans appeared to have shifted their defensive strategy to allow him an opportunity to shoot. Without hesitation, Green launched the ball. Bang! Another miss. Having just entered the game, he likely hadn't anticipated such an open look. Chen Ji was torn between encouraging him to keep shooting or withholding the ball. Just as he hesitated, Gordon, utilizing a screen from Davis, took a three-point shot, seemingly emulating Curry. Remarkably, he scored again. The score was 8-0, with less than a minute elapsed. Previously, it was the Warriors who dictated the pace of the game. Today, they found themselves on the receiving end. Coach Kerr held his composure, waiting for the next possession. In that instance, Chen Ji chose not to pass the ball to Green, but instead brought it up himself, seeking out Curry and setting a screen for him. Curry took a shot, but it lacked the necessary power. Chen Ji, anticipating the rebound, was thwarted as Davis enveloped him with both arms. The Pelicans launched their offense, with Gordon bringing the ball forward, passing it back and forth until it found its way back to Davis. Once again, Green attempted a shot and was met with a foul. He seemed rather agitated and was about to confront the referee when Chen Ji promptly restrained him. "Let me take him. I'll guard him." Green's stature was proving inadequate against Anthony Davis, rendering him quite uncomfortable. If he exerted himself, he risked committing a foul. Yet he could hardly reach the opponent otherwise. Meanwhile, Anthony Davis made both free throws, launching the Pelicans to a staggering 10-0 lead against the Warriors. Coach Kerr could no longer contain his frustration. He called a timeout and unleashed a tirade at Green, who had already accrued 2 fouls and needed to rest. Iguodala replaced Green on the court. Chen Ji proactively requested the power forward position to defend against Anthony Davis. Although he doubted his ability to contain him, he was the only one capable of matching the height and agility of the formidable opponent. Every point he could deny Davis was a triumph. Upon Iguodala's entrance, the Pelicans maintained their defensive strategy, allowing Iguodala space. Several defenders swarmed around Curry and Thompson, leaving Iguodala with the opportunity. Chen Ji hesitated momentarily, but ultimately passed the ball to Iguodala. Unfortunately, just like Green, Iguodala's shooting touch was lacking today, and he missed his attempt. Such an open shot, yet he couldn't convert. On the next possession, Iguodala was once again left unguarded. This time, he feigned a shot, seemingly poised to release the ball, only to drive in as the defenders turned away. Caught off guard, the Pelicans' defensive formation faltered, creating an opening. As Iguodala penetrated the lane, he noticed the congestion beneath the basket and dished the ball out to Chen Ji at the arc, just as Anthony Davis lunged towards him. However, Chen Ji's hands did not falter. He smoothly passed the racket to Thompson beside him. With the ball in his possession and no one in front of him, Thompson took his shot. Swish. At long last, a basket was made, as if it had unlocked the Warriors' potential. The score finally tightened. Suddenly, Chen Ji experienced a fleeting illusion. Could it truly be that Iguodala seized the finals MVP from Curry simply because he altered the team's rhythm? Indeed, his presence proved beneficial upon his substitution. Conversely, Green seemed to be developing at a pace less swift than anticipated, perhaps due to Chen Ji's influence. Chen Ji felt a twinge of regret, though it was minimal. He faced considerable pressure while actively defending against Anthony Davis. Yet it was marginally more manageable than Green's situation. After all, with height and wingspan on his side, even if he could not reach Davis's shots, he could still obstruct his vision. Such a defensive technique, known as the eye-blocking method, was familiar to those who had watched basketball for years. Chen Ji sensed it was somewhat effective, as Davis began to miss his shots. Chapter 84. X-Class Superstar Chen Ji. The final score stood at 87-97, with the Pelicans in the lead and the Warriors trailing. As expected, the Warriors emerged victorious, though Chen Ji found himself overwhelmed by Anthony Davis. Despite a decline in Davis's statistics compared to the first game of the series, where he shot 22 times without a miss, each of those attempts was made while facing Chen Ji, painting a picture of Chen Ji being thoroughly outmatched. His own statistics for the second game of the series were 8 points, 8 rebounds, 11 assists, 1 block, 3 steals, and 2 turnovers. In summary, his scoring was sparse. Rebounding slightly improved, assists commendable, blocks inconsistent, yet the 3 steals were a positive note. Among them, 2 contributions were made to Anthony Davis, which somewhat restored his dignity. After the match concluded, he returned home seeking solace from his beloved. He could still afford to be playful for the time being. However, in a few months, once their child arrives, he would likely find himself relegated to a lesser status. Chen Ji felt a tinge of melancholy. During the days without games, apart from training, he spent his time at home entertaining his beloved. It wasn't until April 24th that the team embarked on an expedition to New Orleans, a journey that would last at least 3 days and involve back-to-back away games. Chen Ji bid farewell to his beloved and boarded the plane with the team. Each separation left an emptiness in his heart, a feeling of unhappiness. Thus, during the game that evening, Chen Ji suddenly called for the ball under the basket. As Curry prepared to launch a three-pointer, he noticed Chen Ji had positioned himself and promptly passed instead. Chen Ji received the ball beneath the basket, executed a swift spin, and soared over Gordon for a thunderous dunk. The referee's whistle pierced the air. In an effort to avoid being posterized by Chen Ji, Gordon had pushed out with both hands, committing a foul. Yet, the push did not alter the inevitability of his being dunked on. Chen Ji rubbed his hands, feeling the strain, and approached the free throw line to prepare for the shot. In the subsequent play, he made his way back to the basket and, in the moment he received the ball, caught a glimpse of Thompson in the corner. With a smooth pivot, the basketball obediently sailed to him. Thompson received the pass and shot in one fluid motion. Swish. Sitting on the sidelines, Coach Kerr sometimes felt inadequate, as there was also a coach on the court. Currently, there is much debate about the level of stardom this player possesses, with opinions varying widely. Some foreign fans, particularly those from China, staunchly assert that he is a superstar. That matter has now passed. Kerr believes he is not, as he lacks the ability to maintain consistent output. As a player who has been a teammate of Michael Jordan and experienced the Chicago Bulls' second three-peat, Coach Kerr can assert this with conviction. However, to bring up Jordan feels somewhat unfair. Among the current star players, Chen Ji exemplifies the weakest offensive capabilities. At times when the team is on the verge of defeat, one can almost sense Chen Ji's struggle. Clearly, when his teammates falter, Chen Ji is unable to elevate the team through sheer offensive prowess. Rumors of him being a thief or a rogue are undoubtedly exaggerated, though they convey a certain sentiment that remains somewhat unclear. In truth, this individual serves as a vital link. When he is on the court, one can perceive that the five players function as a cohesive unit, rather than as disjointed entities. As long as he is present, simply entrust the ball to him. He adeptly manages nearly every strategy or spontaneous decision. If one were to assign him a star rating, Coach Kerr believes he would fall into the category of X. In contrast to the S-tier players represented by LeBron James, James Harden, Kevin Durant, and Stephen Curry. The A-tier includes Russell Westbrook, Chris Paul, and Anthony Davis. The B-tier features Kyle Lowry, John Wall, Bradley Beal, and DeMar DeRozan. The C-tier is represented by Draymond Green. And the D-tier consists of ordinary rotation players. Chen Ji's position would likely be classified as X. The designation of X signifies that his star rating is not determined by himself, but rather by the team he is part of. Should he find himself in a subpar team, he would be regarded as a D-tier player, hindering the team's chances of securing a top draft pick and failing to reach the playoffs. If placed on the periphery of playoff-bound teams, he would be regarded as a C-level player, occasionally surprising, yet insufficiently impactful. However, if positioned within a formidable team, such as the Rockets or the Thunder, he could potentially ascend to a B-level, A level, or even S-level player, akin to this year's Warriors. Coach Kerr might even ponder whether the team's improvement is attributable to his arrival or the influence of Chen Xiaobao. It remains a conundrum, as Coach Kerr regained his focus. The first quarter had already concluded, with both teams exchanging leads. It appeared to be shaping up as a rather unremarkable victory. Just as Coach Kerr contemplated this, the dynamics of the game shifted. On the Pelicans' side, Ryan Anderson, a player off the bench, erupted into a remarkable performance. In a mere 3 minutes, he scored 10 consecutive points against the Warriors, prompting Coach Kerr to call a timeout to bring in Chen Ji and Curry. Yet, they struggled to regain control. Suddenly, the contest transformed into a fierce offensive duel. By halftime, the score stood at 63-52, with the Pelicans having amassed 37 points in the second quarter, extending their lead to 11. Returning to their home court, the Pelicans exuded an aura of invincibility. Anthony Davis, growing increasingly formidable, tallied 18 points in the third quarter, surpassing the Warriors' total of 17, a true embodiment of one against an entire team. Every season inevitably presents a few nights that feel foreign. Trailing by 20 points after 3 quarters makes a comeback exceedingly challenging. The atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive. This is the playoffs, and the game time has yet to expire. Chen Ji extended his fist, offering no grand words of motivation, merely exchanging fist bumps with Curry and Thompson. Do not hesitate. Seize every opportunity and throw yourself into the moment. We are capable of winning, and we can also endure defeat. Let us strive onward. Chen Ji is uncertain whether his words hold any significance, yet the essence of the game is truly elusive. The extraordinary performance in the third quarter appears to be a build-up of momentum for the fourth. Amidst the cacophony of jeers from the Pelicans' home crowd, Curry, who had been under pressure throughout the match, suddenly found his rhythm. Each audacious three-point shot he made served as a tremendous boost to the team's morale, far more effective than any words could convey. As the offensive flow blossomed, the defensive agility also sprang to life, a harmonious interplay of give and take. Remarkably, they managed to close the gap in the final moments of the game, overcoming a staggering 20-point deficit. The resurgence was astonishing. As the final 7 seconds ticked away, Thompson's three-pointer found the net, leveling the score. The Pelicans were granted one last offensive opportunity. It was a choice between Anthony Davis and Ryan Anderson. Observing the situation, it seemed most likely that Anthony Davis would take the shot, as typically the final play is entrusted to the team's star player. Following the timeout, the Pelicans positioned the ball at the arc with Davis. It is unclear when it became customary for taller players to handle the ball at the perimeter. As the clock dwindled, Davis took a step, executing a long two-pointer just inside the arc, launching it over Green. His shooting touch was exceptional today. Would it succeed? Chapter 85. Oh my God, it's gone. As Chen Ji, positioned strategically, intercepted his opponent's movement at the crucial moment. The basketball veered off course and fell despondently to the ground. Both teams surged forward in a chaotic scramble, prompting the referee to call for a jump ball. Upon glancing at the clock, only 1.8 seconds remained. The significance of this possession seemed negligible. Time was likely insufficient. Regardless of who secured the ball, a mere touch would signal the end of the game. Green and Ryan Anderson positioned themselves at the free throw line for the jump ball, while Chen Ji effectively marked Anthony Davis. The referee blew the whistle and tossed the basketball skyward. Green was the first to make contact. Like a nimble rabbit, Chen Ji darted forward, seizing the ball mid-air without a backward glance, and instinctively flicked it toward the hoop. Beep. The red light illuminated. Time had expired. Overtime was imminent. Clutching his chest, Anthony Davis felt the sting of Chen Ji's elbow just before he lunged forward. It had landed squarely, leaving him breathless. Just as he prepared to exit the court, Davis sensed something amiss. What expressions adorned the faces of the spectators at the sidelines? He turned abruptly, only to hear the unmistakable sound of the basketball hitting the ground. What had transpired? Warriors players surged onto the court like a tempest, leaving the unfortunate Anthony Davis scattered amidst the chaos, akin to a solitary boat adrift in a tumultuous sea. Who could elucidate the unfolding events? A foreboding feeling washed over Anthony Davis as he observed Ryan Anderson's stunned expression and the coach, hands on his head in disbelief. Meanwhile, the arena erupted in exclamations of sheer astonishment. Incredible. Unbelievable. Amazing. Later, it was heard that the basketball commentators in the country had lost their voices amidst the excitement. At this moment, the live basketball analyst was equally incredulous, his voice a cacophony of disbelief as he shouted, "Oh my God! Oh my God! Tell me, what's happening?" At that moment, Chen Ji stood expressionless in the crowd, raising his right hand in a fist, nonchalantly exuding an air of calm amidst the chaos. It was a buzzer beater. This was Chen Ji's first career game-winning shot at the last second. The match, which should have gone into overtime between the Pelicans and the Warriors, suddenly concluded prematurely. Positioned at the free throw line, approximately 22 meters from the basket, he executed an extraordinary long-range shot. However, there was no need for panic. The three referees convened to deliberate, intent on reviewing whether the red light had illuminated before Chen Ji's release. The slow-motion replay confirmed that it had not. Ultimately, the lead referee signaled that the shot was valid, officially ending the game. The Warriors triumphed with a three-pointer, defeating the Pelicans. Teammates gathered around Chen Ji as they returned to the locker room, but poor Chen Ji, barely emerging, was doused with buckets of ice water. He was left completely chilled. Observing Curry leaping with exuberance, he quickly grabbed a bucket of ice water and returned the favor with a refreshing splash. One might wonder why there was ice water in the locker room. This was due to the ongoing Ice Bucket Challenge. Originally, the purpose of the Ice Bucket Challenge was to raise awareness for amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, ALS, and to gather donations. Those invited could choose to contribute 100 or prepare a bucket of ice water to pour over themselves from head to toe. During the peak of the Ice Bucket Challenge, even President Obama participated, albeit by donating a modest sum of 100 instead of taking the plunge himself. In the locker room, however, The challenge morphed into a playful jest among teammates. Those who exhibited exceptional skill that day, scoring abundantly and showcasing their prowess, inevitably found themselves doused with a bucket of ice water. It was merely a stroke of luck. The final score stood at 108-111, with Chen Ji managing to score just a single three-pointer throughout the match. Yet, it was this solitary shot that secured victory. Following the game, nearly all media outlets showcased footage of Chen Ji's dramatic game winner, overshadowing the true architect of the win, Curry, who fulfilled every expectation of a team leader. With an impressive tally of 40 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists over 40 minutes, Curry's contributions were pivotal had he not held strong. The game would have concluded long before. Yet, it seemed as though everyone was downplaying his achievements, as the post-game press conference focused solely on Chen Ji. Even Curry himself appeared content merely with the victory, seemingly oblivious to the subsequent notion that while the team triumphed, he did not personally receive the accolades. This left Chen Ji with a peculiar sensation, as if some significant event were unfolding, though he could not quite grasp what it was. Ultimately, he decided to set those thoughts aside and focus on dispatching the Pelicans instead. On April 26th, during the fourth game of the Warriors vs. Pelicans series, the Warriors, who had barely clinched victory in the previous match, finally showcased the prowess befitting a championship-caliber team. They commenced the game with a flurry of shots. Curry scored, followed by Thompson. And then Curry again. The two of them, akin to masterful artists wielding their brushes, relentlessly pressed the Pelicans, with Chen Ji being the hands that held those brushes. Under his deft guidance, the Warriors' offense was impenetrable. This is the team that boasts an impressive regular season record of 74 victories. What a dismal performance in the last game. Observe today's statistics. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the score stood at 24-31, with the Pelicans putting up a slight resistance. By the end of the second quarter, the score was 26-36, with the Pelicans still fighting valiantly. However, the third quarter concluded with a score of 13-24, leading to congratulations for the Pelicans as they faced a swift exit. As for the fourth quarter, it was a jubilant celebration for the bench. Poor Anthony Davis, whose performance over these 4 games could be likened to that of Curry. Yet, with an average of 31 points, 10 rebounds, and 10 assists, he failed to secure even a single victory for the Pelicans. It can only be said that he is still young, with ample opportunities ahead. However, this sentiment is one that must not be uttered, for after all, Chen Xiaobao is merely in his second year, whereas Anthony Davis has already spent 3 years in this league. The game concluded with a resounding score of 4-0, propelling the Warriors into the Western Conference semifinals. Chen Ji glanced at his own statistics, which were not significantly different from those of the regular season, averaging around 12 points, 4 rebounds, and 12 assists, quite standard. The Warriors departed New Orleans on a late-night flight, basking in their victory. Upon returning home in the early hours, Chen Ji had intended to make do on the couch, only to find a light still aglow in his room. Peering in, he saw that the little treasure, Baozhu, was peacefully asleep, yet had left the light on for him. After a quick wash, he cautiously slipped into bed, seemingly stirring Baozhu from her slumber. Groggy, she reached for Chen Ji, nuzzling closer to him, drawn by his familiar scent. In a dazed state, she crawled over and fell asleep in his embrace. It was a tranquil night. Nothing of significance transpired. The following day, the team was granted a day off, as their previous match concluded rather early and the identity of their next opponent had yet to be determined. The Memphis Grizzlies appeared to be the likely adversary. Poor Lillard and Aldridge, who had just managed to overcome the Rockets last season, found themselves facing the Spurs and suffered a humiliating defeat. This season seemed to be even more disheartening, as they struggled to penetrate the Grizzlies' formidable defense, currently trailing 3-0. It remained to be seen whether they would make a comeback or be swept away in gentlemanly fashion. In Chapter 86, the regular season MVP, Chen Ji observed the unfolding drama as the Warriors dispatched the Pelicans 4-0, sending Anthony Davis back to his vacation. The Cavaliers were not to be outdone, also achieving a swift 4-0 victory over the Celtics, effectively sending Isaiah Thomas on holiday as well. Initially, Chen Ji felt elated by his team's success, but he soon succumbed to a mild depression. They had won, yet their opponents were off to vacation, while he, Chen Xiaobao, faced the prospect of working until June for the second consecutive year. It seemed increasingly likely that he would be required to toil through June, or even July, year after year. Was this truly an honor, or merely a burden? Chen Ji found himself questioning his career path yet again. However, if he did not embrace the future, where would it lead him? Should he continue with the Warriors? He pondered, uncertain, and resolved to wait until the conclusion of the season for clarity. Interestingly, after the Celtics, the third team to be swept this season emerged. Remarkably, it was the Raptors. The hapless duo of Lowry and DeRozan were unceremoniously eliminated by the Wizards with a score of 4-0. Following this, the Trailblazers, with Lillard and Aldridge, found themselves unable to penetrate the Grizzlies' impenetrable defense. The Memphis Grizzlies executed a clean sweep, finishing with a respectable 4-1 record. Similarly, the Dallas Mavericks managed to retain their dignity this year, albeit facing the formidable Houston Rockets. Despite the criticisms aimed at James Harden regarding his playoff performance, it is evident that most teams struggle to contain him. Surprisingly, the seemingly lackluster Brooklyn Nets and the youthful Milwaukee Bucks each managed to secure 2 victories. The Nets concluded their series 2-4 against the Hawks, while the Bucks faced a similar fate against the Bulls. Among the 8 matchups, only the Clippers and Spurs remained locked in a battle, progressing to a decisive Game 7. Chen Ji expressed a preference for the Spurs, recalling that Chris Paul's playoff capabilities have often been questionable, especially as he tends to succumb to injuries in critical moments. However, he was soon proven wrong as the defending champions. The Spurs shockingly exited in the first round. Chen Ji found it perplexing. Could it truly be a matter of fate? This year's Spurs bore a striking resemblance to last year's team. The core players remained unchanged, and the system was consistent. Yet, last year they bypassed the Clippers, evading the Rockets, with their only challenge being the Mavericks in the first round. This year, however, they faltered, finishing the regular season poorly and encountering the Clippers prematurely, resulting in a swift exit. While Chen Ji lamented the outcome, he found himself teasing Danny Green and Kawhi Leonard, who maintained a commendable mindset. After all, the Spurs had claimed the championship the previous year. They could not dominate every season, and it was only fair to allow others a chance. In turn, they jestingly mocked Chen Ji, urging him to continue working hard while they headed to Las Vegas. On that day, Chen Ji found himself unable to continue the conversation, poised to conclude the chat when he was suddenly taken aback by Danny Green's exclamation. "What is wrong with you? Did a dog bite your behind? Have you seen the news? Good heavens, you're not aware? What should I know?" Chen Ji replied, perplexed. His life had been quite regular lately. He trained with his team during the day and spent his evenings playing with Xiao Baozhu, occasionally glancing at the performances of other teams. Recently, he thought to himself, "Isn't the best coach supposed to be Kerr? Or isn't Curry the rightful MVP of the regular season?" Given the Warriors' record-breaking 74 wins and 8 losses, both accolades seemed well-deserved. However, a cacophony of voices had emerged recently, suggesting that Coach Kerr merely inherited a ready-made success, while others claimed Curry's statistics were insufficient for consideration. Merely idle chatter, hardly worthy of attention. Generally speaking, the title of best coach was contested between Kerr and Mike Budenholzer of the Hawks, while the MVP of the regular season was a choice between Curry and LeBron James. Either LeBron James or James Harden, a dichotomy that left little room for debate. As for the scoring champion, Russell Westbrook, his Thunder team's failure to enter the playoffs rendered him ineligible for the award. Chen Ji naturally hoped for Kerr to receive the title of best coach and for Curry to be honored as the regular season MVP. Yet when he saw the announcement of the MVP, his mind went blank. He even exited the website to reconfirm the source, and indeed, it was the official NBA site. Surely, there must have been some error on the part of the staff? Upon re-entering, the headline remained prominently displayed. Shortly thereafter, his phone erupted with notifications. Messages and phone calls poured in from all directions. Curry, Thompson, Green, and even former teammates like Duncan, Danny Green, and Kawhi Leonard reached out, either by call or text. The sentiment was unanimous. Congratulations on being the youngest regular season MVP in history. Chen Ji, overwhelmed with disbelief, initially thought it was a prank. He had envisioned stealing a championship ring or seizing the finals MVP title, but never the regular season MVP. The achievement seemed nearly unattainable. Given the grueling 82-game season that eliminated chance, without substantial skill, one could only dream. Yet, this accolade had unexpectedly landed in his lap. Was it a stroke of luck? No. It felt more like a branding iron, thrusting him into the fiery spotlight. Chen Ji touched his conscience, feeling a twinge of guilt. He had anticipated taking the finals MVP from Curry, yet he wouldn't even make it to the finals. Instead, he was bestowed with the regular season MVP. The authoritative explanation from the NBA's official website stated that prior to Chen Ji's arrival, the Warriors held a mere 6th position in the Western Conference. Now, they boasted an unprecedented 74 wins and 8 losses. Chen Ji had transformed the Warriors, and thus, he deserved the MVP honor. What, then, of Coach Kerr? As if unexpected surprises weren't enough, Coach Budenholzer of the Hawks claimed the Coach of the Year award with his team's top performance in the Eastern Conference. To make matters even more striking, in the NBA's official announcement of the All-NBA First Team, Curry found himself alongside LeBron James, James Harden, Anthony Davis, and Pau Gasol, all ranked among the elite. Chen Ji merely found himself alongside Thompson, positioned within the third team of the best lineup. The players of the first team had not received the regular season MVP award. Instead, it was bestowed upon a player from the third team. In that moment, Chen Ji suddenly found himself believing in the phrase that this world is but a grand farce. Particularly amusing was the group responsible for selecting the MVP. Their thought processes were undoubtedly peculiar. He was elated to receive the honor of the regular season MVP. However, he requested to be notified in advance of the award ceremony, as he needed to prepare an outfit befitting the occasion. Chen Ji expressed his sentiments in a gentle tone, contemplating the idea of foregoing the acceptance of the award. He even experienced a fleeting moment of hesitation. Yet, he swiftly dismissed such thoughts. When the time comes, refusal would only lead to derision and scorn, branding him as the weakest regular season MVP in history. Chen Ji accepted the award, for standing opposite him was none other than the youngest regular season MVP in history. Indeed, this accolade allowed him to surpass the record previously held by Derrick Rose, the Rose of the Windy City, for the youngest regular season MVP. He was, without a doubt, a veritable collector of NBA records. Chapter 87. The League's Premier Thief. The greatest thief in the world. The league's leading stealer, averaging 11 points, 4 rebounds, and 11 assists as the regular season MVP. The architect of a remarkable 74 wins and 8 losses. The youngest regular season MVP in NBA history. Did he truly deserve it? Outside, the clamor was incessant, while within the league's office, tranquility reigned. Their duty was to execute tasks, not to resolve issues. Boss. The noise outside is quite overwhelming. The individual often referred to as the boss, the bald middle-aged man, is none other than the current NBA commissioner, Adam Silver. Bestowing the regular season MVP award upon a somewhat controversial young player is a testament to his influence. Traditionally, the MVP is awarded to the finest player on the best team. By all accounts, the award should have been granted to him last season. What is there to debate? When Adam Silver uttered this statement with a wry smile, his elegant and professional secretary responded with a knowing grin. In the realm of commerce, the paramount consideration has never been who receives the MVP, but rather who stands to gain the most revenue from that accolade. By slightly increasing the price, they would undoubtedly acquiesce. I understand now, boss. As for who would agree, it is no secret. It undoubtedly pertains to certain video platforms from China, such as Sina Sports and Tencent Sports, both vying for exclusive NBA broadcasting rights. Previously, the exclusive broadcasting rights were held by Sina Sports, but they relinquished them based on historical trends. With no Chinese players in the NBA and Kobe aging, the revenue was not as substantial as anticipated, leading to Tencent Sports seizing the opportunity. However, the landscape has changed dramatically. Chen Ji has captivated virtually all basketball fans in China, including the everyday shoppers. With such a lucrative asset in play, who wouldn't want to take a bite? There is no doubt that the NBA broadcasting contracts for the next 5 to 10 years have become a fiercely contested battleground among major video platforms. This is precisely why Adam Silver selected Chen Ji from the crowd, despite the criticism it may invite. It is reminiscent of McCollum's lament last year after narrowly missing out on the Rookie of the Year award. Why not bestow the regular season MVP upon him as well? Wasn't the San Antonio Spurs the top team in the regular season? And isn't Chen Ji the only all-star player on the Spurs this season? The rationale holds true. Yet at that time, the Spurs and Chen Ji lacked noteworthy attributes to attract the league's endorsement. The Spurs, a small market team, and Chen Ji, whose statistics were underwhelming. However, this year tells a different story. The Golden State Warriors, boasting an extraordinary record of 74 wins and 8 losses, have emerged as a phenomenal team, making it inevitable that the regular season MVP would be derived from their ranks. With averages of 24 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists, Curry seemed the obvious frontrunner. Yet Adam Silver designated Chen Ji, who posted 11 points, 4 rebounds, and 11 assists. Without Chen Ji, the Warriors would have merely settled for the 6th seed in the Western Conference. With him, they shattered the record for the best regular season performance. The justification provided is equally grandiose. He need not upend the status quo. He merely maximizes benefits within the existing framework. As for the Executive of the Year, it goes to Bob Myers of the Golden State Warriors. The Best Coach award is given to the Hawks, while the regular season MVP is awarded to Chen Ji, making it only natural that the Warriors' general manager be crowned Executive of the Year, for he brought Chen Ji to Golden State. A staggering 74 wins and 8 losses. The formidable Warriors need a worthy adversary. Adam Silver tapped the table, and without a doubt, the only team capable of rivaling the Warriors is the Cavaliers, led by LeBron James. Thus, no one knows what thoughts linger in Adam Silver's mind. Nevertheless, Chen Ji felt a shiver run down his spine. As he approached the entrance of the arena, he could already sense the chill in the air. Just as he began to question the absence of a breeze, a cascade of icy water descended upon him from above, delivering an utterly refreshing shock to his system. Suddenly, a throng of muscular men emerged from all directions, converging upon him and enveloping him in a tight embrace. Curry, Thompson, Green, Iguodala, Bogut, and nearly every member of the team staff were present, surrounding Chen Ji while clamoring for him to treat them to a meal. I'll treat, I'll treat, I'll treat. This extravagant feast was an inevitable affair, though it would take place later in the evening. For now, training remained the priority, and everything proceeded as usual. Coach Kerr had harbored some concerns initially, but upon observing Chen Ji's demeanor, unchanged from before, he suddenly realized that this young man had even secured the finals MVP title. Adding a regular season MVP to his accolades seemed trivial in comparison. Regarding the team's cohesion, he placed his faith in Curry's professionalism. Surely, no player could achieve the finals MVP without first earning the regular season MVP, could they? As for whether the team could clinch the championship this year, it echoed Chen Ji's sentiments. How could a team with a historic record lack the requisite fighting spirit, provided no internal discord arose? Who could possibly snatch the championship away from them? The Grizzlies, perhaps? They were a traditional slow-paced, two-center team that relied on defense for victory. The tactical drills over the past few days had been predominantly focused on countering their strategies. On May 4th, in the Western Conference semifinals, the Warriors would officially face off against the Grizzlies. Prior to the game, Chen Ji received the first regular season MVP trophy of his career. As for his acceptance speech, he had not prepared much, simply expressing his gratitude with a single statement. I appreciate the league's recognition of my efforts. He then raised the trophy, presenting it to the home crowd. Chen Ji expected to hear some boos, yet to his astonishment, he was met with thunderous applause and cheers. It dawned on him that he had already captured the hearts of the Warriors fans. Just as the NBA website remarked, he had led the Warriors to an unprecedented record of 74 wins and 8 losses. He was indeed deserving of this accolade. The starting lineup for the Grizzlies included Marc Gasol, Zach Randolph, Tony Allen, Courtney Lee, and Calais. Compared to their last encounter, their roster had changed once more. However, one constant remained. Their starting guard, Conley, was sidelined again, unable to compete in the first match of the series. This posed a significant challenge for the Grizzlies. Today, Chen Ji's opponent was Calais, a player he found completely unfamiliar. Standing at just under 2 meters, with a complexion that was neither distinctly dark nor light, it was difficult to ascertain his ethnicity. The two players faced off at center court for the jump ball. Bogut triumphed once more over Gasol, tapping the ball ahead. Chen Ji, utilizing his height and long reach, was the first to gain control of the ball, with Calais quickly closing in. It appeared that he had a commendable ability to withstand contact. Chen Ji moved to his right, colliding with Calais momentarily, which gave him confidence. Taking his first step, he did not look back, swiftly pursuing Randolph towards the basket. Upon being alerted by his teammates, Randolph turned to cover Chen Ji, reassured by Gasol's presence in the paint, alleviating concerns of an unguarded area. Yet, unexpectedly, Chen Ji began to retreat. Randolph hesitated but still raised his hands defensively. He was wary of allowing Chen Ji any space, as Chen Ji boasted an impressive three-point shooting percentage of nearly 40 during the regular season. Randolph was brought out, passing the ball to Green at the free throw line. Green made a transitional move, delivering the ball to Bogut beneath the basket. Bogut positioned himself well, aggressively challenging Marc Gasol. Although it was somewhat arduous, he managed to score. Despite the successful shot, the rhythm felt slightly off. The Grizzlies players exhibited exaggerated movements, particularly in their defense against Curry. In that previous play, Chen Ji's decision to pass to the interior was prompted by Curry being tripped by Courtney Lee and subsequently tackled by Tony Allen, with the referees remaining silent on the matter. If this is the standard of officiating today, the match could prove to be quite challenging. Chapter 88. Bringing local specialties. Every year, the Grizzlies initiated their offense. Randolph confronted Green, who found himself in a tragic predicament. In the first round, he faced Anthony Davis, who overwhelmed him. In the second round, he encountered Randolph. Despite Randolph's advancing age, he still possessed the height, weight, and skill that defined him. With his back to the basket, he pressed against Green, unleashing his elbows with ferocity, creating a chaotic scene. Observing Green's struggle, Chen Ji promptly rushed to assist. As for Calais, he was left to fend for himself. Typically, lesser-known role players are those who have not seized their opportunities. There was no cause for concern. As anticipated, Randolph was met with a double team and, reluctantly, passed the ball out. Calais, however, hesitated, not daring to even glance at the hoop. He held the ball, repeatedly probing the defense. What was he testing? He awaited Randolph to push further inside, signaling his intent to either score or pass out. It was evident that hoping for Calais to penetrate or shoot was utterly unrealistic. Chen Ji, observing the situation, had a clear understanding of the unfolding events. Not every player seizes the opportunity when it arises. Here we must mention Shou Chi, as the elimination rate in the league is exceedingly high. Each year, countless Shou Chis are unprepared. It appears that after this match, Carlses will be relegated to the bench, packing his belongings for departure. Chen Ji is indifferent to him, as he and Green sandwich Randolph like a biscuit. Initially, it seemed that this pressure was sufficient. However, unexpectedly, the formidable Black Bear could not be restrained. With Green on his left and Chen Ji on his right, he simultaneously pushed both aside. Randolph regained possession, pivoted towards the corner, and executed a high bank shot, overpowering Green to score. Against two defenders, he succeeded. The Black Bear lives up to his reputation. The Warriors launched their offense. Green inbound from the baseline, and Chen Ji received the ball, delivering a long pass across half court to Curry. After receiving Bogut's screen, he faced off against the smaller Gasol, only to be trapped by Courtney Lee and Gasol. Unable to pass, he pivoted to find the awaiting Chen Ji. Chen Ji advanced to the right, shouldering Carlses until he reached the free throw line.